Recently, the President of Kenya, William Ruto, reshuffled his cabinet, and the people of Baringo had sleepless nights. The Baringo residents, they went on to celebrate with crates of sodas. Even the Bible says that our people will perish because of lack of knowledge. Take a look.
Chumba ni mtu ambaye ile kazi amepewa ni mahali iko changamoto sana kwa insecurity katika eneo lile la Elgeyo Marakwet. Mahali Kipchumba alisaliwa. So tunashukuru president kwa sababu ya kumchagua Murkomen, kwa sababu yeye ni kijana ambaye wakati alikuwa mdogo alipitia changamoto sana.
Kwanza kabisa nataka nichukue nafasi hii niweze kumshukuru rais kwa ile nafasi ambayo aliweza kupatia Kipchumba Murkomen.
Vile yeye amechaguliwa sasa, mimi naamini kabisa kwa sababu mwanzo ya hii mtu mahali penye alianzia mbelene ilikuwa sawa. So ni kupatia tu nguvu na tusapotiana sisi wote.
Do you guys remember this man?
Jina utaki? Nipatie kwanza. Leonard Msula.
Kutoka wapi?
Natoka Butere Mias.
Tapkili Manarech was walking in the streets. Then he suddenly met Leonard Msula. And let me tell you, Tapkili was shocked. Like, Leonard Msula was trending before, and then an MP claimed to have offered him a job at Bunge Towers. But Leonard Msula said that he was never given any job and is back on the streets as an alcoholic. Just listen to his side of the story.
I swear before God, hakuna kazi yenye nimefanya huko ndani kwa Bunge Towers.
Tindi Mwale.
Na Mheshimiwa Tindi Mwale. Alisema wale waende kwanza, ningoje na bado nangoja.
Unafanya nini downtown?
Downtown, I'm a hustler. Always I'm a hustler. I normally live in a hustling manner.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
Utawala.
Let's go commute.
Yes. I must report Utawala.
Sources claim that he was removed from the streets, taken to rehab, and then later on given a job as an office messenger. But currently, he's back on the streets. But despite his challenges, he came out and sent this message for Christmas to Kenyans. Listen to what he had to say.
Hi Kenyans, please Kenyans, let us be patient. This is December. And then let us be honestly in our manner of living. Because at the end of the day, we need each other. Please Kenyans, I call you in my heart and spiritual spirit. Let us move together, we'll feel together. Thank you guys.
Wish them a Merry Christmas.
And I wish you all the way a Merry Christmas. Jina utaki?
Jina nani?
Leonard Msula.
As per Metro PSV sped off after it was involved in a road accident along Mombasa Road. Like it was a hit and run. In other words, yani waligongewa. Take a look.
Oh, shit.
Even Kenyan prisoners were not left behind during Christmas season. Take a look at this video of them cooking chapati to prepare for their celebrations. Another thief came out after he stole phones during the Solfest event, and he went on to record his crimes, asking people to DM him and agree on the price if they see their phones there. Like, these people are just crazy. Take a look.
Kama ulikuwa Solfest jana, too bad for you, lakini bahati kwangu, Kama ulipoteza simu yako, na kuna zenye zinapigwa hapa. Gani hii inalia? Haina haja ningangane hapa kuuza simu. Kama unaona simu yako manzee hapa, wewe DM tu. Kwanza hizi ni Samsung. Bro, hizo ma iPhone zingine ziko. Zishaenda. Kama hapa unaona simu yako, kwanza hizi zote ni za mamdem. Unaona venye zinakaa. Kama unaona simu yako hapa, wewe DM. Haina haja niende ningangane huko kutafuta customer. Na ni kitu tunaweza malizana tuishe mbio. Hii hadi iko na ID. What the fuck? Hii ni nani hii? We? Hii hadi iko na ID. Okay, sawa. Kama ulipoteza simu yako, wewe DM tu. Lakini sasa hadi nyinyi mnamkona uvala. Hizi simu gani hizi? Tecno. Hizi tu ndo simu za maana hapa. Hizi ma Samsung. Kwanza hii Samsung hii ni S24 ama ni S20 nini? Hii hata ishazima. Kama unaona simu yako hapa, wewe DM tu tufanye biashara. Sina iPhone nishaenda kwa soko. Kwanza kama unaona simu yako hapa, wewe DM tu.
As people are traveling during Christmas season, one passenger was not happy with Tahmid Express services after they booked 3 seats from Mtwapa to Nairobi only at 2,500 shillings. But the passenger was not happy with the services. Let's take a look at the seat which this passenger was given. We all know what it means by saying mchezo wa town, especially when you live in Nairobi. One man was scammed in Nairobi CBD after he went to change his front screen. But later on, he got the shock. He got the surprise, the shock of his lifetime. Take a look.
Ya wala chafanya fiti hapo man. Sasa mlipata ngapi?
Nimekula 1600.
Walai. 1600 man amekuzia ma screen. Ita master walai.
Nilikuwa ndani ya batiki hadi nilikuwa nimeacha simu nyingine kwa fundi ndio.
So kama nikuzia tu tenje hapa hivi. Mimi nauza tenje.
Ndio nilikuwa nimechukua nimeitisha kwa msee.
Wow. While Christmas is taking a toll on some Kenyans, politicians continue doing what they do. Nyandarua Senator by the name of Methu joined me here. He was addressing the nation, addressing the people. Afterwards, the police lobbed tear gas in his direction. But let me tell you, he never flinched, he never moved, and he pocketed nonchalantly and continued addressing the people. Take a look. This image that you see here, his name is Frederick Gitau Manji. He is suspected to be the one who threw the tear gas towards the senator. We are all familiar with the Chief and Sha scam. Sources claim that 14 billion Kenya shillings, which has been collected from the She and Shaf scam, it is being held in private secret accounts. Like Kenyans, where are we heading to as a country? Just listen to what the Villager 254 had to say.
Merry Christmas, guys. Wale wameenda Christmasi, God bless you. May you enjoy with your family. Us about to celebrate any Christmas because of many issues in this country. God is also blessing us. Chief. Ati nimesikia pesa ina kolektiwa inaenda wapi? Escrow account. Lakini Sha acting CEO anasema hiyo pesa inaenda in 6 banks that have been integrated. And right now they have collected 14 billion. Lakini Wakenya wapati services. So is it true the money is going to private account or it's going to government controlled accounts?
Nuru Okanga, who has been very vocal in Kenyan politics, he was having a bad day after he woke up in the morning during Christmas and he found his source of income, his motorbike, has been burnt down to ashes.
Naanza mwaka kama nalia. Nilikuwa natarajia hii pikipiki itakuwa inaniletea pesa kuanzia Januari kufanya mambo yangu. Lakini sasa ona venye kijana umetoa 100 and something and 80, umenunua pikipiki, imefanya kazi miezi 5, imerudishwa, inakaa hivi. Na hii pesa sio ati mimi nimeandikwa mahali, ni ya mashabiki wenye wananitumia 10, 30, 40, mwingine anaweka 1 bob, naweka mahali. Ikishatosha naenda nanunua kitu kama hii, naweka kwa barabara. At least pia mimi nisiwe naomba kila saa naomba. Mimi sipendi kuomba. Mimi sijafurahia kuomba. Guys, mimi naomba support, mnisaidie tukipeleka hii scrap tupate pikipiki nyingine mpya, kwa sababu hii ndio nilikuwa nimeweka hapa Nairobi, ilikuwa inaletea mama maziwa, omena, mkate asubuhi, pikipiki ilikuwa ni 400 per day. Sasa ona venye kijana mmeharibu.
I know many of you are familiar with this song.
Kasongo yeye mobali nanga, kasongo ngana wewo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali nanga, kasongo ngana wewo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali nanga, kasongo ngana wewo songa libala
But do you know what this song really means? Listen to this.
Maana ule wimbo ni nini?
Kasongo ni jina ya mtu. Alafu nashangaa hata wanaume wanaimbaga kasongo yeye.
Eti
mobali na ngai kasongo.
Maana yake ni nini?
Kasongo yeye. Mume wangu. Kasongo ngana wewe. Zonga libala kasongo rudi kwenye ndoa.
Kwa kasongo ni mwanamke kumbe.
Kasongo mwanaume. Kwa hiyo yani mwanamke ndio anamwambia kasongo mume wake arudi
kwenye ndoa.
Ngana ndako kasongo misona nzela sokio kozonga die yebisanga macho yangu yote iko balabalani kama utarudi niambie.
Kasongo alienda kuchepuka.
Kasongo amekimbia familia na bembelezo arudi mama amemisi kasongo. Sasa wakuta mwanaume amekazana kasongo mobali na ngai.
Na siku hizi unatumika kwenye vichekesho. Ukisikia tu wimbo kasongo unajua hicho kitu ni kituko. Lakini sidhani kama watu wengi wanajua maana yake tu.
Na tunamwambia.
Currently we know that things are being digitalized, and one conductor, he was caught on camera trying to explain to his passengers on how to scan using the QR code for payments. Take a look.
Why mamaring? Just relax. I'll tell you everything what's supposed to be done. What's the problem with the bus? What's the problem with the bus? The bus has no problem. Yes, you just relax and I tell you. If you are not able to do it, I'll show you what's supposed to be done. What's the problem? Now I'm saying this bus, a digital bus, whereby mahali umekaa inakwambia scan here. So please, unachukua simu yako ile ya digital kama kuna digital. Yeah, so you never do that. Na kama hauna mimi niongee, alafu mimi nitakusaidia kulipa fare. What's the problem? That's what I'm saying. I know kuna wale wako na simu ya analog. I know that. I know mwenye labda ako na 50 bob kwa mkono. I know that. So why don't you give me this time? I'm saying unatoa hii simu. Sasa tukwambie na pochi za biashara hizo zote hakuna. You only scan, after scanning you put your number there. Itakuletea kitu inaitwa jani. Unaweka namba yako. Usiweke 0. Alafu utaweka amount of money which is 50 bob. Alafu unafinya pay. Ukifinya pay kwa simu yako itafunguka peke yake. Alafu wewe uweke M-Pesa pin yako. Pesa itakuja kwa hii simu ya kazi. Kama wewe mwenyewe angalia huyu ameshamaliza. Hata alikuwa anakomplain amemaliza. Thank you very much. Congratulations. So please.
So many travelings is currently taking place during the Christmas season, during this festive season, and overlapping drivers were caught in road shock after they were trying to escape traffic along the Salga stretch. One overlapping driver was not so lucky. After the police dragged him out of the car and taught him a lesson, and this took place at Escarpment's viewpoint.
Mama, sasa nini? Fungua hapo tutoke.
Another driver who allegedly hit somebody to death. He tried to escape. Another driver who allegedly hit someone to death tried to escape, but the citizens took action and they went after the driver. Take a look at this chase. Two private vans which were heading towards Nyeri were captured on camera floating traffic rules. Like, what is the hurry?
But number plates bado. But don't worry, it has a nice zoom.
Huh?
It has a nice zoom.
Yours has a good zoom, eh?
Yeah,
okay,
so
sawa.
Maybe ukaribia kiasi tu.
Takaribia tu kiasi. I hope you're taking a video.
Yeah, it's a video.
Okay.
After all these road incidents, the NTSA came out and took action, and they made sure that the roads are being used in the right way. So if you're asked who has been your favorite politician in the year 2024, some comedians, content creators came out to imitate a well-known politician by the name of Peter Salasia, who is also the member of the National Assembly.
Ulijichocha Mombasa na ukazirai mweshi.
Peter Salasia. Alafu hata mimi nilianguka kweli. Nilianguka. Lakini sasa hata alikuwa wanasema ati mimi nilikuwa nimelewa Mombasa mwana dero kama nengo. Maana nilianguka hapo. Mimi nilikuwa nimelewa. Mimi nafanya watu wangu viazi hizi kazi. Kolado patao. Kazi nafanya hapa sifanyi.
In that case, take a look at some of these videos, some of these video clips, the things that have been taking place in December and Christmas Day.
wadhamini washirikishi ambapo walionelea ni vyema uingie katika michezo hizi mwaka huu. Kwa hivyo hao ni baadhi ya wadhamini wetu wakuu.
Wale wenye wanatusi Ruto wote ni mabeshte zangu. Wamtusi, hata wacha niwasaidie. Ruto ni umbwa. Tumeoga wapi? Tunashikwa, tunapigwa kidogo, tunarudi mtaa kuma yeye. Aston Martin.
Sikuwa anataka cabinet ni chafu, sasa tunataka kutega maji ili tuache cabinet. Salale. Ni kama itabidi tutumie packet. Wacha tuchukue hii ndoo ya bo. Hii ndoo ya bo kanini? Iwinjo. Hai. Ni kama haijasaidia sana. Sasa hii kama ya baba imekataa, wacha tuchukue ya kamwana. Kama ya baba imekataa, hii ya kijana tuone kama tutaosha. Najua Wanjiku wanataka tuna mende zinakula vitu kwa kadi. Ni kama hazisaidii. Sasa na vile tunawaambia tutateka maji. Sasa ni bucket ya nani mwingine tutachukua kwa hii bucket list yetu?
After all, computers crash, people die, relationships fall apart. The best we can do is breathe and reboot. There must have been an angel by my side.
Kuja unikaribia uone, bibi yangu ameninyima siku 7. Si siku 7, wiki 7, nikaribia uone. Ndio mimi nikaribia uone kama wewe ni mwanaume niko na hasira. Nimenyimwa sana, kuja uone wewe.
Hey. Alan. Hey.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of today and my name is Elvis Dering. Kenya has been facing high cases of abductions in the recent past days, weeks and months. And some of the people who have been abducted are still missing till date. Inject Party leader Morara Kebaso Sr. has come out with a life-changing lessons on personal and digital security for young people out there who are fighting for better governance. So, comrades, enjoy this class.
This is a festive season. On an ordinary day, we should be with our families enjoying. However, in the wake of abductions, ladies and gentlemen, I've thought it wise to leave the comfort of my home and come and teach you about some little tactics of how the government traces you, and also some self-defense tactics against abduction. So we're going to talk about abductions. Now, abductions don't just happen. They begin with what we call trailing. So the abduction will most likely begin with trailing and surveillance. Yeah, to begin with trailing and surveillance. Now, the government nowadays is very lazy because of technology. So because of that technology, they found easier ways to trail you and surveil you. So you need to understand these digital tactics that the government uses, and then what you do with that information is really to your own safety. Number one, Safaricom or any line whatsoever, but most notoriously Safaricom. Now, if you have a Safaricom SIM card, how a SIM card works is that it communicates to the nearest cell tower. Therefore, they are able to use a process called triangulation. They are able to use a process called triangulation to approximate the area where you are. And the people who do this mostly is NIS and DCI, a department called CRIB. So there's a department in DCI, it's called the Criminal Research and Intelligence Bureau, and there's the National Intelligence Service. So mostly they are the ones who are going to do this because they have back-end access to Safaricom. And because they have that back-end access, they are able to trace your location. Na inakujanga kama Google Map pin. So they're able to follow that pin to an approximate of where you are. So you need to know this about the Safaricom line. So if you're up to something or you know that you're being trailed, you may need to remove your line. Now there's another thing I need to tell you about your Safaricom line. There is something about your phone called an IMEI, an IMEI number. Now, even if you know they are trailing you and you remove this SIM card and you throw it away, but you buy another SIM card registered in your name or even in another person's name, but you still put it in the same phone, they are going to use the IMEI to get your new number. So even if the new number is going to be registered in a different, name, they're going to use your IMEI number and they're going to get your new number. You need to be careful on that one. So you may have to throw away your phone and your SIM card, or keep away your phone and your SIM card and use a different one. Some of you believe that ukiwa na katululu ama kamulika mwizi you cannot be traced. That's very false. That's not true. You can be traced with any device, including katululu. So be aware of that. Number two, all right, on the issue of tracking and tracing is KPLC. Now, so KPLC is very notorious for giving out your location. And KPLC knows literally where 90% of Kenyans live, especially if you have electricity. How they know is because of your meter number. Now, you will remember that whenever someone applies for a meter number from KPLC, they always provide the plot number. And whenever KPLC comes to give a quotation, they usually take the coordinates of that place. So because of this meter number and because of the national grid of the KPLC, they can use your meter number where you pay tokens to know your house. That is why sometimes you wonder, unapata wamekuja, wameenda hadi 5th floor, wameingia hadi number C1. It's because they know your meter number where you pay your token. So they're going to know your house. Again, as I told you, what you do with that information is really up to you. Number 3 is your phone. And here I want to specifically speak about something called Pegasus. Now, Pegasus is a hacking software, a surveillance software that was developed in Israel that Kenya bought for billions of shillings. Of course, there was corruption. There's corruption even in NIS. And what it does is that it sends a text to your phone. Now, Pegasus, unlike other hacking softwares, they don't have to touch your phone. Sio lazima washike simu yako for them to install Pegasus. They just need to send you a message. Once the message enters your phone, it downloads the software into your phone. Now, one of the ways to know whether you have been attacked by Pegasus is you leave your phone on the table, you're not using it, then you come back and find that your phone is hot. Unaacha simu kwa meza, unakuja unapata iko na joto. The reason is it's transferring information somewhere. And once Pegasus is in your phone, they can do everything. They can turn on your GPS, they can turn on your Wi-Fi, they can connect to the nearest Wi-Fi, they can read your messages, they can read your WhatsApp, they can check your M-Pesa, they have your contact list. There is nothing they cannot do if they've infected your phone with Pegasus. Nothing at all. So now, if they've hacked you using Pegasus, the following things are going to happen. Number 1, they will access your information. They'll access your data. Everything you do, including calls. Number 2, they'll turn on your mic. So there's a microphone in your phone. They'll turn on that mic and listen to you real time. Like as you're talking, they're listening. The third thing they'll do is they'll turn on your camera. So they cannot just listen. They can also take a photo of you or a photo of your surrounding as you're holding your phone. That's what they can do with your phone when they hack it. And as I've told you, they don't have to access your phone. It's not like these hackers who send you a suspicious email, you click on the link, then they hack your phone. No. This one, if they send it to your phone, you don't need to do anything. They've hacked it. Now, if you have the following things in your phone, you need to be careful. Number 1, a loan app. A loan app. If you have a loan app on your phone, most apps that you use to borrow loans, what is it that a loan app usually asks you whenever you download it? Number 1 is allow contacts, allow the loan app to access your contacts. Number 2, allow the loan app to read your messages, allow the loan app to access your photos. Now, the people who are controlling loan apps in Kenya, they have access to your photos. So if you have nudes in your phone and you think somebody else doesn't have them, you need to think again. Okay? That's how much information the loan app can access. The loan app can read your messages because the reason they usually request to read your messages is to determine whether you are worthy of a loan. So they'll see your messages, maybe how many other loan are you borrowing from other places. Are there people who are asking you to pay them back money that you've taken from them? From your messages, they are able to know what business you do and what you are involved in. Imagine this is personal data that they are accessing inside your phone. So if you have a loan app, you should know that everything that goes on in your phone, there's a likelihood that the loan app servers have it. Okay? Number 2, a dating app. They can either read your messages inside a dating app or they can come to you as a person wanting to date you. Now, the government has limitless resources and NIS is allocated an unlimited budget of billions of shillings. And because people are greedy, sometimes they usually steal that money. But whenever they put it to good use or to bad use, whichever the case, they can actually send someone to date you. It can be a lady, it can be a gentleman, it can be anything, depending on who you are and what you like. So they cannot lack 1 million or 200,000 or 50,000 or 10 million to give to someone to date you. In fact, they themselves, they have beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen who can be given a quick Range Rover. They come and show you a lot of razzmatazz and glamour. You fall in love and they start surveilling you. So they can either do it to surveil you for information or they can do it to kill you. So death is also a possibility. So dating app number 3 is Google Maps. Now if you have Google Maps on your phone, just go to the settings, you'll see something called Google Timeline. And if your Google Timeline is on, itakuchorea everywhere you've gone with a blue kind of thing. So if this is Google Timeline, it's going to show you everywhere you've been to. Itasema ulitoka hapa, ukakuja Umoja, ukaenda town, ukakuja Donholm, ukakuja West, ukateremka Mombasa Road, Mlolongo. It's going to draw everything every day, not just one day. As long as it's on, Google Timeline is drawing everywhere you go every day. So they can access it. They can know where you are on the 11th of November and where you went after that because of Google Maps. All right. Number 4. I'm now telling you about the kind of apps which, if you have in your phone, they're going to be dangerous. Sometimes they use game apps. So sometimes you may download a game app thinking that you've downloaded an app for a game, but this app is accessing other information around your phone. So it's
from Justin Muturi abduction scandal.
I would just say bring it on,
to Gen Z body recovered. Is he serious?
Kenyans are such an indisciplined lot.
Family fights for father's release.
Mimi siendi. Kitu nasema sirudi Nairobi kama sijapata haki yangu. Kama nitakaa 1 wiki kwa hii gari na wala siendi.
Anguka na. They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Diri. Abductions is still happening in Kenya. It's still taking place in Kenya without shame. Without shame, even from the international audience. And Wajakoya, he has come out and said that anytime you see someone being abducted, Kenyans, take matters into your own hands. That's not what he had to say.
Shikeni hawa watu. Either wapeleke polisi, wakiwa na bunduki, apply force. Restrain them. Washikwe, wapelekwe, na kama anataka kuleta nuks, wachapwe. That's the only way out, because tuko na serikali ambayo inatakana kulinda watu. Hapa watu wanasema ati enda waandike statement kwa polisi, kama umeona vile wameambia Muturi hapa ati kama alikuwa na hiyo maneno aandike statement kwa polisi. Unaenda kuandika statement, hawa wameshika mtoto wako, hataki kujitambulisha, unaenda kama kuwachezea muziki ile kuchezea mbuzi gitaa. Unajua mbuzi ni burukenge. Come on, if it's me, deal with the situation the way it comes as a soldier. Because mahali tumefika, mbona hatujakuwa hapa siku zingine? Wakati wa Moi tulikuwa na hiyo, dunia ikasaidia because of the Cold War. Saa hizi tuko na Rais Ruto, watu wananyongwa, watoto watu wanapigwa, wanashikwa, wanatekwa nyara. Serikali ni yake, sio ya mtu mwingine.
I'm still wondering, like many other people out there who are still wondering, where are the missing abductees? Where are those men and women who have been abducted? Those Gen Zs who have been abducted, who are still missing till date, where are they and how are they surviving? Bernard Kavuli, who was abducted, later on released, he came out and said that he saw approximately 32 people being held in a single room.
For those who do not understand Kikamba, what Kavuli Bernard was saying in the interview that he had during his homecoming party at home in Ukambani was, he was taken to the first place, he stayed for 5 days, he was only given water twice. Very dark room. He was beaten twice a day, clothless, naked. Then they were taken to another place inside the forest. And there, he says he saw Muteti, and there were many young people. He estimates that there could have been 32 of them who are held there captives in the middle of a forest. And they also.
A man by the name of Mr. Hilary Gichuki, who was allegedly wrongfully arrested and remanded at Kirale prisons for a whole year, Kenyans, for a whole year without being presented to court. His family, the Mziza family, they went on to campaign for their father's release. And I'm just wondering, is it possible under the Kenyan laws to arrest somebody and imprison them for a whole year without trial, without being presented to court? Is this not illegal? Is this not holding somebody hostage? Just take a look.
Pesa 1400 ikawa nikazunguzwa hivyo tena ni Oshioro akiwa huku. Then unaweza wekea mtu pesa aje? Na itoa jina. Unasikia venye anasema? Huyo ndio nataka aje. Inatoa Kevin. Tunaitumia saa hii. Inatoa Kevin. Huyo Ajeri mimi ndio nataka. Ndio nikukilipa pesa kama ni ukweli. Tujue Ajeri na Hilary walikuwa na uhusiano gani? Hata itoi Angelina inatoa.
Na mbona huyu mama hakuendea Angelina mwenye alimwekea?
Anasema hakuenda. Ndio hapo ndio nafikia. Na hapo ndio nilitisiwa na polisi. Nilikuja anikafanyiwa hivi na polisi mwenye alimleta alinifanyia hivi.
Lazima ifike.
Hata niulize statement yangu. Sina haki. Hapana. Hiyo imenichokeza. Ama
mwaka mzima,
mpaka hapa.
Mmoja tu.
Niende nikajikalise.
Mmoja tu angoje au ujue na probation ndio apewe nini?
Mimi siedi. Kitu nasema sirudi Nairobi kama sijapata haki yangu. Kama nitakaa 1 wiki kwa hii gari na warai siendi. Naendelea zistaili. Siendi. Tunaenda huko. Hata mkitunyima nini ya kukaa, tuendi. Mimi warai siwezi enda. Nikakae wapi na watoto wangu? Nikakae wapi?
Mwaka mzima kila
kitu ya kukula. Saa zingine unasijaibu kumpe ati mtoto anaisija. Mimi kazi iliza nikitafutia huyu alikuwa juzi, huyu ni mzaa alizaa juzi. Mtoto hajafikisha miezi 2 na niko na mtoto mwingine. Hiyo nayo hapana. Then tulisimama kwa koti nikasitizia bwana yangu hiyo statement bwana ilitolewa juzi. Alikuja kulifanyia hivi ati hata niitisie bwana yangu statement. Kwa nini? Atukue pia huyu aweke hapo.
The young people of Kenya, the Gen Zs, have been very vocal and holding the government accountable. But it clearly seems like the government has tried abductions and even worse, killing to shut down the young people, to shut down the Gen Zs, but it has all failed miserably. Force will not work on the young people. What we want is accountability, good governance, and a better future for this country. Listen to what Kevin Ayodi had to say.
But I want to tell the government one thing. They have tried abductions, they have tried all this killing of the young people. Has anything changed? No, nothing has changed. Okay. So what are we saying? We are saying that the force does not work with these young people. Can we try to figure out something that we can use to make these young people behave? Right now we are seeing when you attack them, the more they become disobedient. Okay. They start coming up with cartoons and everything that upsets you. So what does that show you? Let's come up with an alternative way to see how we can calm down these young people. Because if this behavior continues, like she said, when the police comes maybe to arrest someone, these people will come and burn the cars and do everything. We don't want to get to that point.
It has started already.
Yes, it has already started.
People, when they say anyone trying to be arrested,
exactly,
they call it abduction.
And you know how police behave. So if such a fight starts between the police and the citizens, that's when they start shooting people to defend themselves, to defend their own. So we don't want to go to this stage whereby now the citizens decide to torture police vehicles, resisting
defend
arrest,
themselves.
actually resisting legal arrest, thinking that it's abduction. So what we are saying is that let this government come up with strategies whereby they can listen to the views of Gen Zs, because they have demonstrated that when Gen Z speak something negative, they get it. That's why you see they speak the funeral. But when they are criticizing something useful, they tell you we don't want this in the finance bill, we don't want this, we don't want. They don't hear that. They don't. In fact, yes.
So Kenyans, do you think it's high time that the President of Kenya, William Ruto, should be arrested and charged for all these happenings that is taking place in this country? Listen to what Jeremiah Kayoni had to say about this.
It's been confirmed here by Muturi that the abductions were really under his command, because he's the one who made the call and the young man was released. So if your son or daughter is released and you cannot get hold of William Ruto, what does that mean to us? We are on our own. When we have the likes of Sudi, Kamket, Kimani Ichung'wa, and Farah Marin, allowing the utterances that we have heard from their mouths in the presence of William Ruto, and to the amusement of him, William Ruto, kwa sababu yeye ndio alikuwa anapiga makofi kuliko wananchi wanapotukana watu. It means that the center is not holding, and we as Kenyans must heed the call that has been made by our leader, and we must prepare to do what the South Africans are the people of South Korea have done. It is time for us to go and arrest William Samoei Ruto from State House, because we are on our own. Hakuna kitu kingine tunangojea, na hakuna Mkenya anangojea kuambiwa Ruto ni mbaya. Wanajua ni mbaya kuliko wewe mwenyewe. Hakuna jambo unaweza sema kwamba anaweza saidia sisi nalo. It is upon us to organize ourselves and get Ruto home. As leaders, na sisi wote wa Kenya.
Kenyans, abductions have become a national crisis, and different people are using different forums like churches to speak against abductions in Kenya. Just take a look at this.
You know, when Vika was talking about abductions, because this is something that has also disturbed me a lot as a parent, as a Kenyan, as a brother. But no, I just thought about it and said, the people who are planning it and even executing it, you know, there are people who could be in our neighborhoods. There are people who live amongst us. Some of them are relatives, friends. Some even come to church on Sunday, and as they walk out, they've just abducted. I mean, that's how sad it is, causing so much pain and grief among families. You can imagine if it's your child who has been abducted. Then the people who are responsible, they throw it back to us and say, we as parents are the ones to blame, you know. Somebody causes it, then they are blaming you. Yet we know that the same people who are saying that our children are indisciplined are the ones who are indisciplined. They're the ones who are stealing, causing so much mayhem in the country. So even as we continue praying, let's pray for this dark, evil spirit in them to be exorcised.
Even a man from Kisumu had a very strong message to the President of Kenya about what is currently taking place in this country. Just listen to what he had to say.
President Ruto, uwachi kukua peti. We have so many things unafaa udeal nazo. Wachana na vitu vyenye MCA ndiye anafaa fuatilie kijijini. You are bigger than this thing. Show your wisdom kulingana na uwezo uliopatiwa na Mwenyezi Mungu wa kukaa mahali ulipo. Kulingana na mimi, story na abduction haifai. Iwapo kuna makosa mtu amefanya, kuna protocol inafaa ifuatiliwe ili haki ipatikane. Dan kushika mtu, uende umtese, umuue, wazazi wamemsomesha. Sasa mtoto wa miaka 20, Ruto ako na miaka 60. Tofauti yenu ni gani kama mnafanya kitu inafanana? Kulingana na mimi, you are a parent, you are a leader, and you are a president. Fanya vitu kulingana na umri wako na hekima yako.
Even some politicians are not safe from abduction. Justin Muturi, who is the Public Service Cabinet Secretary, he went to Kilimani police station to record a statement regarding the abduction of his son during the anti-government protest in June 2024.
So Nuruddin Haji calls in Muturi to make a statement about his son, and Muturi ends up exposing all of them. Kwani, I think these guys are possessed. At this point, They're making such blunders, such childish blunders, kindergarten blunders. The blunders you make in training school and you get like a D or an F or an E minus. Because what the hell? Now we know they're behind the abductions. And I'm telling you, family, the only thing Nabi's government cares about is their international reputation. And they don't realize, because of the way they behave, Nairobi is the center of the spy world. There's so many spies from all over just roaming in Nairobi. So they're not relying on PR stunts. They're getting the information qua ground. So what is the game plan?
While Justin Muturi, the Public Service Cabinet Secretary, was writing his statement at Kilimani Police Station, he came out and said that Nurdin Haji was responsible for his son's abduction. Later on, Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of Kenya, he said that Nurdin Haji is a huge threat to justice, rule of law and accountability. Just listen to this.
Kenya Kwanza regime is hell-bent on proceeding to unilaterally and single-handedly reconstitute the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. This comes against the backdrop of the earlier illegal forcing out of 4 commissioners who disagreed with Mr. Fuller Chebukati over the presidential election results. A biased and partisan IEBC is being put in place. Kenyans know what such a commission has done to this country before.
After Justin Muturi wrote his statement and revealed the dirty secrets that's currently taking place in this country, some politicians were not happy. Like Member of Parliament, Aldai Member of Parliament Marian Kitan, she went on to threaten Justin Muturi, saying that she will move a censure motion against him in Parliament.
Kama mtoto alikuwa abducted, alafu akareleasiwa, kuna kitu inaitwangwa kwenda kuripoti kwa police station. Kutoka hiyo miezi 6 tangu siku hiyo aliyekuwa abducted na kurudishwa paka saa hii hujaenda kuripoti kwa police station. Unataka nani akufanyie hiyo kazi? You are the Minister for Public, meaning hao watu wote in short wana report kwako. Ukikuja kwa media kutuambia kwa press na wewe ndio minister ya hao watu, hiyo ni kusema nini? Si umekosa kazi yako? Umeshindwa na kazi? So bado unafanya nini kwa hiyo ofisi? Wewe ujiuzulu, kuja ongea huku nje kama raia mwema. Ushike microphone kama raia mwema ukiongelesha ukigonga hiyo serikali. Lakini huwezi gonga serikali ukiwa ndani yake. Haiwezekani. Kama huwezi heshimu serikali yenye unaifanyia kazi. Mimi kama mjumbe kazi yangu ni kitu inaitwa oversight. Ninakuambia wewe ujiuzulu, na usipojiuzulu mimi nitapeleka motion bunge ya kusensha wewe.
Apart from Aldai Member of Parliament Marian Kitan threatening Justin Muturi, even Sylvanus Osoro was not left behind. He came and gave Justin Muturi 10 days. It's either to resign, apologize or be impeached. Just listen to this.
Justin Muturi, ile kiboko tulipiga Gachagua ndio inakuja kwako. You resign ama nikutoe. Vile tuna resume bunge because tuko na siku 14 ndio tu resume bunge. Justin Muturi, you have 3 options. Ya kwanza resign. Ya pili apologize to ignore your maneno. Ya tatu we impeach you. Tuna collect signatures uende nyumbani. You cannot serve the government of Kenya yenye unalima kila siku. Ati yo maneno namna hii. Sani yako anashikwa akifanya ukora, unasema ni abduction. Na wewe sani yako alipatikana kwa bar na vitu zingine za kufuta sijui nini akashikwa. Fundisha mtoto wako maadili bwana. Wacha ajipange pole pole. It can't be that the only people complaining are from one region. It can't be. Mpaka ma CSS mumeongezewa. Leo vetting inafanywa ya CSS kutoka mlima. Na sisi tumenyamaza tu. Unafikiria tuko happy?
Despite Kenyans, despite Justin Muturi's son being abducted and also being threatened that he's going to be impeached in Parliament, let's listen to the response of the Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Muturi.
I would just say bring it on. At my age, I'm not the kind of person to
to respond to some of it is really very perfunctory statement made by fairly inexperienced politicians. I think they're not worthy my response. So if anybody thinks that I don't know what I'm doing, then they are up for a rude shock.
Many Kenyans are asking themselves, why did Justin Muturi take 6 months, 6 good months to make this issue public? And how was he trying to solve it? Listen to this.
Na hiyo kulikuwa na hizo habari kwamba mtoto wa Justin Muturi alitekwa nyara, na ilikuwa ukweli, sio uongo. Lakini ile kitu ambayo watu wanajiuliza, mbona imemchukua miezi 6 kuongea? Mbona imemchukua miezi 6? Lakini ukisoma vizuri hiyo statement yake, yeye anasema kwamba hiyo muda yote alikuwa anajaribu kuuliza maswali ndani ya serikali, kuuliza wahusika ili apate majibu. Kulingana na mimi naona ni kwamba vile anavyoeleza ni kwamba alikuwa anataka kuresolve hiyo issue internally, but like there was no cooperation from those who are concerned. Ndio imemchukua hii muda, baada ya yeye kukosa kupata majibu akaona aongee. Mimi kulingana na mimi sioni siasa hapo, ingawaje pia hiyo kitu inaweza kuwa kwamba Justin Muturi anataka kuitumia kisiasa kwa sababu hajajiuzulu. Nafikiri anangoja rais amfute, kwa sababu rais akimfuta atapata some sympathy kutoka kwa watu wake huko Embu. Nafikiri hiyo ndio kitu anataka kuvuna kidogo kisiasa kutoka kwa hili swala, ingawaje aliadhirika. Hivyo ndio mimi ninaona.
Kenyans, remember Justin Muturi, this is a minister serving in the government, talking about abduction, also giving his own experience. So I'm just asking myself, like if a minister, a man who is serving in the government, can be a victim of abductions, what about you?
The headlines in all our papers today had Justin Muturi. All, including Business Daily. And what he said, this is a minister serving in a government talking about abductions and giving his own experience. We raised that issue here in the newspaper hour and we asked, why now? He was Attorney General. At the time his son was abducted. The son was released 6 months plus down the line. We now hear him. So is it a convenient time? And was it that in a previous time it wasn't convenient for him to speak about these things? Now, everyone and their uncle and cousin and grandmother have spoken on the subject of abductions, including our relatives from outside this country and outside our borders. It's an issue that young people have raised, civil society have raised. It has flooded the so-called media, social media spaces. It is everywhere. So one could argue he has come into the conversation, we hear him, but he has come into the conversation when people have been having it for a very long time. That's why the subject of, is it a convenient time? Not to diminish that he has spoken, no. Not to diminish that his son was abducted and he and the family must have gone through some serious turmoil. That's not it. The question of why now is what we were asking. Why now? Why didn't he speak earlier? And remember, you're talking about a subject matter that people have unrelentingly spoken about. Even today they speak about it. They speak about it every single day.
Despite says Muturi taking 6 good months to reveal his son's abductions, his sentiments must not be taken lightly, and he's passing a very crucial message. Like, abduction has been a daily occurrence in the Republic of Kenya. And let me tell you, Kenyans, it is time to fight back. Just listen to this.
When a system or a government subjects the masses through what you call political oppression, social degradation, and economic exploitation, the only option is resistance. As in, let me tell you, not unless those 3 things are taken keen into, we will always go into the same cycle of violence, of mistrust from the citizens, of misunderstandings between the citizens and the government, and it won't end there. But the worst thing is, growth is a gradual process. If you look at what we were discussing 2 years ago on what might come and what is happening today, it's growing by the day. Now look at this issue you're talking about today. You're talking of abductions. Now today we're just seeing there's a video trending where a police officer was arresting someone in Nakuru.
Yeah.
And now the citizens are saying, hey, huyu hamumchukui.
Yes. Yeah.
And let me tell you, what happens is when you have a government, when you have top leaderships in a country who don't follow the rule of law, then how do you expect the normal citizens to follow the rule of law?
Yeah.
So we are going down that road of lawlessness. It's seriously and honestly sad, yeah? To an extent where you see a very senior government official like the former Attorney General, who is a sitting cabinet secretary,
Right.
state clearly in a press conference yesterday that even his son was abducted.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
he sits in what we call the National Security Governing Security Committee.
Yeah.
That is the senior most security organ in the country. That is where all the critical decisions are made. And the people who sit there are very few top people: the president, the deputy president, the director of National Intelligence Service, the director of the police IG, the attorney general. Very few selected top security people in the country. And he says he could not be able to ascertain who had abducted his child.
And talking more about abductions, Thika Road was blocked at Ruiru after a body was found inside a river. And the demonstrators were saying that this body is a victim of abductions. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. A senior counsel and a former member of parliament, Abdikadir Mohani, he discussed and gave his honest opinion on why the Gen Zs are being abducted in Kenya. Just listen to what he had to say.
The only difference now is that the Gen Z are engaged, and that the Gen Z are the target. The reason why they are target, we all know, is because they have become politically active.
Yeah.
Which is why it's absolutely no-brainer who is behind the abductions. And to be straight, it's the government of Kenya. That is government operatives who are behind this. There's zero doubt about that. But the reason why they are the target now is because they are doing important stuff. If they were worried about their Instagram stuff and nobody would bother with them, nobody would abduct them. They are doing important stuff, and the abductions is to scare them off. The reason why they are being targeted is because they are doing important work. And because they are the ones who are engaged, I can assure you the government is very scared right now. And the pushback is very important. Even that guy who you said don't do it.
The fact that he's saying don't do it.
3 years ago, nobody, they would stop at the middle of the streets and people will pick somebody and nobody would bother. In fact, if anything, they would help do that stuff. So I think absolutely they are doing a great job. You said it's the evolution. We have to continue evolving to the point, because between me and you, it's actually stupid for whoever thinks that kidnapping people or killing people would solve anything.
This abduction issue in Kenya has now gone internationally. Even the BBC, they decided to make a story about abductions in Kenya. Let's take a look at their version of the story.
Since June 2024, young people in Kenya critical of the government have gone missing. The Kenya Human Rights Commission says more than 80 people have been abducted in the last 6 months, with 24 still missing.
Some even say that they were waterboarded, hit with whips, punched, kicked. It was full scale of torture. They say they were security agencies because the line of questioning related to what the government appeared to be afraid of. So they were being asked, for example, who is funding your protest? Why are you protesting?
24-year-old Billy Mwangi is one of the people who went missing. He returned home 15 days after he was abducted from a barber shop by hooded men in unmarked vehicles.
When you hear your son was forcefully burdened into a car, you start now getting worried, because I remember when the mother got news, she collapsed. The boy has not shared a lot. When he came, he was not his real self. And as we speak, he is still healing from that shock.
The abductions started in June 2024 after a nationwide protest led by young people against proposed tax hikes, corruption, and poor governance.
The reason for abduction is simple. The government is afraid of accountability. The government is afraid of responding to critical questions that Kenyans have been asking.
I haven't authoritatively confirmed that it is the government who abducted that boy, but investigations are still ongoing. The abductors, I think they are trained, they are skilled, but I can assure you he was not abducted by any ordinary person.
The Kenya government has denied any involvement in the abductions. Kenya's head of police and the director of criminal investigations have twice ignored court summons to explain the abductions. For Billy, the road to recovery begins.
Billy is a young man who is so disciplined, and as at now, he has not restored that picture of himself. So he's still healing, let me say so.
The abductions have caused outrage across the country. Parents and activists say they will continue to campaign until all are released.
Another member of parliament by the name of Kiare John, we all remember him during the Gen Z protests. He came out and said that those images that you're seeing on the internet are photoshopped. This member of parliament, this politician, has come back again with another bombshell. He has made a very reckless and careless statement about abductions in Kenya. Just listen to what he had to say.
Yes, there are issues that could be pointing a finger at the police. In the same breath, there are people who have been reported and sensationalized online for whole weekends, only to turn up that they had traveled to a different county or a different town to go and see a boyfriend or a girlfriend, which is also a fact. But the point I wanted to make was beyond
What is
that.
factual about that?
Yeah?
What is factual about traveling to see their boyfriends or girlfriends?
But they had been reported as missing.
Who?
And we had even cases where we had people who were even sensationalized on social media that this is a massive missing person, and it was mistaken to be a case of abduction.
What is the
and you even reported?
What is
it
the
on media.
example?
Well, there is a lady who disappeared for an entire weekend, and it turned out that they had gone to see a boyfriend in a city that was different from where they live.
Is that what she recorded with the DCI?
Is what is that? I have no idea what she has reported.
So why are you
with the
pointing
DCI.
that out as an example?
Okay, let's give.
Even our own soldiers are having a hard time, Kenyans. Like some of them have been taken to Somalia and other countries to fight terrorism under harsh conditions. One Kenyan soldier who went to Somalia to fight, then he was captured. And he was captured for a quite number of years and was never released. Just listen to this sad story.
Mimi ni mfungo wa kivita, niko mkononi mwa Al-Shabaab.
So that initially looked like just another propaganda video by the Al-Shabaab. But now the family of Abdullahi Issa Ibrahim has reached out to me and confirmed that that is their dad. Wanaomba hiyo video in the viral. Why? Now, walikuwa initially budao amededi hadi wakafanya burial. Kwa nini? Now allegedly the military guys have a rule that if a soldier goes missing for over 5 years anakuwa declared dead. But jana, out of nowhere, on a random TikTok page, wanaona budao akisema mazejo mi bado niko Somalia, nimeshikwa, and if possible the Kenyan government should come for me. They are now asking the public to make that video go viral. This is the page in the video iko, if you get the right people, so that their dad can come back home.
So Kenyans, do you think that all systems in Kenya have already collapsed? And do you think that the men and women who should be protecting the people of Kenya and fighting and seeking justice have turned their backs on the people? Let's listen to what Ismbanya had to say.
The image of DCI in this country has completely gone to the dogs. Completely. It will take a miracle to have, that entire system cleansed. I don't know what manner of corruption got in there. They use our officers as abductors, as kidnappers. Unasikia even at the highest level mtoto wa Justin Muturi. Wenye walipanga walikuwa huko juu. These high ranking officers at the DCI branch. My God. Where are we headed as a country? Manze Ruto ameharibu every system in this country. He found working systems. All of them are corrupted to the core right now. I don't think we have one working system we can trust in this country. In less than 2 years, under just 2 years, everything gone.
If you dig deeper and ask yourself, what is the actual reason for abductions in Kenya? Because this is getting out of hand. Like, we cannot keep on losing our people. We cannot keep on losing the Gen Zs being abducted. And some of them, their bodies are found in rivers. For how long? Listen to what the Villager 254 had to say about this.
By the way, did you sit for a moment and think why the government and all politicians are against the Gen Zs and the millennials? Let me give you facts. Number one, we've always been told that the leadership of tomorrow is belongs to the youth. Now, the people we had planned to rule them for 100 years have suddenly woken up and they can no longer be ruled by us. Therefore, we want them to lie low like an envelope and they allow us to rule them. Apparently, the Gen Z and the millennials are taking up leadership, and this is the biggest problem that Ruto never anticipated and his political charlatans never anticipated. Now, this is the problem. The youth are taking over.
Unlike the Dab Member of Parliament, Farah Maalim, who said that if he was given power, he would have killed 5,000 Gen Zs. Another traitor, another betrayer, another backstabber by the name of Kasabwel Makore, he came out again to abuse Kenyans. And just listen to what this, just take a look.
Kenyans are such an indisciplined lot. One, they come for protests late. Two, they don't want to take accountability. But they don't want you to take charge either. This thing requires discipline. It requires total commitment. It requires, people just love typing this, that it requires eternal vigilance.
Apart from the Tanzanian activist by the name of Maria Sarungi Tsehai, who she was abducted in Kenya just recently. Do you guys remember when Kizza Besigye, a high-ranking politician from Uganda, was abducted in Kenya and taken back to Uganda? Like, if a high-ranking official, government official, a politician or an activist can be abducted in Kenya, do you think that you are safe? Do you think that we are safe in this country? And so many other people have been abducted. Foreigners who are seeking asylum in this country, seeking refuge in this country, that are being abducted, and some of them, they end up losing their lives. Let's listen to Yvonne Okwara's take.
So you want to tell me that Ugandan security officials had the knowledge that Kizza Besigye was walking around in Nairobi, particularly in the Riverside area, dangerously armed. Not only were they aware of this, they trailed him and then arrested him in Kenya and transported him across the border, only to be presented before a Ugandan military court. All of this without the Kenyan government knowing what the Ugandan sleuths were up to? Wow. So what else are they doing in this country that we may not be aware of? In fact, might there be any other foreign security officials or mercenaries, for that matter, wandering about here like children in a plantation looking to pick guavas to eat? Further, assuming that this information may have some merit, isn't this a Kenyan territorial issue? A dangerously armed man is in the country. Isn't that a matter for us to deal with? To be specific, seeing as he was supposedly found somewhere around Riverside in Nairobi, shouldn't that be a matter for the Kilimani Police Division to deal with? I imagine it would be the Kilimani Division police officers to conduct the investigation and the arrest, present him in a Kenyan court, and then inform Uganda that they're holding their national. Folks, this whole incident smells off. And this is because this is not the first incident of this nature that we've witnessed in the country. You see, exactly 1 month ago, the Kenyan government abandoned the principle of non-refoulement when 4 Turkish nationals were abducted and deported back to their country. The Foreign Affairs Ministry says this was at the request of the Turkish government for the 4 individuals who had been recognized by the UN as refugees. To boot, Kenya adopted a Pontius Pilate stance, saying they did not want to get involved in the affairs of another country. That's not all. Remember Ethiopian national Samson Tekla Michael, who was abducted and has been missing in this country for 3 years now? And don't forget that in August 2022, or later in that year, Pakistani journalist Arshad Sharif fled his country, sought refuge in Kenya, following death threats over his reporting on corruption. How wrong he was. He was shot and killed in Kajiado County. These incidents do not bode well for Kenya's territorial integrity. They erode our standing in the eyes of the international community. All of this, by the way, even as Kenyans themselves get abducted within their own country. If we're not careful, Kenya could soon be known as the abduction capital of the world. That's my take.
Do you guys remember these photos of the president which has been trending on the internet? It seems like the politicians, the government, they don't understand the real and true meaning and definition of these photos. And if you also don't understand the meaning, just listen to this.
We have seen people who have been told not to do this and they are doing that. Why? Because Kenya has become like a rehabilitation to everyone. We have seen people, like we saw the president, saying that we were not supposed to post those things that we have posted. But let me tell you, we are not burying the president. We are only burying the character in him. We are burying the bad characters that are happening in our government. We have seen people who have been abducted. We have seen people who have been going through a lot of problems in Kenya.
This clearly shows you that the politicians are afraid of this.
In the book of Paul, Paul said that it's better the day you die as a good man than the day you are born. Are we together? Just go and look in history. All dictators in the world, you can tell them anything. You can tell them stop Adani, they will close their ears. You can tell them we don't want vaccination, they will close their ears. You can tell them we don't want finance bill, they will close their ears and wacheni porojo, and they will tell you wacheni porojo. But dare tell the dictators that they are going to die. That is the worst thing you'll ever tell a dictator.
This issue has gotten so serious in Kenya. Even one Kenyan man is urging the Kenyans in diaspora to take action.
This one is for Kenyans in the diaspora. Tafadhalini, wherever you are, whether it's UK, Europe, USA, guys, we have groups, we have WhatsApp groups. Let's unite. Tushirikiane, let us brainstorm, tuchange, let's do all we can to make sure that this brutal dictator by the name William Samoei Ruto, we get rid of him within the shortest time possible. God bless you all. God bless Kenya.
Despite the challenges that Kenyans are facing each and every day, the people are still injecting, and they're injecting mercilessly, and they're injecting in different forms, fighting for good governance and a better future for this country. Take a look at some of these kids from Kenyans who are remaking and reacting the abductions scenes.
No, I'm not taking any questions.
Someone is literally
Who's abducting people?
These police are taking.
No, there's no police abduct. What do you mean? Abel, just tell her that you're not the police. What does she mean? No, this is not the police. This is the NIS.
What is what?
Kasongo yeye Mombali nanga Kasongo mbona wewe Songa
170 go control. Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
They're coming for you.
problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From crime increase in Kenya to school children forced to risk, where is taxpayers' money?
Kenyans, aren't you tired of your money being taken advantage of?
Mental health and employment among the youths.
Unfortunately, out there, we the young people are not getting those jobs.
We are coming for you.
That government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa, so mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, dear Kenyans, are you not tired of corruption? Are you not tired of being lied to each and every day by the politicians, by the leaders that you voted for? Are you not tired? Aren't you not tired of your money being taken advantage of by the same taxes that you're paying to your government? Are you not tired, Kenyans? Like you work hard each and every day, but there's nothing to show for it. Just listen to what Charlotte had to say about this.
So recently, the Kenyan Treasury has actually asked for a supplementary budget for 88 billion Kenyan shillings. Have you heard that right? 88 billion Kenyan shillings. Now, the biggest stakeholder of this 88 billion being asked by the Treasury is State House, which is going to take 3.1 billion Kenyan shillings. And in the 3.1, 1.3, Nilea, it has not been discussed. So anyone who has that 1.3 can buy a helicopter, can buy land, can just do whatever they want, and it won't be recorded in any history book ever. Out of the 88 billion Kenyan shillings, I want you to listen carefully how your money that you're paying every single month is deducted. Office of the Deputy President is going to receive 400 million Kenyan shillings. You think tumemaliza hapo? No, we're just getting started. The second one, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, is receiving 132 million Kenyan shillings. Bro, this is crazy. This money is sorting out salaries and is sorting out vehicle maintenance. Vehicle maintenance, guys. Unafikiria nimemalizana? I'm just starting. The craziest thing is this. Deep breaths. There is an office of retired leaders that is being created. Guess who's there? Former President Uhuru Kenyatta is receiving 23 million Kenyan shillings. Raila, the Great, is receiving 20 million Kenyan shillings. And then there's a vice president who is not said will also be receiving 20 million Kenyan shillings. Office of the retired leaders. Can you imagine the audacity of a nation that is saying we were reducing expenditure is actually creating an office of retired leaders? Hatujachoka? We're not tired? Hamjachoka for real, hamjachoka?
In Masega sub-county, Machakos, the community, the people there are outraged at their leaders for ignoring their pleas for a bridge, blaming Governor Vivian Ndeti, Member of Parliament Joshua Muyalo, and MCA Joshua Mwonga for inaction. Despite clear evidence of children's daily danger, no action has been taken and the residents demand urgent solution. Kenyans, just take a look at how these children are risking their lives daily to go to school and back home. The Nairobi City Council, also known as the Kanjos, they are currently walking with goons in the streets, covering their faces and harassing Kenyans. They have roughed up a pregnant lady who was selling tomatoes in the streets, to the point where they are pulling her legs side by side as if they want to tear her up. And I'm just wondering, Governor Johnson Sakaja, is this the best way to bring law and order in Nairobi CBD? Kenyans, just take a look.
Because na record. Anashika kamera. Acha kunishika. I'm recording. Anashika kamera. I'm recording. For purpose. For purpose. Wacha tu ni record. Wacha ni record video. Let me record. Wacha ni record. Wacha ni record. Na record.
And that's not all. Just recently, a woman, she fought desperately for the release of her child. After her child, she was locked up in a Kanjo's car together with her stock. Kenyans, do you remember this? While Kenyans are being frustrated each and every day just because they simply want to put food on the table, there's also high rise of mental health issues and unemployment among the youths. Kioti Sonko, also known as Mambi Mabonga, who is vying for Kimilili constituency member of parliament, he went on to address this issue, and this is what he said.
In electrical and electronic engineering, then coming out here, my friends, kutamak, left, right and center, hakuna job. And of course, as a young person, when you umepita 18 years and 18 years age, I think the government inasema you are a citizen, yeah? So as a citizen, an adult, I mean, as an adult, you don't expect yourself to depend on parents. And so what you want to depend on ni mambo ya job. Unfortunately, out there, we the young people are not getting those jobs. So you find out, just a minute. So you find out that hata ukipata job, like now for instance, those guys who are doing the interns in the health sector, my friends, there is other day tuliona wakilala hapo nje ya ofisi ya the CS. So you find out that even as much as you get that job, hata still bado that government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa. So mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
Because of these mental health issues and unemployment in Kenya, we have seen a high rise of depression and anxiety. And to be honest, some youths, some graduates, they end up unaliving themselves, Kenyans. Like we all know that the graduates, the Kenyan people, the young people in this country, they're highly educated, very smart, very intelligent, very innovative, and if given work, they will do it professionally. Now, I was just sad to see this video of graduates, but life is taking a toll on them. Just take a look. As much as we are talking about mental health issues and unemployment in Kenya, even those same universities that those unemployed graduates have graduated from, there's high level of corruption, looting each and every day. Like nowhere is safe in this country. Just take a look at this.
This is a rallying call to the President, to the Public Service Commission, to the Minister of Education, Parliament and all stakeholders of goodwill. The University of Nairobi, as we know it, is dying. That is the truth. And we say this not to create panic or gin up unnecessary attention, but out of our care as WASU for this great national strategic institution. University of Nairobi has been hijacked by buccaneers, and it is now a theater of intrigue, mendacity, with the most toxic work environment ever witnessed before. As a rule, WASU stands only by the truth, by justice, and above all by the motto of the university, united et labore, unity and work. Councils, chancellors, they come and go, and we have seen them. They come and go, but they leave the staff behind. And the staff only have the University of Nairobi to fall back to. It is that staff, it is the students and the parents who will suffer irreparable damage if this university is allowed to go down. And we fear that if nothing is done, the University of Nairobi as we know it is dying.
We all do remember how Moi University was rooted to nothing because of high levels of corruption. And I'm just wondering, what the hell is going on in these universities?
We have seen Moi University being strangled to death in our eyes. Public universities must get the protection they need. We are calling government to protect the University of Nairobi. It's a national asset that the public has invested for so long. We cannot allow it just to collapse. A chancellor prescribes and says, I do have my office on main campus to support the management of it. That is not his role and mandate. The mandate of the chancellor is found in the Universities Act. If you go to Article 38, it will tell you what is supposed. It's a titular head of the university. It's not supposed to engage in day-to-day running of the university. Secondly, what he's trying to do is actually going to yield to the opposite, weakening the management of the university. Now we have 3 centers of power. At the University of Nairobi, we have the council, saber rattling from one side, we have the VC, we have the chancellor. It is so confusing. These people are weakening the management of the university in order to loot and plunder. They say it very clearly.
Because of high levels of corruption, unemployment, which is causing depression, stress, anxiety, and mental health issues among the youths in this country, among the Kenyan people, crime is also becoming rampant. In Meru, a student from the Kenya Methodist University was attacked and sustained serious injuries. And this was the second attack in just 2 weeks, where a female student was also attacked and injured. Protests are being planned, but the student council is trying to sabotage them. Kenyans, just take a look at this shocking CCTV footage. Are you not tired, Kenyans? Are you not tired of talking about corruption each and every day? Because of corruption, even our own military, they are not spared. They are using equipments I don't know from which century, while other countries are using modern technologies to protect their countries and to fight wars. Just listen to what Senator Kajwang had to say about this.
We are spending only 1% of our GDP on the military. And yet we are seeing guns pointed at Kenya from all corners. We are seeing drones pointed at Kenya from all corners. Mr. Speaker, the war in Syria has confirmed that your enemy does not need to be your neighbor. That Turkey can hammer Syria from wherever they are. That even Kenya can be hammered from Yemen. Kenya can be hammered from the UAE. This is a time for us to ask ourselves, is our military getting the right budgetary allocation? And are they making the right decisions with those budgets? Mr. Speaker, every time we go for a public holiday, we see those jets flying past. And to be honest, Mr. Speaker, since I was a little child, it is the same jets I've been seeing flying past. I wonder if there was a serious strife or any battle between Kenya and a neighboring state, whether those jets will be airworthy or whether they'll be able to go and attack the enemy. We must have that conversation. This idea of saying that the military is a closed black box that we cannot talk about, if we have a weak military, no one is going to give us respect. You have seen instances where, in the old saying, that the tail can wag a dog. You are seeing a tiny country, and I'm not going to mention names, a tiny country being able to ambush, attack, invade, and overthrow the president of another country which is 100 times its size. Mr. Speaker, this is a conversation we must have.
Another corruption scandal is taking place in front of our eyes, Kenyans, where a contractor was paid 80 million shillings to construct Camarine Stadium. But when you go there, there's nothing to see, there's nothing to show for it. And the same contractor is being added another 100 million this year, Kenyans, this year. And I'm just wondering, where are we heading to as a country? Just take a look at this. While mental health issues and unemployment is on the rise in the Republic of Kenya, some politicians are enjoying life. They are shopping life to the fullest. Recently, Millicent Omanga has given herself an Audi RSQ8. And I'm just wondering, is this the taxpayers' money? When Raila Amolo Odinga lost the African Union Commission chairmanship to Djibouti's Mohamed Ali Yusuf, Kenyans celebrated. Many Kenyans were happy. And let me tell you, in fact, Kenyans were supporting Mohamed Ali Yusuf to win the AU seat. And why is that? Just listen to this.
Raila losing is the best thing that could have happened when it comes to Kenyan politics. We are literally saying no when it comes to all despots. When it comes to people who have been at the helm of Kenyan politics, just taking advantage of people, taking advantage of the economy, taking advantage of people's deaths, taking advantage of people being kidnapped and abducted, and screwing people over just so that they can get money and so that they can stay at the helm of power. Those times are gone. I mean, the Uhurus, the Matiangis, the Rutos, the Kalonzos, the Mudavadis, all these people who have been at the helm of Kenyan politics doing nothing should not get any political power, even outside the country. Did you people see the entourage that the winner, the guy from Djibouti, actually went with, and the entourage that Raila went with? Raila went with more, I think more than 30 people, because I saw a list. Because why was Karenyamu there? Ati Kasmuel? So walienda kufanya nini? Were they needed? Was it necessary? And these people were funded by taxpayers' money. All those people who got on that plane to go and see Raila losing was funded on taxpayers' money.
And even those Kenyans who were supporting Raila Amolo Odinga to win the African Union Commission chairmanship, they were highly disappointed. And this is what the ground was saying. Take a look.
Nimesikia watu wakisema eti Ruto amesimama na baba, amesimama na baba. Ruto amesimama na baba kwa hii muda tu mfupi. Sijui, I don't know how many months. Na ame lose. Kalonzo amesimama na baba for how long? For how many years? They have been losing. So the outcome is still the same. Kalonzo and Ruto are still the same. They have no effect on Baba. So you can't come here and tell us that Ruto has stood with Baba for this UCC so that Ruto is going to be elected for 10 years. It does not make sense. So Baba should be fair. The propaganda they are coming with that Ruto stood with Baba for this UCC does not make sense as compared to how Kalonzo stood with Baba.
What we can request Baba to do once he lands back to Kenya, he should put down the political pressure down by coming, declaring somebody to take the wheel of the role he was playing. I don't expect Baba to come back again to challenge the people at his Mara, oh, vijana, nini. He should take a neutral stand by the time he's getting back to the country, since he has failed us. He has really disappointed me. And not only me, plus other people who are supporting Baba. You've really failed us.
To be honest, the ground is becoming hostile and the pressure is increasing day by day. And the people of Kenya are tired. The people are tired of these politicians, corruptions, and unemployment, mental health issues, crime, and so much more. Just listen to this.
Someone is saying that Raila should not be touched. This is the first person that should go home. Raila worked with Moi, he worked with Kibaki, he worked with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. As per now, is the pocket of William Samoei Ruto. He's the same person who suspended Ruto in 2008 when Ruto was in the Ministry of Agriculture and he sold 7 billion. Raila suspended him. He didn't return those money, as per now they're working together. Kenya cannot even be redeemed by Raila Amolo Odinga. Kenya cannot be redeemed by William Samoei Ruto because he has messed. Kenya cannot be redeemed with the Rigathi Gachagua and the likes. Yes. We as Genesis, we have 16 million votes and we are not afraid. I want to tell you for free, we are coming one-on-one to meet these people. Bro, coming 2027, this guy used churches in 2022. He gave pastors something small. He gave them some sweets. Pastors gave in and campaigned for him in churches. He came to Mama Mboga. He knew Mama Mboga is having votes because he's having customers. Can lure for them some small fish, some omena. By 2027, Gen Z have a candidate which is going to meet William Samoei Ruto. But these cocoons, they are gathering together. Nothing.
And the question of the day is, Kenyans, do you think that William Samoei Ruto is trying to use tribalism to win the coming election, to win the next election? Just listen to what our brother had to say about this.
Ruto ameanza kuleta ukabila Kenya, na that is the scorecard that he is planning to use to win elections. Of course, sahi ameweza kudivide communities. He has been able to bring animosity amongst two communities in Kenya. Kikuyu versus Somalis, Kikuyus versus the Luos. Na amesucceed kuleta shida kwa Wasomali kuchukia wa Kikuyu. Isipokuwa hao hapa Isiolo Mount Kenya. Wale wengine wa Garissa na Mandera wameambiwa kwao huwa kunakosa kunyesha kwa sababu ya Wakikuyu. Na hiyo jua ambayo inawa affect ni Wakikuyu wanaleta. Wakikuyu wakiondoka kwa serikali for 200 years kutanyesha kila siku. Hiyo haiwezi nishtua kwa sababu wa Somali is a special community, kuelewa ni ngumu. Ile imenishida kuelewa ni ya Wajaluo. A community that has professors, doctors. A community that speak English as if it's their native language. Wamedanganywa Wakikuyu kukosa kupiga kura Addis Ababa ndio imefanya baba ashidwe. A community that has been eating fish omega 3 kwa akili wako na omega 3 ya kutosha ya kufikiria. Wamedanganywa kama watoto. Initially, Ruto alijaribu kudivide Mount Kenya. Akajaribu counties, planting kingpins, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, ikashindikana. Akaenda kuleta regional problems, Mount Kenya East, wa Meru, wa Embu, wa Kikuyu, ikashindikana. Rigathi Gachagua akakuwa sacrificial lamb. Akajaribu kuleta shida kati ya Wakamba na Wakikuyu, akaleta Motuse. Wakikuyu wakaona ni ujiga huo, hawezi tukia Wakamba kwa sababu ya Motuse. Ikashindikana. Akaenda kwa Wabaluya. Naye Rigathi Gachagua dakika 2 akamaliza hiyo na Musagarire. Wabaluya wakarudi line proper. Sasa anajaribu sasa kuleta Wakisii against Kikuyus. Na hiyo itashindikana kwa sababu Wakikuyu na Wakisii share a common origin. Iko damu inatushikanisha na huwezi wagawanisha. Tunaweza kuwa tumegawanya na milima na mabonde, lakini huwezi gawanyisha. Asa tena ataenda kwa Wamasai. Na Wamasai wanajua vizuri, we share a very long history with them. Kwa hivyo pia hiyo itashindikana. Gogoyo utusaidie huko. Ile ingine ni ya Wakalenjin versus Kikuyus. Atamaliza na hiyo. Lakini Wakipsigis wamekataa kabisa. Wakipsigis, they are educated people, wanaona bele. Wanaona huyu mtu ndiye akona shida. And I'm telling Ruto, this is the end. Hakuna community ingine, tosheka na Waluo na Wasomali sasa. Hakuna ingine utabajaribu kudivide na sisi.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
That government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa, so mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
We are coming for you.
From activists not giving up to Kenyans fighting back.
Ati wakiona watu wana abduct mtu, wana deal na wao hapo hapo.
Is it time for the Gen Z?
The Gen Zs you are killing and forcefully abducting, they have one advantage over you.
Listen to this.
William Samoei Ruto is a murderer.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm also today and my name is Elvis Derry. Since the Gen Z protest started in Kenya, so many lives have been lost. So many of them are still missing till date. And so many of them have been injured beyond recovery. And even some of them are still being abducted till today. And do you think that one day, the tables will turn in this country? Listen to this.
The people you are killing, the Gen Zs you are killing and forcefully abducting, they have one advantage over you. They have the advantage of time and age. They will outlive you. So it means, at the time when you exit office, Gen Zs will be the ones occupying those offices. They will deal with you. And as I've said, they have advantage of time and age. They can comfortably see you through the court and the prisons until you die. While them, they are still young and agile, serving the Republic. So be very careful.
Okay.
But it's not for me to advise anybody. Everybody defines their destiny. If that is your fate, that date is coming.
So you're saying the buck stops with the president, but he's been heavily silent on this?
The buck stops with him, because ultimately he's the commander-in-chief. And all these things are being done to the benefit of who? Who is the ultimate beneficiary? It's him. He must take his skunk and serve with it. Cannot cherry pick.
In preparation of Monday protests, Buka Ngesa Omole, he went all the way to Siaya to inject. And this is what he had to say about the current president of Kenya, William Ruto.
Let us not pretend completely. On the national politics, we cannot pretend. William Samoei Ruto is a murderer. William Samoei Ruto is a thief. And William Samoei Ruto has killed every day, even today in the TV. Yesterday, William Samoei Ruto was with Raila Amolo Odinga in Homa Bay. And William Samoei Ruto admitted for having abducted young innocent Kenyans to go and torture them. We refuse that. Even Jaramogi Oginga Odinga here, if he was alive, he will have spoken against state-sponsored terrorism. So let us not be shy. Raila has joined a murderer, a thief, and somebody who actually belongs to jail. No. In game here we say the truth. Whether Raila has joined hands with a thief or a murderer, we will call out William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto must go home.
Due to the ongoing abductions that is being run by criminal gangs in Kenya, after the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, said that the police are not involved in any abductions in Kenya, do you think that it's high time that the people of Kenya arm themselves, even go for training to use ammunition? Listen to this.
This is Karista, you are back here. Now, it is not going to be business as usual. For any action, there will be a reaction. This government has come out saying that they are not liable for the abductions that are going on in this country. We don't want to tarnish your word, your name. You've been doing a good job protecting us as Kenyans and protecting Haiti. I want to tell you, Kenyans, this country now is being run by gangs and criminals. And we should not allow our brothers and sisters to be actually abducted by criminals and take them away incommunicado, we don't know, and then kill them and all those rubbish. Please, let's be our brother's keeper. Whenever you see someone who is trying or attempting to arrest someone forcibly, Kenyans, let's deal with these people. If you have a sufuria just next to you, mawe, kila kitu, tunawapiga kwa sababu ni magaidi. Naturally, I think now it's about time that Kenyans arm themselves. Because if now the police are not able to protect us, we should also be able to protect ourselves. Watu wapewe bunduki, mimi nimejitolea kuwafunza kutumia hizi bunduki. I've volunteered myself, I'll have a free training to train people to use their weapons.
Africa has really suffered in the hands of corrupt politicians, corrupt government officials for so many years. So many African puppets in our countries. What do you think should happen, or what action should you take against these African puppets? Listen to what Patrick Rules said.
So Kasongo of Kenya, also known as Zakayo, President William Ruto, the supposed head of state of Kenya, Nairobi, is out here allowing his people, his loyalists are going the extra mile. They're doing the criminal thing of abducting people now. Because the Kenyans are out here crying. The Kenyans are out here complaining. They are saying, Patrick Rules, please speak about the abductions in Kenya. We're being abducted. You said upwards of how many now?
Upwards of 80 since the financial bill protest.
Since the financial bill protest, about 80 people have been abducted in Kenya.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about this puppet? What are we going to do? Because these African puppets are actually playing with fire. These puppets are playing with fire. You understand what I'm saying? They are. Because if we really get mad out here, we're not going to give a crap about any freaking law system there. If the people really get mad, if the Gen Zs get mad like they did before, you remember when they stormed that freaking State House and they started causing some chaos there, and then he came out here quickly and withdrew the financial bill quick. He got real scared, real fast. Yeah. Understand?
Yes.
But now, they're still abducting people there. They're still doing it. He doesn't learn this one. They don't learn.
He's a hard-headed Ruto, really.
This Ruto must just go. This Zakayo Kasongo must go. Kasongo, we don't want you anymore. And let's tell you something else. It's not just the Kenyans who don't want you, Kasongo. Even the Congolese, the Nigerians, everybody, the Ethiopians, every African person here doesn't want Kasongo. You puppets of Africa, you must put it in your upstairs now.
It seems like the Gen Zs and millennials have shaken the government to its core, have shaken the government to its knees. President William Ruto, he came out lecturing parents that telling them that the government cannot raise your children. Let's listen to this lecture.
The government of Kenya cannot preach to our children. They cannot teach our children the word of God. They cannot teach our children what is good for them. Let me also say, the government of Kenya cannot parent your children. Every parent must do their job. Every parent must look after their children. So we must stop the blame game. The church wants to blame the government. Parents want to blame the government for things that they are supposed to do. I want to ask every parent, please look after your children, teach your children, mentor your children, have time for your children as a parent. The government cannot be a parent to your children.
So do you agree with what the president has said? But don't forget that those children, those same children are also the taxpayers in this country. And of course, they have all the right to express their views and opinions and also challenge the government, which is also supported in the Kenyan constitution.
The government of Kenya cannot parent your children. Every parent must do their job.
After the president went on to lecture parents on how they should be raising their children, one millennial decided to inject and said to clap back, and this is what he said.
Guys, niliwaambia huyu jamaa mimi amenichokesha. Sijui kama mmechikia video huyo jamaa amechukuliwa South B. Mabuda. Wazazi, nyinyi mapasi, imam. Maze mnafikiri hii kitu inaenda kuisha saa hii? Huu jamaa nimemwambia Kasongo ametuamulia. Na tusipomwamulia my friends, we will suffer till the end. Na nimewaambia hakuna matumaini ati huyu jamaa atabadilika. Huyu jamaa alituambia hapangwingwi and he meant it. Huyu jamaa ni jamaa atambui. Unless it worked, kata turamba. Mabuda, ni wakati tuamue na tutenge siku. Hata kama ni wiki, huyu jamaa asonge akisonganga. Otherwise sisi hatuna future hapa hivi na hatuna matumaini. Kasongo anafaa ende. Na anafaa ende. Otherwise tukimpea dakika zingine 2-3 hivi, huyu jamaa atakuwa kama Museveni. Huyu jamaa atatufinya na atacollaborate. Na uliona hata akisema sijui atamaliza abduction. Alikuwa na nani? Alikuwa na Raila. This guy his audacity is of another level. Anadanganya waziwazi. Empty promises.
So Kenyans, are we being governed or led by a failed and collapsed state? Like, I don't want to talk much about this, but I will let Tony Gachoka explain to us more further. Listen to what he had to say.
The national outcry surrounding the rise of abductions in Kenya mirror a collapse of the state because of criminal activity and lawlessness. This nation is currently facing a crisis that has been precipitated by the ganging up of the political class, President William Ruto, Prime Minister Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta, all of them coming together to form political alliances and groupings that are completely destroying this country in order to defeat any democratic expression, to destroy the multi-party state, and to destroy the will or the rights of citizens as enshrined under the Bill of Rights. From criminal activity in corruption and dirty deals, the collapse of the health service, the collapse of the university models, what the bishops of the churches have called a country led by a president of lies, is making Kenya ungovernable, a country that is now being taken over by police and criminal gangs. Gangs that even if have any criminal intention, the public don't trust the state. So any word coming from the state or the police is not believable. We must call Kenya a failed state. a country that is falling by destroying and disregarding its constitutional order, that no institution in this country seems to be free of the greed of the politicians. We do not have the IBC. We do not have the police force. Even the army in Kenya is deployed as though this was a military state. The young children of this nation are murdered with no recourse and no justice. This is the worst regime that we've had since the history of Kenya, a regime that will always be described in history as a failed state that is soon becoming a criminal, if not a police state. My name is Tony Gashoka, and I'm telling William Ruto, I'm telling Uhuru Kenyatta, and I'm telling Raila Odinga, you may gang up together in the short term. But as Martin Luther King Jr. said, the moral arc of history may be long, but it always bends towards justice.
What happened to the right and freedom of speech? The freedom to express yourself in any way you want. What happened to that freedom? Like these days, if you just express yourself or give out your views or criticize the government or criticize any politician in the government, you get abducted, you get arrested, and you get threatened. Just listen to what Big Bad Ogre had to say about this kind of situation.
Ati apparently ukipost hizi picha unakuwa abducted, unapotezwa, gava inapita na wewe. Subaru boys hata si watumii Subaru, wanatumia Probox. Probox boys wanakugather, wanakutafuta, wanakushika na wanakupeleka mahali wanakupeleka. Christmas utakula na familia yako bro, yako inaisha hivyo bana. Na mimi tunataka kujua what's so wrong with these pictures? Ni nini mbaya na hizi picha? Mtu anielezee, na mbona watu wakipost hizi picture wanakuwa abducted? Help me understand. All in all, let's stop abductions. Ni kama ni nyinyi mna abduct watu. Apparently si makarao na abduct watu. Sawa tu stay safe. Na pengine unaona ki abduction ina kufanyika nuko within the midst. So jaribu tu kusimamisha, jaribu hata kupiga nduru, jaribu hata kwenda uvute mse, jaribu kusaidia. Usikae hapo hivyo alafu next thing ndio umeshinda na tu hashtag. Nika kila mtu anataka tukuanzisha hashtag yake. Simama kwa vita. Sasa tuone video kijaribu kupigania mtu, kijaribu kuprotect mtu. Tuachane hizo za hashtag mingi bro. Let's take action.
During former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta's time, he was also being criticized by Kenyans. People are injecting every day, but he took it like a shot of tequila. Not unlike our current president, William Samoei Ruto, also known as Kasongo, Nambale Nangai. And at that time of Uhuru Kenyatta's time, they wanted to pass a law in court which prohibits Kenyans to speak their minds, but that was unconstitutional. Just listen to how the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, narrates this story.
You know, I found it very interesting. I saw you were very angry today, especially with one group in our society called bloggers. You know, and I remember there was a time, you know, we wanted to pass a law to stop these people from insulting all of us left, right, and center. But then, you know, it was taken to court, and the court decided it was unconstitutional. So just like the rest of us, get used to it, because you'll have to just get used to it. There's not much else we can do. Just move on.
Unlike our former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, our current president of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, very, very insecure. Like if you post anything online or just speak your mind, and which is also approved by the Constitution of Kenya, like you have a right of speech. But in this case, in the situation of Kenya today, like if you post anything, you get abducted. So how do we deal with these abductors? Listen to this.
Right now, with the high rate of youth abduction that is happening, ukiona kwa area yenyu kuna gari inakaa kiberiti, ukiona kuna gari inakaa ni kama haikai, hii gari haikuangi hapa. Ukiona watu wanne wamevaa puff jacket, wamevaa makofia, wanatafuta mtu. Ukiona wameshika mtu, piga nduru. Piga nduru, because I tell you this, the president is so scared that the youth hold power and the youth are going to do anything to take him out. So that's why he is abducting people and young men. So please, ukiona mtu anashikwa, Like piga nduru.
The Kenyan youths are tired. The Kenyan people are tired under this current regime. So, what should be the resolution? Like, despite all the abductions that is happening, people are still coming out and speaking up. Like this young man. Let's listen to what he had to say.
History ya Kasongo mnaisikiaje? Kasongo na serikali yake imeamua ni kutunyamazisha na kutuabduct. Wengine wetu hatunanga uoga. Maisha imetuchapa hadi tumelose hope na maisha. So mimi hata wakinikujia, watakuwa wamenifanya favor ni aje? Waniondoe kwa hii mashida ya Kenya. Joe, Kasongo unafaa ujue wewe umetuchokesha. Umefanya hata wengine wetu dreams ziko almost kuisha. Yaani mzee hata amechoka kuota juu hakuna future manze. As long as uko kwa hiyo kiti hakuna future hii Kenya. So mimi naweza sema hivi Mamorio. Mabda, this time manze, situamue tu kusongesha huyu jamaa once and for all manze. Tujipe tu kazawadi kazuri yani hii mwaka ikiisha. Tukue tuna ka resolution tu kamoja kakuondoa huyu jamaa. Huyu ni fala kasia matako takataka. Yani mimi naonanga Kasongo siku hizi. Makiu mimi nilimvoti yanga. Guy, nakula ujeuri yangu. Niliua dream yangu kumbe kitambo.
So do you think that currently the government of Kenya can instill fear on the Gen Zs, on the young people of Kenya? I don't think so. Even despite the president going around lecturing parents on how they should be raising their kids, they should be raising their Gen Zs and the millennials, but people are still injecting. Just listen to what the villager 254 had to say about this.
Yesterday, President Ichung'wa, Junet Mohammed, everyone was lecturing the parents that parents should take care of their children. One thing is coming out very clearly, and this is what is coming out. Ruto and the entire government of Kenya Kwanza, they want the parents to instill fear in their young men and women because they have been unable to tame the Gen Zs. They are throwing the burden to the parents, and the only way to scare the parents so that parents in a way scares their children is to abduct some of them. This is not working. Dear Mr. President, I'm a father of grown-up children. And I can tell you for a fact, there is nothing that my 24-year-old will listen from me. There is nothing. I'll tell him. It's she. I'll tell her and listen to me. I can't sell fear to a Gen Z. One of the most difficult things to do is to sell fear to a Gen Z. They do not accept it. They don't know what is that. They don't, they ignore you completely. They don't actually even take you serious when you start to scare them. You cannot scare them. The Gen Zs cannot be scared. Unfortunately, the Gen Zs cannot be scared. And these are the facts, Mr. President. You can't scare a Gen Z. Now, what can you do? If you cannot scare a Gen Z, what can you do? Simple. Give the Gen Z what they are asking for. They are asking for good governance. They are asking that the government stops corruption. They are asking for good hospitals where they can go and find medicine. They are asking for a good Kenya where everyone has an opportunity to succeed.
In that case, would you like me to give you one good reason why you should be not messing with the young people of Kenya? Why you should not be messing with the Gen Z? Take a look at this.
So, in the afternoon, we were asking, Abel ni nani? And everybody was asking, uyu Abel amesemekana yeye ndio anaorganize these abductions ni nani? 2 hours later, people have already pieced the dots together. Washaanza kumlink na mtu fulani. If you don't know the news, just go to Twitter, my friend. What washajua Abel nani? And I got me thinking, Abel Mutua must have been somewhere thinking like, hey,
Hey, makosa ni yangu. But seriously, don't mess with Gen Z. Literally just one hint, washajua Abel ni nani.
It seems like those abductors are not really getting the message. Since the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, said that they are not involved in any abductions in Kenya, those abductors currently are seen as criminals, as goons. And let me tell you, people are very creative on how they should be dealt with. Just listen to this.
Kutoka leo, nimeona wananchi wamesema ati wakiona watu wana abduct mtu, wana deal na wao hapo hapo. Hakuna maneno ya kungoja kesho. Si polisi wamesema sio wao, na wamesema hawajui ni nani anafanya hiyo maneno. Pia wao wanatafuta nani anafanya hiyo abductions. Kumaanisha the people who are doing it are criminals, kidnappers, killers and terrorists who should be dealt with utmost ruthlessness by the public there and then. Hakuna maneno ya kungoja kesho. Nimeona watu wamesema ati if the police cannot protect us, then we must protect ourselves. Hii maneno ya kuchukua video alafu tunasema free who. Watu wamekataa. Wamekataa. Unasema free who, polisi wanasema sio wao wako na yeye. Sasa it is not going to be business as usual. It is going to be business unusual.
So in that case, are you ready for the End Abduction Monday protests? If yes, then take a look at some of these videos which took place on Monday, where people went to protest against the illegal and unconstitutional abductions that has been taking place in Kenya.
Dear Kenyans, on Monday we are finishing what we started. On Monday is the day with our destiny. Monday.
Ona sasa imerudishwa kwa gari. Mpaka hapa wasikuwekee hapa. Anatupa hapo. Wewe ni TikToker tu. Wewe ni TikToker tu.
Kio ifanyi mkubwa. Kio ifanyi. Nani yako hapa? Sisi. Sisi. Sasa nyinyi mko under arrest. Umefunga umezima? Zima gani? Zima. Nani yako hapa? Sasa nyinyi mbona mnatembea saa hizi na mnajua kazi ni mbaya? Sasa you are under arrest.
Nyinyi watu gani?
Si nyinyi ni nani? Shuka.
Kuja kapata mtu akakupigwa. Mara moja.
Nataka kuona vile watafanya. Watu wa media wameona hili.
This is brave. Wow. Hata askari wameshindwa wamfanyie nini? Ona wameshindwa wamfanyie nini?
Mbona amepisa?
There's nothing wrong he's doing. He just has a black flag. He's protesting peacefully. Unaona hata askari wameshindwa. All cameras are on them. Wanataka kuona ni nini wanataka kumfanyia.
Record, thank you baby girl. Record for them. Hata kama ni live.
Hawaja watakuja hapa.
Twende. Umadha ameshutiwa mguu bana. Hapo hakuna tear gas bwana. Hapo hakuna tear gas. Hapo hakuna tear gas kabisa. Hapo hakuna tear gas.
We are asking for peace, nothing else but peace. You are our sons, you are our brothers. We also have uncles here, and we pray that we have peace. We are here to say, and these abductions, we say the police brutality. We are our comrades. Let our children be peaceful. You are also our children. You are our brothers. We also have uncles in the police force. Please, we beg. I am on my knees begging you to end this brutality. I am begging. Nawaomba, nawasihi polisi wetu, hata nyinyi ni watoto wetu.
Lale vijana usilale, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, mapambano usilale.
Kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yangu, iende kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yangu, iende kukomboa nchi.
Mkatae hata msikatae, najua RIP means Ruto is president next year but one hiyo next year but two bado atakuwa president. So RIP means Ruto is president next year but one up to 2027. Mpende msipende, mnichukie msinichukie, bado Ruto will be RIP, which Ruto will be president. Unanielewa? Ruto is president whether you like it or not. Mpenda mjinyonge.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From corruption caught on camera,
ni kusimama pale na kuokota pesa the whole year,
to criminals arrested. Will police wear body cameras?
We are working on introducing what has worked in other jurisdictions for the police, what we are calling the body cameras.
Racism in Kenya.
But apparently some of them, they just want white people. Is that not crazy? That is so wrong.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm also today and my name is Elvis Derry. Corruption. Kenyans, are you tired of hearing this word corruption? For how long will you keep on hearing about corruption scandals in our country? Some police officers, they were caught live on camera taking bribes in broad daylight at Manyanja Road. Just take a look.
So, make me understand. So, for matatus to operate in this city, lazima wape polisi pesa. Like, lazima tu. Like, it's legal. It's part of our constitution. What is it? Like, when did we normalize this? This is Manyanja Road. The only thing kitu wenye polisi wamekuwa kifanya the whole year ni kusimama pale na kuokota pesa the whole year, especially forward travelers. Akia nani hawezi pita hapa kama itapeana pesa? Ama kuna afisi zenye ni polisi huokota za matatu na hatujui, ama like when did we get to a point that tuko like corruption ya traffic hatuwezani nayo tuikubali, because fighting it is a little bit kidogo ni tricky. We might as well proceed and be a corrupt country. Like, this is a representation of Kenyan traffic police. This is them at work collecting money from matatus. Na ni ukweli serikali iko na mkono mrefu. You see the way they are stretching their hands kwa hizo matatu. Yani ni biashara inaisha ya mbio, yani haraka tu mnanipea mkienda. Yo Kenya. Even though we have corrupt officers in our country, we still have officers out there, men and women in blue, who are doing the right thing, serving the Kenyan people with integrity, pure heart and respect. Like Afare Deno, he's not tarnishing the police force image, but he's actually doing the right thing. He found a family stuck outside at night, and he decided to help them unconditionally. Let's take a look at this video and see how things unfolded.
Shile ni nini madam? Akoma vitu jo. Leno? Akoma vitu inabidi tumpeleke tukejani. Ni mama wake kwangu lakini amekata maji. Hadi mpaka mtelezi huyu. Ukopoka nono mtoi? Mimi si yeye. Wewe amekata maji mpaka hatiwezi tembea. Mpaka namuuliza nani alimleta. Zange zimekana shi. Leo mlikuwa sherehe? Yeye mwenyewe ndo amejipeleka sherehe kivyake. Ndio ufikishe inda. Ndio utapata sasa. Ndio. Kisha kwenye utumishi kwa wote. Siku zote afande deni. Afande ni deni sio? Kama gawa siku zote.
As we fight corruption in our own country, we are also fighting crime among our people. Police officers from Mudangari police station have arrested 22 goons, criminals, allegedly hired from Gachie to invade land owned by the Teleposta pension scheme on Kingara Road in Lavington. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Scott, kila mtu anashuka kiskoti.
Huyu group.
Huyu ni maganga.
Hebu Scott hapo. Yule jamaa ni nani?
Huyu ni yangu, huyu ni wetu.
Scott hapo.
Wewe hizo vitu zingine toka, wewe tokeni hizo matalimbo zenyu na hizo vitu zenyu za kazi. Wewe ingia uchukue hizo vitu zenyu.
Chukua hizo taripo. Sasa hiyo tusikie kesa maneno mengine yenye hakuna.
Tafuta unga wapi? Tafuta unga, tunataka mimi nataka mniambie huyo mnini. Huyo ndo nataka tu.
These criminals, they stormed the property at 6 a.m. They chased away the guards, looted valuables, and also they went on to dismantle the fence that was erected by the pension scheme. And later on, they loaded those stolen materials, those looted goods, onto their hired counter.
Hawa ndio wakora wanaiba usiku.
Thanks to our police officers, these criminals have been arrested. They have been removed from our streets, and they are currently held at Mudangari police station waiting to be arraigned in court on Friday. A comrade by the name of Kevin Ogola, also a student leader at the Catholic University of East Africa, he went all the way to Milimani law courts, and he courageously, without fear of contradiction, he injected and he asked the judiciary to suspend the new funding model. Let's listen to what our comrade had to say.
Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Ogola.
I am a student leader from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and today I would like to stand in solidarity with all fellow comrades in the city and the suburbs of Kenya that we reject the new funding model in totality because we were not consulted, number one. Number two, we do not know where the country is taking us to. I don't know, if you don't take the academic of the youths seriously, then the future of this country is in danger. Today, I will proudly say that we the students are suffering a lot. From the NHIF scandal to all those kind of scandals were done and all that. Today they are coming to destroy the only hope that we have, and that's academic, because Nelson Mandela said that education is the only powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. And Babu Owino also said that education is the only equalizer. Today we will also say as comrades, education is the only thing we have, and if anything should be touched, let it not be education. And with request that let us be respected and justice to be given to the fellow comrades. Thank you.
Do you think it's high time that our police officers should start wearing body cams, just like countries like in the US? And do you think that this will be effective in fighting corruption in this country? Take a look at this.
We are working on introducing what has worked in other jurisdictions for the police, what we are calling the body cameras. And in other jurisdictions, you find with the introduction of these body cameras, in most cases, you end up with a situation where actually the culprits are actually not even the police. Now, this is going to give us a very good opportunity where we are able to play out what is even the level of interaction. What has this person said or discussed with the police even before someone is charged, or either there is an assault or someone has been arrested. And for me, this is something that is going to be a big game changer, not just in helping us fight or curb corruption, but also to deal with other criminal elements or aspects of what we see on a day-to-day basis, particularly where the police are accused of not being good enforcers of law and order.
We are currently going through a lot as a country, but I was shocked to find out that there's also racism that is taking place in our own country. A Kenyan content creator by the name of Miss Trudy, she went to Coasts, and she was shocked to find out that some resorts in Coasts are not allowing black people. Just listen to this.
Everyone wants to talk about it. Everyone is shy, but you know me. So I have to talk about it. Apparently, I'm being told that here in the coast, some of these resorts are biased, so they don't allow black people to come in. Sure. And white people are allowed to come in. They just want, like this guy is saying, they went to the resort, but he doesn't want to be on camera, but these are his hands. He's saying that they went to a resort and then they refused to let them in because they are black. And then the people behind them were white. They let the white people go in, and then the black people were told not to go. And I'm like, what? That's ridiculous. This is our country. You can't do that to us in our country. But some of these resorts have policies. Like this resort here, I guess it's just their policy that people who go to the beach are people who live in the resort. But apparently some of them, they just want white people. Is that not crazy? That is so wrong. Have you ever had such an experience before? Please drop a comment and let us know.
We cannot accept this in our own country, in our own motherland. Those resorts, they deserve greetings. We want to know all the names of those resorts that are practicing racism in our own country.
I'm being told that here in the coast, some of these resorts are biased, so they don't allow black people to come in.
Do you think that some people should be deplatformed? Those fake activists who they are portraying themselves as fighting for Kenyans, fighting for this country, and being on the Kenyan side, at the same time, they are cooperating with corrupt individuals in the government. Just listen to this.
Okay, so I have an issue with a certain group of accounts, especially on Twitter. Okay, there's this group of accounts that became really popular during the protests, or more specifically during the June protests. Okay, and basically they became popular on the platform of advocating for justice and freedom. Okay, and for justice and freedom for all the people that had been murdered, and obviously whatever follows after that. Okay, so you find that most of these accounts, they go to a point now, they're now selling out their platforms to whitewash some funny politicians. Okay, not necessarily just the new accounts, there are even old accounts that are constantly, because if you'll notice that they, especially about this Murang'a Governor Kang'ata, man, accounts are online saying, oh, sijui he's built at sijui tarmac, sijui a dispensary. And the reason they are so irritating, I don't mind you getting your bread, but when you get your bread, declare that you're getting your bread. Okay, because we already said we are done with the whole political class. Okay, you can't be on one tweet you're saying, oh, these politicians are criminal, then on the next week you're saying, oh, this one is working because he has put 200 meters of tarmac and opened a dispensary with 3 maramojas. As in, what the fuck? Are you serious?
The former Minister of Agriculture, Kipruto Rono Arap Kirwa, he went on and shocked Kenyans and shocked the world after he came out and said that Kenya is now in a good state because we have identified the culprit behind the demise of many government institutions. And he went on and said that the president of Kenya, he's a pathological liar, he's a dictator, micromanager, and also short-tempered. Just listen to this.
Lie less. Lie less. Because the more you lie, the more you are hated.
Why can't you tell him stop lying instead of saying lie less?
Because the guy is a habitual liar. And when somebody is a pathological liar, you cannot stop him. So lie less. Number 2, we are happy he has been identified the way we have always known him. But the mistake I made even 3 years ago, going back to work with him, is because I thought he is now mature. He has interacted with many institutions, including getting to the level of deputy president. And for the first few months, we worked very well. Until I realized this guy will never stop lying. Then I walked away. Today I've been vindicated that he's a liar, micromanager, a dictator, short on temper. You realize the other day he was abusing his voters, that they are stupid. Yes, they could be stupid because they voted for him. He was saying they are evil. They could be evil because they voted evil into power. Saying, yes, they may be, was it Fepo Mbaya? Chafu. It was not Mbaya, Chafu. Yes, they could have that Fepo because he is the owner of exuding the power to influence society. So he has influenced us until we are also Pepo Chafu, kama yeye.
Are you also faceless anarchists? Because in June they were profiled as faceless anarchists.
Well, I don't know whether they were faceless or they were not able to decipher that this was anger emanating from inside.
Kenyans, the government cannot have anti-people policies and expect Kenyans to be quiet. Expect me, Elvis Derry, to be quiet. The government should be able to handle criticism without arresting the criticizer or even abducting the criticizer. Being a critic is not a crime. Being a critic is part of being a patriot in a country. Just listen to this.
Wanasiasa wa Kenya wamekuwa waki throw tantrums about being criticized, especially online. I want to say this. Kukuwa mzalendo, a big part of being a patriot is being an objective critic. Mwaka 1983, Chinua Achebe alikuwa ameandika essay refu sana inaitwa The Trouble with Nigeria. And I encourage everyone, tafadhali, tafuta hiyo essay uisome. Kuna mali Achebe anaongelea mambo ya patriotism and he says a lot. But one of the things that stands out is this. He says, patriotism is an emotion of love directed by a critical intelligence. A true patriot will always demand the highest standards of his country and accept nothing but the best for and from his people. Alafu Achebe anaendelea anasema hivi, true patriotism is possible only when the people who rule and those under their power have a common and genuine goal of maintaining the dispensation under which the nation lives. Anaendelea anasema hivi, sikizeni vizuri. This will in turn only happen if the nation is ruled justly, if the welfare of all the people rather than the advantages of the few becomes the cornerstone of public policy. Wewe jiulize, public policy za Kenya inafaidi nani? Wachache wenye nchi ama wengi wananchi? Hawana siasa wenye wanatishia wa Kenya, wenye wanasema wa Kenya sio wazalendo. They are so out of touch with reality. Hawana self-awareness. Wezi expect wa Kenya wakupigie makofi, wajifunge macho, wajifanya nikaa kila kitu iko sawa. Nasikia moja akisema Kenya inasonga mbele. Kenya gani hiyo inasonga mbele boss? Na wananchi wako njaa. Madaktari wanajimada juu ya kutolipwa. Hakuna usalama, hakuna kazi. Wakenya wanauzwa Uarabuni kama wanyama. And you expect people to be silent and sing your praises and clap for you.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Kenyans and my fellow Gen Zs, we will not and we will never stop injecting. We will never stop fighting for good governance, good leadership, and a good and better future for this country. And can your politician that you voted for, can they do this? Take a look at this video.
My people, just look at how beautiful this place is. And this is Ruiru. This is not Europe. Look at how amazing this is. Angalia miti. Trees are planted in a straight line. Aha. Walkway. Ndio hiyo, pedestrians walk here. Very nice. Kuja hapa. Drainage. Very, very nice. Songa pale. Look at the road. Very well marked. Center line yellow. White. It's nice, man. Like, when you come here to walk, you feel good. You feel like, yeah, this is the life I should be living, you know? There's no hustle, there's no worry. You're not worried about mtu atakupiga ngeta, ama sijui mtu atakugonga, ama ni, no, you just walk. Listen to your music, you know? Enjoy life, man. And this is what everyone in Kenya should live, you know? Mwenye alitengeneza hii barabara anafaa kupigiwa kayamba. This is what we want in this country.
Proper maintenance is done, I think, weekly or after 3 days, I'm not sure.
So please, let us create a good life in Kenya. So we don't have to go to Europe to see organized things. Because at the end of the day, we all deserve.
Let me take you guys all the way to Uganda, where a mysterious illness, locally known as dinga in Uganda, has affected young women and girls, leaving them shaking and dancing uncontrollably. But this illness can also be treated using antibiotics. Let's take a look at how these young women and girls were affected.
You are recovering. It has just started. Hey, what is happening? Hey, I'll tell you what's going on.
But up your even the eating whatever is good, the appetite.
So Kenyans, if you are asked today, which current politician in Kenya that you don't like, who will you say? Listen to this.
Bro, ni politician gani wana kubo? Politicians. Mwenye uni bo? Kenya ama? Hapa Kenya politician Oscar Sudi. Kwa nini? Oscar Sudi kujigamba na saa ya 1 million na watoto wako children's home badala peleke hiyo pesa wakule children's home. Sipendi Oscar Sudi, simpendi. Mwambie kitu. Politician mimi uchukia. Mwambie kitu. Oscar Sudi, ungekuwa unaringa na wewe ni mweupe sawa. Ungekuwa unaringa na wewe ni light skin sawa. Oscar Sudi wewe na makani kitu. Na unaringa wewe ni nani? Wewe ni masufuria na mapekele na mavijiko, change your mind.
You came as a guest. We gave you the best. Somewhere to rest. But now you moving against us. You making a mess. You gotta address this mess in front of the press. Ni wapi ulipeleka pesa? We did the inspection. We seen you got a collection. We seen you building a mansion 2 months after the election. Whoa, you doubled your net worth. You must have been doing your best work. Got billionaires in your network, and the youth can't even get work. We gotta watch you. We gotta watch you. We gotta watch you. We gotta watch you. Si walisema mambo ya Rivayala waliwacha. Hesabu wangapi wajapatikana tangu walinaswa.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
From Rex Masai seeking justice.
Rex Masai was one of the protesters who made headlines after this CCTV video.
To Member of Parliament Sean Dust. What's happening in Kayole? Crime rise in Kenya.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. We all remember our hero, our comrade, Rex Masai, who was brutally gunned down during the Gen Z protests in Nairobi CBD. A police officer by the name of Isaiah Muragiri was arrested and arraigned in court. And just see and listen how things unfolded.
Rex Masai was one of the protesters who made headlines after this CCTV video showed him getting shot by a plainclothes police officer during the Gen Z protests against the government in June. His death sparked a public outcry after the Office of the Public Prosecution stated that the video did not identify the police officer, even though protesters claimed that the officer was Isaiah Muragiri, who was stationed at the Central Police Station. This led to his appearance in the Milimani Court on Wednesday for the first public hearing of the investigation into who shot Rex Masai. However, Muragiri was put on the spot when asked to explain what clothes he was wearing and whether he was in the city center at the time Rex was shot at 7 p.m.
I'm not sure the color of the t-shirt, but I can remember I was wearing a t-shirt.
Were you in town at past 6 p.m.?
No.
The prosecutors, led by an LSK lawyer and IPOA, questioned why data from his phone number showed he was near the incident area and left at 10 p.m., despite his insistence that he had not used the number since 2023.
The same officer came out and said that he has never fired tear gas, point blank, at anybody's face. But just take a look at this video, which shows you the opposite of what he said. Truly, Rex Masai's death has been painful to all of us, painful to the Kenyan people. We shall never forget. And to all those comrades who lost their lives during that day, during the Gen Z protests, may their souls rest in eternal peace.
Justice for Rex! 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 Justice for Rex!
Samuel Makoure, since he joined the ODM party, he really messed up. People are looking up to him. He was very vocal during the Gen Z protests, but he went on and turned his back on the Kenyan people. He turned his back on the Gen Z. This is what we call betrayal in the city. A few days ago, just recently, Samuel Makoure was at the Bunge la Wananchi, and he struggled to convince the people why he joined the ODM party. Just listen to this.
Kama mimi sasa niliamua nijiunge na chama cha ODM. Kama uko na shida si unaingia chama, kuna vyama vingi. Yes. Kuna vyama vingi Kenya. Na we are Honorable members, my party leader atakuwa the AUC chairman. Yes. Sawa. Yes. Yes.
And that's not all. This idiot was even chased away from the end femicide protests which happened recently in Nairobi CBD. Just take a look. Is this not betrayal in the city? Samuel Makoure, we trusted you. We were behind you. We were supporting you each and every day. Viva Gen Z, viva. Viva comrades, viva. We are always there every single day. But you went on and stabbed us in the back. You went on and turned your back on us, Samuel Makoure. And now what do you expect? Do you expect you come back and we just welcome you with open arms, Samuel? Why did you do this to us? This is a war that you have started alone. And let us not forget, there's a time that Samuel Makoure said that he's just there for power. He wants power. He will do anything for power.
As long as I'm clear in my mind on how to take political power, the rest.
What do you mean by taking political power?
You're messing everything up, Samuel Makoure. We campaigned for you, even to the point where we were protecting you so that you cannot be attacked by goons in the streets while we are protesting. Man, what a shame, Samuel. Let us not see you coming to our protests, because we are going to deal with you like you have never been dealt with before. So Kenyans and my fellow Gen Zs, anytime you see that face anywhere, this is how you should react. Apart from the backstabber Samuel Makoure, back in Syokimau, the MCA of Syokimau, Daniel Mutinda, he was forced to walk on mud and stagnant water after the residents confronted him about the poor state of the roads in that area. Just take a look at this video and see how the resident of Syokimau injected properly. Take a look. As you can see, Syokimau residents have injected massively and mercilessly. And that's not all. Do you remember how the CS, John Buddy, Treasury CS, how he revealed that the politicians, the corrupt politicians, they're stealing taxpayers' money every single day and going to invest in other countries?
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there. Because when we invest it in Kenya, it will be more visible. You also bring money from Tanzania, some of it by road, na magari, mnapitia, mnakuja hapa Kenya, you start constructing buildings around here. That is what we do.
After he went on to brag about how they're stealing the taxpayers' money, and they're stealing it in billions. In billions, Kenyans. They're stealing in billions.
So if we are stealing 2 billion per day, assuming we reduce the theft, we don't want to stop it, we just say, okay.
Finally, the High Court has ordered CS John Mbadi and has given him 45 days to make public the debt status of Kenya for the past 9 years. And definitely, he must comply. Listen to this.
The High Court has ordered the National Treasury and Economic Planning Cabinet Secretary, that is John Mbadi, to within 45 days make public details of all debt agreements made on behalf of Kenyans, information regarding the country's sovereign bonds, and issue a comprehensive breakdown of expenditure of all borrowed funds. The ruling by Justice Lawrence Mugambi of the High Court comes 5 months after he suspended an independent task force constituted by President William Ruto. And that is at the height of the Gen Z-led protests, which, among other things, called out the state for an insatiable appetite for debt and financial misappropriation.
So Kenyans, do you think that we are going to get our results within 45 days? And if not, what kind of action do you think we should take? Tell us in the comments down below. And when you go to Nyamavila in Kayole, Embakasi Central constituencies, authorities there, they have raised numerous structures. Like, this season is a very sad season, sad holiday season for people and residents in that area and property owners in that area. Let's take a look at this video of this woman who she stood on her ground to protect, and she fought back, protecting her property from being demolished. What a sad scene to see. What a sad scene to see in our own country, in our own motherland. Illegal demolitions of homesteads. Komarok nominated MCA Joyce Mwangi, she went there at Nyamavila in Kayole, Embakasi Central constituency, to go and stop the illegal demolitions of properties and homesteads. But yet, she got arrested. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Verify the photo.
While Kenyans are suffering out there, there's some people out there who are kissing the government's ass. Yes, I said it. There's some people out there who are kissing the government's ass. For example, like who? Professor Hamo, the comedian. He went on to entertain the president to the point of even giving him his own signature tie. Just take a look at this idiot.
Viongozi wakisimama wanaomba barabara, wengine wanaomba maji, wengine waongezewe pesa. Mimi niko na kitu kimoja ninaomba. Mimi hata siombi, siombi. Mimi nataka kupatia kitu. Najua saa zingine, unajua ni baba ya watu wengi. Saa zingine kuna wagoroki, kuna wengine, tuko wengi. Sasa mimi naomba Mungu akubariki. Nilipatiwa hii tai na baba yangu. Hii tai ni adhilikea. Ninaomba nikupatie. Saa zile unasikia kutuogelesha, unavaa hii tai, iko na ogoroki na itakupeleka bali. Hii piga picha. Yeah. Mimi sitaomba kitu, mimi nimekupatia tai. Asante. Oh, Mungu ni mwema. Wonderful.
While Professor Hamo, the comedian, has decided to kiss us, crime is on the rise in this country. Just a few days ago, in Langata, Deliverance area, between Breeze Apartments and Jairo Apartments, a robbery took place. Someone got robbed. Someone got robbed. And this happened at 1 a.m. That's past midnight. And just take a look how things unfolded. So comrades, are we really safe in our own country? In Mombasa County, Marikiti Market, a man was fatally stabbed and the perpetrator took off. Like, just take a look at this heartbreaking footage. So, if you ask yourselves, are we really safe in our own country? Look at all these crimes that is happening every day in our neighborhoods, in the cities, in the streets, everywhere. Corruption in a daily basis. Like, where are we heading to as a country? Our police officers, the men and women in blue, I believe that they should be paid what they rightfully deserved so that they can be motivated even to fight for Kenyans and protect Kenyans every day. They deserve it. And if we don't watch out in this country, crime is going to be rampant. Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From sad life of a Kenyan youth in Germany
Ulikuwa na miaka ngapi?
to man stealing a gun from police officer.
Akachukua nini bunduki, akachukua bunduki, akamkata na nini.
What is Kenya exporting?
Kenya has produced and exported housemates.
Kericho Gen Zs take it to the streets.
Ofisi ya Kipto anataka watu wanafaa kutoa nguo. They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Many of you have heard about job opportunities in Germany, and the president of Kenya says that there are much needed labor to be exported in Germany. And I just want to go to hear what President Ruto had to say about this.
One of them is the agreement we just signed. This agreement will unlock 250,000 job opportunities for young people from Kenya. That is a bilateral agreement between Germany and Kenya. It is a win-win. You know, there is a big labor deficit in Germany. There is a big labor oversupply in Kenya. How do you benefit Kenya? By giving them the opportunities in here. And how do you remove the deficit here? By leveraging Kenya.
So Kenyans, do you think the same opportunities and job can also be created here back at home? Even the Germans were not happy with the president of Kenya, and even they held a citizens' assembly. And this is what a Kenyan living in Germany had to say about this issue.
The Germans had their own citizens' assembly on X Space. Topic of discussion, you guessed it, Kenya. Because of one human being. Even the tweets. This tweet is talking about language barrier. And if you are to come into Germany, you have to have the language. Do you have it? You can't get a job. Another gentleman is talking about the fact that over 3 million people do not have jobs in Germany as we speak. So you want to bring in 250,000 other people? I completely understand their logic. Selling us unicorns while some of us have not even ridden a horse. These lies and madness also give an opportunity for the racist people to come and chime in on all this. And how much they dislike us. They took our jobs!
They took my job! They took your job! They took our jobs! Yeah, they took our jobs!
Absolutely embarrassing. And rather than take responsibility, as usual, they create distractions and tell us of how Gashaks didn't come for service and even put an arrow showing an empty seat. We are the talk of the town. Forget the town, the world, in an international level scale. How dumb we are because of just one person. Schooling him and educating him on how the policies of immigration work in their country because he clearly doesn't know. He advises his advisors on how to advise him. No need to even ask a question. As the distractions continue, Adani have been given a contract to develop high power voltage lines.
Many of you have heard this saying that says that when the deal is too good, think twice. Even the Kenyans who are already in Germany, they don't want to be in Germany. And a few days ago, the president went to Germany, and the Kenyans there, they had to confront the president of Kenya. And this is what our people had to say.
Nobody wants to stay in Germany. I will be very clear about that. I'm a Kenyan. I've been here 13 years. I'm working here really hard. I've studied the language. They take away 1 year of our education when we come here, when they try to compare our education system. That you spoke about education, they take 1 year away. With my credentials from Kenya, I am a gymnasium material. But they take 1 year away, send me back to school for 1 year to study German, English, German, and mathematics. Yeah, I did that purposely to show them that we Kenyans, we are very smart. That with even a standard 8 or 7 qualification, you can still come here and learn. And we have engineers, we have nurses, we are very educated, we are very smart, we are hustlers, and we know how to hustle everywhere. Yeah. So we really need the education that they give us, our equal education. If I've learned for 12 years in Kenya, I have learned is the same as the education here in Germany, which says it's 12 years. They should give me what belongs to me so that I can also be in the market. So I would wish to see, as a German recruiter, Kenyan German recruiter in Germany, that we get equal opportunities.
Moving on to the next video. We all know that Kenyans are the most educated people, the most intelligent people, and the most hardworking people. But yet they're being exported to go and do jobs that are not according to their standards. Listen to what Senator Kajwang had to say about this.
South Africa, the education system has produced and exported Elon Musk. He's now the richest man in the world. The Indian education system has produced and exported executives of tech companies globally. Kenya has produced and exported housemaids to Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Mr. Speaker, this morning, the CS for Labor brought here a redacted summary of Kenyans who have acquired jobs in the recent job-seeking spree that the president has been on. Out of that entire schedule, Mr. Speaker, 60% had secured jobs as housemates. Housemates. We are exporting housemates. We are manufacturing housemates. Mr. Speaker, what kind of education system is that? South Africa, the education system has produced and exported Elon Musk. He's now the richest man in the world. The Indian education system has produced and exported executives of tech companies globally. Kenya has produced and exported housemaids to Saudi Arabia and Qatar. It is a big shame. That is the state of education in this country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if there is a crisis that we need to deal with today, it is the education crisis that is manifested in strikes at all levels, from primary to secondary to universities. A university funding model that does not make sense, Mr. Speaker.
East to west, home is the best. I show you this video of our Kenyan youth who went to Germany for greener pastures, but her life ended up going south. Take a look.
Umeniambia unaitwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Sofia.
Na unaishi wapi?
Benau. Kwa TikTok mimi kuifaiti.
Unawezaje wachana na kukunywa hii pombe ukitaka? Unaweza wacha?
Naweza wacha nikiwa na ndo mzuri.
Uko na miaka ngapi?
26 na 27 November.
Uko na muda gani hapa Ujerumani?
5 years.
5 years. Umesoma Ujerumani? Na hakuna mahali, hauna nyumba, hauna address?
Sina address at the moment.
Kenyans, do you see how our people are being wasted every day? Instead of taking them to Germany for work, why don't you create the same opportunities here? Because you have enough resources and you have everything that you need to take this country forward. And let us just be honest, we all know that Germans are the most racist motherfuckers.
Uko na miaka ngapi?
26 na 27 November.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
Double I war, Buyong I war, Pungo Ziji I war, DJ, Woyao Tiao, Dola, DJ Yao Tiao, Wanshang, Woiga Wanshang, Sajuba Tiao, Tiao, Zainali, Tiao, Zajuba, Tiao, Zainali, Tiao, Zajuba, Tiao, Zainali, Tiao, Zajuba, Tiao, Zainali, Tiao, Zajuba.
Ruto must go, 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 Ruto must go.
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Albis Deli.
We all know that one man who, if he's not lying, he is flying. The Germans decided to inject by disagreeing with President Ruto about the 250,000 blah 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 job opportunities in Germany. Listen to what the Villager 254 had to say about this.
Why should the head of state, in the person of President William Samoei Ruto, tell us before he goes to Germany that he is flying out to Germany because the Germany's chancellor promised Kenya 200,000 jobs. That's why he's flying out to go and sign that contract. While he's in Germany, he is interviewed by Deutsche Welle TV. And there in Germany, he says, the bilateral agreement we have signed today with the German government is it will create an opportunity for jobs up to 250,000 of Kenyans will get these opportunities. Please tell me, why would the president lie that within the bilateral agreement there was a clause saying 250,000 Kenyans will go to Germany? Then shortly after, BBC writes the same information and says that we at Kenya have signed an agreement with Germany for 250,000 Kenyans to go and work in Germany. Germany Ministry of Interior and Communication sends a response to both the BBC and the Dutch, the Deutsche Welle TV interview of President William Ruto, and says this information is false. We did not have any clause for quota, number, or anything like that in the agreement.
Well, Kenyans are being exploited like cabbages to go and work in racist countries. Even back at home in Kenya, our young people, the Kenyan people, are suffering. The Gen Zs of Kericho, they decided to go and protest, and some of the leaders are saying that if they want to be employed and get job opportunities at Aaron Cheriyot's office, they have to remove their underwears. Take a look at what Kericho young Gen Z's ladies had to say.
The reason we are here today is because of hakuna accountability na transparency in our county Kericho. Tunakataa hiyo maneno. Ofisi ya Kiptoo hapa watu wanafaa kutoa nguo na wapewa barua ya
Herman Manyora decided to inject by asking Kenyans and requesting Kenyans to wake up from their deep sleep and take a look at what is really happening around them. And this is what he had to say about job opportunities and exporting our people to racist countries like Germany for job opportunities.
You can't blow away all the jobs and then purport to be taking Kenyans for jobs outside. You be in the village and let your car break down. See if you can get anybody to manage your car. Why don't we organize to have young men do some little automotive engineering? Let your electricity have a problem in the village. See if you have somebody to do it. There's nobody. Let you do a house at home, you want to do plumbing. See if you'll get somebody to do plumbing. I was trying to do some work and some man had also died, a big man. The few people who could do a little plumbing were all there. I was left hanging. These are jobs in this country. We talk about vocational training. We are just jokers. Even if the boys try to learn masonry, carpentry, building, what have you, there is nothing they will do, because if there is a CDF project, this is an constitution CDF, if we are building classrooms in a local school, the big contractors from I don't know where will come and do that class. Why can't we have policies that these classrooms are done by local boys and girls who have gotten those polytechnics? Jobs abroad. What jobs are you talking about?
Kenyan corrupt regime under the leadership of Ruto has affected Kenyans mentally and psychologically, to the point of this man went and attacked a police officer with a panga, took his gun, fired a few shots before he was arrested. Take a look at this story on how things unfolded.
Jamaa amekuja akiwa amejificha, akiwa ameweka panga hapa kwa mnini kwa suruali. Akapata askari alikuwa kwa simu. So akaona huyo askari hakuwa tayari, akachukua bunduki, akamkata na panga kwa kichwa. So na kukimbia akarusha risasi zote zikaisha. tukakimbizana na yeye mpaka na huko kwa mbuzi. So ile risasi zikaisha, tukamchukua, nikaanguka na yeye.
Kutoroka ndio askari alikuwa peke yake. Huyu mwingine mwenzake alikuwa na yeye, sasa ndio akakuja. Wakaanza kurushania risasi.
I'm Lilian Monini. I work at Best Care Hospital as a nurse manager. And today around 2 p.m. we received a patient. He was bleeding so profuse. So the doctor who was on duty took over the emergency. And we did stitching to him to arrest the bleeding. And I think right now the patient is doing okay.
And that's not all, guys. Even this man decided to call the president while he was in his tour in Germany looking for the 250,000 jobs for Kenyans and telling him that he should come back. When he comes back, he should come and launch the Kapsabet High School. Listen to this conversation between this man and the president of Kenya, Ruto.
Hello, William. Nasema nilikuwa natembea hapa Kapsabet nikapata kuna project kubwa sana, hakuna mtu amelaunch, hata sijui wanafanya nini, hakuna mtu ameona kabisa. Wanapita tu awalaunch na iko kwa bottom up agenda. Kuna gate hapa kubwa, nataka ukitoka Germany ukuje straight to launch William. Kuja wewe mwenyewe, usitume mtu. Hii ni project yako, hii ni kubwa kabisa, inakutoshea. Sawa William, ni ya kuinua mama mboga, umake sure ukitoka Germany ukuje. Sawa, gongoi fire. Nimekusikia hakuna mtu atalaunch. Gongoi fire.
After all these incidents, I'm asking myself, are Kenyans being manipulated? Take a look at what our Kenyan sister had to say about the manipulation of and the PR of our president.
This is where everyone is going to be like, what are you talking about? Are you fucking crazy? Now, I need you to stay with me for a moment, okay? Think about it like this. When you watch something every single time and you see a certain narrative, you tend to change your mind and be more susceptible to accept that narrative as it being true. Right? Okay, so the reason why Ruto became president is because he created this new persona of I love God, I am all about God, and I am going to be chosen because of God. And, I'm a sinner, and you can relate. Okay. I was like, if you are without sin, I want you to be the first person to cast a stone. Whatever that part of the Bible said. I was like, oh my God, this is the chosen one. They've accepted you. But rather you have accepted the devil. You see all these interviews of him portraying right now after he's being the president, he's done, there was a whole public outcry, people have gone on the streets and they have marched and they have protested and they were met with a lot of violence, and he comes out there and he stands in front of people and he says, I will not allow this type of behavior. Not verbatim, but you know what he said. That's not where you gotta leave you. He goes back and he thinks and he's like, oh my God, that made me look terrible. I need to rephrase my wording so they can take me back. So he goes back, he comes back and he speaks again. People have woken. They know you. They see who you are. The mask, the blindfolds, it's all out. Then what does he do? Again, the lies, the lies, the lies, the lies.
Not only Kenyans in Kenya are tired, but even Kenyans living in Germany are tired. Even to the point of they decide to deport the president back to Kenya while they're eating roasted meat. Take a look.
Nini? Mnaona tunakula nyama Germany. Tunakula nyama. Ruto tumefukuza huko kwenu amerudi. Amuone niko kwangu Germany, amuone nyumba yangu. Amuone nyumba yangu. Mnasema tuende wapi? Acha hiyo mchezo yenu. Amedipotiwa. Amesema watu warudi tukamdeport. Nenda mtafute State House ama kwa ndege juu, sababu anakaa kwa ndege juu. Willy. Kula nyama ninone. Nyama ya Germany. We, msicheze na hii. Ruto back home.
My fellow Gen Zs and Kenyans at large, the last video that I want to show you guys today is very heartbreaking. But due to the long hardships that we have faced as a people, as a country, and as a nation, nothing can break us and we are fearless. Listen to what this man had to say of how we are being played not only by our own people who look like us, but even the racist colonizers. Listen to this.
Good morning. I'm doing some gardening
and something just hit me. You know what? Kenya is not a country. Kenya is a corporation, and the corporation is called British East Africa. And the aim of the corporation was to extract as much resources, as much money, as much minerals, as much labor, as much wealth as they could from our motherland and take it back to Britain. Now, the reason it was renamed to Kenya was just political, but the corporation remains. And it gets even twistier. When we were fighting for independence, it was not even the Africans fighting for independence. No, it was the British settlers fighting to detach from Britain so that they could own all the wealth in Kenya. And the Africans was just, the struggle for independence was just, Africans was just used as a decoy that, you know what, Africans are fighting for independence. No. It was the settlers who wanted to control their own wealth and detach from the British, from the motherland, UK. They had seen the success of the settlers in the US. They had seen the success of the settlers in South Africa. They had seen the success of the settlers in Australia, and that's what they wanted for Kenya. So when the time we got independence, it was them getting independence from the UK. We, as the Africans, we're just slaves in this system. You either work for the system directly for working with the Kenyan government, or you work for other corporations that the mother corporation, British East Africa, has allowed to work in Kenya. And if you work for other corporations, then you pay a tax to the mother corporation. And whatever you do, if you're generating any income within this corporation, you have to pay.
Mimi nataka niwaulize, unipigia kura 2027. Muko tayari jameni kushirikiana na mimi tupeleke hii Kenya mbele?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
Oh, you didn't say that. Don't give Elvis Derry. From Kenyans shocking Tanzanians.
Hakuna nchi yenye siasa ngumu duniani kama Kenya.
To 120 students arrested.
And they're being held at Pangani police station.
Did Ruto do this?
In 2007, who butchered people? ODM.
Fake church support.
Wamenyamaza tu, wamenyamaza wanagoja waone hii mchezo ya patapotea vile itaenda.
Anguka na. They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. So the question of today is, who is William Ruto? Some people will say that he's a great president. Some people will say that he's a corrupt president. Some people will say that he's wise, that he knows how to play his cards well. And some people will say that he's a butcher. The former member of the Kenyan parliament, Martha Karua, had to say this about William Samoei Ruto.
In 2007, who butchered people? ODM. And who was the chief butcher? Ruto again. That's why he went to the ICC. And you forgive me if I call William Ruto the butcher of Kenya. That's what he is. Last year in Azimio demonstrations, over 70 dead. The known ones, because we don't know whether they falsified records also last year. This year, we don't know how many, but I bet there are more than 100. What other name can we call him but Butcher of Kenya? This has to stop, and it will only stop because you and me want it to stop. Kenyans must stop fearing. Some who were killed were not even in the demonstrations. You are met going about your business, children coming from school, people in a supermarket. So even if your fear keeps you away from thinking about this, it can happen to you or to your loved one. We are called upon to save our country. Our country is gone. The republic is no more, not the way the Constitution knows it. In its place, we have a colonial, exploitative state that doesn't care about people's life, that is gleeful when taking away people's life. It is gleeful when forcing Kenyans to die of hunger. It's gleeful when civil servants, including the police, have pay slips that are in the negative.
So Kenyans, who is really William Samoei Ruto? If you have the right answer to this question, tell us in the comments down below.
In 2007, who butchered people? ODM. And who was the chief butcher? Ruto again.
The more we talk about William Samoei Ruto, the more questions pop up. And Kenyans, like, are we really being led by the right leaders, or are we slaves in our own country?
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. 90% of the GDP is controlled by 8,000 people.
6 families.
6 families and 8,000 people. They control 90%. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We live in people's... we are not a country. We are a plantation. We are not worse. We are not better off than what used to exist in the medieval times when there was slavery and because we work for Ruto. We work for these 8,000 guys.
6 families.
That's why they can afford to buy houses in Dubai at the cost of 210 million, 207 million. That's why Ruto's ministers can import edible oil and evade and lose. The country loses 11 billion shillings like that. This is why a government minister writes and says, I want 17 billion to buy to pay oil subsidy. And that money is withdrawn from the consolidated fund, which is criminal and illegal, which is treason, and it's happening.
As we have our own internal affairs in our own country, but outside Kenya, Kenya is being praised worldwide. Listen to what this Tanzanian man had to say about Kenya.
Hakuna nchi yenye siasa ngumu duniani kama Kenya. Ya hata ukienda kumuuliza Mboye Tundu Lissu, muulize mwanasiasa yoyote atakwambia pale ni nchi yenye siasa ngumu kuliko taifa lolote duniani. Duniani, sio Afrika. Yaani nchi yenye siasa ngumu. Muda wote damu inamwagika. Kila mtu ana akili, kila mtu ni msomi. Paka mama ntilie kasoma chuo kikuu Kenya. Paka mpiga debe chuo kikuu kwao ni sawasawa na sisi form 6. Yaani mtu Tanzania kwamba yuko form 4, form 6 ilivyo hapa eti ni kitu babu kubwa. Sasa kule chuo kikuu ni sawasawa na form 4, form 6.
So Kenyans, let us make Kenya a great country, because this country is loved. This country is being praised worldwide. People love Kenya Many people are craving to come and visit Kenya, even marry our beautiful women. So, Kenyans, let us not give up in this battle for fighting for good governance.
Kila mtu ana akili, kila mtu ni msomi. Paka mama ntilie kasoma chuo kikuu Kenya. Paka mpiga debe chuo kikuu.
Currently, the people of Kenya are really tired of what is happening in this country. Even in Mombasa, one woman came out and expressed his disappointments towards Raila Odinga for him going to bed with the government. Just listen to what she had to say.
Namlaumu Raila namlaumu sana. Yeye ndo ameleta hii chochochocho hapa. Angeacha ile nyumba ikaungua ikateketea peke yao. Amechukua wa mawaziri, amewajaza pale. Yeye ndo amechochea. Na kule AU nataka anguke, ataanguka, atatoka. Manake yeye ndo amechochea hii. Watoto wameuliwa wakati wa maandamano. Rex Masai alikuwa wa kwanza. Hawajapata haki yao. Hawajapata haki yao kabisa. Wameuliwa. Kwa nini wabunge wanajadili mambo mengine ya ujinga, wasijadili mambo kama kina NHIF ya uwanja wa ndege? Waona hiyo hapo, mimi kwangu nimekataa, nimekasirika hivi. Mimi pia naenda hospitali, nasikia homa kweli kweli, naenda hospitali.
Bad governance will kill us all. Imagine, taxes are increasing every day. The medical system, people are being hospitalized, but the medical system is down. Like there's nothing working. Development, ghost projects from years and years back, there's still nothing to show for it. But yet our beloved government has the balls to increase school fees. The students from the Nairobi Technical College said enough is enough, and they took it to the streets, and this is how things unfolded. When the fearless students from the Nairobi Technical College took to the streets and expressed their disappointments against the government for increasing school fees, and yet our economy is in bad shape. But what did the students get in return? 120 students were arrested. They were met with brutality. Just take a look at what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about it.
I'm receiving reports that 120 students, including the student leaders of the Nairobi Technical Training Institute, have been arrested and they're being held at Pangani Police Station. They were actually demonstrating peacefully against the sudden hikes in student fees, which is going to affect most of them and make it impossible for them to continue with their education. Next thing, they were rounded up and now they're being held in Pangani Police Station. So guys are appealing to LSK or any lawyers of goodwill to please make your way to Pangani Police Station and see how you can help them. Kwani, I thought peaceful demonstration is part of our rights. How are we turning into a police state all of a sudden, family?
It is not illegal to demonstrate. In the Kenyan Constitution, Article 37, it clearly says that every Kenyan, every person has a right to peacefully and unarmed assemble, demonstrate, to picket, and present petitions to public authorities. But yet 120 students were arrested. Why? Ruto, why?
How are we turning into a police state all of a sudden, family?
Sometimes I wonder, is the Kenyan churches a business place, or is it truly genuine that they are serving the one and truly living God? When Rigathi Gachagua, the former deputy president of Kenya, was in power, you saw so many churches every day inviting his wife Dorcas Rigathi to church events. But since it's no longer in power, the churches have gone silent. Like, mteja wa nambari unaopiga hapatikani kwa sasa. Listen to this.
The truth of the matter is that The support for Pastor Dorcas Rigathi from the church was not genuine. The only reason walikuwa wanashinda waki-invite Pastor Dorcas Rigathi kila mahali is not because they value her as a person. It's because of her position of power and money. Ile pesa alikuwa anapeana kwa hizo makanisa. That is why she was getting that kind of attention, invitations and relevance. Throughout this process of impeachment, umeona a single person wa hizo makanisa akitokezea kupeana a single statement. Hata saa hii vile Rigiji is in hospital, have you seen any of those churches? Wamenyamaza tu, menyamaza wanagoja waone hii mchezo ya patapotea vile itaenda. And their attention and loyalty is going to shift maybe back to Rachel because that's where the money and power is. Yeah, and Pastor Dorcas Rigathi will no longer be relevant to those churches because their interest is not who she is as a person, but the money and the influence she has. Na wao chenye wanafuata ni pesa na influence.
So genuinely speaking, in your own view, tell us in the comments down below, what do you think about the modern Kenyan churches? Do you think they are serving the one and truly living God, or do you think this is just another business industry?
Na wao chenye wanafuata ni pesa na influence.
A Kenyan politician by the name of Cyrus Jirongo, he came with a very incriminating information against the president of Kenya, William Ruto. Like, I'm just speechless. I have no words to say. But just listen to what Cyrus Jirongo had to say. Listen to this controversial confession.
Mheshimiwa Ruto alikuwa kwa gari yangu. Ilikuwa na ndoa kikali. Pamoja na Mheshimiwa marehemu George Kapteni. Wakati kijana mmoja ambaye alikuwa kwa wale ambao walikuwa wametumwa alikuja akachapa mshale kwa gari yangu, George Kapteni alitoka mbio akapata huyo kijana, akamwangukia kwa miguu akashika. Sisi tulikuwa tunafikiri tumeshika mtu, lakini huyo kijana rafiki yangu ndio nikaelewa ana damu ya kuua. Alienda akageuza shingo yake akaua huyo kijana. Wale mlikuwa sabani, mnakumbuka yule aliua huyo kijana alikuwa deputy president. Jinsi mnaelewa, mtu akizoea kuwa watu ataendelea kuua. Damu ya wale ambao wamezikwa haitamwacha ndani.
A Kenyan urban spoken word artist by the name of Brian Sirways has done it again. He took to the streets to inject civic education to the people of Kenya. Story go, story come. Listen to what he had to say.
Story go, story come. Na story come, story go. Itasisitiza a way to say no to stress, depression na ina form. Itakukosesha usingizi kwa hiyo mattress. Landlord wanaplot na ma-agent will make our night sleepless. Extra pressure, ukipata padlock extra kwa mlango. Elimu ni ufunguo wa maisha lakini si wa mlango. So hapo kwako education. Hata uwe na more spice way useless. Whether in the past or present, relax, sustain, don't stay wondering what to do, stay hydrated because water is source of life, but life is not source of water. Weomba kazi na wasko pia ukate maji lakini usikate kakwota, na kabla ulewe chakari ulihepa aje option ya soda. Mrembo unakaa fiti, fuacha na utaachwa. Wewe unalilia mbegu ya boyfriend akutaki, nikao juu unaweza pata jeans kwa doja. Na bro, hata kama umeunga kwa gym, hawa rembo wa Nairobi usitumia mapenzi ya kifua. Juu anaweza kuacha juu amsi ameunga kwa toja. So Nakuru place nimetoka, wasanii na wachezaji wa mpira wako so sad yetu wanakuwa kuwe na furaha. Hii ni after kurealize kiwanja imefunguliwa online lakini juu corruption kwa grao imefungwa. Na sports ni stress kama ndio ulichagua kwa parliament. So dear Mr. President, let's talk about IMF. Where just like your friends abroad umefanya Kenya na madeni zimekuwa ma BFF. Wewe unaenda kudiscuss issues za vibanda kwa KEF. Na Kenya we have a very prayerful nation. Wameamua kuwork hand in hand na maghost worker. Huko apart from bathing wezi pata waoga. Na nasema Nairobi tunaambia serikali maisha imekuwa costly, alafu wanatupeleka coastal. Na ndio endelee kupractice political prostitution, wanaamua nani? Hata mkubwa magoldiga kuwe Joho.
Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people! Power, power! Power, power!
We are here to reclaim our country, to redeem our country, and to repossess our country. Because our country has been taken hostage.
Cost of living, guys, is too high. And for me, for my safety, if at all the government cannot protect themselves, how can they protect us? So I hope what has happened here today will make them see that we are not alone.
Our people united! Our people can never be defeated! Our people united can never be defeated!
Mr. President, we are tired of you. Mr. President, can you please stop killing Kenyans? Mr. President, can you please think about our future?
Viva, viva! Viva, viva! Viva, viva!
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you!
From Uhuru Kenyatta supporting Gen Z.
My Gen Z, nyinyi ndio the story of the future.
Parliament of Kenya, we are coming for you!
To Cop Shakur released.
I'm safe, I'm out. Baada ya kulwa na chao kidogo.
Who killed Richard Otieno?
That was a true Kenyan patriot who was championing for good governance. Richard Otieno, despite being a Luo, was very active in Molo.
Elderly women protests.
We are coming for you!
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm also today and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, it is quite clear that holding the government accountable is becoming dangerous day by day. Richard Otieno, who was a strong government critic, fighting for good governance and a better future for Kenya, he was murdered in cold blood. Angry Molo residents decided to take his body to the area MP, Molo MP Kuria Kimani. And some people are saying that Kuria Kimani, Molo MP, he was involved in Richard Otieno's death. Just take a look. The residents fearlessly injected, protesting against the killing of a comrade of a Molo-based activist by the name of Richard Otieno, also commonly known as Molo President. Just take a look. Molo President Richard Otieno, a government critic and a brave activist. He is always there since day one, holding the government accountable and fighting for the rights of Kenyans. Like I was heartbroken, and I'm still heartbroken the time that I learned about his death. But let me tell you, the more you kill the activists, the more you kill the people who are fighting for better governance in this country, the more stronger the people of Kenya are. The more the Gen Zs are becoming stronger and braver. And let me tell you, you will kill the people of Kenya. You will kill us, but you will not kill all of us. The journey still continues. Listen to what Chagama Juice had to say.
A very sad morning. People from my home county, Nakuru, a place called Moro in Elbagon, instead of going to church, they have woken up to demonstrate because of the murder of one Rich Raymond who was brutally murdered usiku wa kuamkia leo akiingia kwake kwa nyumba. Rich Raymond, aka Moro President, has been the biggest critic of the area MP, Kuria Kimani. And he was the Gen Z leader during the finance bill protest. In fact, after that, they were taken to court. You can see him here among the 17 who were alleged that waliongoza the Gen Z demonstrations in Molo yenye ilifanya the area MP home ichomwe. It's so sad such that such young people are being killed because of politics. Kwani tumerudi siasa gani? In fact, the other day, he was being even threatened, screenshots kwa groups zenye niko. Akakuwa threatened by some people we thought they are close to the area MP. Unaona mwingine hapa anamwambia this screenshot, huyu Raymond is really getting out of limits. Let's do something. Kuria Kimani is your agenda. You will be shocked. And Raymond anamuuliza, hey, nimefanya nini bro? Anamuuliza, what is this? This guy was at an event where he was saying how this government is not working na wanadanganywa daily. Are we together? Then anamwambia, what's wrong? Mmezoea muhesh vibaya sana. This round hapana, even you. That clip where he was talking is there. And it's not wrong to criticize the government. It's not wrong to criticize the leaders. Yeah? Even the area OCS alikuwa transferred just because alisema he's receiving a lot of threats ashike watu ambao haoni makosa yao. He had to be transferred some weeks ago. Yeah? Because anakataa instructions from some people who think they are seniors in this government.
A brother, a father, a comrade, and a leader, Richard Otieno, may your soul rest in eternal peace. And for those who did what they did to you, may they never know peace. And for those who did what they did to you, to be honest, Kenyans, we have been pushed the wall for so long. Those people who are walking around killing innocent Kenyans, abducting innocent Kenyans, torturing innocent Kenyans, they also deserve death. They also deserve to go the same way our comrades, the Gen Zs, have gone. The DCI has summoned 3 Molo MCS and a Safaricom engineer by the name of David Ndengwa, also known as Temesha, in connection with Richard Otieno's murder. Like, I'm just wondering, is the DCI trying to sanitize Molo MP Kuria Kimani? These ugly faces that you see on your screen, these are the ones who have been summoned by the DCI in the connections with the murder. And let me tell you, if these people are truly involved in the murder of Richard Otieno, Gen Zs, Kenyans, it is time to send some serious greetings to these idiots, to these fools, to these imbeciles who are killing our people.
Let's go.
Just listen to what Willis Evans Otieno had to say about our comrade Richard Otieno's murder.
I pass my condolences to the family of Richard Otieno.
Yes.
That was a true Kenyan patriot who was championing for good governance. Richard Otieno, despite being a Luo, was very active in Molo, agitating for issues that affect Kenyans, not Luos. And you noticed even yesterday, the people who came out to demonstrate and to demand for justice for Richard were largely people from the Kikuyu community. So it tells you that our problems are not tribal. Our problems are the failures of a regime. And Richard Otieno is a true embodiment of a Kenyan. Richard did not just die. Richard was killed. He was killed for agitating for good governance. And Richard Otieno had previously indicated those who have been harassing him. So those becomes persons of interest who need to shed light if they have anything to do with the killing of Richard Otieno. Richard did not just die. Richard was killed. And we must learn a very vital lesson from Richard Otieno. At the end of the day, tribe is just but artificial barriers that have been exploited by politicians to divide us. Our problems are not our tribes. Our problems are national. And when it comes to electing a leader, we must look for somebody based on his economic promise. What is he presenting as a solution to our problems today? And that cannot be the tribe of the person. That can only be the content of the person. So we must reject any attempt to turn us into tribe.
Our comrade, Richard Otieno, has left a very beautiful family behind. May they find peace in their hearts. May they find comfort in their hearts. And may they find strength in their hearts. And may their lives be restored. Kenyans and Gen Zs are with you in these difficult times. In memory of our brother, our comrade, our leader, Richard Otieno, let us all hear his last speech. In his last speech, his last words, he said that Molo Member of Parliament, Kuria Kimani, is persecuting him because of criticizing his bad leadership. Let's listen to this.
Na mimi ndiye yule kijana ambaye mliona kwa TV mara mingi hapa Molo akiwa anashikwa, anawekwa ndani, anatolewa ndani wakati ile maneno ya Gen Z ilikuwa. Na mimi ndio ulisikia mheshimiwa wenu Kuria Kimani akisema niye ni dai ya guko niweko ndani. Wakati ya ile maneno mingi si mnakumbuka? Adoitoni no jie guko kweli. Ne ana ko ya guko kweli. Hapana. Mimi nilikuwa napigania vile Gen Z na Kenya itasonga mbele. Wakati kuna shida lazima tukosoe serikali. Mimi nilimwambia ndugu yangu Kuria Kimani, na najua ni jirani wa hapa, sisi watu wa Molo tukukutuma pale juu ukatimue Gachagua. Hatukukutuma uende ukapeleke finance bill, sijui kuna sha na shisho. Hizo wazazi wetu wanakufa kwa hospitali kwa sababu ya hiyo shida ya shisha. Nema kana ni maeni. Neguo doito. Si wanakufa. Mimi namuomba wakaaji wa area hii, vile Gen Z wameamua Kenya hii mzima, sana hii Molo, munisaidie, na kama kuna mwakilishi wa mbunge hapa, ende amwambie nahitaji kura yake ya kufukuza wasaliti wote hii Molo na Kenya mzima.
After Comrade Richard Otieno's death, Molo Member of Parliament Kuria Kimani, he called for a press conference to mourn his death. And I'm just wondering, Kenyans, you know, just listen to what he had to say and tell us in the comments down below what you truly sincerely think about his statement.
May I state that for the record, I have known Richard throughout my political career, and he has been a true champion on issues affecting youth, affecting women, and those less privileged in the society. His contributions to the social-political welfare of the community living within the larger Molo constituency in Nakuru County by extension have been profound and have impacted many lives. I have on various occasions celebrated his contributions to the social well-being of people with great admiration and gratitude. Fortunately, the cruel hand of death has brought us one of Molo's true sons, whose bravery, steadfastness, and courage, even in times of adversity, even when we do not agree with Richard, we admire his courage, steadfastness. And this courage, steadfastness has really been dropped from the great of Molo people, something that touches us in many ways and we deeply regret. May I assure that my constituencies that I have been in communication with the Rift Valley Regional Criminal Investigation Officer, the Nakuru Security Team, and the Molo Security Operators, demanding that there should be expeditious investigations into this. And whoever is involved, and I repeat, whoever is involved must and should be brought to justice.
The former president of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he came on to encourage and urge the Gen Zs to continue fighting the good fight, to continue criticizing the government, to continue holding the government accountable, and to continue fighting for their rights. Let's listen to what he had to say.
My Gen Z, nyinyi ndio the story of the future. Fight for your rights, bwana. Sio kukakaa hapo wakaa hapo mambo mali yenu ichukuliwe na nini, mumeitolea jasho. Msikubali, pambaneni, muhakikishe mumepata haki yenu. Mnasikia nyinyi? Sio kukaa hapo tu, kuna kitu inadumu. But everything is worth a fight for. If you don't fight for it, ikienda mtu asilie. Msimame mupiganie haki yenu. Na mko na hawa watoto wamebaki ambao wako tayari kupigania haki yao. Waungane pamoja nanyi. Can't just stand there and let people take your hard earned sweat. Dunia iendi namna hiyo. Muwe watu ambao hawataogopa, wataishi kama my friend. Ameenda detention, si alitoka na akaendelea na maisha. Hata nyinyi teteeni haki ze. Yeah.
In that case, Kenyans, will it be wrong if the Kenyan people decide to arm themselves? Will it be wrong if the Gen Zs decide to arm themselves? Will it be wrong if Elvis Derry, the Gen Z Minister of Information, decides to arm himself against the evil that is taking place in the motherland? But many people are asking themselves, is Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president of Kenya, trying to hijack the Gen Z revolution? Listen to this.
Jomo Kenyatta sort of hijacked the Mau Mau freedom movement. Today, Uhuru Kenyatta, through his daughter Ngina, is trying to do the same, to try and hijack the Gen Z movement. Let me tell you, Uhuru, one thing. Wacha kutubeba. Okay? Wacha kutubima. Sisi si wapumbavu. We are leaderless, but we have got a leadership forum. So, ukifikiria ati Ngina ataingia hapa ati enda ufanye ni Gen Z, sijui nini, usaidiwa na tusaidia na nini? Anatusaidia na nini? Someone with all the opportunities in life. Anakuja kutusaidia na nini? Do you know what we go through on a daily basis? Okay? Do you know what we go through on a daily basis just to make it in life? Okay? So, first and foremost, Ngina, stay away from this thing. We don't want you hijacking our movement. You go and do whatever you want to do. And if you think you're going to vie in politics, I'm telling you personally, I will vie against you in any constituency or county that you try to aspire for. I have no problem. I'll be the last nail in the Kenyatta coffin. We have done away with Moi. Kibaki had no interest. Okay? Raila has got no one that can take over from him. So the Odinga family, the Moi family, the Kibaki family have no interest in politics. We are done away with them. Kenyatta family is the only one still interested in politics. We are going to be the last nail in your coffin. So Ngina, stay away from the Gen Z movement. Do whatever you want to do with your life, but stay away from us. This movement belongs to some people. We are not faceless. We have got faces now that we know. So stop trying to say, come and help us. We don't need your help. We are, in fact, we know you and Charlene Ruto are in the same ship. So we don't differentiate between the two of you.
We appreciate the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, encouraging and urging the Gen Zs to continue fighting for better governance and to continue fighting for their rights. But Kenyans, come on, let us just be honest. During Uhuru Kenyatta's time, there were corruption scandals, scandals after scandals. Kenyans, do you remember Panera Papers? It is still stuck in the back of our minds, still fresh in the back of our minds. It just feels like yesterday. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the former president of Kenya, please make it make sense. We appreciate your support, but to be honest, in your speech, we as the Gen Z can detect and we can feel sinister intentions. Let's listen to this.
After 10 years of economic mismanagement, President Uhuru wants to tell the Gen Zs to fight for your rights. Why now, Mr. President? Could this be a ploy by the broad-based government to hijack the Gen Z movement and maintain your grip on power? Hear me out. Niaje wase, today's Make It Make Sense is dedicated to former President Uhuru Kenyatta, a man who took over the presidency when President Kibaki's national debt only stood at 1.89 trillion Kenya shillings. 10 years later, President Uhuru quadrupled this and left us with a staggering 9 trillion Kenya shillings in debt. For the Gen Z and the youth of Kenya, this massive debt meant fewer job opportunities, to develop ourselves. And why is it so? Because the government reduced spending on development projects, effectively robbing us of jobs and a brighter future. If President Uhuru had fought poverty and empowered the youth during his tenure, just like President Kibaki did, we would not be in this mess. So, why is President Uhuru telling us to fight for our rights? These words of wisdom look like a red herring, a well-planned strategy by the political elites through the broad-based government to control and kill the Gen Z's movement. Let me break it down. Remember Lee Njiru's words when he said, politicians are like wolves and we, the voters, are their food. These wolves, our political elites, are from the same family. They were together in KANU, then in the Uhuru and Jubilee governments, later in the handshake, and now under the broad-based family. And here's the kicker. On June 25th, 2024, these elites almost lost their power to the Gen Z movement. So now, they are regrouping under the broad-based family to reclaim control, possibly by deploying President Uhuru to infiltrate the movement. But here's the deal, guys. Stay vigilant. Not everyone who speaks your language has your best interests at heart. Stay united and focused on the Gen Z agenda, fighting for honesty, accountability, and transparency. Because this is your movement. Don't let anyone hijack it.
In that case, to you all politicians who are trying to hijack the Gen Z movement, the Gen Z revolution, just know that we can smell you from a long distance. We can feel you from a long distance, and we can detect you from a long distance. We as the Gen Z, we have information of each and every one of you, so you cannot come among us and deceive us.
Guys, mmesikia Uhuru ameambia ngina wake ajoin Gen Z na akatambia tusiogopeshe. Aaron, Pierre, that's my first oh my goodness. So, does that mean si Uhuru alisuggest Kinali na Kabogo na Mutahi Kagwe? Does that mean hiyo visit ilikuwa ya bure ama alimwambia hao ni watu wakubwa wanaweza jidisaidia? Like what really happened? Anyway, tumeambiwa tusiogopeshwe na to fight for our rights until we get them.
Kabisa.
Me, I'm happy. I am happy. I am happy. Anyway, I don't know if I'm happy because of that or I'm just happy. I don't know, but I'm happy.
Aaron, Pierre, that's Professor Jesse Buddy. I needed that smile. Man, I needed just to laugh a little bit because let me tell you, this government, these corrupt individuals, these murderers who are walking among us are making the people of Kenya, the Gen Zs, and I myself, angry every day. Thank you for the smile, Gen Z Buddy.
Aaron, Pierre, that's Professor. Oh my goodness.
In Nyeri, there was some altercation after the former Monkey leader, Maina Njenga, stormed and disrupted a prayer meeting being conducted by Pastor Dorcas Rigathi at the Kamkuji grounds. Sources say that Pastor Dorcas Rigathi, also the wife of the former deputy president, the former impeached deputy president Rigathi Gachagua, was forced to leave the prayer event. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Na tuana makehikania Jehova na me mawira-ini muthamaki na mena mĩciĩ yao. Ngai witũ no tũgagũcokeria ngatho.
In every action, there's always a meaning behind it, and sometimes it might be good or bad. So Kenyans, if you ask yourselves, when the former Monkey leader stormed Pastor Dorcas Rigathi's prayer meeting, what was his intentions? What was the motive behind it? Listen to this.
What Maina Njenga has done today in Mount Kenya, let me tell you something. And this is, take this from me. Hii sasa ni vita ya entities, spiritual entities. I am telling you. Hapa sasa imevuka border. Two entities cannot survive in Mount Kenya. One entity has to leave. The true entity, the true spiritual entity itajulikana ni gani Mount Kenya. Hapa na mtaniambia hapa kuna vifo na si za binadamu, si mtu kuuliwa na mtu. Here they are going to be deads. Hapa this is a battle of gods. Mungu atajulikana Mount Kenya. Mungu atajulikana Mount Kenya.
So Kenyans, in your honest opinions, tell us in the comments down below what you think about former Mungi leader storming and invading Pastor Dorcas Rigathie's prayer meeting. Do you think what he did was wrong? Or do you think that there should be some amount of respect?
Panapokutana watu kwa maombi, mnapeleka ushetani wenu huko na mnataka tuwaheshimu. Yet the same president huwa anaenda kanisani, anafanya maombi. Don't you have shame, Maina Njenga? Don't you have shame? That was a place of prayer. But for some reason, the entitlement in you could not allow that woman to finish her prayers. And you want us to respect you.
To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. Like some Kenyans forget easily. Some Kenyans forget way too fast. This is Maina Njenga. And another word, Mungiki and leader. This was a former Mungiki leader. And Kenyans, do you remember the heinous crimes and the atrocities that the Mungiki unleashed on innocent lives, on innocent Kenyans? Families, men, women and children, they were tortured and murdered in cold blood. Do you remember that? But yet, some idiots, some fools, still cheer him on, still rally around him. Some Mungiki victims are still in pain, they're still hurt, and they're still traumatized till today. For those who lost their loved ones, they're still crying and seeking for justice till today. Justice delayed is justice denied. Just listen to how Apostle decided to talk about Maina Njenga, and he injected without fear of contradiction.
Have hired Maina Njenga to do some dirty work for him in Mount Kenya region. Maina Njenga, I want to warn you, the blood of those people you killed when you were Mungiki leader is still crying for vengeance in heaven. Is still crying for justice in heaven. You left Mungiki, you said you started a church, you said you are born again. And God said, okay, let's see if this man is ready to change. You are not ready to change. Your records in heaven have been reopened. How can you go and attack innocent people who are just gathered to pray? A woman, for that matter, Dorcas, Reverend. How can you do that? Let me tell you this. This is the voice of heaven. If you do not change between now and 27, you are a dead man walking. You are a dead man walking. Because God will strike you. Heaven has not forgotten the innocent people you killed. The women you made widows. The children you made orphans. God has not forgotten. Heaven has not forgotten the violence you meted on people. The cruelty, the murders, the slaughters. And you will pay very dearly for that. So you have two options. Get back to church. If not,
We all know Shakur the cop, a former police officer turned human rights activist. He has always been vocal since day one, fighting for the rights of the Kenyan people, fighting for accountability and fighting for good governance in Kenya. But yet, he's being frustrated by the government. He's being bullied by his own fellow police officers. And those same police officers that are bullying Shakur the cop, they don't see that Shakur the cop is also fighting for their rights. They don't see that. Recently, Shakur the cop was arrested and arraigned at Milimani law courts. But the brave activist, the brave comrade, he went there wearing a pretty t-shirt of Jacob Juma. And Kenyans, let us not forget that Jacob Juma was assassinated by the rogue regime. Listen to what Shakur the cop had to say after his release.
Jambo wa Kenya, safe, I'm out. Baada ya kulwa na chawa kidogo. Kunguni, this is how my face looks like. People should pay for their sins. We still want justice for Jacob Juma and all other Kenyans that have been killed. Viva.
Even Dr. Mumbi Saraki, she was not left behind. And this is what she had to say after Shakur the cop was released.
So family, have you seen how Cop Shakur showed up to Nini today, to court? with the Jacob Juma shirt. Oh my God, the wicked will know no sleep, yo. So of course he was charged with incitement because he put Nabi in a coffin. Go watch my other video earlier today about why he's so sensitive about being put in a coffin anyway. So Shakur was appearing in the courts and, you know, he understood the assignment. I was not familiar with his game, yo. This is the same prison warden who was holding up those placards. I think I'll put some pictures at the end. Hey, the fear is gone. Hey, those are balls, yo. There's a friend of mine, I think her channel is called Zoe or something. Uwe or Zoo or something. Hey, balls of steel.
During the Gen Z protests, Shakur the cop, he went to the parliament building and protested outside the building, seeking justice for those Gen Zs who were killed, who were murdered during the occupation of the parliament. Let's take a look at this video of Shakur the cop injecting on the ground.
Message ni gani bro?
Wanapigwa marisasi na tuangalie. Naona hakuna vile mtu anaweza piga mtu marisasi.
Bima hakuna mwavuli extra ya mheshimiwa tujikinge kama watu wa media.
Hapana. Unaangalia mtakataka? Hapana, leta pande. Hapa. Chap chap. Kila mtu akilia hapa nani? Una masikio? Kila mtu akilia. Peleka huko ndani.
In Jogo Road, chaos unfolded after traffic was brought to a standstill as elderly women brought their beddings and slept on the road, protesting against the demolition of their houses despite a court ruling to halt the exercise. Like even our elderly mothers are forced to go and protest for their rights. Like, are we really safe from the injustices that is taking place in our motherland? Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Maandamano imetoka kwenye waandamanaji, imekuja kwa wazazi.
Wakuja matuwe.
Election season is around the corner, the year 2027, and many Kenyans have applied for ID, and some people have lost their IDs and they need replacement. But it is taking years, it is taking forever to receive IDs. It is being delayed, and it is being delayed intentionally. Let's listen to what Clinton Degwa had to say about this. Let's listen to his story.
Mimi nimepoteza ID yangu mwaka imepita, sawa. Nimeenda kureplace hiyo ID juzi tu, ati naenda naanza kuitishwa pesa.
Ngapi?
Nilitishwa 1265 shillings.
Na unalipaga tax bado. Na VAT.
Na mimi ni Mkenya.
The
same time, Goria amefuatana na watoto ni sana mzima, hawana ID. Wanakuja Jondo, wana pesa, wanaenda wanapatiana pesa. Mimi mwenye sina pesa, na mimi ndo Mkenya.
Walipeana kanga ngapi?
Yeye ametoka huko Dadaab huko.
Walipeana kanga ngapi?
Wewe hata ajui maternity alizaliwa. Mimi maziwa wanatoa pesa wanatoa. Na si pesa mchezo. Kwa dhani kupata ID ya Kenya ni rahisi, na wewe si Mkenya. So hii gava inafaa iangalie mtu kama mimi nalipishwaje ID na mimi ni Mkenya. Mimi nimezaliwa hapa Pumuani mimi. So hii serikali iwache mimi kunipima, na kwanza kutawaka moto vibaya sana, maana mimi sio mjinga. Mimi sio mjinga. Watu si wajinga saa. Yamaje jama.
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Afande Deno arresting a thief,
najua afande ni Deno siku zombo na ni utumishi kwa wote,
to overhaul of Kenya Forest Service.
Why is one of Kenya's source of water supplying millions, including Nairobi, under threat?
When does the president work?
I feel like this guy doesn't spend time working. You get?
Kenyans turned into beggars.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm also today and my name is Elvis Derry. The question of the day is, what time or when does the president of Kenya sit in office and work? Listen to this.
My problem with this presidency is I feel like this guy doesn't spend time working. You get? There's always something that he's saying. Like, bro, even as a man, you can't keep that many promises. Do you understand? Like, how about you have 3 days where you actually, we don't know what you're doing. Maybe you're in office chilling. You get? Because, bro, every fucking day, there's something. There's something, brother.
I think this guy is not stupid. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. This, of course, is way above my pay grade. I'll say that. But the optics don't look that great. But he knows what he's doing.
Just as G was saying, bro, you can't be tone deaf to
what's going on.
Yes. Right? We have a medical system that's not working.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with
you understand?
I'm with
My
you.
friend was telling me about the mom needs to go for operation, and they were supposed to sort it out, and they've refused because there's a lot of, and that's a lot of people going through this, right?
Yeah.
That system is a priority.
Yes, it
you
is.
get?
Yes,
like if I was him right now, I would fix that.
Yes.
On a serious note, Kenyans, when does the president really work? Or do we even have a president in this country? Listen to this.
When is Kasongo working? Kasongo has been reduced to become his communication and PR team. Kasongo is always responding. Why are you explaining to us how Taifa K is working? Sawa, you're the PS, you're the CS, you're the in charge of health. You are in charge of youth innovation or youth creativity. Sasa umeenda Grammys. You're in charge. Why can't you let the respective ministries and the respective people who've been appointed to do these things, let them do? You preaching how something is working, talking about it in churches yesterday all over the country, endorsing people to talk and retalk, and now our kids, when we take them back to school, they have to what is it called? We have to be on board your project. I don't know if it's Shift, Sha or Taifa Care. I really even don't know how it works, and I don't even have the time to do it, because if it's not working, why am I boarding? Why? Somebody please explain to me, why are we boarding on things that are not working? You cannot be reduced constantly to responding and responding and responding. Can you do your work, and the relevant people in charge of this ministries or dockets will do the responding, and you have a communications and PR team that clearly you're also in charge of, because it is failing you miserably, because they should be the ones painting your tainted image, and they're not doing it because guess who's in charge? You are in charge.
As Kenyans are baffled, asking themselves, where is the president and what time does the president really work? I want to show you guys of a rare video of how the president, your president, spends most of his time. Take a look.
Ruto ako wapi? Ako hapa. Ndio ule. Kasongo yeye.
A well-known and great police officer by the name of Afande Deno has made headlines after he caught a criminal stealing solar panel from a billboard owned by AdSite, an advertisement company. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Tunasema shughuli ni gani? Uni Afande Deno, na kila siku mnambiangaje makajana usipojituma utatumwa, si ndio? Bazenga tumempata juu ya billboard huko juu, top of the topest huko juu, na billboard na believe ni ya AdSite. So kijana alikuwa anapiga shughuli pale hivyo, ilikuwa imefunguliwa, nilikuwa nataka kuingia ndonyo, si ndio? Tumemshika, tumemweka machengerezi, tuko shughuli, tukomboka kila siku hapa, na kijana kwangu anatangwa dash, kijana kujituma, si ndio? So mimi naambia kama kijana waondokea crime doesn't pay. Unaona Bazenga aina kulala tu ndino, si ndio? So wase wangu wa AdSite, hii billboard yenu iko hapa from GM, ambassador from GM, mumeka hiyo whatever ya Jambo Jet, advert ya Jambo Jet. Hii shughuli ni yenu, tumetoa hapo. Bazenga alikuwa hapo juu, alikuwa anajaribu kusongana. Najua Afande ni Deno siku zombo, na ni utumishi kwa wote. Tumeamua kutumikia nani? Huyu kijana unaona vizuri, hatujamguza, hatujampanguza, tumemshughulikia vizuri. Hiyo ndio utumishi kwa wote, ndio community policy. Na pia wase wa AdSite advertisement company tumewapigia shughuli moja safi. Hii kitu haijakufa, wamulikia cameraman, karibia, usiogope kitu. Unaona vizuri hii haijakufa. Jamaa tumemwekea makachengerere, tunaenda pale kumbuku, tumweke into books.
We need more police officers like Afande Deno, serving the people of Kenya, protecting our communities and fighting crime in our communities. I want to show you guys of a video of a young man who was conned, and just listen to how he narrated his story.
Kumeenda aje? Ndio kumeenda aje? Napanda hivi. Msiako mbele, msiako mbele yangu anaangusha makapa. Mwenye kunyuma wangu anakuja anachukua ni show aje. Simseji peto tugawiane. Sisi tunaenda hivyo. Mwenye ameangusha anakuja anatufuata, anasema atushuka. Sisi tunamwambia kuna mmoja mwingine basi amechukua, anarudi. Mwenye kanizo makapa ananipei. Nimesema na baba, ananiambia nikoyo. Hiyo mwingine anakuja kukujia. Sasa tunajifanya watu mbili. Nasema aje? Naambia mjamaa aje? Huyu ni fundi aenda kutengenezea simu, sinamwekea password. Ati nikutumie. Mwenye ameangusha ndio anashua aje tuachanishe, tuachana shughuli, tumeona kugawiana ndio. Sisi tunaachana hivyo, tenje inaenda. Tenje yako sasa? Tenje yangu sasa. Umeichukua aje? Nimempea nikamwekea password. Sasa kwa nini umempatia password? Tulikuwa tumeagana aje aseme yeye ni fundi ameenda kutengenezea. Ndio mwingine achae na mwenye ameangusha ndio achae na sisi. So umepatia na simu yako bure? Ndio wamekupatia nini? Wamekupatia nini? Onyesha na hiyo kitu. Hii. Ndio ume-exchange na. Hapa ndio tume-exchange. Okay. Ndio umefunga. So mimi sina simu yako. Unajua police station? Ya Kilo? Ndio wapia askari hiyo story. Ndio walai. Bye.
A conservationist by the name of Dr. Isaac Kalua Green, he has called for the overhaul of Kenya Forest Service, stating that they have failed to protect the country's forests. Listen to what Dr. Isaac Kalua Green had to say.
The trees that are cut in our forests, the timber that is produced to do the biggest construction, just because someone is in authority as a chair of Kenya Forest Service, conservator being misused. In fact, I should be calling for those people, sincerely speaking, to resign if we have to change the culture of our country. Because all that these people have been doing is known. It is bare. Charcoal is moving from different places every single day. Teak wood and trees that are so precious for this country, of medicinal value, are being exported out of this country. Just because it is your time, inakuwa ni wakati wako wa kukula. I think this has come to an end. I started this war when I was a young man, and I think time has come. At my old age, where I am, I determined it as old. I think we must just do what is right for God's glory.
Dear Kenyans, our forests are under threat. This means that the indigenous natural vegetation, even the animals that call the forests home, are all under threat. Deforestation without afforestation. Just listen to this.
Why is one of Kenya's source of water, supplying millions, including Nairobi, under threat? A road.
A road called Mau Mau that has been approved by the government of Kenya will be passing through the heart of Aberdare forest. This means 286 acres of indigenous and natural vegetation will be cleared. How does this align with the initiative to plant 15 billion trees?
Endangered species will face a greater risk. Increased human-wildlife conflict will disrupt their habitats, pushing them to closer extinction.
It will further expose the forest to development, land grabbing and logging, compromising the water sources and offsetting the irreplaceable benefits of this ecosystem.
Let us know what you think in the comments.
A video has been trending from Kisii County, where the residents there lined up to receive unga for Christmas from their governor, Honorable Simba Arati. Kenyans, just take a look at this nonsense.
Mtu abigwa na asa matanga. Mtu abigwa na asa matanga bamata biko tebanga mbezi yare wochi. Mitai bimbi go eta ngaba na Simba Arati to bwata. Eta ya musi. Mujamono. Abana batata Simba Arati agendelele nyasaye. Aba malaika watana kalitu aba nainwe. Sasa we. Wana masate Simba masate maremu.
In this video, I don't see the youths there. I don't see the Gen Zs there. What I am only seeing is the beggars. This clearly shows you that the leaders are not the problem, but it's the people, the citizens who are the problem. We seriously need more civic education in our communities.
Kuna uzingiri fulani nimeona kwa hii nchi. Yani politician wanataka wa turn into beggars ili mweze kuwawashi. Kiangalia uzingiri mkalenjini hata mwenye ajesoma. Anatumia hiyo opportunity ya watu kuwa maskini kufanya watu wa glorify. Jamaa amefanya wamama wazee bwana, wamama rika ya shosho yake ati wanapanga line ati wapatie food. Sasa hiyo ni uzingiri gani? Yaani ama politician wanatakanga tubaki poor ili tuendelee kuwa beg. Lakini ukiangalia countries zenye ziko led tu vizuri, country kama Japan, unapata kila mtu ako na do. Hakuna mtu anaenda kupanga line kwa politician ati apewe food, alafu ndiye aanze kuwa praise akiwapigia makofi kila mahali. Hii nchi yenyewe Zakayo ametani nchi into a country of beggars.
While the beggars are receiving unga from their governor, let us all go to Nairobi City, in Karen, around Bomas Galleria, where a road has been flooding and has flooded for several days, and yet nothing has been done. The gross oversight has not yet been rectified. Like, where is the governor of Nairobi, Governor Sakaja? Where is Kenha? Where is Kura Roads? Like, what is happening in Kenya? Take a look at this video.
Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni Karen. Sakaja Bay. Manze. Enya Nairobi jo. Nairobi za ghetto. Na hii place kunanga hata footpath. Unang'ang'ana tu na magari katikati ya barabara ndio uvuke barabara. Hapa ni Karen.
Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans and my fellow Gen Zs, the fear is gone. The fear is totally gone and the clouds are gathering.
William Ruto, that somebody is stupid, somebody is selfish, somebody mwenye anajipenda yeye na tumbo yake. And then you have your girlfriends like Kimani Chungwa na Kithure Kindiki wenye umeweka mbele are supporting everything stupid that you are saying. And you are calling yourself a president. The worst nightmare that this country has ever faced, the worst nightmare that we have faced as a country in Kenya is having William Samoei Ruto as the president.
That you're gassing us. These Ruto boys. Hey. We'll find in 2027, Ruto. We'll be there, of course. We are fighting for our own generation. We want all the taxes to be removed. We don't want any tax. We don't want any tax.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
Higher power. Higher power.
We're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Since the protest started, so many lives have been lost along the way. So many people have been kidnapped, abducted, and some of them are still missing till date. On August 19th, Free Kenya Movement chairman Bob Njagi was abducted in Mlolongo while he was going back home.
Usio mwizi, wewe ni mtu wa maandamano, hadi kofia ni ya maandamano.
After 32 days in captivity, later on Bob Njagi was released, and this is how he narrated his story. Listen to this.
I was whisked away into a building and ushered into a small and very dark room. It was the size of 6 feet by 4 feet. I was left on the floor handcuffed at the back and blindfolded for 2 days without food, only some water. That was
People power, higher power. People power,
higher power.
People power,
higher power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
People power,
higher power.
People power,
higher power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
A luta continua.
Sorry.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva. Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
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 Sorry. Good afternoon, members of the Fourth Estate. Thank you for joining us today for this presser. I'm going to read out my statement, which is in writing, and thereafter I'm going to share it with you also for publication. The title is Bob Njagi, Kitengela 3 Press and Public Statement on Recent Abductions. Revolutionary greetings. I take this opportunity to welcome members of the mainstream media and social media fraternity as they cover this press and public statement for the victims of state abduction, commonly referred to as the Kitengela 3, namely Bob Njagi, Longton Jamil, and Asley Longton. Today, Wednesday, the 9th of October, marks 20 days since our release from abduction and forceful detention without trial. During these few days, we have been undergoing medical treatment, both psychosocial support and physical examination in various health centers, hence the prolonged silence since our release. Prior to our abduction on the 19th of August 2024, Free Kenya movement had been on the forefront of the protest demonstrations against the draconian Finance Bill 2024, which later mutated into pro-good governance demos that demanded for the dissolution of parliament and the resignation of President William Ruto and his deputy Honorable Rigathi Gachagua for gross violations of the Constitution and failing to uphold and protect the sovereignty of the Kenyan people. During the protest, I was singled out and targeted by security agencies for leading the protest. I was illegally arrested twice on 2 separate occasions. On both occasions, I was violently arrested and physically assaulted by the police and denied my right to seek counsel or communicate with my family members. I was presented before a court to answer to the fictitious and trumped-up charges. One of these cases has since been dismissed by the prosecution for lack of evidence. Why then did they have to arrest and subject me to inhumane treatment while knowing so well that I was innocent and they lacked any evidence? The other matter will be heard on the 14th of October, 2024 in Kajiado Magistrates Court, number 1. It is important to note that all demos, we have always notified the police in accordance to Article 37 of the Public Order Act and further requested them for security during the demos. As the demos intensified countrywide, we all witnessed the introduction of hooligans whose aim was to disrupt the peaceful protest by causing chaos, looting, stealing, and destruction of property. The aim was to create panic and fear amongst the business community, as well as to deter the Gen Zs from participating in the demos. The police and sympathizers of Kenya Kwanza administration were quick to blame the protesters before undertaking any investigation to ascertain the truth. This strategy, however, did not deter us from proceeding with peaceful protest, much to the dissatisfaction of those who had organized the thugs. The police, instead of arresting or stopping those who were looting from the business community, focused on arresting and shooting and killing innocent protesters. Many businesses in various towns and cities suffered huge losses as a result of looting by hired goons. The Gen Z-led protests have been calling for good governance, accountability, and a fight against corruption. Hence, there is no room for thuggery or hooliganism. It will be counterproductive to what we are demonstrating against. Most of the shops looted have CCTV cameras. Why haven't the police used that footage to identify and arrest the real criminals? During the anti-finance bill protest, many young Kenyans have been injured, illegally arrested, abducted, and others died through extrajudicial killings. There have been serious gross violations on human rights that amount to crimes against humanity by security agencies. Government institutions tasked with the role of oversight, such as the Independent Police Oversight Authority, have clearly no powers to arrest or prosecute any rogue police officers. Their attempts to investigate the police have been distracted and hampered in order to cover up the truth. The Kenya police have violated the Constitution severally, yet they are the ones who are entrusted with enforcing the same laws. The use of excessive force such as live bullets, water cannons, tear gas, etc., while concealing their faces to avoid identification has been the modus operandi. To date, no police officer has been brought to book to answer to the charges of assault, misconduct, abuse of office, use of excessive force, abduction, murder, etc. This only points to the reluctance of government to undertake any meaningful investigations that will uncover the truth and reveal those who have been sponsoring the goons. On the 18th of August 2024, I received a call from Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi to accompany him the following day to Nairobi area police station, where he had been summoned to appear before the police. On the 19th of August, I arrived at Nairobi area police station at 2 p.m., only to be informed that the venue had been changed and that he had been asked to go to Nairobi Regional Police Command in Milimani Road. Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi was later put under arrest and whisked away to Kamkunji Police Station. We spent the whole afternoon and evening there with his family and lawyer, seeking for his release, but the police insisted on holding him until the following day in order to arraign him in court. My colleagues then dropped me off at Railway's bus terminus, where I boarded a matatu to Kitengela, for Kitengela. En route to Kitengela, the bus stopped at Mlolongo for some passengers to alight. It was then that four masked men, hooded men, got into the vehicle shouting, "Huyu ako na bunduki," while pointing at me. I was immediately alarmed by this assertion, and upon realizing what was happening, I shouted my name, Bob Njagi, and informed all the passengers that I was being targeted because of the demos. The officers shoved me out of the bus forcefully while assaulting me with kicks, blows, slaps, jacking me off my feet, and carrying me shoulder high into an awaiting white car. The officers had cautioned other passengers not to take any photos or videos. However, some passengers managed to secretly record the incident. Inside the white vehicle were 5 men, 2 in the front and 3 at the back. We drove for close to 1 hour, while all the time I was assaulted until we came to a sudden stop. I was then blindfolded and handcuffed at the back and moved into a second awaiting vehicle that had 4 men. 2 sat at the back on either side and 2 at the front. We drove for complete silence for another 30 minutes until we arrived in our destination. 32 days of terror. I was whisked away into a building and ushered into a small and very dark room. It was the size of 6 feet by 4 feet. I was left on the floor handcuffed at the back and blindfolded for 2 days without food, only some water. That was
People power, higher power. People power,
higher power.
People power,
higher power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
People power,
higher power.
People power,
higher power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
A luta continua.
Sorry.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
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 Sorry. 32 days of terror. I was whisked into a building and ushered into a small, very dark room. It was a size of 6 by 4. I was left on the floor handcuffed at the back and blindfolded for 2 days without food. Only some water that was administered occasionally by one of the men. On the 3rd day, the handcuffs were removed from the back side and my hands were cuffed on the front side. I was then moved into another room. The second room had a small withered mattress and a blanket. This is where I stayed locked up, handcuffed, blindfolded for the next 30 days. The room was completely sealed with no light during the daytime or nighttime. The only human interaction I got was when the door would be opened twice a day. In the morning, they would open and hand me a cup of tea while removing the waste bucket and replacing it with another one. During lunch hour, I was served with a meal that would barely keep me alive. The food was unpalatable, but I forced myself to eat in order to get some strength and to live to see another day, hoping and praying that God would rescue me from this ordeal. My health depreciated very fast and lost a lot of weight. I was dehydrated and lost a lot of weight during the 32 days of abduction. Once a week, I would be led blindfolded into a room where I showered for 10 minutes before returning back to my cell. I was held incommunicado throughout my abduction and denied all freedoms and rights enshrined in our Constitution. The right to a fair trial, freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom from torture, and freedom from abduction. On September 20th, 2024, at about 12:30 a.m., 2 men came to the cell and asked me to get up and get dressed. I was then taken outside the building into an awaiting vehicle. They removed the handcuffs and replaced them with plastic tie knots, but I remained blindfolded. We drove around the vehicle for about 30 minutes in complete silence. Finally, the car stopped and one of the men informed me that they were going to release me, gave me some money, 400 shillings for bus fare, and removed me from the car. They asked me to sit on the ground and to remain there until they left. I heard the doors shutting and the cars speeding off. By the time I removed my blindfold, they had already disappeared into the dark. I stumbled on my feet and started walking without knowing where I was. In about 15 minutes, I got to Tigoni police station. It was there that I reported the matter, which was booked in the OB. I requested the officers to contact my family, which they did. The OCS Tigoni police station arrived at about 2 a.m., where she asked me to write a statement. I complied, and later my family members arrived, picked me up, and took me home. I have since been recuperating, healing from this horrific experience. I wish to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude and thank all Kenyans of goodwill who have prayed, lobbied for our release from abduction. I wish to single out my family, my parents and siblings and relatives, friends, the Law Society of Kenya, the Defenders Coalition, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, comrades of the Free Kenya Movement, various human rights organizations, civil society organizations, the mainstream media and social media fraternity, leaders from various including Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, Honorable Wajakoya, Senator Umtata, Honorable Kioni, activists from the social justice movements, and the judiciary for their exemplary role of justice. I thank God for being faithful and for the continued gift of life and good health. I take note that the petition against the IG and CS for Interior is pending in the High Court, though the Judge Lawrence Mugambi has since recused himself from the case. We intend to pursue this case to its most logical conclusion. The state should be held responsible for our abduction and that of many other Kenyans, since it is their duty to provide security to all persons and protect their lives and property. I have since reconciled myself with the ordeal so as to heal. I have since forgiven my captors and asked God to forgive them too. I, however, will pursue justice and plan to sue the government for this ordeal in order to stop any other such abductions. I call upon this government to immediately put an end to all cases of demonstrations from the year 2023 to 2024. Furthermore, we call on the government to recognize and compensate families who have lost their loved ones during this protest as a sign of goodwill, honor, and respect. My spirit is more emboldened, my heart is more fortified, my body is more resilient, and my mind is more focused. I shall continue to lobby for good governance and accountability. I remain to be a strong voice for the weak, the marginalized in society, more so persons with disability, orphans, and widows. Since the 2018 Finance Bill, we initiated the Free Kenya Movement as an alternative platform through which we would lobby for social justice, constitutional reforms, economic and political reforms, and have engaged in several legal battles challenging bad laws. We have been and continue to collect signatures from registered voters in order to initiate a people's dialogue, otherwise known as a referendum. You can access the referendum and signature collection portal on www.freekenya.co.ke or www.freekenyasignatures.com. End of statement. People power.
Higher power.
People power.
Higher power.
Higher power.
People power.
Higher power.
People power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Watu ni nguvu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Watu ni nguvu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Watu ni nguvu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Watu ni nguvu.
Watu ni nani?
Watu ni sisi.
Watu ni nani?
Watu ni sisi.
Thank you.
Tunaanzisha mchakato wa referendum ambaye tutazuru taifa yote ya Kenya tukisanya sahihi milioni 1 ili tuweze kuleta mabadiliko ya kikatiba ambayo yataleta afueni kwa mwananchi wa kawaida, sivyo? Mnakubaliana na hiyo safari?
Anguka naye. They're coming for you.
problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Marara Kebaso injecting
Uhuru Kenyatta na Matiang'i should not come close to the State House.
Okay. To Sudan's RSF parallel government set up in Kenya.
What we want, just when we want it, right now.
What is period poverty?
What is period poverty?
Oscar Sudi at the wrong place.
They're coming for you.
We have forgotten, and Kenyans should stop being forgetful. Okay. That we lost 24.6 billion shillings.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of Day, and my name is Elvis Dairy. Kenyans, what is the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces? This is a paramilitary force formerly operated by the government of Sudan, and the Kenyan people are very worried and very concerned. After this force, they met at Nairobi's KCC to launch a parallel government.
A diplomatic row is brewing between Kenya, the US, and Sudan. Why, you may ask? So Kenya has today opened the doors of one of its most iconic installations, the Kenyatta International Conference Center, to the Hamdan Dagalo-led Rapid Support Forces and other allied forces who are going to sign the Sudan Founding Charter, which essentially will form a parallel government. They are calling it a peace and unity government. So why are people saying this is a serious diplomatic mistake from Kenya? And why is Washington not going to be so amused by this move by the Kenya government? So this guy, Hamdan Dagalo, is currently sanctioned by the US government. Why? The Rapid Support Forces which he leads are accused of committing serious war crimes amounting to genocide in Sudan. And last year, the Kenyan government cancelled a press briefing they were set to hold at the last minute after Washington released a statement regarding those sanctions. And then, of course, in January, President William Ruto met Sudan's foreign minister and assured that foreign minister that they were not going to allow the Rapid Support Forces to form a parallel government from Nairobi. But now, here we are. The crowd is already gathering at the KICC. An invitation has already been sent to media houses, and it is more than clear that that parallel government is going to be formed in Nairobi. So what's changed, you may ask? The Sudan conflict and Kenya's involvement in it is said to have been a serious thorny issue, especially during the AUC election campaigns. And now that that is in the past, the Kenyan government seems to have nothing to lose. And some people argue that that could be the main reason why Kenya has now opened its doors to the RSF and the formation of that peace and unity government by those allied forces in Sudan. What do you think about this move from the Kenyan government?
How can a rebel force enter the Kenyan territory and launch and form a parallel government? This is very worrisome. Let's listen to what Dr. Mumbi Saraki had to say about this.
Kenyans are shocked to see Nabi allow a rebel nene from Sudan, RSF, to actually come to KICC and set up a parallel government. And guess what? The Alphabet Boys knew about this a month ago. This is probably one of the reasons why Baba was rejected. Another reason why Baba was rejected. But I'm telling you, family, Nabi isn't just operating on his own. He's under someone. And I actually think Meggie is his handler, and the Alphabet Boys who installed him into power are the ones giving him instructions, because then they're being chased away. They're trying to find strongholds. Don't you remember Meggie bringing the arms dealer from the divided states and stuff, and they took pictures? You don't think all of this is connected?
Just take a look at some of these scenes that took place at Nairobi KCC building.
What we want, just when we want it, right now. What we want, when we want it, right now. Justice, justice for Sudanese. Justice, justice for Sudanese. Justice, justice for Sudanese. Justice, justice for Sudanese. Shukran lekum kathir.
Election season is around the corner, just a year and a few months, and many Kenyans want new faces in the coming government. So, who do you think will be worthy to be given the keys to State House after the next elections? Listen to this.
Nilikuwa naendelea kuzungumzia mambo ya Uhuru Kenyatta na ni kwa nini Uhuru Kenyatta na Matiang'i should not come close to the State House.
Okay, why?
Nikakwambia kuhusu NYS. Kwamba tuliambiwa kwamba ni 1.9 billion ilipotea lakini ilikuwa zaidi ya bilioni 20. We have forgotten, and Kenyans should stop being forgetful, that we lost 24.6 billion shillings kwa mradi wa laptops za watoto. Saa hizi hakuna mtoto wa primary ama lower primary ambaye ako na laptop. Yet we lost 24.6 billion. We should not forget that under Uhuru Kenyatta 1.9 billion shillings ililipwa under the NCPB, National Cereals and Produce Board, to fake farmers that were not existing. We should not forget that we lost, what is on the report is that we lost 2 billion for BBI, Building Bridges Initiative. But actually, we lost more than 10 billion. Kumbuka kwamba MCAs Kenya mzima walipewa grant ya kununua gari ya milioni 2. Can you imagine 2,200 MCAs? Everybody received 2 million shillings. That's more than 4.5 billion.
Kenyans, do you think these politicians should take a pay cut? Like, they're being paid high amounts of money, but yet there's no evidence of them working for the people. But corruption is the order of the day. Listen to this.
What do members of parliament do to deserve a salary of 700,000? Surely. What do the members of county assembly do to deserve a salary of 160-something thousand Kenya shillings? Members of parliament don't go to those houses. They don't speak. Members of county assembly don't go to the county assemblies. They don't even feel it. They don't speak. Some of them can't even read and write. They're very empty at head. In fact, the National Assembly and some of the county assemblies are where you find some of the most uneducated idiots who can't even articulate issues. They can't even discuss issues affecting the common citizens that they purport to be leading. In fact, if doctors, teachers, and police officers are being paid what they're being paid, then all these politicians should take a pay cut. No member of parliament deserves to get anything above 350,000. No member of county assembly deserves to get anything above 100,000. If we do this, it will be a very good lesson for all those willing to join politics in the future to know that you go there to work for people, service for people, not to balloon your stomachs and live a very lavish lifestyle on Kenyan taxes.
I'm talking about uneducated idiots. Kenyans, take a look at this video of Honorable Oscar Sudi swearing in.
I, Oscar Kipchumba Sudi, having been elected a member of National Assembly, do swear in the name of the mighty God that I will bear truly faith, discharge the people alleged to the faithful, alleged to the people and Republic of Kenya. I will obey, respect, uphold, serve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and I will faithfully, consistently discharge the duties of member of Parliament. So help me God.
So many vijana, muongeze pia bidii.
By the way, that is the last time that Oscar Sudi spoke in Parliament. He even went to class to study, but yet he couldn't understand and get anything.
We say neither nor. Neither nor. In a sentence, he is neither interested nor willing to participate. Can we read together, class? He is neither interested nor willing to participate. Can we read together again? He is neither interested nor willing to participate.
As we continue, I want to show you guys a rare video of Oscar Sudi back in the days when he's still a young boy in school. Take a look.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, sleep. The dog is asleep.
Jokes aside, our public schools are in a serious mess, Kenyans. In Kiambaa constituency, Muchadha Primary School is in a sad state. Like I'm just wondering, how can our children, our own Kenyan children, learn in such an environment? Just take a look.
I'm still in Muchadha Primary. Hizi ndo choo za Muchadha Primary. Ndo hizi hapa. Si wanasema kila kitu ni uongo. Wanapaka rangi darasa moja, wanapost kila mahali. Ati weroronekana. What is this? What is this? We are in 20th century. Kazi ya Kawanjiko ni kwenda kwa parliament kusema yes, kupigwa picha na Ruto na Raila ndo wapate vitu za kupost TikTok, lakini kazi hakuna kazi amefanya. Akipaka class moja rangi inapostiwa kwa group zote Kenya mzima. Na bloggers. MP ameinvest with bloggers. Sio kufanyia watu kazi. Ameinvest with bloggers. This is Muchadha Primary toilets, my friends. Na tukiongea wanasema ati tunatukana, sijui tunaonea Kawanjiko, sijui nini. What is this? Watoto wetu wanaenda kwa hizi choo. You can imagine. You can imagine. Na yeye kazi yake ni kupigwa picha na Ruto. Now and then. He's royal to Ruto. Wako na pesa, wako na president, wako na pesa. This is the situation in Muchadha Primary. Sijui kama watazi demolish leo ndo watu wasikuje kuziona. But this is the situation in Muchadha Primary.
What a sad state of affair. I really weep for my country, Kenya. Like Kenya and the Kenyan people and our children, they deserve better than this. Just take a look at this video of this road in a very shameful and in a very poor condition.
This is one of grassroots data collection of here Mtata PEC committee, and we came to the Magadi ward. And guys, this is a road. This is a road. You see this? This is a road. And one of the biggest problem in this area is roads. Every person talks about roads. So many people have died being taken to hospital. There's no hospital on this side. So imagine someone being transported from this side. This is flooded. Many people have died because they have no roads. This is actually Kajiado West, Guruman area. This constituency in Kajiado County, no roads, guys. This is a road. This is a road. Children going to school, pregnant mothers have died. This side is no hospital. The hospital was washed away, so they are supposed to be taken to hospital way far, and there's totally no roads. This is Kenya, guys. This is Kenya. This is a road in Kenya, Kajiado County. We are in a serious problem. We need to do something as the people of Kenya, especially for the Maasai community.
These politicians are no longer hiding corruption anymore. Like they're just doing it in the open space, in the open air for the world and the people to see. That even foreigners who are coming to Kenya, they're trolling our country. Kenyans have filed a petition in court challenging President William Ruto's mental fitness, citing excessive lies and leadership failures. They have requested Chief Justice Martha Koome to establish a bench to assess President William Ruto's mental fitness. Just take a look.
He's mentally sick.
He's completely out of touch with reality.
Who knows a person who has lied 50 times? Forget 5,000. 50 times. Does anybody know mtu amekudanganya mara 50? Ruto ako na 5,000. Huyo jamaa ni mgonjwa.
Na ni kila siku.
Kila siku. Tuko na Germany, tuko na Swimming Lions, tuko na Parliament of Bamboo. This guy is...
Tuko na people are not abducted.
People are not abducted. Kindiki anatuambia there was a gunshot that came from the police, but we cannot tell whether the killing was a result of that.
These people are not even trying now. They are just telling blatant lies. Walishika jamaa wa Kware in a record 24 hours. Record 24 hours.
Naka escape.
Didmas Baraza aliua mtu, in fact ilikuwa ni kwa news. Yeye hawajui kwenye yako, hawajawahi ona hiyo kesi yake, hata hawajawahi mpata.
Ladies, since when did having periods become shameful? Is it not a sign of fertility? Like, I think it's high time for to ban all NGOs that are in Kenya and save our girls, our women from humiliation. Gloria Orba, she went on to erect a billboard humiliating and shaming our girls, our women. Just take a look.
Look at this. What is period poverty? Kuna vitu zingine za ujinga tunafanya hii country. What is period poverty? Don't be cheesy.
Do you remember that day when Gloria Orba, she went to parliament during her periods? Like, where did we fail as the voters? Just take a look.
So having periods is never a crime. How to handle those periods is where we begin to differ.
A woman on her period caused quite a stir in the Kenyan parliament because she wasn't wearing this. I am talking of Gloria Orboba, a senator in Kenya who has been criticized by other MPs, including women senators, for showing up to the parliament in her blood-stained pants. And for this, she was asked to leave the floor.
Indeed, if you read the Bible and even the Quran, if a woman is going through her periods, they're not even allowed to touch the Bible or the Quran. So you cannot say that being discriminated against. So Senator Gloria, I sympathize with you that you're going through the natural act of menstruation. You have stained your wonderful suit. I'm not asking you to leave because you're out of order, but I'm asking you to leave so that you go change and come back with a cloth that is not stained.
Kenyans, what kind of politicians did you vote for? Like, seriously? Mutahi Kagwe went on to send a strong message to President William Ruto and Raila Odinga, telling them not to take their positions so strongly. It is just temporary. Listen to this.
Never take your position, the position that you hold, so strongly that if you do not have that position, then you are nothing. The position you hold is just a position. Whether you are the president, member of parliament, a big person on the judiciary, is just a position. The final day will be you alone and you without a position. If we can be like Judy, who did so many things yet remained so humble, it's amazing. For me, it's just amazing. When I heard people talk about her and I just thought about her as my daughter, it's absolutely amazing. I can see Judy doing this. I can see Judy getting up there and wondering whether there might be a few people in hell who have been taken there by mistake and are wanting to take those cases for them instantly and immediately.
Nairobi's Governor Sakaja was asked a very simple question: what he thinks about the anger directed towards the government, and this is how he answered this question.
What are your thoughts on the current political anger directed towards the government?
My thoughts is the expression of anger by the public should not be ignored. We should listen. Government should listen at all levels, national government, county government. We should not look for excuses and say that this is driven politically or it is funded or whatnot, because where there is smoke, there is fire. People have great expectations, and you can look at it positively or negatively. For me, whenever there's, and I get a lot of it, I try to see what is the source of it, what can I do about it as a governor. And so let us not also react with anger towards Kenyans. Let's not speak with arrogance and pride. It never works. It never works. So I mean, let's have our ear on the ground, and you will see it changing because people are genuine. I believe Kenyans are honest people. They can and they're not fools. You know, they can know when what you're saying is correct or when it is not.
Our entertainment industry, the music industry, is in total shambles. A former MCA and a musician in Bungoma County complains of how musicians are being mistreated in Kenya. Just listen to what he had to say.
Kukosea wapi Ruto? President, sisi kama wasanii tulikukosea wapi? Wacha nitoe tu nguo. Mnione uchi yangu, mnione uchi. Yaani president, mtu anaitwa Ezekiel Mutua anatumia judiciary. Ana manipulate judiciary kutumaliza sisi wanamuziki. Tamu ya watu kukaa kwa ofisi iliisha. Tukasema tuende uchaguzi wakakataa. Saa hii wameenda kotini, kuna mtu anaitwa Njoki Mwangi. Amesema tuende kwa ofisi kama interim board. Saa hii tena amerudi amesema hapana. Hapana wasiingie. Tunafanya nini? Tunacheza mchezo drama ya nini? Sisi wanamuziki tulikosea nini? Mungu Baba, tulikosea wapi? Yaani sisi tulikosea wapi? Mungu Baba tusamee. Wanamuziki tulikosea wapi Mungu? Ewe Baba, wajua sababu kwa nini tuyapitie haya. Mungu Baba, we wajua sababu kwa nini tuyapitie. Yani niulize, mtu anaitwa Ezekiel Mutua na mtu anaitwa Kubasu Law Firm.
To be honest, Kenya needs to be restarted. We need to start afresh as a country. We need a new government that will serve the people of Kenya with integrity. Just listen to how this man of God injected.
Speak truth to power. If some things are wrong, they are wrong. Abductions are real. We have a leadership that has become very unresponsive, very defensive on their position and whatever they want to do. When you see a father going to court, coming all the way from Embu, coming to court with the hope that they will produce his son, even if in chains, at least you will have seen his son. And the father, of course, the son doesn't show up. And the father is so broken, cries in front of the whole world like a baby, saying, I just want to see my son. That should prick our conscience, friends. These things are real. So it upsets some of us when you hear a whole elected politician claiming that there's nothing like abductions in this country. In fact, suggesting that, oh no, maybe some of those young people are somewhere in an Airbnb hanging out with their lovers, and then after a few days they will come out and then tell us that they were abducted. How irresponsible can we be? Agencies? This journey that you began last year cannot stop now. It must stop at the ballot box.
Tunajua kuna zingine pia tukiangalia tu kweli. Hii nchi yetu pia iko pabaya, kusema tu kweli. Tunaumia sote, sisi wananchi na nyinyi pia kama mapolisi. Kila mtu. Shida ikitushika, hakuna njia ya generali, hakuna njia ya polisi, si ndio? Tukiumia tunaumia wote. And remember that if we have good leadership, tukiwa na nini nzuri, nchi nzuri, wote tutakuwa mahali poa. Wazazi wetu wote wanalia huko nyumbani, hawawezi enda usiku, wote wanaumia. Wakikufa hata sisi wetu wanakufa. Hii ndio mlipiga kura. Hakuna mtu asikii vizuri. Naona.
Kwanza siku wa Kenya wangeambilika. Sisi ndio mlipiga kura. Sisi we don't even vote, tunawachunga. Mnatuingiza kwa noma na
ni sawa, but sasa hata ukiangalia
nikichunga kura.
Ukiangalia
umeingiza huyo mudi. Mnamgeuka sasa. What are we supposed to do? Ni kama wapi akikuja hapa. Hapa ni kunyamba kila siku. Hata nyamba sana. Yako na gari yake. Sisi hatujui hiyo.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We have forgotten, and Kenyans should stop being forgetful, that we lost 24.6 billion shillings.
From abductions caught on camera to patriots occupying the streets. Have we lost the young generation?
Power to the people.
Gachagua threatened government.
And if this unit is not dismantled, we'll be giving the name of the building and the full names.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Derry. The year 2024 has been a different year, has been a year that has never been seen before in Kenyan history. And recently, abductions has been taking place. And the President of Kenya, President William Ruto, came out and announced that there's no abductions that is taking place under his government. And he went on and said that nobody has been abducted. Listen to this.
Yale yamesemekana mambo ya abduction tutakomesha, ndio vijana wa Kenya waweze kuishi kwa amani na vile vile wawe na nidhamu na wawe wangwana, tuweze kujenga Kenya tukiwa pamoja. Tumekubaliana?
So my question is this: will all those people who are still missing, who have been abducted, be released? Take a look at this rare video of a Kenyan, a comrade, and a young man who is being abducted at night in South B. Take a look.
Wanamuingiza kwa boot.
Guys.
Wewe! Ando anachukua watu wa mtu anapotea.
This is crazy and totally wrong. Like so many Kenyans own Subaru and Probox, but they're using this type of cars to conduct their illegal abductions in Kenya. And right now, so many Subaru owners are worried because the image has already been tarnished.
Hey guys, kindly, may I have a Subaru? Na hizi Subaru saizi imechoma picha. Mpaka na sasa hivi nasikia kama anaweza uza Subaru yangu. Sababu unaweza kuta mtu anaweza kukumistake, afikirie wewe ndio Subaru yenye unabeba watu. Well, my friends, mimi, people should know that not all Subarus are Subaru. Sababu wao madisi wamefanya mpaka Subaru was a very nice car. Mpaka mtu kutembea na Subaru unaingisha fear. Wakati mtu anasema ndio hiyo. Hawa Subaru boys. So, I think kindly babe, unasemaje tuuze hii Subaru yetu ama tuiweke parking tununue gari lingine? Kwanza Subaru sababu we love the car so much. Wenda kama umefungua dirisha. Unajua paka kwanza tuseme kuna mtu anaweza tu kukodea sema ndio watu ya Subaru ndio, kabla ufikirie papa na shida yote imeletwa na hao watu kwa abduct watu.
The former deputy president of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, he came out and said that if the abduction unit is not disbanded, he will come out and he will reveal the location and also the persons who are in charge in these abductions that has been going on and taking place every day in Kenya. Listen to what Deputy Rigathi Gachagua had to say.
And if this unit is not dismantled, we'll be giving the name of the building and the full names of that officer and his cousin in this administration. And these people are not answerable to the Inspector General of Police. Your guess is as good as mine as to who is the commander of that unit. Let me emphasize that killing our children will not quell the anger of the Kenyan people. People are very angry with this administration. Abducting young people is not a solution. You must address the cause of the disquiet, of the discontent. Why are people aggrieved with this administration? That must be dealt with. Abducting these children and killing them is not a solution. And I must remind my friend and brother, Dr. William Ruto, that since independence, no government has ever gone for children. This is the first administration in the history of this country to target children for repression and persecution. Even the colonial administration, brutal as it was, it never went for the children. And the question the president must address is simple. Why has everybody turned against you and the administration in only 2 years?
After regarding Gachagwa's statement, Kenyans did not waste time, neither they did not hesitate to reveal the persons who is in charge or involved in the abductions. Take a look.
Fear Kenyans. I repeat, fear Kenyans. Revolution is real. Now, just a few hours after Rigiji has given us hint of who the abductors might be, akatupatia location, akatuambia ni city center, akatupatia floor, akatuambia ni 21st floor, na akatupatia the first name of the person who is leading the abductions, Mr. Abel. Now, Kenyans hawajalala. They have gone ahead, identified some few government buildings, because these people might not be operating from private buildings. Kenyans wakasapo KICC na wakasampo Nyayo. Sasa bado tunaendelea kufanya uchunguzi, but uchunguzi mahali imefika kuna mahali imeonekana the person is called Mr. Abel Kimboi, a former GSU officer and a cousin to Farouk Kibet.
We have noticed that some politicians are trying to sell fear to the Gen Z parents so that the parents can tell their children, the Gen Zs, to stop talking about the government or being involved in anything to do with the government. But Grace Wasuka, an actress, she came out and said that she will not be cowed in fighting for good governance in this country. Just listen to what she had to say.
So my mother has just called me and she's like, Washuka, I'm hearing that you're posting political posts. People are being abducted. Take them down. Take them down. And then I hear my aunt in the background. We want you alive. I'm not taking nothing down. I'm not taking nothing down. My followers on Instagram are 50% Kenyan. I was with Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen recently at the US Embassy event. I have his number. I can call him. I'm sure he even knows where I am right now. I'm turning the other cheek, which in historical biblical times was if somebody, when the Romans slapped you with your left hand, when you turned the other cheek, you were actually lowering his status because you were saying, okay, continue. When they gave you a punishment of carrying their things for 1 mile, you went 2 miles because you're like, it's fine. Let's keep going. Me, I'm okay. So, God is my witness. God is my witness. God is my protection. I know that sounds crazy to some, but he is my protection. It is not a Merry Christmas for Billy Mwangi. It is not a Merry Christmas for Rex Masai's family. It is not a Merry Christmas for Peter Mutetis. It is not a Merry Christmas for Naomi's family. It's not. Naomi's mom right now is freaking out. So we're just supposed to abandon this woman. We're supposed to abandon Naomi because we're scared. Q1 2024, let us kindly read our constitutions. Let us find out what are our rights. Like for real. Let us begin to rally behind whoever we want to stay. This is democracy.
The Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, he came out and said that the government is not involved in the abductions, and he actually distanced himself from the abductors. After this, Honorable Babu Owino came out and gave his honest opinion. Listen to this.
Thank you very much, fellow Kenyans. I want to take this opportunity to talk about the recent abductions. Abductions which are leaving families in pain, in agony. It is so sad for someone to get out of nowhere to abduct a child of a fellow Kenyan. These abductions have already been condemned by different leaders, and the Inspector General of Police has come out clearly saying that the police officers are not the ones who are abducting Kenyans. I want to tell you, Kenyans, that it is a high time to stop these abductions, and you know what to do. Do not request the president not to abduct people. You have the solution. Now that we have been told that it is the criminal gangs who are abducting Kenyans, we need to deal with these criminal gangs. You know what to do. Anything humanly possible, anything around you, any material around you should be used to protect a fellow Kenyan. We will not allow abductions as Kenyans. If you stopped President Ruto from signing the finance bill into an act, then you can stop a few group of people, 2 or 3, from abducting fellow Kenyans. Let us deal with these people decisively. Kenyans, let us ensure that no Kenyan suffers anymore.
So since these abductors have been categorized as criminals, as goons, Kenyans, how do you deal with such people in those Subarus and Probox? Listen to this man from all the way from Kisumu City, what he had to say.
Guys, let me give you pointers on this abduction, on how to solve this abduction problem. Reason why I'm a Luo. In Kisumu, for example, tuseme kuna msee alikuwa anabductiwa, right? The first thing utaona mawe itatoka from nowhere. Au mtu ameitupa. Na hiyo mawe imelengwa kwa windscreen na hiyo gari yenye imekuja kwa abduct msee. Then driver atashtuka na atachomoa gari haraka. Si ataacha wale wase wana abduct msee hapo nje. That is when public inabaki na hawa wase kama ni 4 ama 3. Kwani kazi ya mawe ni nini? Si mtumie tu akili. Karau washatuambia vizuri that they are not involved in this abduction. Kumaanisha tuko na criminals kwa hii society yetu, and we need to deal with them. Since Karau wamesema they don't have the capability of dealing with these people. It is you and I as a brother and as a sister to protect the society. So mukitaka kuendia abduction, that is the only way. Wakifika hivyo, mawe itoke from nowhere, chapa windscreen, achia mob imebaki, hawa sasa wamebaki hapa chini.
As we all know, Kenyans are fearless and they will always speak their mind no matter what. One Kenyan man came out and said that the president of Kenya, President William Ruto, is brainless. Just listen to what he Bro.
Ruto. Kama kuna mtu mwenye ana akili kwa hii dunia ni wewe Ruto. Na wewe ni mjinga namba 1, president ambaye hajielewi. Na mimi nataka nikuambie hivi. Mimi ndio Papa TV na sikuogopi. Wacha venye unatishia vijana pale Jakaranda, unaenda unawatoa mbio mara wanaweka kwa Subaru. Mimi utakuwa umenisaidia, sijai beba kwa Subaru. Na raundi hii mtanikujia na ndege. Ruto nasema wewe ni matako. Na sikuogopi yana the president. Nyinyi mlionga Chebukati, hiyo kita iko yako. Chebukati sasa saa hizi anaumia kwa sababu ya ongo ile ambayo mlimpea. Sasa hivi ameruka kichwa. Raila ndiye alikuwa akuwe president, lakini ulifanya ujinga wako ukapeana ongo, Chebukati akatangaza uongo. Ushaondoa Gachagua, amebaki wewe. Mkapitisha katiba sijui mara sijui wanaume wa kulana kwa matako. Wewe Ruto, si ni wewe ndio ulipitisha? Kumaanisha nyinyi na Gachagua mlikuwa mnakulana nyuma. Ulikuwa umeoa Gachagua. Na sasa saa hizi Gachagua ameamua kusema ukweli. Zile siri zenye mlikuwa mnafanya zote. Na kuna watu walikuwa wanakufa kwa are. Nyinyi si hata mjui. Na si hatujui. Mnajua kile ambacho kinaendelea. Ruto wewe ni mjinga. Nataka nikuambie hivi, nitafuteni mnifinye magende. Simulimaliza kunifinya. Kuna kitu kingine mnataka? Ndio maana yake sifichi sura. Nyinyi kujeni mahali ambapo mnataka mnipate. Na niko Tasia. Si hata najificha. Kama kuna mtu
Narudia kusema wewe ni mjinga president ambaye hajielewa, huna akili.
Later on, after his videos trended on social media,
wacheni kuniangaisha. Saizi hata kwenda kwa duka peke yake siwezi. Naomba tu mnisamee. Please. Ruto, ambia hao madisi yao waachane na mimi. Wananipeleka mbio. Mimi sitaki. Na nyinyi madisi yao acha niwaambie. Najua ni kazi mmepewa. Munitafute. Si ati mlikuwa mmekosa kazi ya kufanya. Mimi vitu zenye nilikuwa naongea mimi, by the way, mimi naomba msamaha. Wacheni kunitishia maisha, mkinipigia simu mkiniuliza penye niko, mkiniuliza wengine wanajifanya wanataka kutoa content na mimi. Please, nataka niwaambie hivi. Mimi mnanihangaisha. Naomba msamaha. Nilitusiana na sitawahi rudia tena. Please. Nimeenda nyumbani nikidhania ni kuzuri, kumbe huko ndo kubaya kabisa. Mimi mambo ya kutusiana tena nimeachana nayo. Mimi nadhania kuongea mtu anaweza ongea tu. Please, sitawahi tusiana tena.
Apart from our brother being clouded in fear, Kimani Ichung'wah also came out and threatened the Kenyans and the Gen Zs who are criticizing the current government, who are criticizing the president of Kenya, William Ruto.
Nirudi nisirudi. Nirudi tena. Na mtu akicheza na baba nifieke. Mtu akicheza na Rais Ruto nifieke.
So, comrades, if you had a chance to meet the president of Kenya and talk to him, or even if you had a chance to send him a message, what will you tell him? Listen to what this lovely young Gen Z had to say.
I have a message for our president, Dr. William Ruto. So I've heard today you want our parents to discipline us. I feel like you are feeling that we are disrespectful. We might be, yes. But have you ever sat down and asked, why are we disrespectful? It's because you also don't respect us. And respect is and it's not demanded. How are we supposed to demand? How are we supposed to respect you when you're abducting us? How are we supposed to respect you when you're killing us? How are we supposed to respect you when you lie and lie and lie and lie shamelessly and mercilessly? How are we supposed to respect you when you promise without fulfilling? How are we supposed to respect you when you wake up one day calling us stupid? How are we supposed to respect you when you wake up one day calling us peppers? You called us treasoners for for rejecting the finance bill. Here is the thing. Before you tell our parents how we are supposed to be respectful or how they are supposed to discipline us, have you disciplined your children yourself? Your son is a notorious criminal who does not even obeys traffic rules. Have you seen how his nganyas are driven in this city, Nairobi? Have you seen? I hear that your daughter is a lesbian. Are you the parent who is telling our parents how they should parent us? How about you start with the big log in your eye before the small specks in our parents' eye? Listen, manzi. It's either udu chenye tunataka ama tu usonge roho safi because we are tired.
What I know is this. Kenyans and Gen Zs are fighting for good governance and a better future for this country. So why would you incite parents to punish their own children for exercising their constitutional rights? And since the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, came out and said that the police are not involved in abductions, neither the government is involved in abductions, so much has just been revealed. Listen to this.
Kenyans, in this war against abductions, you don't even know what you have discovered. We have IG of police who comes and say that he truly doesn't know who is abducting Kenyans. Then we have the former Deputy President Gachagua who comes and say that the IG and police don't know who are abducting Kenyans because Ruto created another unit of police led by a guy called Abel. They reside somewhere in a building with 21st floor that are abducting Kenyans that the IG has no idea and the police have no idea. Then Ruto confirms our fears by saying we are going to stop the abduction. Who are we? The unit that is led by Abel. The reason I'm telling you don't know what you have discovered is this. Kenyans have been correcting taxes. The taxes have been increased. Ruto has borrowed more than any other president. You cannot see even a project. Is there a possibility that there is another treasury that Kenyans don't know? Outside the government that we know, Ruto has created another treasury of collecting money outside the Kenya government we know. Is there a possibility that all these ministers who have been failing in their job, including very competent one, is there a possibility that Ruto created another line of ministries that are doing the job, including the ghost workers and the ghost schools we have been seeing? Is there a possibility that Ruto is running two kind of government?
So Kenyans, do you think that Kenya, this country, has been turned into a mafia state? If we criticize the politicians, it doesn't mean that we hate them. What we want from them is good and better governance and a better work from them. One member of parliament by the name of Samuel Arama, he came out and told his goons that if you see anybody who is criticizing the MPs or the government, you should deal with them. Just listen to this rubbish.
Nyinyi vijana, mtu anaenda kuongea Arama, msikia mtu ameongea Arama kwa social media, tafuta yeye mumlete station. Bwana CS, you must give me justice. Kwa sababu watu wananitusi. Sasa hivi vijana wakikamata huyu mtu wamleta hapa, si pia tutatafutia yeye kwa sababu sasa nyinyi mmekataa kunisaidia. OCS hawakamati watu. Mbona hawakamati hao na raia? Unaona sasa wanaanza kusema wakamata. Lakini tusaidiane. Kwa sababu mimi siwezi kukubali pia. Unajua watu wengi wanaona mimi ni mtu. Mimi si mtu hivyo vile mnaona. Msinifikirie ati mimi ni mtu kama President William Ruto. Mnakumbuka alikuja hapa mkamwambia waachana na Arama. Hata president ananiambia kila siku, anasema ile watu yako ya 140 na Kabutembo soko mjinga anawajua. Wewe ni nani ukuje kuniambia hapa ati unataka kusimama kura? Ati sasa wewe umekuja ni jembe mpya, jembe ya kwenda kulima wapi? Ena mkataze hiyo watu. Hiyo watu sasa mtaenda mjauane vijana kama 200. Nyinyi ndio mnaweka amani hapa. Amani tu. Watu wakikuja kunitusi, msipige yeye, mnashika yeye, mnampeleka OCS. Mnasema mtu alikuwa anatusi mheshimiwa wetu, si ndio? Kwa hivyo leo ni onyo kwa ile watu wanapita hapa. Mimi ndio member of parliament until 2027. Kama wanataka kutoka hapo, wakuja wanitoe.
After all these abduction scandals in Kenya, it was time to occupy the country, occupy the streets and protest against abductions in Kenya. #end abductions in Kenya. And let me tell you, Kenyans, activists and the Gen Zs, they injected and they demonstrated mercilessly and fearlessly. Take a look at some of these scenes that took place during the End Abductions in Kenya protests.
Hey. Take it. Naona. Sasa kwa nini utandike mtu? Wanaandika tena.
Freedom of expression is our right. Walituambia wataweka pesa kwa mfuko, iko kwa mfuko kweli. Lazima tuongee. Asubuhi saa 6 jioni, si kama wewe unasikia kasongo hakufurahishi.
Very stupid profession.
So tuko hapa na comrades, tumezimiwa light. First of all, the cell is very fucking dark na OCS ametoroka. Alienda, alisema narudi within an hour, hajarudi. Na amezima simu bro, na yuko kwake nyumbani. Wanatujaribu imani. They are really trying our patience. Lakini ndio tuko na comrades hapa. Uzuri wametuachia simu. Light wamezima, ona. Ana. Power to the people. Yeah. This is what it takes to fight for change. And we are ready. Wale wa inawaweza, this is not your time. Tuko tu sawa. Okay? Tuko tu sawa. Thank you.
Vijana usilale, bado mapambano, bado mapambano, usilale. Iende kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yake. Iende kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi.
Shame on you. Osama Otero mwenye unaambia watu maandamano ni tarehe 6. Maandamano ni tarehe 30. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Imani Chungwa, who you are telling people that we should be arrested. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Rigathi Gachagua mwenye unatuambia you know these places but you're not telling us. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
And we want to tell you, these people you're wearing capes, these abductors you're wearing leather jackets, mnavaa kama tunawatambua. Kwa hivyo tunaambia wananchi, ukiona mtu yoyote ambaye ameshikwa, ukiona mtu yoyote ambaye anavutwa na magari si inaitwaje, si Subaru peke yake, tunaona pia Probox mnazitumia. So we know you're going to change the way you're going to abduct people, and we are very, very disappointed with you, Mr. President. You cannot come out yesterday and tell us now tunaenda kuachilia wale watu, and then the statement ya polisi you're telling us that you don't know what is happening.
Tuko na organization kama wanyonge, yani afadhali ukutana na mwizi kuliko askari. Ukikutana na askari uko na uoga kuliko mwizi. Mwizi utampatia pesa yake atakuacha. Askari anataka kushika na kusingizia vitu vingine. Vitu ambavyo unafanyangi. Wewe utapigia mama yako mzazi aje simu ukwambie umeshikwa na robbery with violence. Kitu ambacho hujafanya.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Ian Njoroge case withdrawn.
It's a day we've been long awaiting for, and finally it has reached.
To corrupt traffic police officers arrested. Are we eating cat meat?
Jamaa amebeba paka imekufa kwa kagunia.
School children tear gassed.
anguka naye. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of the day and my name is Elvis Dairy. Ian Njoroge, aka The GOAT, has finally been set free after his case of assault towards a police officer has been withdrawn. Police Corporal Jacob Ogendo forgave Ian Njoroge after Mike Sonko's intervention, and this is what Ian Njoroge had to say after his release. Listen to this.
First of all, thank the Lord for this day. It's a day we've been long awaiting for, and finally it has reached. For all the support I've received from, especially from former Governor Mike Sonko, he's been with us to the core until to the last time. I really thank him for all the help he's given us. For my parents too, my mother, my father, for the support they've been with me, and all parties involved. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
The DPP also withdrew robbery with violence case against Comrade Ian Njoroge. The legal team was led by Wakili Duncan Okach, Kenneth Cheza, Angela Wanjiru, and the assistant Angela Kamau. And this is what Mike Sonko had to say.
The lawyers have covered everything. Ian, the mother, managed to thank Corporal Jacob Ogendo for the good gesture he has portrayed. You know very well he was my bodyguard when I was an MP. So we are very thankful. We also want to thank the judiciary. We want to thank the DPP, the lawyers. We all of us saw this process together as a team. Kwa hivyo yetu ni kuwashukuru. Na sana sana Ogendo, you are a parent. Thank you very much for what you have done to Ian. Na wewe Ian, enda kwa kijana mzuri. Sawa sawa? Next time unapiga askari kuna chuma, unaelewa? So cheza chini, punguza hasira. You're still a young boy, you have a long way to go. Sawa? Yeah. Be good. Tuendelee na maisha. Thank you very much.
So before you continue, just take a look at this video of Ian Njoroge, Comrade Ian Njoroge injecting.
God.
Drama ensued in Kitui County after Ikanga MCA Cyrus Kisavi was dramatically arrested by DCI detectives. Just take a look at this.
Kwa nini mna abduction kwetu? Kwa nini mnafanya abduction pachama? Wewe nyinyi akina nani? Nyinyi akina nani mnafanya abduction? Wewe mjintroduce bwana. Wewe kubwa. Nyinyi ni akina nani? Introduction si mbaya. Hiyo ni abduction bwana. Hapana. Kwa nini mtampea ajilete? Kwa nini mnakuja kufanya abduction leo tuko na mambo ya chama? Hapana, hii ni abduction bwana.
So, if you're yourself Kenyans, why is Ikanga Ward MCA Cyrus Kisavi Musyoka being arrested? He will be arraigned in Kitui law courts over allegations of forging vehicle documents to defraud the county assembly of 2.2 million shillings Kenyans. He is accused of submitting false documents for reimbursement. The case stems from a complaint by Rose Kivate Ngoima, leading the DPP to recommend 5 charges, including conspiracy to commit a felony and forgery. This is clear that even sometimes the voters can be wrong. Next time, 2024, vote wisely and make sure the Gen Zs, the young people out there, take your IDs as early as possible.
My fellow young people, the Gen Z, it is high time we understand the politics of our country. We must understand what role politics play in our lives. And until we get politically mature, we will always be maneuvered, swayed, or deceived into supporting people politically, those who don't have Kenyan interest at heart.
Are you a lover of street foods? Chief Environment Officer Geoffrey Mosiria, he caught a man with a dead cat inside a bag, which was going to be allegedly used to prepare street foods, especially Mutura delicacy. Kenyans, just take a look at this.
So, mkiangalia hapa ni town. Tumepata jamaa amekaa hapa. Na jamaa kona paka imekufa. Jamaa amebeba paka imekufa kwa kagunia. Nimeandika bana. Ameandika. Jamaa angalia. Mkiangalia hapa ni jamaa town katikati. Mtu tumempata amekaa hapa na paka imekufa.
Ni kama alikuwa anataka kuenda sijui kuikula ama kuifanyia nini?
Hapana, yeye anaenda kuchanganya na mutura. Ambapo mnakula mutura. Kumbe hiyo mutura ni paka, sawa? Mimi mjamaa alikuwa amekachora, sawa? Alikuwa amekachora hiyo. Sasa ni kitu ajui. Si ndio? Alikuwa amesunda hapa Masai ifike asongeshe ripo. Sawa, ukikuja Masai kula mutura, motherfucker kumbe umekunywa paka.
Si ndio? Hiyo ni ukweli. Hiyo ni ukweli.
Hiyo ndio ukweli.
Hivyo inakuwa
Vijana wa mtaa wameniambia hivi. Ati huyu jamaa alikuwa amekasunda hapo, anategea matime zake zifike. Alafu apime hiyo rieng aende nao wapi?
Hata unaona kitu shuka bama uone
kikosi bama. So hii ni motorai.
Police officers in Meru County fired tear gas at Njukinjiru Primary School, causing panic among pupils as they choked on fumes. Officers were dispersing Nkabune residents protesting poor road conditions when demonstrators sought refuge in the school. Police officers followed and threw tear gas canisters, exposing school children to harmful smoke during class. Just take a look at this. And that's not all, Kenyans. A steel company called Tononoka in Mole Mode is emitting poisonous gases and radioactive materials, which will eventually biologically cause breathing complications to the residents. Just check this out.
Wow. Tononoka jo.
Hii ina kama wingu.
Hebu imagine watu wanaishi kwa ile goro man.
Hata kuwa watu wa watu.
Mole matuna CSR nini?
Viongozi huku ni kama walidedi man.
We. Tononoka jo.
We all know MCA Robert Alai, who is also a blogger. He has publicly admitted that he is a blogger for hire, like he's being paid to post stories in his social media handles. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Before you became an MCA, many people knew Robert Alai as a blogger.
Yes.
Have you ever been paid to publish something about someone or an organization on your social media pages?
Who is not paid?
Oh, okay.
You know, for you to do everything in this world, you are paid. But paid by who?
Okay.
Are you paying yourself? Are you finding ways of monetizing your work? Are you, for you to be a journalist, if somebody asks you that you are a journalist, are you paid to write stories? You are paid, yes, but by who?
Okay.
You see, I pay myself or by the organization I work for. So I'm paid, but by the organization I work for.
So an enemy of somebody has ever paid you to?
No, you don't do that. In fact, I find it hard because, I'm not a believer in trending things. I don't believe I don't believe in those things, because I don't believe, and that's why I give my opinions. You don't find me tweeting a lot about the same issue. I tweet once, then I say how, because I just want to give my objective truth and leave the people to judge. If they judge that I'm wrong, sawa. If they judge that I'm right, sawa.
Dear motorists, are you not tired of corruption on our roads in a daily basis every day? Like recently, the EACC arrested 3 traffic police officers allegedly collecting bribes along the Naivasha-Mahimai highway, and even shots were fired. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Okay. Sisi nafsas, EACC. Unaanza kwa EACC. Tulia. Sawa. Ukija pamoja. Sawa. Mara moja. Tulia. Yanapiki. Toki. Waraka sana. Tulia. Kuja. Wewe acha kama. Tulia, unaanza kwa EACC. Tulia.
Ngoja.
Buka hii nani?
Ndio kitu.
Just take a look at this video of how some traffic police officers are harassing motorists in a daily basis.
Tendi mahali kama umenishika. Record vizuri, onekane venye amenishika. Record.
Record. Wewe unacheza. Mimi niwache. Nitafuta hii gari nani? Niwache. Au nishiki hivyo, hebu niwache. Record. Wewe uko na shida, utatii sana wewe. Haki ya Mungu utatii. Utatii vibaya sana. Hiyo ndio kitu na wakati mmoja. Sawa. Nini nilipitwa na
Jogi.
Iko nadi Onesha gari station. Onesha vizuri. Ndio mkono hapa. Ndio mkono. Onesha. Hiyo pesa ulikuwa unatafuta hata utapata.
The people of Kenya have decided to ask serious questions concerning affordable housing. Kenyans, is this a scam or not? Listen to this.
So tell me, how does this make sense? You take my money, build a house with my money, and then tell me that I do not own that house, that if I want that house, I need to come and buy that house from you. So what's your role in this? Why shouldn't I just take my own money and then go build myself a house? Why do I need to give you that money and then have to come and buy that house from you again? How is that not a scam? How is that not a scam? Because that is what the CS has said. Affordable housing is clearly a bigger scam. Take my money, build a house with it. I don't own that house, you own that house, and then I have to come and buy that house from you. This government is a big Shylock. God have mercy on us.
It is time. It is time for the youth of Kenya to unite, come together and agree on one agenda. Kenya and Kenyans deserve better. Deserve a better tomorrow. Deserve a better future. Development, school, health, you name it. It is time for change. And that change starts with you and I. Listen to what Polo Kimani had to say about this.
Vijana mnajoniaje? Na sasa hivi ile iko, let me just say this. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Vijana lazima tuungane pamoja. Alright? Lazima tupatane. We need to move the conversation from online, just lamenting and whining. Lazima tupatane kama vijana. I don't know where, I don't know when, but it needs to be soon. To agree on agenda moja, what we want for this country. Because as it is right now, the ones running the show in the politics washaungana. Kuna bill nimeona mituma mahali, and money is being distributed among those who call themselves kingpin. Agenda ya tribalism? No. Wachana na. Agenda ya sijui wa mlima? No. We need to come together and speak as the youth of Kenya. Not just in Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu, kila mahali. Lazima tupatane tukuwe na agenda moja. But I'm going to make this very brief. That is the only way we are going to have one voice and demand a seat at the table. Alright? Thank you very much.
Tunataka barabara kutoka bypass, kutoka 44 ikuje mpaka Windsor, itoke Windsor ifike Ruaka, itoke Ruaka ikuje mpaka Limuru, itoke Limuru irudi Kino, itoke Kino irudi mpaka Njoro, ikikufika hapa Njoro ienda Digitare, itoke hapo irudi mpaka 44 tena ienda hadi bypass Kisumu.
Wow. Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Ruto's new abduction squad.
In early 2023, he re-established a similar unit.
To City Mortuary becoming a crime scene.
There is a body tagged 2360, which even the morgue operators are unable to say where that body is.
Was Raymond Otieno murdered?
Was murdered, and these people who murdered Raymond are well known.
Is the state responsible?
Mnafanya abductions, watu wanapatikana City Mortuary. Wale walishikwa huko ni Mlolongo ama ni wapi? Walipatikana mortuary wakiwa mortuary, and they are believed to be abducted by the same forces.
We are coming for you.
Five Kenyan police were arrested or literally abducted by the Ugandan police.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today, and my name is Elvis Dairy. Abductions has been a daily occurrence in the Republic of Kenya, and Kenyans are tired of hearing their brothers and sisters have been abducted. Their mothers and fathers, their neighbors, and some of them, they end up being found dead. So Kenyans, who is responsible for abductions in this country called Kenya? Listen to what Free Kenya Movement Chairman Bob Njagi had to say about this.
First, I want to confirm and say it here on live TV that I do believe that it is the state that is responsible for our abductions, without any iota of doubt. The handcuffs that I was put on my hands for 32 days. The handcuff number was 11DC 1892. That's a handcuff number. 11DC 1892. That's the number of my handcuffs. Okay, it's only the state that has these instruments that can be used to incarcerate somebody, all right? Since our release from abduction, we've not been asked by the state to be investigated. We've not been asked by the DCI to go and record statements for investigations. If there is other people outside the state that are abducting people, then the state has the instruments of investigating to find out who then abducted us. I was not abducted alone. On the same day I was abducted, there were two other gentlemen in the same fashion that were abducted in Kitengela. That is Aslam and Jamil Longton. And we happened again to be released on the same day. This is after the Inspector General of Police had been found in contempt of court for having not, presented himself to court for 7 times. The same thing is happening with the new Inspector General.
I'm just wondering, where are we heading to as a country, Kenyans? Raymond Otieno, who was very vocal in the political arena, fighting for good governance and a better future for this country, he was murdered in Nakuru County in cold blood. Let's listen to what Honorable Babu Owino had to say about this case.
On this matter of Raymond Otieno, I want to state that Raymond was murdered, and these people who murdered Raymond are well known. Before Raymond's death, Raymond on several occasions posted on his Facebook handle, social media, posted on his WhatsApp groups within Molo, Nakuru County, that his life was in danger. Raymond was attacked in November, around 23rd day of November 2024. Raymond registered a complaint, had a P3, filled a P3 for action. The police failed to act on the P3. The police failed to arrest those who attacked Raymond, and Raymond stated clearly that he knew them. Raymond stated clearly that he was being threatened by the area member of parliament, Kimani Kuria. And he stated, and there are those screenshots, and even on his social media handle. And even the wife came out and talked clearly, having known those who were threatening Raymond. Why can't the police act on those who attacked Raymond, on those who killed Raymond? Yet they know very well the person who killed Raymond.
A government pathologist by the name of Johansen Odwor, he came out to reveal some disturbing information on how Molo activist Richard Otieno was brutally murdered. Kenyans, just listen to this.
The late Richard had several severe injuries. There were multiple slash wounds on the back of the head, which led to fracture of the skull and the extensive bleeding of the brain. There were also some slash wounds on the frontal area of the skull, though this one did not fracture the brain, the skull, and there were also bruises on the face. What also we found was also more bruises on the arms, which looked like someone who was trying to defend himself. So from these findings, we can say that the late Richard died as a result of severe head injury, which was caused by a sharp object, which could either be a panga or an axe, which was used severally on the head. We've taken some samples for analysis because you know that LOCAD principle say that when two people meet in a violent way, there's exchange in DNA material. So there's some samples we've taken from the body which can help us see whether we can apprehend people who did it, their fingernails for DNA. We're also taking samples for toxicological analysis to find out if there's something which was given to him to slow him down prior to him meeting the assailants at the place where he was.
I am just speechless and shocked after hearing what government pathologist Johansen Odwor has said about this case. This is very barbaric and very inhumane. Kenyans, I'm just wondering, is this the country, is this the future that the Kenya Kwanza government promised the people of Kenya during campaigns? Many Kenyans have accused Molo Member of Parliament Kuria Kimani for taking part in Richard Otieno's death. But Molo MP Kuria Kimani has also come forward and promised the Kenyan people that Richard Otieno will get justice. I'm just wondering, will justice be served? Listen to this.
May I assure that my constituencies that I have been in communication with the Rift Valley Regional Criminal Investigation Officer, the Nakuru security team, and the border security operators, demanding that there should be expeditious investigations into this. And whoever is involved, and I repeat, whoever is involved must and should be brought to justice.
5 suspects who were implicated in the gruesome murder of Richard Otieno, Molo human rights activists, were arrested. And Nakuru court has granted police 21 more days to hold the suspects until the conclusion of the investigation. So Kenyans, take a look at the faces of the murderers, of the suspects who were arrested in Nakuru court.
For the state.
Yes.
Your Honor, we are seeking for 30 days to enable us conclude the investigations into this matter. The investigations will involve collection of Safaricom data. We are yet to record statements of crucial witnesses. Post-mortem is also yet to be conducted. Or it has been conducted. We are awaiting samples that were taken to the government chemist analyst. We are yet to receive that report.
As the investigations continue, Molo residents, they turned up massively in large numbers in Siaya County to bury their comrade, Molo activist Richard Otieno, also known as the Molo president. Take a look.
Watu wa Siaya, sisi hatujui kuandamana, lakini tuliandamana. Warudisha mkono. Hiyo maneno wanafanyaga ya tochi, ya nini, waende wafanye mambo hayo, tujue hao ni ya kina nani. Sisi kule Elbago tunajipanga na nyuki. Na hivi karibuni mtaona matokeo. Kwa sababu leo ni Richard, kesho ni wewe. ipatikane. Tunasema hivi, Richard, tafadhali don't rest in peace. Haki yako ipatikane, mapambano bado yako.
In Mombasa County, things were boiling. The judges there went on to call for a press briefing, calling to an end to abduction, urging for citizen action towards this mass murder of unarmed civilians, disobedience of court orders, and also subversion of the Constitution of Kenya by the rogue regime. Take a look.
Tumeungana pamoja na Wakenya wote nchini kukemea na kupinga na kuonya ubaradhuli na ubepari ambao unaendelea nchini. Hali ambayo iliyoko sahihi kulingana na haki za kibinadamu ni hali ya kutisha, ni hali ya kusikitisha na ni hali ya kutamausha. Vijana wanauliwa left, right and center. Leo kama mwanaharakati kuzungumza, it is like signing a death sentence. Kenya leo, there is violations of human rights of the highest order. We lack a vocabulary to describe this. Wanaharakati tunanyanyaswa, wanaharakati tunatishwa, wanaharakati tunapigwa, wanaharakati hatuna uhuru wa kusema jambo lolote. Hivi hapa tulivyosimama, hata tunaogopa tunaweza kushikwa tukaambiwa this is unlawful assembly. Tunasema hali hii ikome, na sisi kama wanaharakati hatutatishwa. Sisi kama wanaharakati tunapinga mauaji ambayo yametokea Nairobi. We shall give them a 7-day notice and we shall serve them legally and appropriately. And we are calling upon all the Gen Zs in Mombasa County. When we call for action and demonstration, we want you to come out. This is your legal right constitutionally, na haufai kutishwa na mtu yoyote kwa sababu kuandamana ni haki yako.
Kenyans received heartbreaking news regarding the discovery of 2 dead bodies, that of Justus Mutumwa and Martin Mwau, who had gone missing since December 2024.
Kenyans, let's not forget Kitengela 4, who were brutally murdered after they were suspected to be livestock thieves. They were heading back home from a birthday party and none of their motorbikes developed a problem. So while they were fixing their motorbike, some guards descended on them and beating them to death. And I'm just wondering, who gave you the power to take somebody's life? Who gave you the power to kill? Is there not a police station around there where you can take them and they get charged or booked? Let's take a look.
The family of 2 brothers, Frederick Mureithi Wanjiru and Victor Mwangi Wanjiru, arrived at the city mortuary for the 2nd time this week. They were here on Monday to identify bodies of their loved ones who went missing on Saturday last week. Thursday morning, they assembled here yet again for a post-mortem examination, and the results revealed the gory details of the attack.
Post-mortem inasema ni kuchapwa hii jare kidogo ya mwili halafu na kudugwa na chapo object. Lakini mimi nilikuwa huku nikaona hiyo mili vile imeuliwa, kwangu vile niliona hao watu walikuwa wamedugwa na kitu chapo hapa. Shimo ilikuwa kubwa, imeingia badani kwa ubongo.
The distraught family narrating the Saturday incident that occurred a day after the 4 friends reportedly left their homes in Syokimau, riding their sports bikes to celebrate the birthday of one of them, 25-year-old Victor Mwangi Wanjiru.
Kenya is becoming a lawless country that even killing, murder has been normalized. Those guards who killed the Kitengela 4, they should be arrested and charged and locked away for good. We cannot have murderers walking among us. Chief Justice Martha Koome, she now pretends to condemn President William Ruto over the abductions, as the number of those who have been killed is rising day by day. Take a look.
I, as a mother, and now as a grandmother, I put myself in the shoes of that parent whose child was abducted, and for days on, months on, they do not know where their child is. What I have to say as the Chief Justice is that Kenya is a country of the rule of law. We have the Constitution, We have other statutes, the Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code, which define every crime.
As the number of abductions and murder rises day by day in Kenya, if I may ask you, do you think that President William Ruto has an abduction squad, and even worse, a killer squad that is freely operating in Kenya without repercussions? Listen to this.
After Ruto disbanded SSU in early 2023, he re-established a similar unit within DCI. Retained some people from the SSU and recruited others. Those were people being recruited for a new unit that replaced SSU. It is called Operation Support Unit. So Operation Support Unit is the one which replaced SSU, and it is doing exactly what SSU used to do.
This has been so normalized that even armed men using fake number plates walking around, they can simply just abduct a Kenyan citizen if they want to. Like Kenyans, it is time for us to raise our voices. Let's put an end to these extrajudicial killings and enforce disappearances in the Republic of Kenya. Listen to what activist Hussein Khalid had to say about the Mlolongo 4.
We have the 4 families. Just to clarify, Mlolongo, it's Mlolongo 4, not Mlolongo 3. These 4 who were abducted, they all know each other. They were actually friends. So 3 of them were abducted on 17th, and then they came back and picked MBC, the 4th one, or the day after. So it's Mlolongo 4 colleagues, not Mlolongo 3. 2, Justus and Martin, their fingerprints were taken, and of course the message was sent to their rural home. As Wakili has said, that information came to light yesterday. The other 2, we have information that the other 2 might be here, but the morgue attendants have asked us for time because there are very many bodies. So they're trying to locate on those dates those 2 whose features might resemble these other 2 colleagues. But the 4 families are here together. We are hoping that once everything has been confirmed, then we'll move to the postmortem process. The bodies are not in very good shape. They appear to have been mutilated. Even you can't really tell from the look of the faces only, you can't really identify who they are. It's the fingerprints and probably the DNA.
A citizen TV journalist by the name of Odi Francis exposed that a body which was booked at City Mortuary alongside with other 2 Mlolongo victims went missing. This makes City Mortuary a crime scene. Just take a look.
I want to go on record so the country may know that actually there is a body that was brought here, and it's on the record, alongside the body tagged 2390. There is a body tagged 2360, which even the morgue operators are unable to say where that body is. It's on the record, but nobody knows where the body is.
Tumebaini kuwa tarehe 18 Disemba mwaka 2024 mwili uliopatikana eneo la Njiru ulifikishwa katika makafani ya City saa 11 jioni na maafisa kutoka kituo cha polisi cha Obama eneo la Kayole. Siku moja baadaye maafisa wa polisi kutoka kituo cha polisi cha Ruai wakafikisha mwili mwingine tarehe 19 saa 12 jioni, na baada ya dakika 50 mwili wa 3 ukafikishwa katika makafani hayo ya City saa 12 na dakika 50 na maafisa wa polisi kutoka kituo cha polisi cha Molem wakifikisha mwili ambao uliorodheshwa kupatikana mtaa wa Molem Dandora.
There's some collusion here between this institution and the police to hide bodies here, and victims who have been abducted, they too will be summoned to court. They will answer.
Like seriously, where are we heading to as a country? The Kenya government should be held accountable for the murders and the abductions that is taking place in our territory. A member of the Kenyan Senate by the name of Edwin Sifuna, he came on and said that Nairobi City Mortuary, its management and the county government are complicit in the abduction and killing of Kenyans. How is it the bodies of the men from Mlolongo have been there since December 18th, and when families visited the facility, they couldn't find them? It is quite clear that the management is in cahoots with the abductors and they must be held accountable. Just listen to what the ground is saying.
Hii mambo ya kutuambia stories za jaba hapa Kenya hakuna. Sisi mnafanya abductions, watu wanapatikana City Mortuary. Wale walishikwa huko ni Mlolongo ama ni wapi? Walipatikana mortuary wakiwa mortuary, and they they are believed to be abducted by the same forces. The same people that we pay with our own taxpayers' money. And then wanachukua hawa watu wanaenda kutupa kuua watu, wanapatikana mochari. Kama mliua Brian, mulete mwili tuone, tujuage kitendo yenye ilifanyika. Lakini msitufiche, msijifanye hapo ati nyinyi ni werevu sana. Hakuna werevu mko nayo. This time round tumetoka kwa hiyo level ya kubebagwa ufara na kubebwa ujinga. Kama DCI mjafanya kazi yenu, I will promise you, you are turning Kenya to be now. Kama ile shughuli inafanyika huko Congo. Mutaona vile tutainuka kinyume na polisi. Because we cannot be watching ati mtu anabebwa alafu anadisappear.
Even our own police officers are not safe from abductions. Malaba border was closed after Kenyan police officers, they were abducted and repatriated to Kampala from our own Kenyan soil. Can you imagine that? Just listen to this.
Hii ndo hali ilipo pande ya Malaba. Mimi mwenyewe nazungumza, niko katikati ya mto pale juu ya bridge ile imegawanya Uganda na Kenya. Niko katikati ya hiyo bridge nikielekea pande ya Uganda. Vile mnapoona hakuna gari yote inafuka kuelekea Kenya, na pande hii nyingine ya Kenya mkiangalia hakuna gari yote inayofuka kuelekea pande ya Uganda. Hii ni kufuatia maneno ya jana yale yaliyosema kana kwamba kuna polisi wa Kenya alishikwa na polisi wa Uganda na wakampeleka Kampala. Jana walijaribu wakafunga boda kwa muda wa nusu saa, lakini baadaye wakashirikiana wakaona wafungue boda lakini wapeane masaa. Ikifika asubuhi ya leo kama huyo polisi hajaachiliwa, boda itafungwa mpaka ile siku huyo polisi ataachiliwa. Na ndiposa mnaona hali ilivyo.
How can the Kenyan government allow such treasonous acts by allowing foreign powers to perpetrate treasonous acts within our borders? But who are the Kenyan people? The Kenyan people decided to go and eject the occupied, and they protested against the abduction of our Kenyan police officers. Later on, the police officers were released, and the crowd, the masses, they cheered in support of our police officers. Just take a look. These stories of abductions and murder did not just start recently. It has been here for quite some time. Kenyans, do you remember a Kenyan billionaire by the name of Jacob Juma, who was assassinated for turning into a whistleblower? Before his death, he said that President William Ruto is the one who is planning to take him out. Let's take a look at this.
The late Jacob Juma, at 12:34 p.m. on the 10th of December 2015, tweeted, and I quote, "The person who is obsessed with plans to kill me is William Ruto. I know that my assassination was discussed on Tuesday." My question to you is, did you have anything to do with that? As the late Jacob Juma claimed, as Jirongo claimed, and why you?
Well, I think we lost Jacob Juma. That he would be best placed to respond to your question. And maybe you should look for some time, get Jirongo here, so that he can tell the country what he means. But I am sure as the sun is going to rise tomorrow, that the killers of Jacob Juma will be brought to book. I am hoping that they will be brought to book, and they will be known. I want to tell you, and to tell Kenyans, and to tell the country, that I have nothing to do with anything to do with the life or death of Jacob Juma.
Investigations are going on. Have the police questioned you since Jacob Juma directly?
When the police want a statement from me, I will give it freely. Any day, any time, anywhere.
It is quite clear that President William Ruto cannot handle criticism. Neither can he handle to be held accountable. Not unlike Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of Kenya, who has been in the political game for quite some time. He has been criticized for decades, but yet he has learned to know his boundaries. Listen to what Fanya Mambo Kinuthia had to say about this.
If there is a politician who has been insulted in this country, by the way, let me tell you, if Raila was a bad-hearted man, Mimi sijui kama kuna mtu Kenya ametukanwa kuliko Raila. Raila has been called Kehe, he's been called uncircumcised, he's been called
Mchawi, Muganga.
There is no word you can imagine that Raila has not been called. I have never had him send his boys to go and kill, abduct or mistreat the people who've called him names. Raila ameitwa Kimudu Kiguruki. He's been called all sorts of names, and I usually say hats off. I respect him for the fact that he has the thickest skin I have seen in Kenyan politics.
That is why he's Baba.
He has a strong aptitude. He can take up so much. I personally don't think I would have the strength to take up what Baba has taken in. He has really been demeaned and insulted, all in trying to help this country. When he keeps quiet, it's a problem. When he speaks, it's a problem. When he leaves the country, they have a problem that he has left. When he returns, they say, kwa nini amerudi? When he supports Ruto, it's a problem. When he leaves him alone, amenyamaza sana. So it's hard to be Baba. It's hard to be Baba.
The Law Society of Kenya, led by President Faith Odhiambo, have called for a nationwide condemnation of the abductions and the killings of the Gen Zs. Let's take a look.
And what that means that the abductions that are going on are either committed by some of the security operatives or with the connivance or sufferance of the security apparatus, and that must be called out. And it's not an excuse to say that, you know, the Gen Zs or some of the people in Kenya have taken to, you know, abusing social media. That is true. But there's no way an abuse in the social media can call for death. And that is why when Faith Odhiambo asked me yesterday, the other day, that the LSK is going to sue on behalf of all those who have since been killed, either during the demonstrations or subsequently, I told her I will support that. And I'll be very glad to lead the team without any apology.
We need the National Police Service to give us tangible answers. You can't deny and say you don't know what is happening. It's not you who has arrested. It's not you who has abducted. And yet at the very same time, it's your same police officers who are saying they have found the body, yet you're saying you do not know. Or you need to tell us who is the person killing Kenyans. We need to stand firm as a nation and as a people. Our country is a beautiful country. We have beautiful laws. Let us bring life to those laws. Today I saw a clarification by IPOA saying that they have not said they cannot investigate. I hope they will show us by action. We have not seen any arrests arising from the Gen Z protest to the current abductions. Nothing is going on in our country.
Frequent abductions and killings have really affected the Kenyan people psychologically. And I'm just wondering, when will all this stop? Just take a look at this skit.
Wala situshike tumgote. Walai. Imeweza.
Wewe Ken, ni sisi bana.
Kumbe ni nyinyi.
Wewe umeenda. Hebu sikia.
Wazee nilikuwa dhaini gava.
Unataka unayepa wewe Ken. Wewe rudi.
Sawa, nakaa.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
5 Kenyan police were arrested or literally abducted by the Ugandan police.
From abduction caught on camera to plane crash in Malindi.
Ndege imeanguka kwa chocha.
Why did he kill a daughter? Bukangesa Omole assassination attempt.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Tragedy has shaken Kenya, where an aircraft in Malindi crashed, bursted into flames, and suddenly 3 people lost their lives. Just take a look at the aftermath of the accident.
Oh, bad accident mazee imetokea hapa kwa chocha. Accident mbaya imetokea kwa chocha. Accident mbaya imetokea kwa chocha. Watu wamekufa mbaya. Watu wamekufa vibaya sana. Hey, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh. Eh. Hana mkuu mazee. Yule hana kichwa kabisa, angalia. Oh. Hey, Jesus. Oh, mama. Oh, Jesus. Ndege imeanguka kwa chocha. Ndege imeanguka kwa chocha. Ndio hii.
So for those who lost their lives, may their souls rest in eternal peace and may their families find peace in their hearts. The Kenya Revenue Authority has launched investigations on a political activist by the name of Morara Kebaso for allegedly failing to file tax returns on 106 million shillings made from his businesses. Later on, Morara Kebaso went to Twitter, or formerly also known as X, and tweeted and said that, "I am willing and ready to sit down with KRA and understand how we disagreed on mathematics and why it is necessary to investigate me in the media without a chance to defend myself. I have been condemned without a fair hearing." Kenyans, if I may ask you, are you being paid to hold the government accountable? Are you being paid to question politicians and criticize their work ethic? The President of Kenya, William Ruto, thinks that the young people of Kenya are being misled and paid to misuse the internet. Just listen to what he had to say.
Mimi nawauliza vijana wale wengine wasipotoshwe na wanasiasa wa kuwalipa pesa kidogo ati waweke mapicha ya viongozi ati kwenye makaburi. Mimi nataka niwaambie hawa vijana, leo mtaweka viongozi kwa makaburi, kesho mtaweka wazazi wenu kwa makaburi, kesho kutwa mtaweka wenzenu, marafiki zenu ama ndugu zenu kwa makaburi. Siku hiyo ingine nyinyi mtaanza mambo ya mauaji. I want to ask you, those who are encouraging young people to continue this trend where they are putting people in coffins, let us be careful so that we don't build a generation that is going to self-destruct. We must tell our young people that good morals, good character pays. Instead of using the internet to have pictures, images of people in coffins, use the internet to monetize and create jobs for yourself, earn money and make your lives better.
After that, CS Kipchumba Murkomen declared that all those who are using social media accounts to criticize the government and to express themselves, they will all be charged. Like he has forgotten that in Article 33 in the Kenya Constitution, it upholds freedom of expression. Just listen to this.
I want to assure you, Your Excellency, myself and our team in Interior, we are going to relook at this behavior, and we will make sure that we will charge all of those who are using this social media to threaten others, because if we don't do so, we will not have a country that is in order. Ukiona wale wanatengeneza mapicha na kutengeneza picha kama wameweka mtu kwa jeneza na wanaweka jeneza kiongozi wa taifa, mimi nataka niulize, and I want to ask this question to every parent in our country, and particularly the church leaders who are defending this bad behavior, and all those politicians, including those who don't agree with us politically, who are defending this behavior. If tomorrow your child goes to school today, and another child whom they share the same class sends a picture, the same picture, when your child has been put in a coffin, will you still defend that behavior? Because when that message is sent to your child, what is that errant child saying? He is threatening your child that I will kill you.
The final year exams has already been done. It is finished. And currently so many students are waiting to join university or college. But a sad story has emerged from Bungoma County in Chesikaki, where a father beat up his daughter to death for simply scoring a D+ in her KCSE exams. Just take a look at this sad and disturbing video. A member of parliament by the name of Oscar Sudi, he went on to rant and call the Gen Z's names. He actually called the Gen Z's thugs for simply fighting for good governance and a better future for this country. Just take a look.
Si mnajua wale wakora wa mtandao kule Nairobi? Wanapiga kelele wanasema sijui Ruto must go sijui nini. Si mlisikia niliambia hawa jana? Waruke juu, waende chini, waende kando, hakuna penye Ruto anaenda. Ama ni aje? Si mnajua wale wanajifanya wanafikirianga lazima wao tu ndio waongoze inji. Hapana. Hata Mluya anaweza ongoza. Hata Mturukana anaweza ongoza. Mkenya yote ako na uwezo wa kuongoza. Si hata mimi mtanipatia rais kwingine.
Apart from Oscar Sudi's disrespect towards the Gen Zs, the other member of parliament by the name of Farah Maalim, who said that he would have killed 5,000 Gen Zs if he was the president of Kenya, he has come back to disrespect Kenyans and also the Gen Zs. I just listened to what this fool said.
Alafu washenzi wengine wanasema ati Kasongo Ruto must go. Kwa nina zenu hao ambao wanasema hivyo? Kwani amekaa kwa kiti ya mama yako ama baba yako? Amekaa kwa kiti yetu sisi na tutamchagua, tutamrudisha with 99% from the Eastern Province, Upper Eastern, wafugaji wote, na nyinyi mtaniahidi mtanipa mimi 99% ama 100%. Mtanipa ngapi? Mtanipa ngapi?
Like seriously, Kenyans, voters, is this how a politician, a leader should talk in public? Just listen to what the villager 254 had to say.
Tumetukanwa pamoja na mama zetu wametukanwa na ni mheshimiwa. So Ruto ameamua sababu tunatengeneza cartoon za kumtukana, sasa ametafuta watu wa kututukana. No problem. We will deal with Maalim Farah. You remember the last time he spoke, he said that he would have killed 5,000 young people June 25th. Now we have evidence that he has something against the young people of this country. Now, ICC cases are building properly. Are you seeing what I'm saying? I think it is boiling nicely. Ruto is losing on every direction. Kamkete anasimama, Ruto is losing. Sudi akisimama, Ruto is losing. Kimani Ichung'wah akisimama, Ruto is losing. Natembeya alisema they are assisting to burn the mountain and the western. And once the mountain and western is burnt, then Ruto is cooked. I looked at Sifuna. Several times he has repeated that Kasongo's goose is cooked, served, plate and sufurias has been washed. They are waiting for the new occupant.
The Dab Member of Parliament Farah Maalim's statement has sent shockwaves in Kenya to the point where even Francis Gaido, a parliamentary aspirant, has said that on Monday 27th will be a public holiday. Just listen to what Mpanya had to say.
Ati hiyo falamarim, si falamarim, Wakikuyu mko wapi muite huu mtu falamarim? Ati ametuita nini? Ati kumanina by the way, kumanina ziu kwa nini by the way? Okay, tunajua kuma ni nini, but hatujui nina ni nani ama ni nini. Anyway, and to other news, our official opposition leader, Francis Gaido, has given us a holiday on the 27th of this month, as a sign of civil disobedience to this abducting and unaliving of young people's government. Hapo ndio tuko.
To be honest, as the Gen Z Minister of Information, this is how I feel about the Dab Member of Parliament, Farah Maalim. The General Secretary of the Communist Party of Kenya, Bukangeso Omole, he was attacked by assailants who were attempting to assassinate him. And one of the assailants lost his life. That is the day they knew that it is hard and difficult to find a communist unprepared. Just take a look.
Huh? I'm in a bit.
So, if you ask yourselves what really happened, the armed attackers stormed his residence at 3 a.m., leading to a firefight in which one attacker was neutralized, while 7 others fled. Police arrived an hour after the assailants had escaped. The party accuses rogue state militias and counter-revolutionary operatives, allegedly led by Benedict Wachira, of orchestrating the attack with the collaboration of the Kenya Kwanza regime, which Bukangeso Omole has heavily criticized. The party has condemned the attack, calling for an independent investigation to hold the perpetrators and their sponsors accountable. They view this as an attack not just on an individual, but on the broader revolutionary movement of Kenya's fight for justice and democracy. The party remains committed to protecting its members and continuing its struggle for liberation, socialism and justice, vowing not to be intimidated by such actions.
Huh? I'm in a bit.
Protests took place along Nyeri-Nyahururu Highway following the disappearance of our local residents from Muduini, Kenny West in Nyeri. Simon Mangi Githinji, commonly known as Saimo, was last seen on Wednesday. His motorbike was found abandoned near Solio Ranch, close to Miyoge Secondary School. A joint search involved the National Police Service, Solio Ranch Rangers and local residents. During this search, Githinji's phone was recovered, but it was found switched off. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. It seems like abductions is still taking place in the Republic of Kenya. Despite public and international outcry, we are still losing our people. Take a look at this video of a young Gen Z being abducted in Rongai.
Something.
Kenyans, are you tired of hearing abduction cases every day? And how should the public react when they see someone being abducted? Just listen to this.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have seen that video that's trending of the kid that's getting abducted in Ongata Rongai. Yeah, he's literally getting shoved into some Suzuki and people are just standing around looking. And I hope you can see the government has changed more from using Subarus and Tiguans. They've now switched to Suzukis and TXs. Maji 150, that's what they've switched to. Okay, so the people are just looking and they are like, abduct you, and the people are just looking. Siju, I don't know if he's chucked his gun or cocked it, and there's a fucking crowd. If you cannot get something flammable, just stone that fucking car to nothing. Kumejaa mawe, your politicians hakuna tama kwa meka on those roads. Anything that can be used as a projectile, direct it to that vehicle. Simple. These are criminals and they should be treated like criminals.
But despite being oppressed and denied freedom of expression and freedom of speech, the Gen Zs are still defiant. Just listen to this song.
Kasongo another ni ati to abduct tam respect. Kasongo another ni ati to abduct tam respect. Kazipata heshima na kazi yake tuna reject. Kazi yake tuna reject. Kazi yake theft. Ni theft. Kazi yake theft. Ni theft. Tunataka tuwa left. Anasikiza mabeshte madwanzi ndo maana tumrespect. Anadanganywa na madwanzi hatuwezi kurespect. Ndo maana tuna inject. Tunataka tu a left. Kaongo uta left. Uongo tuna reject.
Inject party leader Moira Kipeso Senior visited the Keno-Sagana Road 48 kilometers where a contractor was paid an extra 1.2 billion shillings for nothing from the 8.4 billion shillings that was supposed to be paid. Like, when will all this corruption stop? Just take a look at this.
And this is the story of the Keno-Sagana Road, which was supposed to be 48 kilometers worth 8.4 billion Kenya shillings. Now see, this is an incomplete footbridge, the same as this one. Now there are like 5 footbridges before you get to Sagana along this road that were never done. These are the street lights. You just need to see the street lights. So the street lights ni chuma imesimama tu, hakuna taa, and part of this road is not even marked, and part of it the drainage is very bad. Now this road was supposed to cost 8.4 billion, but the contractor has been paid more than 8.4 billion. The contractor has been paid 9.6 billion Kenya shillings. That is 1.2 billion more than what he was contracted to be paid. Lakini ona, this is what we mean when we say wizi bila kazi. As you can see, these footbridges are needed because this place is dangerous to cross. And I'm going to show you more of these footbridges along this road. As you can see, there is a footbridge. Jamaa amelipwa, alikuwa nafaa alipo 8.4 billion, amelipwa 9.6 billion, which is 1.2 billion more. And this is the situation. Come, let me show you Keno-Sagana Road, 48 kilometers, and after that I will show you the Sagana Marua Road, which is 36 kilometers for 6 billion shillings. So there were 2 projects. This road to Sagana, that's 8.4 billion. Then from Sagana to Marua, that is 36 kilometers for 6 billion. So this is phase 1. This is part 1 of the Vampire Diaries. This is another crime scene. This is along the Keno-Sagana Road. You can see. This is how the contractor, after being paid all the money, plus 1.2 billion shillings extra, hii ndio kazi alifanya. Mnalipwa pesa yote. This is a contract that started in 2020 August. And this is 2025. You can see. It was supposed to run for 35 months. It is far much past that time.
George Ruto's matatus have not been complying and respecting simple traffic laws. The drivers of these two matatus, namely John Mwangi of Ambush and Dominic Amaya of Manifest, have been charged with driving unroadworthy vehicles after being arraigned at Kibera law courts. Both drivers pleaded guilty and were fined 50,000 shillings each, or 6 months in jail. The matatus were impounded on Thursday after video surfaced showing reckless driving along Magadi Road headed to Ongata Rongai, with both vehicles severely overloaded and several youths perched on the roofs and hanging from the windows. Just take a look at this matatu misbehaving on the Kenyan roads. One Kenyan tour guide decided to inject, teaching some tourists a name that is currently famous in Kenya. Take a look.
So the other stuff, we call them kasongo. Kasongo? Yeah, the Pumba. The Pumba? Yeah, we call them kasongo. Kasongo? Yes. Kasongo. 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 Yeah. They have a great song called Kasongo, yeah, yeah.
Kwa majina naitwa Anthony Muturi. Mimi alisema Ruto must go, na mtu asikuwe na tamaa kama mimi, na Ruto ni mwizi kama mimi. Ruto must go, na ninaomba msamaha sana.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
They're coming for you.
From George Ruto matatus impounded. To wife's knife attack. Who is St. Anne's Girls Principal?
Nilikapa kutoka asubuhi saa 4. Nimelipa school pass nusu. Na ndio niingia shule.
Kimalel Primary School students occupy.
Wewe.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. In Greenfield Estate, drama unfolded where a woman stabbed her husband. Then she went ahead to set the house on fire while they are still both inside the house. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
jamaa ameenda kwa usi. Na makarao. Udema ametoka. Udema ametoka. Ametoka. Ametoka usi nyingine. Usi atasalimiwa. Lazima asalimiwe huyo.
This photo that you see here, this is the man after the incident. Luckily, he survived. And another video surfaced online where a man shared a video of his wife stabbing him and attacking him with a knife. Take a look.
Na nikichukua usicomplain. Sitaenda.
Nataka uniue. Nataka uniue baba.
Okay, you see I'm bleeding. So if I attack you, it's a self-defense.
Nataka uniue baba. Nataka uniue.
So anything I do, self-defense.
Nataka uniue.
Okay. Ni vizuri. Inaonekana mimi nataka hivi ndio nikifanya against react kwa ni ndio ni self defense. Okay. Okay. Continue. Wewe ndio tunakuita watu tuongee.
Watu tuongee. Hata kunipigia wewe.
Apart from these Kenyan wives going nuts, students from St. Anne's Girls, they were locked and left stranded outside the gate by their principal, Veronica Muli, after these students failed to pay their school fees. Just take a look.
Iko sawa. So, mimi mtu ajangililia ama
kila mtu.
So like
Nimekaa kutoka asubuhi saa 4. Nimelipa school pass huku. Na ndio nikiingia shule. Na kwetu ni mbali. Mimi nimetoka Kiseri wewe Mombasa.
So like wanataka tulipe fees yote 26 CGK, lakini ukilipa nusu bado utaingia. Like so what's the point? Kukaa nje tumelipa nusu.
Na tunalala kwa tumekaa nje. Wengine mnashani 4K.
After this incident trended on social media, the public, the Kenyan people, parents and the Gen Zs, they were not happy with St. Anne's Girls principal, Veronica Muli. Let's take a look at this video of the principal hiding from her heinous deeds. What a shame, what a big shame to this principal, Veronica Muli.
Nimekaa kutoka asubuhi saa 4. Nimelipa school pass huku. Na ndio nikiingia shule. Na kwetu ni mbali.
Even Gen Alpha are not left behind. In Eldoret, Kimalel Primary School, the students there decided to inject where they chased away Rai manager over land grabbing and tilling of their school playground. Just take a look at how these Gen Alphas injected.
Wewe. Hey. Si wanafunzi wataua hiyo jamaa wa Rai.
This clearly shows you that the pressure is increasing and no generation in this country called Kenya is going to be taken for granted.
Wewe. Hey. Si wanafunzi wataua hiyo jamaa wa Rai.
Another incident occurred at Price Chopper Supermarket in Lucky Summers, where police were forced to disperse a crowd of angry residents demanding justice after a thief was allegedly locked up and mistreated and reportedly mistreated for hours. Take a look. Some young students were forced to walk barefoot to school, learning under the scorching sun, and they had no books, no desks, nothing. But thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi, new classrooms were built, they got new uniforms, they got books, and they got everything that they need. Just listen to what Eric Omondi had to say.
Wanasoma kwa hii jua. Huyu mwalimu utaona ile video tuliona, watoto wanaandika kwa mchanga. Nataka tuwajengee classes hata kama ni 3 ama 4. Tuwatoe kwa jua, tusaidie mwalimu na vitu za kufundisha. But most importantly, nataka tubaie watoi. Watoi tuwabaie viatu. Ukiona mguu ndogo kama hii, mguu ndogo kama hii na kanyaga hapa ni it's very hot, yeah? It's scorching, yeah? So we're going to get them shoes, we're going to get them uniform, because shule inafungua Monday. Na watoto pia ni wa Kenya, si ndio? Hao pia they deserve the opportunity that other children have in this country.
Just take a look at this video of these students, these young Kenyan students, learning before Team Sisi kwa Sisi arrival. Billions and billions of shillings is being lost every day in this country called Kenya. But yet, the children of this country, the future generation of this country, they're learning under inhumane conditions. But thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi, they got everything they need just to learn in a comfortable environment. After this successful project, thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi giving these young children a new life, the Turkana Council of Elders, they came out to condemn Eric Omondi's actions, his projects. Just listen to what this fool had to say.
Kuingia kwa kaunti ya Turkana bila kujulisha viongozi wa Turkana kama unaingia hapa kufanya maendeleo. Hatukatai maendeleo kama ilikuwa ni maendeleo, lakini tunakataa ukora. Sisi tunakataa ukora kwa sababu katika sheria ya watoto hauwezi piga mtoto ya mtu picha kama msasi wa huyo mtoto hajakubali kupigwa mtoto wake picha. Sisi tunalaani hayo mambo ambayo Eric Omondi alifanya kwa watoto wetu. Ni mzuri kutoa msaada, ndio inakubalika, lakini utoe kwa njia ambayo inahusisha kila mtu. Lakini kuingia kama mwizi, hiyo ni wizi, hiyo ni haramu, hiyo ni mambo ambayo haitakikani katika jamii yoyote. Kwa hivyo tunataka tu ndugu yangu Eric Omondi, kama kuna project ulikuwa unatazamia kuletea watu ya hapo. Kama ilikuwa ni kwa harambee, kama ilikuwa ni kwa pesa yako, tafadhali kuja anzisha project yako. Wacha kubandisha project juu ya ingine. Ile wewe ulikuwa unaweka mabati, hiyo ni ya professionals ya hapo. Ndio walifanya hiyo darasa wakiongoja mpango yao wenyewe. Kwa hivyo tungekuomba tu kwa heshima, kuja tu uanze project yako polepole umalizie, lakini si kuweka kubandika juu ya ingine. Kwa hivyo ni hayo tu, na Mungu awabariki.
The only question I can ask this Turkana Council of Elders: where were you when these children were walking barefoot to school? Where were you when they were landing under the hot, scorching sun? Where were you when they were using the ground as books? Where were you, Turkana Council of Elders? What action did you take to help these young children? In Mumias East, Honorable Peter Selassie, he went to visit the schools that he has built and actually renovated. Take a look.
Toto kweli? Naona sasa tumeraise, alafu tumeweka tarazo, sasa tunatengeneza blackboard ya mwalimu. Si mko sawa? Sasa msome na msikize mwalimu, si ndio? Thank you so much. So sweet. Thank you so much. Oh, habari zenu. So we are supposed to build
South African first president who served from 1994 to 1999, Nelson Mandela, he said that education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. Recently, Kenya has been experiencing space debris falling from the sky. In Moyale, the residents were shocked to witness an anomaly in the dark night. Others were saying that it was an UFO, an identified flying object. Others were saying that it was an UAP, an identified aerial phenomena. My question is this: will extraterrestrial beings visit Earth soon? Take a look.
Mom! Toka nje!
Haraka hili.
Ili shoot hapana ni satellite. Debris.
Isa ndio optizwa bora. Isa ni mira tinjiga chini. Record.
Whoa! Ini UFO ama ni nini?
UFO inaenda.
UFO.
Apart from the extraterrestrial beings visiting Earth in Moyale, in Boni East Makueni, the people were shocked there to witness a partially burnt, high-density metallic object falling from the sky with a thunderstorm-like sound. Just listen to this story.
Kitu saa 9 hivi nikasikia kitu kinagonga, kinapiga bomu. Nilistuka, nikaangalia kwa huko mbinguni kama inaona moshi, nikakosa moshi. Kama nitaona pumbe, nikakosa pumbe.
Tukaanza kuona tuko kwa mawingu, vitu ikiondoka, tutoko. Tukikifuata tunaona kitu kikubwa sana. Na kiko moto, huwezi kusika hivi na mikono.
The owner of this home believes that the fall impact of the object a few meters from here is what caused the crack that we've seen in this building and in some of the other buildings in this location and in the vicinity. She says she doesn't feel very safe here in her home at the moment. Now, that correlation is something the BBC was not able to substantiate.
My question is this, Kenyans: if this space debris falling from the sky pose danger, cause harm, and even worse, loss of lives and damage of property. Who will be there to repay? And what is the Kenya Space Agency saying about all these incidences?
UFO ama ni
UFO kinaenda.
President Ruto's son, George Ruto, was on the spotlight after his matatus manifest were caught live on camera breaking traffic rules. Take a look at some of this video of these matatus misbehaving on the Kenyan roads. After all this misbehavior on the Kenyan roads, George Ruto's matatus was seized by the NTSA, that is the National Transport and Safety Authority. A traffic police officer was also seen telling passengers who already boarded the matatu manifest to come down. Do you remember when the President of Kenya, William Ruto, said that parents should discipline their children, but yet his own son, George Ruto, is not respecting simple traffic rules? Listen to what the video at 254.
We have been reminded once again by Kasongo that we must take care of our children. The government will do its part, churches should do their part, and then parents should also do their part and mentor their children. While he's saying that, his son's vehicles manifest. They have been impounded for breaking the rules, being unruly on Kenyan roads. Talk about good mentorship. Okay, that's good mentorship. Very funny.
Even one matatu tout by the name of Freddy Psycho, he came out with this full chest and said that any traffic police officer who is trying to stop manifest will lose his or her job. That manifest belongs to the government. Just listen to this nonsense.
Itafanya makarao wengi wapewe transfer. Nishamu itafanya Nairobi, alicheka. Wenyewe kama citizen nimewaambia hii ni mkubwa. Na mkona gati ya kuweka cruiser mbele yake. Mna expect nini nyingine? Hii gari kitupa mbao inatafuta do, mtaenda tu home. Huko bali nimetoka Nairobi imewashinda.
So Freddy Psycho, whether those matatus belongs to the government or not, or whether they belong to George Ruto, who is the president's son, or not, traffic rules should and must be followed. Recently, a female chief in Nairobi decided to unite Kenyans after she recorded herself playing with her forbidden fruit. Like, instead of her respecting the uniform and working for the people, she's busy entertaining Kenyans online.
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter.
Wewe bana oi, weka supu. Weka supu hapo. Weka supu bana oi. Weka supu, weka supu. Weka nyama hapa juu. Weka nyama. Hapa ingeiva. Aje bado.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
17 Eco Control.
From Bukangesa Omole arrested.
The police actually arrested me.
To Morara Kebaso owning a police station.
You own a police station?
Mimi niko na police station.
Kasaban Makore's hidden talents. Where are our missing children?
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Recently, the world has witnessed quite a number of fire cases in Kenyan schools. Some of the children lost their lives while some of them went missing. Our Kenyan brother here has decided to demand for answers. Listen to this.
Wakenya, the biggest mistake tutafanya ni history kikunywa maji kama tumekanyangia hivyo. Manze tupige nduru. Let's demand for answers from left, right and center. Hadi wa producer watoto, whether dead or alive. Man, sisi wote tuko na watoto shuleni bana. Hapana. Guys, pigeni makelele. Post on your status, za WhatsApp, za Facebook, za TikTok. Ask. Ulizeni watoto wako wapi man. Guys, ask for these children. Tupewe watoto wetu. Musikanyangi story, please. That is the biggest mistake tutafanya.
After all these fire incidents in schools, Ugandans decided to teach and train their children by conducting fire drills in their schools. Take a look at this. Schools should be a safe haven for our children. Bring back our children, and for those who lost their lives, may their souls rest in eternal peace. Youths are being frustrated day in, day out. I want us to go all the way to Isiolo, where our young Kenyan brother wants to sell one of his kidneys so that he can fund long overdue repairs of his local mortuary.
Mimi nitadonate kidney yangu moja iuzwe iende mortuary itengenezwe. Mimi nimeweza kuhuzunika hapo jana. Nilipofika pale hospitalini niliweza kupata mtu ameweza kufariki na akaweza kuwekwa kwa probox kama gunia ya viazi ndio apelekwe mortuary Meru. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu mortuary ya Isiolo haifanyi kazi. Na hiyo si kesi peke yake. Tumekuwa sana tukivumilia sana. Makesi wengine wanapeleka watoto Meru, wengine wanapeleka mortuary za mbali kwa sababu tuko na mortuary yetu na haifanyi kazi. Na isipokuwa hospitali yetu inasemekana itakuja kuwa level 5. Itakuja kuwa level 5 waje na tunaweza kupata kwa hospitali aina mortuary. Pia nikizungumzia kuna wanafunzi wanasoma hapo KMTC au wanafunzi kuna wanataka kusoma mortician. Watakuwa nasoma kwenda kusoma kaunti nyingine mambo ya mortuary. Yetu tuko na mortuary yetu hapa kaunti ya Isiolo na haifanyi kazi. Serikali imejificha sana. Governor ametulia sana. 10.5 million imetengewa mortuary. Na hiyo pesa hakuna mwenye amejitokeza ama contractor yote. Tumeweza kuona kazi ikifanywa pale.
Yeah, so guys, as you can see, this area right here is called the cold room, and this is now where the bodies are kept inside here after embalming. The bodies are kept here so that they can be preserved, you know, when the families come to see the bodies. So I think let me show you how one fridge looks like inside. This one empty fridge inside. As you can see, like this is now the fridge inside here. So after embalming, the body is put here so that it can be cold and preserved and well. Moving on to the next video. Gen Zs are injecting left, right and center. I want to show you guys of this video of a young Kenyan brother, a young Kenyan Gen Z who has decided enough is enough. Listen to what he has to say.
How can 70 students disappear from a school enye wamelala ndani ya dorm, then Gachagua kona guts za kukuja on live television unaambia wazazi and the school community ati watoe students penye wako. Tuache kupimana manze, watu si wajinga bwana. We can't put a blind eye kwa kila kitu. Si kila kitu ni Githurai. Penye Safaricom mlituanulia stima, watu wakiuliwa Githurai. Hadi video lipostiwa TikTok, mse unasikia gunshots ndo hizi. But Wakenya ni nani? Blind eye. Kwani mteka blind eye hadi fike lini? Minerals zenyu zinaibiwa, blind eye. Watoto wanauliwa, blind eye. Gen Zs ndo wanakuwa abducted, blind eye. Alafu unataka kuniambia nini? Hata imenibo.
Have you ever seen those institutions, organizations or even companies where they just use interns but they don't give people jobs, they don't employ people, neither do they pay people? Let us go all the way to Kijabe Hospital and just listen to this story.
Kijabe mmechukua internship kama ndio workers wa hapa. Munawalipa peanuts ya 10,000. Munatoa NHIF and NSSF. Huyo mtoto anabaki na 7,000. After that, munamfanyisha kazi for 12 hours. Tafuta kama kuda kama gui. You want to kill our children? You're not employing people? You're misusing our kids. We are telling you this. The moment that we are coming to occupy Kijabe, it is soon. Mulininyang'anya title yangu tunaikujia na the community of Kijabe. Wacha hivyo mmetoka from 250 patient to 100. It will be worse. Zero profit. And they are getting
For those who are running Kijabe Hospital, if you don't watch out, we as a Gen Z will occupy and you will not believe. You will not believe.
Kijabe mmechukua internship kama ndio workers wa hapa. Munawalipa peanuts ya 10,000. Munatoa NHIF and NSSF. Huyo mtoto anabaki na 7,000. After that, munamfanyisha kazi for 12 hours. Tafuta.
The National Chairperson and National Organizing Secretary of the Communist Party of Kenya, Buka Ngesa Omole, he was unfairly arrested at JKA while heading to Beijing for an important meeting. Just listen to how things unfolded.
At about 4:30, I appeared at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport and I was destined to travel to Beijing, China for official party duties, since I'm also the national vice chairperson of the Communist Party of Kenya, and I've been one of the key instrumental people in terms of driving the coalition politics against this illegitimate government. Now, it's also important that even though the police claim that they had a red flag to avoid me from traveling, it's also important to know that the police actually arrested me after the immigration officers had actually cleared me and my passport was stamped that I am ready to travel on Qatar Airways that was having a detour at Doha and then tomorrow to Beijing. Now, I was arrested inside the plane and I was told that the government agency that is looking for me is the DCI headquarters.
Dadzia, nimeno tingda olama. Bukangasa omole tashuo, dazai Kenya nelobi da Fiji chang. Huja ta you, 现在也有。在飞机里面准备要去中国北京做很重要的事，然后肯定警察逮捕他。肯尼亚人，我叫你们多少次？3次，3次。你觉得这个好不好吗？但是我就说从我心里来，同志们加油，同志们辛苦啦 ！Nonsense。
it's important to note that the police has been on my case harassing me. You know, and today when we were just at the Central Police Station, another delegation of the security forces are in my house breaking into it.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
元宵节快乐
元宵节快乐
Yes, 元宵节 is what we are now celebrating.
所以你可以告诉大家元宵节快乐吗？
元宵节快乐。
我们在哪啊？我们在哪？你说啊？
我们在肯尼亚，祝大家元宵节快乐。
肯尼亚在哪啊？
肯尼亚在非洲东部。
好的，欢迎谢谢。大家，我们今天有一个中国的美女，所以我要你祝大家元宵节快乐。
祝大家元宵节快乐。I'm Hillary from China. Yeah.
从什么城市来？
浙江温州。Yeah.
欢迎。
对，然后很高兴在肯尼亚遇到这位会说中文的朋友，然后一起共度元宵节，祝大家元宵快乐。
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you.
我想吃煎饺。
是那儿呢。
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Brusky Albis Deli.
On the last episode, I pronounced Morara Kebaso's name incorrectly, and some of you decided to correct me on the comments, and this is what some people had to say. Munda said that pronounce Kebaso and not Cabeso. Leave the wrong pronunciations to the foreigners' priests. Nina said that report properly, the name is Kebaso. Mercy W124 said that it is Kebaso and no Cabeso. Chieta. Really? Okay. Morara Kebaso owns a police station. He revealed this while he was in Oga Obina's live. Listen to this.
Naitwa Githiru.
Okay.
I own a police station there.
You own a police station?
Mimi niko na police station.
What do you mean?
Acha nikupe story. Unaona Githiru?
Yeah.
Which is Nyeri town constituency?
Yeah.
Financial year 2018-2019. Kumejengwa police post hapo. Paka wa leo haina polisi. Na imepigwa rangi za polisi, iko na cell, iko na OB, iko na ofisi ya OCS, na iko mpaka na amari mali ya kuweka bunduki. Sasa nilienda tu nikaingia kwa OB, kwanza nikajikamata, nikajiingiza cell, alafu nikajiambia mabusu toka, nikatoka,
kujipia bond,
nikajilipia bail, alafu nikajiappoint OCS.
Githiru.
Githiru. It's called Githiru. Wacha tuone hapa kama I'm getting the name correctly. Ni Githiru. Githiru Police Post Nyeri. Unajua leo DIG amekataa hata enda kotini paka akakuwa acting Inspector General.
Instead of putting police officers in that station to protect the local community, they're just busy looting. Even this police officer got tired and just see what he went to do in the streets.
Unaenda unaibia watu wewe. Wewe ni mwizi. Kwa nini unaibia gari wewe? Wewe ni mwizi. Wewe ni mwizi wewe. Wewe ni mwizi. Kwa nini unaitisha pesa? Unaitisha pesa kwa nini? Unavunja kioo kwa nini?
Yaani unipe gari umbwa wewe. Unavunja kioo cha nini? Unavunja kioo cha nini bro?
Msare. Achana
Tumia buda. Unavunja kioo cha gari cha nini? Unavunja kioo cha nini? Ndio gari akalipa. Unavuja kio cha nini? Unavuja kio cha nini? Unavuja kio cha nini? Anavuja kio cha nini? Unavuja kio cha nini? Anavuja.
Is the Kenyan education system messed up? I'll show you this video of big bad ogre who decided to inject.
Ana vitu watoto wanafundishwa China in case of fire. Ana vitu watoto wanafundishwa shule. Daily tunafunzwa tu maombi ni kama maombi is the answer. Nisikie, while sisi tuko busy tunaomba, the white man alikuja akachukua resources zote na sasa anatukopesha pesa na zile resources zetu ndio alitumia. It's about time ujue education, si kujua sijui thorax na abdomen na the longest river in Africa. It's about time to educate vitu zinasaidia, and it's about time to stand for the right things za kufunzwa shule. Sisi upuzi zote tunafunzwa shule bro. Yes, prayers never been the answer. Ukiweka mtu logical na uweke mtu prayerful, mtu logical atawin all day every day. It's about time tuanze kufunzwa logic instead of kufunzwa religion. I said what I said.
Not only Kenyans are tired, but even animals are tired too. This donkey was spotted somewhere just ripping off and taking down Ruto's campaign posters. Many politicians who have been in power since Kenya gained independence in 1963, they always come together when trouble knocks at their doorsteps. I'll show you of this church where our brother here decided to inject. Listen to this.
Personally, as a prophet of God and as a servant of God, I don't support him. One, because Ruto William killed so many Kenyans in Kondele, killed so many Kenyans in Nairobi. So many Kenyans died. After this death, now Ruto and Raila sit down. Then they say work together. They are working together on top of the graves of Kenyans. They are dancing on top of the graves of Kenyans. If Raila was so serious about his patriotism for the Kenyan people, he shouldn't have joined hand with Ruto, who is a killer, a murderer, a vampire. He wouldn't have done so. And for that reason, I 70% doubt whether he will make it. If he make it, okay. But I, Apostle Michael Band, I don't support. I know many people will say you don't care. You don't care. My heart is not in your heart. It's your heart that does not care. Praise the Lord. You can say whatever you want. You have your mouth. I've said my own. Everybody in his office, the wise, there's office of the ignorant. I don't know which your office is. Mine is a prophet. That's what I've said. I am against it. There's no way government, politicians can always be uniting for their own selfish gains.
This is not the first time that you're hearing about fire cases in schools. It has happened before and is currently happening now and is still happening. I'll show you of this video of our Kenyan brother who decided to inject and also open and enlighten Kenyans. Listen to what he had to say.
What I know is that government knows what is happening in the country now. I'm well convinced. I'm 100% convinced that government know what is happening. What they are trying to shift political temperature kwa kuweka watu wazazi wenye wahusiki na siasa kwa shida. Yesterday it was Hillside Academy. Yesterday it was Hillside Academy. Today, as I am speaking now, Isiolo girls iko on fire. So, do you want to say that government haijui kitu yoyote? Kwa nini mashule zinachomeka? Ama mnataka kusema that kuna msemo mwenye anatoa sacrifice? Hakuna sacrifice inatolewa. What the government is trying to do is to shift political temperature kwa kitu ingine, so that watu sasa waanze kuongelea mambo na shule kuchemuka. And you can remember there is a year pia washaifanya kitu kama hii.
We all know a brother by the name of Samuel Macoure who has been injecting since day one.
Ruto ni mwizi, ni wazimu wa ukweli. Ruto ni mwizi, ni wazimu wa ukweli. Ni wazimu wa ukweli. Ni wazimu wa ukweli. Ruto ni wazimu wa ukweli. Ni wazimu wa ukweli.
And apart from him having a talent in singing, he also has a talent in playing instruments. Take a look at Samuel Macoure with some amazing vibes.
passing across somewhere here and I'm seeing a flat is written. Zaburi flat is not owned by Ruto. Is not owned by William Ruto. Guys, imefika hapa. Kwani what's up? People are not renting this house.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We're coming for you.
Oh, Elvis Derry. From Morara Kebaso angry.
The governors who are stealing from you, they are from your tribe.
To Mzungu injecting.
The president of Kenya is nothing more than an imperial lackey.
Have you paid rent? I beg your pardon.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there.
We're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Before I start today's episode, first of all, let us have a moment of silence for all the women that have lost their lives in these previous days and weeks. Femicide, the new cancer in town. When will these killings of our women stop? Because we cannot be losing our girls, our beautiful girls every day. Our women are being buried every day. Broken communities and broken families. People are crying out there. When will this murder stop? Just take a look.
And cases of killings continued.
Another femicide case. 500 cases of femicide. And reportedly killed in Kenya.
Femicide, the deliberate killing of women because they're women. In Kenya, it's not just a word.
Sad what's happening in Kenya?
It's a national crisis. Over 150 women were murdered in 2023 alone, not by strangers in the shadows, but often by those closest to them, fathers, partners, and friends. The violence is no accident. It's rooted in toxic masculinity, fueled by a culture or patriarchy and made worse by a justice system that looks the other way. Victims are blamed,
Stop victim blaming.
cases go cold, and the killers, they walk free. But the women of Kenya refuse to stay silent. Across the country, they're taking to the streets and demanding justice.
We have marched through the streets of Nairobi,
shouting a message that can no longer be ignored. Enough is enough.
The killing to stop.
This is not just about numbers, it's about lives, about a nation at breaking point. The question is, how many more women must die before Kenya finally says no more?
This is very painful and sad to watch. Kenyans, we should not tolerate such behaviors, especially killing, taking lives, destroying families, destroying people's lives. Justice for our women. Just feel free and take your time and write down in the comments down below hashtag end femicide and hashtag justice for our girls.
It's a national crisis.
I know many of you are familiar with these words. Tumepanga, tumetenga. The governor of Nairobi, Governor Sakaja, and William Ruto, they were passing by Kayole. And let me tell you, the roads there are very pathetic. Like, I'm just wondering, how are they comfortable inside those cars while calling themselves leaders? Take a look.
Ruto!
Andika Ruto kikuja sowe.
Ruto! Yeah. Oye Ruto, finance bill. Na kona escort kubwa. Hey.
Today's question is, will Senator Okiya Omtata run for presidency in the next elections? This was confirmed by his wife, a former nominated Senator, Emma Mbora Omtata. She said that her husband will be running for presidency in the coming year 2027. Listen to this.
Ama nitumie title, I'm Honorable Emma Mbora Omtata. Yeah, I'm a former senator Mombasa County. So nimekuja hapa sitakaa. Mimi niko na spinal injury, nilipata accident miezi iliyokwisha. Na nimekuaga Khan Hospital for 1 month and 2 weeks. Hata hapa niko na mashini nimevaa, so siwezi simama muda mrefu. Lakini mume wangu ambaye ni senator amenipatia ujumbe wenu nilete hapa, na akasema mumuie radhi, mumsamehe. Angependa kuja kwa na nyinyi leo, lakini kwa sababu ya harakati zake za kutaka kugombea urais 2027 ameshikika kwa mikutano mingi ya watu kutoka nje na Wakatoliki ambao wanamuunga mkono. Leo ana mkutano na watu kadhaa ambao wanamuunga mkono, kwa hivyo wasingeweza kuja.
Kenyans, did you know that the national government has already released funds for counties? That means that your governor, your politicians right now, they have monies on their hands. And I just want to see, and we have, I want to see how these people are going to spend this money. Will they be paying the government workers? Will they put that money in development? Or will they put it in their bank accounts? Listen to this.
So, incompetent governor ya Bomet County anaitwa Hilary Barcho. Umeona leo national government wamerelease funds ya counties ama namna gani? Pesa imetoka. Kagitia chepkondok inyechor sahi. Sasa iba kabisa. Secondly, ile watu huko umelipa medical staff. I am told kuna medical staff ambao walikuwa kwa contract tomgelipan sahi for almost 1 year. Kindly Bwana Barcho, pay those medical staff ama namna gani? Enforcement officers nilisikia mpaka kuna wenye walikupeleka mpaka kotini agi-ignore not court orders. Pay the people. Pesa imetoka, usiseme tena hakuna pesa. Kuna wengine ECD ngakile ne ECD teachers. I also received information that wengi hawajalipwa, and also kakile at some point walikuongelesha kakile igure ngosengengishek. Pay them because the money is out now. Kakobwa rabinik matkota ko ngalagin iblembechwanon mi obise en county legolenjogin pesa haijatoka.
Nyerians are injecting. In Nyeri town, the residents have decided to collect signatures to recall their MP, Duncan Madenge, just after a few days where the people, the residents of Madira, decided and started a process to recall their MP, who is Eric Wamumbi. Just take a look at how Nyerians are injecting. Imagine, just imagine, teachers, lecturers are not being paid. In a public university, lecturers went on to demonstrate and protest the government's failure to implement pay rise, among other demands. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. After all these politics, and nonsense that is taking place in this country, are you still a proud Kenyan? Many of our people are being taken to foreign countries to go and work there. Is it hard to create jobs in our own country in Kenya? Is it that hard? Many of Kenyans who are working in foreign countries, some of them, they come back home in caskets. Just take a look at this.
There's nothing to be proud of when you're sending your own people to other countries to go and build their economies.
Yeah.
Don't ever be excited and say, oh, you were opening.
It shows you failed to build the employment rate here in Kenya.
100%. Let's not be proud, man. The question is
the pride of Africa.
No, it shows you have literally failed
Kenya.
in your
with the laughing
position
stock of Africa now.
Yeah. If you fail to get your own people jobs in your own country and you're sending them abroad, why are you still in that position?
Yeah.
What do you stand for?
Do you know that we actually used to have Kenya used to be the host of the biggest factory for Guinness. We were the ones who originally did it in Kisumu. Guinness. We used to produce Guinness.
Yeah. Wow.
For the whole part of Africa. But then we overtaxed those guys until we chased them away, and then they moved to South Africa, Johannesburg. But Guinness was initially being processed in Kenya. Can you imagine that kind of an opportunity?
So if you look at it, there's a lot of countries, there's a lot of companies outside of
that would love to work and
Africa
invest here, but they can't.
They come here.
Yeah,
so if they see a potential here, why are we not seeing the same potential?
It's very hard doing business here.
Nairobi City County's Chief Officer of Environment, Geoffrey Mosira, he has said that he has successfully cleaned the flyovers in Nairobi City and also deploying officers there to maintain law, order and security. And apart from that, he also urged the residents to refrain from using such public spaces as restrooms. Like, who the hell goes to urinate or even take a dump or a flyover? What the hell is this? Take a look.
Tumeanza kureprocess all the flyovers kwa sababu zimekuwa infected na street families, wanaenda haja kubwa hapo, haja ndogo. So this one of them hapa Mdhurwa. Wewe ni aje? Wewe ndio unaishi hapo juu? Ni ndio mnaenda haja kubwa hapo juu? Nisiwapate hapa. Shuka sasa. You can see hii flyover iko inapitwa sababu ilikuwa imejaa kinyesi. Street families wanaenda haja kubwa hapa. Watu angeza kupiga, wengine wangepiwa hata angeta. Wangekuwa eject hapa, wananyang'anywa vitu. So we are here to repossess all the flyovers in CBD. We clean them and repossess for the people of Nairobi to use them.
The son of the former late president of Uganda, Idi Amin, whose name is Lumumba Amin, he came out and revealed a shocking information to the world. And Kenyans, whatever happens in these foreign countries, especially the US, when they have policies, laws and all those shenanigans, it affects us here in Kenya in one way or another. Just listen to what the son of Idi Amin, Lumumba Amin, had to say about Israel and the USA. Listen to this.
A quick message to the American people. I know sometimes when things are said coming from Africa, people do not tend to take it seriously overseas. But I would just like you to take a minute and listen, because we have been following some of these issues for quite a while ourselves here. What you call the deep state in the US, the deep state with all these conspiracy theories about assassination of your leaders or people disappearing, JFK and all that. Well, the deep state is Israel. And what you call the Uniparty is Israel. What you also call the swamp, Israel. Thank you.
Tumechoka na huyu fala MUSTGO go. Sisi tumechoka uongozi bila mashindikana MUSTGO go. Hisi uongozi ni hesabu ya minus cradle to grave. Masha fragile extinguish the flame. Wili zetu lazwa ndani ya gravel. Ametupema na babble, couple the trigger kwa battles like zikipenya vifua hua. Zema hapa napita speaker itapita ndani ya drum into the beat leta feature teacher syllabus waita kuna kuficha future travel at the speed of life unravel stories a jabba to go ego now can check it over stanners ndio tintia ubawa widi siwe bana the apparel chetania mebaka unda suit juu ya saddle straddling cattle nikanu kwa mto bila paro ni Russian lawless isikugamo.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
170 go control. Anguka na. We are coming for you.
From Marvin Mabonga alias County Sonko visit Bungoma County.
Ndio nimefika Bungoma. I'm trying to do my ground mobilization for Friday.
To bodaboda riders complain of pathetic roads.
Hapa Romima tunateseka kwa sababu ya njia ya Sangalo kwenda mpaka Kakamega.
Where is 25 million for Bungoma beautification?
So jamaa hizi maua za 25 million Bungoma County. Naonyesha tu ni kwa ndugu yangu.
Ground mobilization ahead of civic education.
Hii mkutano tunaanza saa 8 na tungeomba vijana wote wenye mko Bungoma County na mnaweza fika Lechante Kimilili saa hizi.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. In the past few days, Marvin Mabonga was in Bungoma County injecting, doing some ground mobilization, also civic education. And on top of that, he went on to show us the current situation in Bungoma County. And to be honest, those leaders, elected leaders of Bungoma County, they should be ashamed of themselves because Bungoma is in a very pathetic condition. And today I'm going to be showing you guys and sharing with you guys the journey of County Sonko, Marvin Mabonga in Bungoma County. As we prepare to celebrate Mashujaa Day, to celebrate our fallen soldiers, this image that you see here, this was Willie, who was shot dead, a Gen Z who was shot dead during the protests. May his soul rest in eternal peace. After a long journey, Marvin Mabonga, County Sonko, arrives in Bungoma County. And the first thing he did is to do some ground civic education, which has also brought a huge impact since the protest started. Later on, he decided to move around Bungoma County and just see how this city is, this county is. And let me tell you, he was shocked when he found himself at the Bokoli Kimilili Bungoma Road. And let me tell you, every financial year, my people, listen very carefully. Every financial year, 1.3 billion is poured into and allocated to the construction and maintenance of roads in your county. Did you know that? Take a look at how your votes are making changes in Bungoma County.
It connects almost 4 constituencies in Bungoma County. And as you can see, this is the nature of the road. Remember, in Bungoma County, this is a county where the budget allocation for the road and for road construction and maintenance every financial year in 1.3 billion. But just look at the state of the road. So this road has been in this state for the last 8 years, because the last time it was constructed kulikuwa na president anaitwa Kibaki ndio aliconstruct njia in 2008. So for the last 8 years njia imekuwa hivi, na it was allocated 350 million. Remember, this is the county where our speaker of the National Assembly anaitwa Wetangula anatoka. Yeah, just look. Na tunaambiwa sijui nyinyi watu wa Western huko mlipewa 30%. Nashangaa 30% ilikuwa ionyeshe hizi njia venye zinakaa hivi. But just look. Hapa hakuna. Ini upuzi hii tuko nayo huko, alafu you guys want us to listen to you as you are our leaders. Hadi huko juu mahali mnaona huko mbele, the road inakaa hivyo. Njia haziwezi kaa hivi. Alafu you as a governor, you are going to use 25 million kununua maua sijui ati za Madaraka Day. Unachukua 110,000 kununua wheelbarrow, a piece of a wheelbarrow, lakini njia zinakaa hivi. Governor Lusaka kindly, it's not even a kind request. I want to demand that this road should be constructed very, very soon.
So, the people of Bungoma County, it seems like your votes are working for you like expected. Am I right? Let's move on. Did you know that the President of Kenya has an airport? Not just an airport, but an international airport in Bungoma County. And it's called William Ruto International Airport. This facility costed the taxpayers' money 139 million Kenyan shillings. But when we go there, there's nothing. No construction is going on. There's no security, no fence. It's just emptiness. Take a look at this video.
Nimefika hapa Matulo, William Ruto Airport, International Airport. Yeah? And this facility was constructed juzi na the president launched. This facility will cost 139 million, yeah? And so nimekuja hapa, in fact nataka kupanda ndege na I can see kuna offices za KAA. Kuja nionyeshe offices zetu za KAA Bungoma. Hizi hapa. Offices za KAA Bungoma za 139 million, yeah? Hii ni ya KAA. Huko ndani unaona ni kama hao jamaa wamefunga. Hapa ndio kwa nyumba ya security wa KAA. Hapa ni kwa security officer wa KAA.
Na security mwenyewe
kama security hayuko. Umeona vile kuna
kwa ameenda wapi?
Ndio hii fence yetu. Mtu akisimama huku ni nje, alafu huko ni ndani. So mtu akiwa huku nje hizi access huko ndani. You can see 139 million Kenyan shillings. Hii ni runway. Sijui kama mnaiona. Alafu kuna hizi ndege zina, you can see. Guys, this facility to cost 139 million. Fence haiko, hakuna hata waya ijaekwa. Wameka tu hizo maposti hapo. Alafu walisema inakuwa launched. Huku ni ndudi zinapita tu. So this facility venye mnaona, I don't think it's on the standard ya kuitwa hata airstrip.
It seems like the people of Bungoma County, they're really enjoying life. Even they have an international airport. My lord, I wonder. Like, tell us in the comments down below if you're coming from Bungoma County, where you'll be flying to in your next vacation, just like our president who flies all the time. After Marvin Mabonga, Ketri Sonko finishes to book his flight at the William Ruto International Airport. He flies all the way to Matisi Horticultural Collection Center. And let me tell you, this facility was meant to collect horticultural produce. So the people of Bungoma, if you voted for the right people, for the right leaders, this facility will have created so many job opportunities for you guys. Take a look at this video, man. This is so sad.
I'm here at Matisi Horticulture Collection Center. Hii ni center yenye agricultural produce zinakuwa collected hapa. Ndio zipelekwe pale airport. I hope umeona airport nimeonyesha, zipelekwe pale airport Matulo, alafu wazipeleke zikuwe exported. So nataka nionyeshe venye hii facility inakaa. And twende, niko na friend wangu hapa anatoka hii place. Sijui unaweza tuambia ukielezea venye huko kunakaa hapa na before tuingie huko ndani.
Huku vile wameona hii kitu ilitengenezwa enzi ya Lusaka vile alikuwa first governor akiingia kwa kiti, na kuna pesa zikawekwa hapa, wakaambia wananchi waanze kutengeneza mambo ya agriculture, wapande viazi, wapande mioko, itakuwa inaletwa hapa. Kuna baadhi ya watu walipanda, lakini hizo vitu hazikuwahi ingia hapa, zikaharibika hivyo. na hata kuna shamba lingine lilinunuliwa kule Mahanga kwa wodi ya Bokoli. Kuna ile ilifaa ifanyiwa agriculture, mpaka wa leo hatujaona hii miradi ikiendelea.
Huku ni Matisi. Meka nduma, meka avocado, wana tu kunakaa huku ndani. This facility will cost taxpayers money. Wenye zinakaa. And I'm sure hapo kulikuwa na milango, si ndio?
Angalia milango hivi.
Hapa milango ni kazi imeibiwa zote. Okay. Lakini angalia huko ndani venye kunakaa. So hapa ndio horticultural center ya Bungoma County in Matisi. Mahali tunaleta agricultural produce. Sio? Jama wetu wa Bungoma bwana. Mimi nashangaa huko kwetu tunakaa aje hivi. Kama mnaona project kama hizi wameka hapa millions of money the taxpayers, yeah, every financial year. Alafu kunakaa hivi. And I'm even surprised that hapa kando ni kwa boma ya MP wa huko anaitwa Dan Wanyama, ni jirani hapa.
Ofisi yake.
And this place inakaa, I mean the office ya MP, ya Member of Parliament. So mimi nashangaa si kama vijana wa Bungoma surely kama project kama hizi zetu zenye nafasi tunufaisha zinakaa hivi na county iko. Governor Lusaka, honestly, what are we doing as a county? Because this is ini kazi gani honestly?
It looks like the people of Bungoma County, they will only be collecting air for the moment. So, my Bungoma people, the question of the day is, what is beauty? What is the meaning of beauty? Beauty is a combination of qualities such as form, shape, or color that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. While Baby Wabonga was moving around and showing us how Bungoma town looks like, he could not help it but show us how 25 million shillings was spent to beautify the county. Take a look at what how your money, your taxpayers' money was spent by your Governor Kenneth Lusaka.
So jamaa, hizi maua za 25 million Bungoma County.
It seems like the 25 million really did a good job, really did wonders in Bungoma town. So if the Bungoma people consider this and see this as beauty, then it is high time to visit an ophthalmologist, a doctor who is specialized and knows all about the eyes. While Ketu Sonko, Marvin Mabonga, was moving around Bungoma County, he suddenly got a headache because of the development disappointments that he was seeing all over. And he got a headache because of this. So he went to the Kabula District Hospital for checkup. While he was receiving his medical checkup, a Gen Z approached him. And this Gen Z decided to share his story with Keoti Sonko. And this is how things unfolded. Listen to this.
Tumefika hapa tunaitwa Kabula Talitia District Hospital in Kabula constituency in Bungoma County. Naona hii is a CDF project. Iliambiwa this facility haikuwa na dawa, na so hata saizi hakuna activity inaendelea hapa. Hospitali imefungwa kidogo for some renovation, but then luckily nilipata a clinical officer hapa, na tumetaka kusikia kutoka kwake tu how the clinical officers huku interior, actually huku ni interior sana from Bungoma town, tuone how they work huku.
Mimi ni clinical officer Printon. We were expected to report for internship due July, lakini zile pilika za the former CS for help akatupeleka nje ndani. Sasa hii tuko kwa mataa, so tunatafuta tu way out kwa dispensaries, clinics, at least tujisort, sababu comrade huwezi kaa bila kujisort. So hapo hospitali ukienda kuuliza vacancy ni kidogo. Why? Because hakuna infrastructure ya hospitali, madawa hakuna, then instruments kitu ya kufanya hakuna. So tunakaa tu, tuko tu mtaani kulima jembe na hizo vitu zingine. So we appeal to you guys that let this go viral, kwamba actually what is happening on ground hakuna kitu, ni sisi wenyewe tuko kwa ground to happen. So if you can communicate to the ministry yenye inahusika, at least utakuwa helped.
So when Marvin Mabonga, Kyoto Sonko, realized that even in Kabula District Hospital, it does not have medicines, he decided to continue his journey. So by Bungoma people, Mulembe, Ovolasi, Mulimoyo, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? At this point, you should be mad enough and angry enough to go and stage a protest even right now as you watch this video. So when Marvin Mabonga was moving around in Bungoma County, he met these boda riders at the Sangalo Kakamega Road, and they were very angry and mad at the government for its failure to construct good roads for them. Roads that the projects that were launched decades ago have not even finished, but not even started. Take a look at this video.
Hii kaunti yangu, na nimekuja hapa kwa njia inatoka kwa main road ya kwenda Mumias. Kuna hii junction nje inaenda Kakamega. Ni Sangalo, inapita Sangalo hizi. So hii njia jamaa waliweka hapa pesa inafaa ikuwe na lami. Mangalia hapa kwa hiyo board. Mangalia hapa hata ilishafutika, hakuna contractor kwa njia. But now tukapa, najua kuna kelele huko nyuma. Tukapa na wazee wa bodaboda hapa kwa stage. Nataka msikize tu wanasema aje kuhusu hii njia. Ongeleze. Ama sisi wazee bodaboda hapa Romima tunateseka kwa sababu ya hii njia ya Sangalo kwenda mpaka Kakamega. Kakamega. Ukifika hapa kwa daraja zote zinataka kuanguka ndani. Sasa tunaomba bana kutengenezea hii njia. Hayo. Sasa ongeleze. Hii barabara ya Sangalo hii sisi kama bodaboda wa Romima State tumehangaika sana kwa muda mrefu. Naomba serikali barabara tengeneze. Sisi watu wengine tunaenda nyumbani bila chochote kwa mfuko ya barabara. Sisi tunaharibika ya barabara, serikali tengeneze hii barabara. Ni hayo tu.
So after the boda riders finished to share their views and their disappointments against the government and its bad governance, it was time for Kyoto Sonko to go and prepare for the main day, to prepare for the town hall civic education, which happened at the La Gente Hotel in Kimilili. And this is what Marvin Mabonga had to say. Listen to this.
So this is our venue that we have planned. Tomorrow we'll be having a town hall civic education, and you can see that the hall is already set. Ni bado tu system iletwe, najua tutaiweka hapo, then we see how we are going to educate ourselves on matters good governance, on matters corruption, to encourage our fellow youth to ensure that they have the national IDs and they take their voting cards. So kama uko Kimilili and the environs, kama unatoka Mount Elgon, kama unatoka Chwele, Bungoma town, this Bungoma county, kuja tuko set, viti zimewekwa, inakaa viti za president bwana. So the hall is too big actually. Viti zingine bado zinapangwa. So we are ready for tomorrow for civic education town hall in Bungoma County.
While Kyoto Sonko and his team were still preparing for the main day, there was still some ground mobilization and also ground civic education. And also there was still ongoing preparation at the La Gente Hotel in Kimilili. Even sound systems were being installed by these young and strong men. After everything was set at the La Gente Hotel in Kimilili, Bungoma, now that day, the day that everybody has been waiting for, finally arrived. And this is what a serious, dedicated and fearless Gen Z, Marvin Mabonga, had to say.
So leo tuko hapa Lechante kwa mkutano ya vijana ya civic education Bungoma County. Na tayari tushaanza kuona vijana wameanza kuingia. Tuko na vijana kutoka Mount Elgon, tuko na vijana kutoka Tongaren, tuko na vijana wametoka Webuye West, wengine wametoka huko Chwele, ya? Na bado hapa wa Kimilili pia wanaanza kuingia mmoja polepole. Sasa hii mkutano tunaanza saa 8 na tungeomba vijana wote, ya, wenye mko Bungoma County na mnaweza fika Lechante Kimilili saa hizi, mkiweze kuja tujumuike pamoja, tukiweze kuzungumza mambo kuhusu vijana.
Okay, mimi naitwa Albert, ni mkaji hapa Kimilili. Pia nimejiunga pamoja na vijana ambao wamekuja hapa kwa sababu masuala ambayo yanaenda kusungumuzwa ni masuala ambayo ni ya muhimu ambayo wengi hawayajui, lakini wakati tumekuja wote hapa hivi, wengine tutapata mwanga kutokana na mafundisho ambayo tunaenda kupata.
Kwa majina naitwa John Poka Kichana, na mimi mwito wangu kuja hapa hivi nimekuja kujifunza kitu moja, na hiyo kitu ni kutuhusu sisi vijana wadogo. Najua kuna vijana wengi hawaelewi hii maneno yenye inaendelea hapa ni maneno gani. Sisi tunawakaribisha mkuje muelewe hii maneno hika hapa hivi. Ni mafunzo mzuri sana vijana. Wapi? Kazi kwako. Twende. Aje tusukume bwana. Wewe mabosi wale kuingia basi.
Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the town hall civic education that happened and took place at the Kimilili Lajante Hotel, it was a success. Very, very successful. So many young people came out, the people of Bungoma came out and they spoke up. They raised their voices and they had very, very good points. Like people were seriously injecting. This shows you that the young people and the people of Kenya, they have a vision, mission, and the future for this country. But the only thing that is taking our people behind is the bad governance and the corrupt leaders. They say this and they do that. They promise you this, but they do that. I personally was there. I listened to the town hall civic education through the KOT Sonko Twitter space, and let me tell you, people are injecting.
Na ili hali kuna vijana wetu wanatumiwa vibaya na wanasiasa. Sisi kwa barabara, tuko kwa barabara tunafanya maandamano yetu in peace. Vijana wanatokea huko wanaharibu vitu za watu. Wanakaribia sisi kama Gen Z jina. Umeona? Lakini nataka kuambia vijana wenzetu, tunataka tusimame kidete, tuwe kitu kimoja. Kitu yote kifanyika, wacha tuwe kitu kimoja, tutoke nje, tuwe kitu kimoja na tupige kelele kama vijana. Umeona? Msiona timu amesimama huko nje, msichana kama mimi peke yangu niko kwa barabara na beba sufuria. Sijui nani aliona hiyo clip ya sufuria. I was the one. Wacha tuseme tu Bungoma County. Nilikuwa mimi mwanamke peke yake kwa barabara na sufuria. Umeona? Ikakuja paka ya finance bill. Nika act the same but tuliwin.
After the town hall civic education finished, Marvin Mabonga decided to continue injecting, and he went all the way to Tongaren constituency, where during the town hall civic education, one of the residents revealed that there was no electricity and also the roads were in very, very bad conditions. Take a look.
So guys, hii ndio barabara ya kuenda kwa MP wa Tongaren. Anajiita John Chikati. Na mnaona huku, I hope mnaona stima imejaa huku. Hata saa hizi lights ziko kwa wingi, yeah? So guys, honestly huku hakuna stima. Angalia barabara. Huku ni Bungoma County. Angalia barabara venye inakaa. Inaenda kwa mheshimiwa barabara John Chikati. Yeah. So leo in that town hall for Bungoma County Civic Education, kuna jamaa alisema inafaa tukuje huku kwao tuone barabara venye inakaa. And because we want to come back to Nairobi and attend that Mashujaa Day at Uhuru Park, tulisema ni must tufike huku kwa mheshimiwa tuone. The guy told us huku hakuna stima na huku barabara ni mbovu. And honestly barabara hii ndio main road ya kuingia kwa John Chikati, the MP wa Tongaren. So wacha tuende tu pole pole, alafu tuone kwake kwa boma stima kama iko ama hakuna. Because mimi sijaona any electric post huko hakuna honestly. Ndio hii njia tu ya kwenda kwa mheshimiwa.
Look at the road.
Anajiita mheshimiwa John Chikati. Ndio hii njia.
Look at the road.
Ndio hii njia. Yes. Tunaenda pole pole tu alafu tukuonyesha hadi kwa.
Haya, angalia fence venye imejengwa.
Okay, hapa ndio kwa John Chikati.
Angalia nyumba ilijengwa within a month.
So, hapa ni kwa John Chikati. No, I hope mnaona fence vizuri. Ndio hii fence yake. Hapa ni main gate ndio. Ama kuna main gate nyingine?
Main gate.
Hii ndio main gate.
Yeah.
So Marvin Mabonga and his team decided to go to that area's MP, who is called John Chikati. And mind you that John Chikati's brother, that MP's brother, is also the MCA, and his name is Tim Chikati. Like you Bungoma people, you are only electing family members. And just, this is the outcome. This is the outcome. Take a look at how things unfolded.
So guys, I hope mmeona mali tuko. Hapa ni kwa jamaa anaitwa John Chikati, the MP wa Tongaren. Na huko hakuna stima honestly. Hata mnaona tuna struggle sana kutumia torch ndio tuone. Hii ndio main gate kwake. Yenye kunakaa njia ni mbovu, hakuna stima, lakini jamaa wanakaa Nairobi kule Karen wakicheka huko wakifanya vituko zao, wanaingia parliament kukula pesa yetu ya bure. Tuko na Tongaren hapa bwana tuambie.
Huko ni home. Mimi nimesomea Pashe Kuko Primary. Nimelelewa huko. Shamba yetu imepakana tu na yao. Hapa it's just a water boundary. And this is the state, and it is very sad. It is very sad kwa sababu like 10 years later bado we are still living like tuko Stone Age. Tafadhali hii message ifikie relevant authorities. That is why we are trying to educate people that all sovereign power belongs to the people and it should be exercised accordingly.
Yes.
That is our message, na tuendelee kusukuma hiyo ujumbe.
Watoto ngaren bwana, hebu mdemand pesa zenu mnalipa tax, huko kuwekwe stima, barabara iundo, because this is a very bad picture to your constituency. Nyinyi mnaamka mapema kwenda kupiga kura, alafu kunakaa hivi. Angalieni kwa mheshimiwa wenu wenye kunakaa. Sijui kama unaweza kuonyesha huko. Nothing. There is nothing. Huko hakuna stima. Hata hatuoni, si ndio? Hatuwezi ona sawa.
After all that, the next day came and it was time for Marvin Mabonga and his team to pack their bags and continue with their mission. On their way, they passed by the governor's home, the Bungoma County Governor, Governor Lusaka, and they were shocked to see that the governor's mother was being laid to rest. And she was being transported, the body was being transported using very expensive convoy. But the road they were using, it was poorly managed and poorly constructed. Take a look. The only question that I want to ask you today is, where are we heading to as a country? I'm going to be putting Marvin Mabonga's, Keuti Sonko's website link in the description down below. So make sure you go and check it out. So my Bungoma people, next time when you go to vote, vote wisely. Vote for the right people. Vote for the right leaders. Vote for young people who have a vision and a mission and a clear future for this country. Vindu vichenjanga. And if you want change, then people like Keuti Sonko, Marvin Mabonga, they will take this country to a different level. I have nothing much to say. I'm going to be putting Keuti Sonko's website link in the description down below. So make sure you go and check it out. Follow his social media handles for more information.
I'm Marvin Mabonga. I come from Kimilili constituency in Bungoma County. So Mr. President, before you go, I want to let you know that in your cabinet, currently we are having so many incompetent cabinet secretaries. For instance, let me give you an example of your friend, Kipchumba Murkomen. Kipchumba Murkomen did law. He has never been in any law firm in this country. He has never won any case. But currently, he's heading the Ministry for Road and Transport. My question is, between where is the conjunction between the Ministry of Transport and a lawyer? In that department, you should be putting there a person who has done even civil engineering, who knows so much about construction. Lastly, the Minister for Agriculture. That person, he even doesn't have a bachelor's. We all know this information. We have the government's website and we Google, we see this information. So Mr. President, if you are going to give us those people who are incompetent, then we are totally doomed. You know, when we elected you as the president, normally they say, you set a thief to catch a thief. But this time round, when we elected you, Mr. President, that you can help us now catch those people who are corrupt in this nation, you're just there laughing with them. Look at Oscar Sudi. He's flaunting with 20 million in a bag. in a public forum. I'm even told that there is one of the cabinet minister who was caught in Dubai with 20 million cash, and you actually came through him, so he wasn't taken to a court somewhere or arrested. You know that, Mr. President.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
The problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Brian Odhiambo's family denied justice to no jobs in Kenya.
Kama uko na kazi time, ambia Mungu asante.
Are Kenya conservancies safe?
Walinishuti risasi ya kwanza ikaingia hapa ikatokea hapa, ile ingine ndio hii.
Cop Shakur with painful story.
So mama alichomekewa ndani na mtoto, so mama akatupa mtoto nje, but the mother passed.
They're coming for you.
Authoritarians begin by arresting and charging anybody that criticizes them.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm today, and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, if you asked today to describe the current regime, to describe the current government, the Kenya Kwanza government, how would you describe it? Just in 3 words. Listen to how Mume hostile towards the president and the comrades injected. Just take a look. Currently, so many Kenyans and graduates are looking for jobs every day. But it seems like there's job scarcity, which has led so many people, so many graduates into depression, stress, and even worse, some of them are unaliving themselves. So are you a job seeker out there? Are you looking for a job? Just listen to this.
Kama uko na kazi time, ambia Mungu asante. Kama uko tu na mali unaenda unaingia asubuhi na unarudi jioni, boss, ambia Mungu asante. Watu wanatafuta kazi. Watu wanatafuta kazi. Mimi nakwambia watu wanakuja kwa shop, mtu anakuambia nimemaliza college, unaweza nisaidia na kazi. Namuuliza gani? Yoyote, hata ya nyumba. Na huyu ni mtu amefika a very wonderful course, anakuuliza hata kazi ya nyumba. Mimi wacheni niwaambie, Kenya hizi jobs ziko wapi? Si gava ina providing jobs, si gava wasaidia watoto wetu wakitoka college wapate kitu. Do you know many of our kids have graduated but they don't have jobs? They are still back to their parents' house to stay with them as they wait for these jobs in quotes. Zitapatikana wapi? Unajua mtafanya watoto wagope kusoma? Watoto wanaogopa kusoma. Juu mwingine I remember there's a video nikasema nimemaliza degree, nimemaliza masters, nikamaliza PhD, ninauza kwa duka. My friend, nilikuja kurealize watu wamesoma hawana job. Yes. Usione mtu anachoma mahindi pale umdharau. Huyo mtu ako na masters. Kuna mtu anasukuma maji na mkokoteni ako na degree. Imagine, alafu waambie mtoto anaingia uni this year. Ati unaona ule anasukuma maji ako na degree. Unaona ule anachoma mahindi ako na masters. Unataka kuambia mtoto nini?
What I know about Kenyans is that Kenyans are the most educated, the most learned people, the most intelligent, smart people, and the most hardworking people from Africa. As the saying goes, cut your coat according to your size. But it seems like the government has forced graduates who have master's degrees, diplomas, PhDs, you name it, to go and work jobs, to do jobs that are not their size. Just recently, says Kipchumba Murkomen, he dismissed job seekers who are ready to bring a difference in this country, rudely telling them that we don't give jobs here. Kenyans, do you remember this? Take a look.
Zia ni nini? Ndio pendi?
Mimi shida yangu ni kazi, mheshimiwa.
No, hatupeni kazi hapa. I'm asking you questions ya hapa.
So Kenyans, if I may ask, why is the rate of unemployment in Kenya hitting the roof? Why is unemployment in Kenya so high? Let's listen to what Monique Diary had to say about this.
Ambie wazazi kama nurses wametosha Kenya, wazazi wache kuwaste pesa yao wakilipia watoto wao nursing na hakuna jobs. Leo nilipost kuna nidika pharmacists in the morning mwenye ako enrolled na Poisons and Pharmacy Board, but majority of the applications zilikuwa kutoka kwa nurses. There are so many madem ni wengi nurses na hawako job. It does not make sense when you get application from more than 50 people. Yeah, the same, like nurses. Yes, kuna adima clinical, whatever, but why? You mean why?
I'm not even surprised. Neither am I shocked that the Kenyan people are complaining about job scarcity in Kenya. Kenyans, let me take your affairs back in the year 2017. When President Ruto was campaigning, he promised the people of Kenya that if elected, over 100,000 graduates will get placements of paid internship by government. Let's listen to what he said.
Person listening to us this evening who will graduate next year either from a TTI or from a university. And we are talking about 100,000 of them. From next year, they will know that they are guaranteed by the Kenya government that on completion, as they leave college, they are entitled to a 1-year internship program paid for by the government of Kenya. They will have money in their bank.
I remember during this time, Kenya had a very different energy, a very different vibe, and people had high hopes. People believed that Kenya is headed in the right direction. But a few years later, when William Ruto was elected as the president of Kenya, he went on to turn his back on the people. So are you out there still looking for a job? If yes, then listen to this.
Kule nyuma wale watu ambao hawana kazi huko nyuma, hebu nione kwa mkono.
This is not a laughing matter. This is very serious. Like currently, so many people's lives are at stake. So many families are at stake. Many people cannot put food on the table, neither take their children to school, and also even access basic medical treatment. Like simply, so many people, so many Kenyans cannot access basic needs in this country. And this is very worrisome because it seems like the Kenya Kwanza government is weaponizing unemployment against the Kenyan people and the youth in this country. Like, is this the new meaning of development? Just listen to what We Don't Have a Country Here had to say about this.
First things first, Jambazi is highly unlikely to trigger protests. Okay? Hata mkisikia he's sneaking funny bills into parliament, Jambazi would rather not steal as much as he thought he can steal, but buy himself time in State House until where his delusions are telling him atafikisha, which isn't far. But Kenyans should understand the high levels of unemployment in this country. It's not natural, it's not just happening. It's orchestrated by the state and it's weaponized against the youth. Sawa. There are no jobs everywhere. Okay? Upward social mobility in this country is almost non-existent.
To be honest, after all this nonsense coming from the political class, lying to the people of Kenya every day after they have been voted into office, this is what I can say about them.
Honorable member, we want to be fair to the candidates. They are not here because of the money that they have made. They are here because of the money they are going to make.
While the Kenyan people, the youths, are tamacking, struggling, and being depressed every day, looking for jobs under the red hot sun, Charlene Ruto, who is President William Ruto's daughter, she went on to brag and showcase her illegitimate office of the first daughter. And I'm just wondering, what is the use and the purpose of this office of the first daughter? How is it helping the Kenyan people? How is it bettering the Kenyan people? And how is it taking this country to the next level? Listen to what Chegema Juice had to say.
This is Jermaine Momani. He's the head of trade and investments at the office of the first daughter. And this is... This is... I don't get what's funny.
You see, she can't get what is funny. The funny part is, Kenya, the department of the first daughter, we have the head of trade and investment in the office of the first daughter. But yesterday, Business Daily was telling Kenyans that Kenya economy has gone back to the Moi era. My friend, let me tell you, unless you are not in this country or you're not doing business in Kenya, things are bad. Those things, small things, Ruto anaweka zina more pesa in the economy. There is no circulation of money in the economy. There is none. Economy ya Kenya ni kusema imesimama.
So, in that case, before we continue, take a look at this video of the president's daughter, Charlene Ruto, dancing and celebrating the office of the first daughter, while you lambistics out there are suffering. In Nakuru County, Kenya Wildlife Services injured and abducted Brian Odhiambo, who is yet to be found. Brian Odhiambo's family were in pain after the Nakuru law courts ruled in favor of the Kenya Wildlife Services, stating that there is no evidence. And I'm just wondering, is this what we call justice? Take a look at some of these things, what happened after the unfair ruling outside Nakuru law courts. Justice delayed is justice denied. And I'm just wondering, will Kenyans ever find justice? And where will Kenyans run to when they're in trouble? Nakuru High Court Judge Julius Nangea has dismissed Brian Odhiambo's case. And the question still remains, where is Brian Odhiambo? Is he dead or alive? What a sad time to be a Kenyan. Apart from Kenya Wildlife Services injuring and abducting Comrade Brian Odhiambo, even our own forest Kenyans are under threat. Heinous crimes is taking place under our noses. Just take a look at this disturbing footage.
Haya wadau, this is Lily Lake hapa Karura. I'm sure you've seen these signs before, so msiseme siko. Haya, wacha nionyeshe kazi yenye inaendelea hapa hivi. Hizi ni miti zinakatwa fresh. Hizo chainsaw si moja, si mbili, ni kadhaa. Cheki tu mazee Karura vile inakaa.
Kenyans will remember conservationist by the name of Wangari Maathai, the leader of Greenbelt movement. She became a Nobel Prize laureate. She carried out a much publicized campaign for saving the forests. Karura Forest later on became a symbol against controversial land grabbings in Kenya. But a few years later after her death, her hard work and determination to save our forests is not being respected by the rogue government. Let's listen to this.
Why are they logging and deforest? The deforestation that is happening in this country is unprecedented. Okay? Abadeas, Karura. I'm telling you, there's places in Mount Kenya where people are saying giza inaingia hivi, they turn on floodlights. Logging is happening 24/7. Nini? Just because your regime is about to go doesn't mean you decimate everything in your vicinity. This can't work. And you know the thing about cutting these trees, some of these trees are indigenous. Some of them take 50-60 years to mature. Okay, Jambazi and Duale are logging trees left, right, center, exporting all these trees. You know, the thing is, trees unlike money we can recover. After Jambazi's regime is seated, we can recover money. But trees that take decades to mature, where the hell are we gonna get those trees from? Kazi ni tu doing fake tree planting exercises here and there that bear no water so that they can beg for dollars from this green army. Okay? And we're also seeing these forest fires in Isiolo. What's up with that? Is this a precursor to land grabbing? To forest fires in Isiolo? Since when? Somebody is literally setting up fires ndio waende huko waibe shamba. Jambazi tunaonea 18.
The Kenyan people should stand and fight to protect our lands, our resources, and our forests. Take over some of these scenes of Wangari Maathai injecting a few years back.
Going to shed blood because of our land. We will. We are used to that. Our forefathers shed blood for our land. We will do so. This is my blood. And it reminds me of the blood they shed trying to protect Karura Forest.
Our conservancy is a crime in Kenyans. In Isiolo, the court ruled that the Northern Rangeland Trust's community conservancies are illegal, citing violation of constitutional rights and also exploitation of our local communities. The court found that the Northern Rangeland Trust restricted access to essential grazing land and water, depriving pastoralists of vital resources. Just listen to this, Kenya.
A landmark court ruling was issued today in northern Kenya, supporting local communities who said wildlife conservancies established on their land violated their constitutional rights. Judges have ruled in favor of the local herders. DW's Daniel Plafka has more from the courthouse in Isiolo.
This ruling has been more than 3 years in the making and has major implications on how proceeds from the sale of natural resources on community lands might be distributed going forward. The court has ruled that the activities of armed rangers under the management of the Northern Rangelands Trust, which operates Africa's largest soil carbon offset scheme, are illegal and unconstitutional. It's not the first time that community members have sued the organization, but it is the first time that a case of this kind has gone to judgment.
This ruling follows a documentary exposing the Northern Rangeland Trust's controversial carbon offsetting project, which critics claim that it lacks environmental benefits, undermining local land rights. Even activists have come forward and accused the Northern Rangeland Trust for human rights abuses, and also forceful displacement of communities. In the name of what, Kenyans? In the name of conservation. So they're committing all these atrocities on our land. In the name of what? In the name of conservation. But just take a look at how people injected, fighting for what rightfully belongs to them.
Ardhi kutoka Rapsu mpaka Moliti, na sisi ni watu wa malisho, wafugaji. Ikishikwa area hii hakuna mahali ambapo tutafuga. Mali yetu tunasomesha na watoto, hospitali ndio hiyo, chakula ndio hiyo. Tukikosa malisho hakuna kusomesha watoto, hakuna hospitali.
NRT na hakuna faida tunapata kutoka kwao, hakuna watoto wetu wanapata elimu kutoka kwao, na sasa wanataka kutunyang'anya ardhi yetu, waweke mpaka katikati yetu. Kwa hivyo sisi kama watu ya Kina hatutaki watu wanaitwa NRT.
Despite these allegations, the Northern Rangeland Trust continues to receive funding from major international donors and selling carbon credits to corporations like Meta and Netflix. The court upheld community land ownership rights and gave the Northern Rangeland Trust 14 days to appeal. The locals have hailed the decision as a victory for their ancestral lands and also for their livelihoods.
Wanapenda watu watano ambayo wanajiita wanasikizana na governor ndio wanatutisha hapa, na sisi tumejenga governor. Kama ni kujenga yeye, sisi yenyewe tumejenga, na wamedivide watu, wanatafuta vita baina ya wakaaji hapa yenyewe. Hiyo watu hata governor apate habari ya kwamba jina yake ndio inatumika. Wanasema sisi tuko na governor na hakuna mtu anaweza kataa NRT, na wanatulazimisha kwa njia hiyo.
Still in our conservancies, crime is becoming more rampant. Some men were tortured and almost killed at Oipajata and Lewa. And I'm just wondering, when will all this injustice stop? Human rights violations that are around these conservancies is becoming a daily occurrence. Just listen to this story.
Wakaniuliza uko na familia? Ndio niko na familia. Na hiyo familia unaipenda? Ndio ninapenda familia yangu. Kama ile kitu tutakwambia hautakubali, leo ndio itakuwa siku yako ya mwisho. Sasa walikuwa wanataka nipiduke, ndio niwaangalishe nini mgogo. Ndio wanipia risasi ati nikutoroka nilikuwa natoroka.
So nani anakuambia hii ndio siku yako ya mwisho?
Ni Batian Kiring na ananiambia mbele yao.
Kumulika nikapata ni KPR wa Rupejata. Na nikaona walikuwa watano. Walinishuti risasi ya kwanza, ikaingia hapa, ikatokea hapa. Ile ingine ndio hii. Wakanishuti ya pili. Kunishuti ya pili nikaamuka, sasa wakanigonga ingine ya mguu. KPR wa Rupejata wakasema sio wao walinishuti, ni KWS. Nao KWS wakauliza wao walinishuti wakiwa wapi? Wakasema wao hawakukua kwa kazi, wao ni kuitwa waliitwa.
Oh, so sasa Olpejeta wanataka uwekelee KWS.
Niwekelee KWS.
Sema hata upewa buduki. Mnyama atokea kigafra. Upie ni shida. Kwa hivyo afadhali ukufe, mnyama abaki. Hiyo ndio sheria yao.
Mercenaries operating in these conservancies. Some of those people who are killing our people are not KWS soldiers or game rangers. They are told first suspect anyone as a poacher. And don't arrest, shoot. We have to bring dignity to our people. Kenya is no longer a colony. You know, our people are being treated the way they used to be treated before independence.
Oipajata Conservancy has blocked Kenyans from grazing their animals, even during dry seasons. But a South African billionaire is allegedly grazing his cows in the same conservancy. Just take a look. In Bungoma County, a young mother was burned to death and leaving her 9-year-old baby with serious injuries. The attackers were targeting the Nyumba Kumi chairperson who recently moved out from the same house that the mother and the young baby were living in. The perpetrators, they locked the house from outside, poured petrol and set the house on fire. But the mother, before her death, she managed to throw the baby outside the house. Just listen to what Kop Shakur had to say about this.
So I'm here in Bungoma. You can see this house. Wakati tunaongelea femicide issues, there was a mother who was burnt. Alichomekea hapa mbele, alichomwa na watu. So this is the house. And it's alleged that the people who wenye walimchomea hapa ndani, they are protected by the police. Naona. So kuna mama alichomewa hapa, alikuwa na mtoto. So walichomea, walikuwa na mtoto ndani, walifungiwa ndani kwa mlango, walifungiwa na nje. Walifungiwa na nje. Walichoma na nini? Petroli. Wakachoma na petroli, so the mother hakuwa able kupita. Hakuwa able kutoka. So mama alichomekea ndani na mtoto. So mama akatoka mtoto nje, but the mother passed, but mtoto sasa yako ICU. This is the husband. Yeah, bro. Unaweza sema chenye ili happen?
Sisi kwa nenda nyumbani. Kushughulika mambo na ujenzi. Wote nilipata tu nikuje huko haraka. Ndio kufika huko napata.
Kuna nguvu kidogo.
Ilikuwa nikija huko haraka, nilipigwa tu simu kuja. Kakuja nikaona nyumba ni moshi yote.
Eyewitnesses identified the suspect, who is also well connected with the police, and yet the criminal remains free. Like Kenyans, where are we heading to as a country?
Walichoma na nini? Petroli. Wakachoma na petroli, so the mother hakuwa able kupita. Hakuwa able kutoka. So mama alichomekea ndani na mtoto. So mama akatoka mtoto nje, but the mother passed.
While crime is becoming more rampant in the Republic of Kenya, President William Ruto is going around just lying to the people of Kenya. Do you remember when he said that the Grammys will be held in Kenya after paying 500 million Kenya shillings.
Let me help you, Dennis. Actually, the money for Grammys, we already paid. We are not about to pay. We already paid 500 million shillings towards that. And I'm sure the gentleman from Grammys can confirm that that is the direction we are going.
It is quite clear that Kenyans got played. You got played. And the Grammys were not held in Kenya, but were held in the US, in California. Take a look at this video of how Wizkid injected at the Grammys. Even actor Nakundi Saboke was shocked beyond words after the Grammys were not held in Kenya as promised by the Kenya Kwanza regime. Just listen to what he had to say.
Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, lakini si Grammys zilikuwa tu zifanywe hapa hivi Kenya ama kuliendaje? Juu niko hapa nangoja kina Kendrick washuke, watu tunaona tu ni kina Mlamwa. What's happening bana?
And the question of the day is, are Murima people, the people from the mountain, confused politically? Do they vote with their emotions in every election season? Listen to what Jema Ulem had to say.
Bro, ati unaniambia watu wa Central ama watu ya Mlima mambo ya siasa wanakuaga mafala mbaya sana. Aje tena mzee.
Waje nikwambie
wako na marais wengi. Aje
watu ya Mlima kama zi numbers yao kwa kisiasa wangekuwa chini. If any other community ingekuwa na zile numbers watu wa Central wako nazo wangekuwa mbele sana.
Ufala yao kwani inakujia wapi?
Ni juu kila time wakipiga kura wanapiga na juu ya emotion.
Emotion tena.
Their political decisions are based on emotion. Inakuaga, "Oi, huyu ni mtu yetu. Wanamutesa. Singi wanataka kumupeleka wapi? Huyu ni mtoto ya masikini,
amenyimwa ndege.
Huyu Uhuru ati anamfanyia nini?" Si hivyo ndio Ruto kwani walipenda jua nini?
Hivyo.
Anatezwa na nani? Anatezwa sana na Uhuru. Wakapiga kura. Sasa saa hii wameingia kwa ujinga ingine, wanasahau Gachagua ndio walitengeneza hii noma wako ndani yake. Sasa wanaona Gachagua ameteswa, ametolewa, sasa wamejisahau. Hadi sisi hatuko kwa serikali ya Ruto sababu ya upuzi. Hadi sasa wako na Gachagua, na Gachagua ndio alitengeneza hii mambo wako. Kama kuna shida ya kisiasa ama ya maendeleo, Gachagua ndio alitengeneza.
Kwani ndio maana alikuwa anang'ang'ana juu asitoke.
Sasa anajua ni wajinga, amerudi akawaambia tulidanganywa pamoja. Hadi tulidanganywa pamoja. Sasa wote ukiwauliza, huyo Ruto vile ametufanyia. It's so sad. 2012 walivote na emotion. 2017 emotion. 2022 emotion. Na sasa 2027
ishaingiza kudumu.
Wanaelekea hivyo.
Sindana ya emotion.
Hiyo ujinga itafanya watu wa Central tubaki nyuma kisiasa, because all our decisions are based on emotions and not on issues. Ni ufala.
Gonjwa, jali and everything else. And maandamano, and those people, they were praying for us. They were fighting for the flag. So let's pause for a minute.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Authoritarians begin by arresting and charging anybody that criticizes them.
They're coming for you.
From Kibet Bull comeback.
Kwa majina naitwa Gideon Kibet, kwa Twitter anajulikana kama Yoko or Kibet Bull.
To Billy Mwangi's ex account hacked.
I'm not in Twitter. Yangu ilikuwa hacked na simu walichukua.
Who is working with the goons?
Watu walitokea nyuma kwa mlango wa the hall.
Freedom of expression in Kenya.
There is no law that exists that says you cannot insult a leader.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your of today, and my name is Elvis Derry. Kibet Bull, a comrade who has been very vocal on social media, challenging the government and fighting for better governance in this country. He was abducted and later on released. After his release, he came out and thanked all those Kenyans who stood by him and pushed for his release. Let's listen to what Kibet Bull had to say.
Kwa majina naitwa Gideon Kibet, kwa Twitter anajulikana kama Yoko or Kibet Bull. So nilikuwa nataka ni confirmie Kenyans kuwa niko safe na nimefika nyumbani salama. So na niliweza kudropiwa at first, sikuwa nikijua ni wapi. So kidogo nikaenda mbele nikapata ni Luanda. Hapo Luanda nikatafuta mahali pa kukaa for safety mpaka ifika asubuhi ili nisafiri nyumbani.
Pengine ulidropiwa saa ngapi?
Hivi ilikuwa saa 9 to saa 10.
Wakenya wengi?
Hiyo tweet ilikuwa yangu. Ilikuwa nikitaka ni confirm kuwa to Kenyans that I'm safe.
Pengine hali yako iko aje?
No, sina majeraha yoyote kwa mwili. Maybe uchofu tu. Kwanza nataka nishukuru kila mtu wa Twitter mwenye alipush hashtag or anything. I will fanya to anything to make sure all the abducted guys walitolewa. Asante sana. Na washukuru Kenyans. Ronnie tumeongea na yeye ako Nairobi na ako salama sana. Wako na marafiki. Abduction is real. I can confirm that. Then mimi naaji tu serikali kukuwe na freedom of speech. Or watumie mikakati poa kama kupeleka mtu kotini.
Another comrade by the name of Billy Mwangi, who was also abducted and later on released, he came out and said that his ex account, formerly known as Twitter, was hacked and currently he's not the one who is posting. Let's listen to what Billy Mwangi had to say.
Hi guys.
Hi guys. This is
hiyo kofia unaweza toa ndio wakuone vizuri ama iangalie nyuma. Walikufanya ile kitu.
Nilinyolewa. So this is Billy Mwangi, the abducted guy, Psycho Sins, and those guys who are using my Twitter accounts huko parodies, they are not me. I'm not in Twitter. Yangu ilikuwa hacked na simu walichukua. So in case of anything, I'll update you guys in due course. Thank you.
So this is Billy. That is not Billy who is tweeting, guys. Okay? Guys, hebu ambia watu wa Twitter wamekutetea sana manze.
Watu wa Twitter nawapenda sana manze. Mbogi yangu ya Twitter, mbogi ya watu wa Nairobi, watu wa Embu. Thank you so much. Hata kama walinifanya ile kitu kwa kichwa, I'm back, I'm healthy na pona kidogo, though mentally bado niko na shida, but I'll be fine. Thank you so much.
Great, good to see you, Billy.
Thank you so much.
After all these unconstitutional abductions in Kenya, the tourism fund boss, Silas Ochim, he came out and said that Senator Okiya Omtata was hiding Kibet Bull in a hotel. Is this true? Listen to what he had to say.
Sio wanasema ati vijana walipotea. Walipotea saa ngapi na wanaenda kuficha vijana na kukula chapati huko ndani ya hoteli. Mnachoi inaitwa bulgibet. Mkiwa kasingure bulgibet. Mwenye alipotosha yeye ni Okia Omutata na Omutata leta kibet. Omutata produce bulgibet. Kwa nini? Siku kibet alipotea. Alienda kwa ofisi ya Omutata. Si alienda kwa ofisi ya Omutata. Wakaenda wakaongea. Alafu Omutata baadaye akasema tulikuwa na kibet. Watu askari wakapiga simu kwamba kuna watu. Kama Omutata alijua kuna watu wanaboja kibet huko nje, kwa nini Omutata hakumchunga kibet na kuweka gari yake?
While Billy Mwangi and Kibet Bull are back home safe and sound, a mother from Vihiga, she is still in tears looking for her son who was abducted by unknown people on November 29th, 2024. Just listen to how she narrates her story.
Mimi majina yangu ni Mary John Osita. Mtoto wangu alichukuliwa tarehe 23 Novemba. Na alijakiwa na watu wenye waeleweki ni watu gani. Sasa nimetafuta kwa mapolisi yote. Nimeenda Luanda, nimeenda Mbale. Hawaniambii penye mtoto wangu wako. Nimelia sipati majibu ya mtoto wangu. Sasa nataka serikali nisaidie. Walipeleka wapi mtoto wangu? Mimi mtoto wangu bado sijamuona. Na nimelia bado nalia. Nataka serikali nisaidie. Kama alifanya makosa, wamfungulie mashtaka, wampeleke kotini. Wamfunge badala ya kumtesa. Nataka mtoto wangu. Anaitwa Jojo Kwaro. Jina ingine Kapedo. Na alipotea 23 November. Walichukua saa 10 ya jioni. Sasa sijui walimpeleka wapi.
Walimchukulia wapi?
Walimchukulia Mwibona kwa stage ya pikipiki. Nimeenda police station ya Luanda, wananiambia hawajui chochote. Wananituma Mbale. Nimeenda DCI ya Mbale, wananituma Luanda wananituma DCI ya Mbale. Sasa sijui wanipeleka wapi mtoto wangu. Na bado mimi nalia.
What a sad state to live in. Justice Andrew Mamuye, he swore to jail the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, and DCI Amin over failures to attend court cases against abductions in Kenya. Just take a look at this.
So I'm going to do something I do not do ordinarily. I will place the question of contempt to one side. Because I firmly believe all of us in this room, our first priority is to secure the 7th petitioner applicant. I've heard Mr. Nyamodi. I've heard you, Mr. Nyamodi. Certainly there needs to be investigations. But this is not a matter for 14 days. What I'd want to hear from Council is a proposal, not from Mr. Nyamodi, from the rest. I'll begin with Senior Counsel. What is practical in terms of a return date that gives the second and third respondents in particular the opportunity to take statements and to return, such that when the Inspector General of Police is returning before me for hearing, not a mention, for hearing, they'd have had an opportunity. And so that I make it clear, so that when you are giving your responses, there can be no doubt, if the Inspector General of Police misses on that third hearing date, I will go with option 1. I will cite, convict, and sentence on the spot. With respect to the Director, DCI, I will convict and invite him for mitigation and sentencing. There will be no further opportunities beyond this next hearing date.
Meanwhile, in Nairobi, Governor Sakaja has launched a 1.2 billion garbage collection trucks. Take a look.
Wangapi walikuwa Green Army mbeleni na sasa hizi ni madereva? Hiyo transition mnaonaje, ni mzuri? Nzuri sana. Sana.
Mungu alimso.
Pisa.
I have a lot of faith in you. Niko na imani kubwa sana kwenu. But I want you to take your work seriously. Please take your work seriously. Hii machine yenye unatumia ama unaendesha ni jasho ya watu wa Nairobi. It is the sweat of taxpayers. Ndio umetuwezesha kununua hizi magari. Tafadhali chunga gari yako. Please take care of your vehicle. You will be responsible for it. If there's any issue, you know how you're supposed to report here. Sio? How many promise mtachunga magari? Na wale wengine ambao mko kwa crew, simko ina team of how many 3? Mchungane. Na madereva mfunza wengine pia kazi. Because I'm going to buy more and more of this. Tanua zingine hata 50. Ndio hiyo. Because we want to clean our city. Nairobi lazima ing'are. Na hii ni mwaka ya usafi.
But it seems like not all Kenyans are in support of Governor Sakaja.
Ambia hii chokora. Ambia hii chokora. Hatutaki maji yako. Chokora. Hatutaki maji yako. Chokora. Chokora. Hatutaki maji yako. Chokora. Umbwa. Taka ghasia. Hatutaki kura zako. Peleka ushoga nyumbani. Taka ghasia. Peleka ushoga nyumbani. Nimekwambia nikujie. Peleka ushoga nyumbani. Wewe ni shoga. Una na Zakayo. Kuja unishike blood funda wewe.
Criticizing the government and holding politicians accountable is not disrespect, but it is exercising your constitutional rights as a Kenyan. One content creator by the name of Peace Lewis, she came out and drew parallels between politicians' entitlement and generation boomers' constant demand for respect. Listen to what she had to say.
Why are we shocked that the politicians are asking us and demanding that we respect them? This is typical behavior of our parents, boomers. Boomers, our parents, how they beat us, they abuse us, they mistreat us, they treat us like we're not even their children. And then once you start lashing back, once you start reacting to the abuse, they are there demanding and saying, do you know I'm your parent? Nilikuzaa. You should be respecting me. I'm your parent. I give birth to you. I am educating you. You have a roof over your head because of me. Boomers are what is wrong with this country.
So Kenyans, if you ask yourselves, what is the meaning of freedom of expression? This is the power or right to express one's opinion without censorship, restraint, or legal penalty. So if you ask yourselves, why are Jesus being abducted but not arrested? They are being abducted because there is no law they can be charged under. Listen to what a Kenyan member of the Senate, Edwin Sifuna, had to say about this.
The reason why they are abducting these young people is because there is no law that exists that says you cannot insult a leader. There is no law that says that you cannot insult the president. In fact, our High Court has already said that the freedom of expression extends to insults. The freedom of expression does not mean I have to be nice to you. It doesn't mean that I am forced to say things that you want to hear. Freedom of expression means I have to speak the way I see things. And instead of them addressing, why are Kenyans so angry? How did we get here? Because after the president was elected in 2022, by all accounts, William Ruto was one of the most popular politicians in the country. What did he do in the intervening period to lead to a place where he's being insulted left, right, and center? Instead of addressing those questions, the cause, they are addressing the symptoms.
In that case, fellow Gen Zs, continue exercising your freedom of expression in your own country. Instead of the government creating job opportunities in Kenya, they're busy selling our own people in foreign countries. And some of them are living in very inhumane conditions. Like Rose, who her boss liked to beat her, but thankfully she was rescued. Let's take a look at how her life was in the Gulf. In Kamkuywa, an MC by the name of Abraham Kamungwi was hospitalized with suspected gunshot wounds. Like Kenyans, where are we heading to as a country? Just take a look at this story.
Mwendo wa saa 9 vile nduku anasema, nilipita hapa nikaona hiyo gari. Nikauliza nduku, hii gari imebeba nini? Ndugu yangu akaniambia hii gari ni kama wamekuja hapa wakafika kwa hii kona. Akasema hii barabara ni ndogo. Sasa waje tusimamishe hii gari, halafu tuende tujaribu kuangalia tunaweza pita na njia gani. Baadaye kufika jioni masaa ya saa 1, magari ikaingia kwa kuwa hii gari imebeba msiko ambayo haustahili. na sisi hatukuchua hii gari imepepa mzigo gani. Ndipo magari ilipoingia kwa hii boma, watu wakuja wakajaa, tukajaribu kujua ni nini inaendelea. Ndugu wangu akachukuliwa akawekwa kwa gari. Akakaa hapo kwa Land Rover karibu masaa 3-4. Kufikia mwendo wa saa 3 usiku, tukaona watu wakiingia kwa hii boma. Tukaanza kujiuliza ni nani hawa? Tukajulikana kuwa ni Obama amekuja kuona hii gari yake. Walipoingia hapa muda usio mrefu, tukaanza kusikia mlio wa marisasi. Hatukuchua nini inaendelea, na kila mtu tukapaki na mshangao. Ndivyo tunavyosikia hii asubuhi hii kuwa yule alipigwa risasi ni MCA Obama.
In that commotion, the MCA got injured with a sharp object, which is yet to be confirmed because the investigation have started. Otherwise, he was brought to Bungoma where he received the treatment and later referred to Eldoret for further management.
Kenyans, do you think that it is high time for government bloggers to be banned from using social media? Because what all they do is just post nonsense. They post garbage. This is what this young Gen Z had to say.
If by now you're following any government blogger, it's like you're a puppet of neo-colonialism. Because tell me why I would wake up every day seeing some stupid narratives that don't have even basis. Or kina Pauline Njoroge, kina David D, kina Alai. You should have blocked and muted all those people. Sisi ndo tunawapea a chance. Kwanza saya asubuhi wameniudhi sana at those who were abducted. They were abducted to donate organs. You think we are stupid? Then the other days you said it's Gachagua. Kwanza Sudi. Why do you follow Sudi seriously? Why? Manzia wasiu ni sinya. Block them. Wakule mablock. Mbona mnawapea audience wa spread ufala? Wacha wabaki huko wakifuatana wenyewe wa spreadingi rumors zao. That's why they trend. Msikwe wajinga pia.
CBC education system is being forced upon our children. Even the president of Kenya, I don't think if he really understands what CBC is. Governor George Natembea, he went for the government's neck over the shambolic education system that is forced upon our children. Just listen to what the governor had to say.
Now, kuna jambo ambalo ningependa pia Wakenya kabisa msimame na muongee na mheshimiwa hapa MCA amesema. Maneno ya elimu ya Kenya sasa is basic education. Hii mambo ya CBC. Ukiangalia CBC mimi mwenyewe sielewi CBC. I don't know. Na nimeuliza walimu hawaelewi CBC. Mzazi haelewi CBC. Ministry haelewi CBC. Hata ukiona president haelewi, maana ameweka task force waangalie mambo ya CBC. We are wasting the future of our children. Na hii nakani watu walikaa mahali wakapanga njama. Maana elimu ndiyo equalize mambo. Mimi bila elimu singekuwa nimesimama hapa. Ni elimu na kuinua mtoto maskini, mtoto tajiri mnakuja kukutana mahali kwa sababu ya nini? Ya elimu. Utakuwaje na education system ambayo haijulikani mahali popote? Hata sio wengine walifanya mtihani, results zikatolewa, hata hakuna mtu anajua kama zilikuwa release. Ilikuwa ni class 6 ama class gani? Ilitolewa, hakuna mtu anajua. Tunaambia tu below expectation, exceeding expectation. Sijua apate. Sasa kila mtu amepita, hakuna mwenye ameanguka. Sasa watoto wanaenda shule kwenda kucheza tu, maana hakuna mtihani, hakuna nini. Hii kitu inafanyika wapi dunia hii? Watu waache mchezo. We need to get very serious. Hata wakati wanasema basic education is free, hata elimu ya msingi kuanzia class 1 mpaka form 4 wanasema ni free. Mpaka sasa hivi hakuna capitation. Hakuna pesa imekuja kwa shule. Watoto wa day school wako nyumbani hawajalipia 22,000 na haijalipwa.
Moi Hospital, which is in Voi, Taita Taveta County, is a crime scene. Like, I was just shocked to hear what is really happening behind those walls. Just listen to what this man of God had to say.
Juzi tumeenda huko Moi Hospital, tukasikitika sana. Nikauliza County Assembly, mnafanya nini wakati watu wanaumia namna hii? Mikono yenu inafanya nini wakati watu wanapata tabu namna hii? Watu wameenda hospitali, hakuna bed sheets. Yaani uje na bedsheet yako kutoka nyumbani. Yaani hospitali imekuwa namna gani? Mikono ya county imekuwa wapi? Wagonjwa wanalala bila net. Kama uleti net yako basi utaumia. Tuna mikono ya serikali ambayo mikono hiyo inajinufaisha, inajifurahisha, na wanasahau mikono hiyo ni ya kujitolea kwa ajili ya watu.
While the man of God was injecting and revealing the truth to Kenyans about Moi Hospital in Voi, Taita Taveta County, another Kenyan man was shocked to find 12 churches in his village. Just take a look.
How do you know a town is dead? By the number of churches it has. He is the first church, the PCA Kagumo, and then boom, the second church. This is a Marwa Baptism Church. There is our that church, right there. 10 meters away there is another church. What's special about this church? They don't wear shoes inside the church. Fifth church is literally a walking distance away. It's 40 meters from this church over here. Sixth church, the seventh church. Number 8 is close to church number 9, right here. This church is literally 10 meters away from the Voice of Salvation Church. Church number 11, 3 meters from church number 12.
In Bungoma County, young vibrant leaders are being attacked by goons anytime they host the events, thankfully sponsored by some politicians, some crooked and corrupt politicians in Kenya. And why are these young vibrant leaders being attacked? Let's listen to how they narrate their story.
Comrades, power. I'm very disappointed today. I'm the outgoing chairperson of the East Tertiary Student Association, abbreviated as WETSA. Leo tumekuwa na meeting successful sana. Tumekuwa tumefanya mambo yote yameisha, lakini as soon as tulikuwa tumemaliza elections, tukadeclare the winner ambaye yuko kando yangu, Brian British, pamoja na vice wake Shelley Nekesa. Watu walitokea nyuma kwa mlango wa the polls ambao wametumwa na member of parliament, kwa sababu we have an evidence and I want to tell the public and I'm clear. We have a screenshot of one Terence Itati ambaye alisema kwamba tuone kama huo mkutano utafanyika kesho, and if even the police wants an evidence I will give them. Alipost pia kwa group yetu. Now we have that evidence. Kwa hivyo our member of parliament should come out clearly. We elected you to serve us. Hatukuelect kuja kutua na kutudunga visi. As we are talking right now, watu wa hospitali, they are injured, wametungwa visu, and I want to ask the Tajoni leaders, tafadhali, the Tajoni elders, tafadhali, you must condemn this. And this member of parliament anafaa kuwa punished even from this community. He is not even a member of our community. I'm calling out Bwana Lichuma, I'm calling out Sewekesa. Please, this is not our person. Atoke arudi na baholo.
Power. When President William Ruto was campaigning, he portrayed himself to the world as a Pan-Africanist. But it seems like he got lost along the way. When he went to Ghana for the inauguration ceremony of President John Mahama, Captain Ibrahim Traoré from Burkina Faso, that is the president of the transition of Burkina Faso, called him out. Just listen to this.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have seen that video of Ibrahim Traoré calling out Jambazi. I think he's actually my favorite current world leader. Okay, he was basically saying, you're saying we are not a democratic country, and the democratic countries I'm seeing are abducting and killing innocent protesters. Straight fucking facts. Okay, Burkina Faso, and let's even if we focus on Burkina Faso for a bit, ever since they had their coup and Traoré became their leader, they have paid, I think I was seeing figures like 4-5 billion USD in debt. I mean, that's insane. You know, people like cocksuckers were WEF and UN, like Akina Jambazi, when they say they are cutting ties with the West, they are told sanctions. They panic. Guy, dollars, those green papers we won't give big. Hey, it's gonna be tough. Jambazi has completely. The last 6 months have been hell for Jambazi, because he has gone from being this pillar of Pan-Africanism, you know, Bonoko fake ass titles that hold no water or no meaning to being some common rogue thug who's just stealing money from his citizen. He doesn't even have anywhere else to steal money from.
Since freedom of expression is upheld under Article 33 in the Kenya Constitution, take a look at this video of Nyandarua Senator Methu imitating the Kenyan President William Ruto.
Kutoka hapa Shamata kwenda mpaka kaka ilishia mpaka huko Kariamu ilikuwa imekwama, nimetafuta bilioni 2.5 ya barabara itaanza. Iko barabara yetu ya kuanza hapa Sharp Road ikuja mpaka Gieterero, ikuja hapa Kashisi kama tunaelewana watu ya Shamata. Watu ya Shamata siku nyingi wameteseka, iko shida ya maji imekuwa hapa. Kuna demu yetu inaitwa Pesi, ilikuwa imekwama pale kwa Ministry ya Finance. Tangia nilipoenda huko wilaya, nimetafuta pesa shilingi bilioni 2 na hiyo damu yenu itaanza, na ikifikia mwezi ujao mtaona hiyo damu ikiendelea. Iko maji yetu ya kutoka sijui kama tunaelewana watu ya Shamata. Iko maji yetu ya mahali panaitwa Kilima, ilikuwa imekwama, ilikuwa shida kidogo, imekwama kidogo. Nimetafuta shilingi milioni 600 na hiyo maji yenu ya Kilima itaanza. Watu ya hapa Nyandarua, nimesikiza maneno yenu. Nyinyi ni wakulima. Iko shida yenu, mnauza maziwa pesa kidogo. Nimeongea na gavana Badilisha huyu, wakiwa na Senator Medho huyu. Iko kura zinakuja ndani ya wiki 2. Iko kura 30 nitakuwa nimeleta hapa Nyandarua. Sisi kama tunaelewana na watu ya Nyandarua. Watu ya hapa Shamata, siku nyingi mimi najua mmekuwa mkiteseka kwa sababu ya nyumba. Mmekuwa mkiishi nje, na kuanzia mwaka ujao nimetafuta pesa ya affordable housing. Nyinyi wote mtakuwa mnalala ndani, hamtakuwa mnalala msituni kama wanyama. Sisi kama tunaelewana na watu ya Shamata. Shamata oye.
Kenyans, if elections were held today, who do you think will win? Tom Ojeda was live on Citizen TV and he claimed that William Ruto will win the elections if it was held today by 100%. Listen to what he had to say.
If elections were held today, Trevor, President Ruto would get a second term. And both of them know that even as they speak, and he says that President Ruto should not run, President Ruto is the foremost candidate and will win a second term in this country. He is the leader to beat, he's the kind to beat.
While Tom Ojeda was making unusual claims on live TV, in Kajiado North, the ground was speaking a different language. Take a look.
Hapana, wacheni hiyo. Ati amtaki Ruto akuje? Asikuje kware? Amtaki Ruto? Amtaki Ruto? Nilete Gachagua? Wangapi wanasema nilete Gachagua? Ngojeni kidogo. Hiyo kura itapigwa vizuri. Wangapi wanasema nilete Ruto? Hebu wainue mkono tu. Ati amtaki? Hebu fanya hivi kama hutaki. Amtaki kabisa?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Uhuru Kenyatta warning Kenyans.
Mimi nawaambia chungeni sana. Hakuna kitu hatari kama mdomo tamu.
To Kirinyagan's revenge. Are we safe in Kenya?
Ruto, let me tell you, you don't know who you are joking with.
Who will you vote for?
2027 tunachagua mlevi. mlevi.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. After Rigathi Gachagwa's impeachment, we saw so many people crying, so many people complaining, to the point that some of them went to visit him at Karen Hospital and some of them were crying while talking to the media. And listen to what this Kenyan Gen Z had to say about people complaining after the former deputy president's impeachment. Listen to this.
Impeachment like this, mumelia mumejaza Kenya machozi na vitisho havina msingi. Oh, sisi tumeshaona, we have learned, hata hiyo kiti usitupe tena, tumekuona. Si nyinyi ndio mlikuwa mnaonea watu 18? Nyinyi ndio mlikuwa mmetuimbia hapa, hatupangwingwi di hatupangwingwi. Si uchawi, ni maombi. Yani Ruto anacheka na wauliza ati amfanyi nini? Mnasema hatupangwingwi. Anacheka na uliza mungelijua vile nimewapanga. Impeachment moja hivi, sijui chest pain, mshalaza hospitali. Mtuulize sisi wenye tumekuwa tukifuata babu. Unajua kabisa seriously sasa hivi unaenda kupiga kura anashinda. Mnakosa kushinda, mnaenda kotini. Mnakosa kushinda, mnaenda street, mnakosa kushinda. Mnangoja another 5 years. Nyinyi moja tu hivi. Moja tu, one betrayal. Mmejaza Kenya na machozi. Sasa hatupumui, ni nyinyi sasa. Wakati mlituambia hapa nyinyi ndio mnajua kurauka. Tokera tene, tokera mwokirire tene kwekatia. Mulirauka kufanya nini?
Before Ruto was appointed as the president of Kenya, did the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, warn Kenyans about voting in William Samoei Ruto? Just listen to what Uhuru Kenyatta had to say about this.
Mimi nawaambia chungeni sana. Hakuna kitu hatari kama mdomo tamu ikuje ikuambie vile atafanya na yale anakuambia atafanya wakati alikuwa na uwezo hakufanya. Lakini leo anakuambia mimi nitakuja kufa. Tunaelewana? Tunaelewana? Na ndipo nasema wenzangu wa Bungoma. Wenzangu wa Bungoma, msicheze na moto. Si mmecheza na moto na mumeumia? Si mmecheza na moto na mumeumia? Mnataka kurudi kwa moto ama mnataka kuokoka? Mnataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia, uzee sio ugo. Uzee sio nini?
In Mombasa County, things were boiling. Things were boiling nicely. The residents of Mombasa County came out to call out Raila Odinga after he has disappointed Kenyans for some years. Even to the point that he went on to accept Adani Group to take over the JKA airport in Kenya. Just listen to what this Mombasa resident had to say about Raila Odinga.
Na mlaumu Raila na mlaumu sana. Yeye ndo ameleta hii chochocho hapa. Angeacha ile nyumba ikaungua ikateketea peke yao. Amechukua mawaziri, amewajaza pale. Yeye ndo amechochea. Na kule AU nataka anguke, atatoka. Manake yeye ndo amechochea hii. Watoto wameuliwa wakati wa maandamano. Rex Masai alikuwa wa kwanza. Hawajapata haki yao. Hawajapata haki yao kabisa. Wameuliwa. Kwa nini wabunge wanajadili mambo mengine ya ujinga, wasojadili mambo kama hayo ya kina NHIF, ya uwanja wa ndege? Waona hiyo hapo, mimi kwangu nimekataa, nimekasirika hivi. Mimi pia naenda hospitali, nasikia homa kweli, naenda hospitali.
Abductions has been a daily normal activity in Kenya. TL Elder was threatened. He was told that he's going to be abducted and his mother will actually cry in his funeral. But a fearless TL elder, a fearless Kenyan, he came out and told the president that, I don't fear you, we are fearless. Just listen to what TL elder had to say.
I am very angry today. Ruto sent 5 DCI goons led by a Mr. Odhiambo to my mother's house in our village of Kwenmwanduka, Teri, in Sagala. 5 goons, and they told my mother that if I show my face in Matuga, I am going to be abducted and I am going to be killed. She will build tents on her compound to bury me. Ruto, let me tell you, you don't know who you are joking with. I am Wabili Mwagodi. Am I scared? I am scared. But am I afraid of death threatening me with a good time? You think I want to suffer in your country, in your Kenya? I will see you in Matuga tomorrow, 12 p.m. Ruto must go. Usintisha mimi. Who are you, Ruto? You are a murderer. You are a thief. Shenzi wewe.
Kirinyagans have done it again. They sent cows to their member of parliament by the name of Mary Maingi, who she voted yes in the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. So the people of Kirinyaga County, they decided to send cows to this MP's farm and to eat the crops and destroy the farm. Just take a look at this.
Huko ni kwa MP wa Moya tutekumugweta ritwa ni mumuwi uri urari wa kuvuti. Yes. Gachagua inuke.
No murakiona. Ni kukou. Family maingi ni kukou. Kou. Andu makirinya ni meriviria ni undu wa kuingata Gachagua. Onei. Tombe imugonda family maingi.
The late politician of Kenya, Kalembe Ndile, he's still injecting in his grave. Just listen to what he had to say about the current regime and about the president of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto.
Ni ofisi ya ufisadi. Unakumbuka Makindu Motors walifisadiwa pale, wakakoniwa 300 million pale kwa ofisi ya Ruto. Ule Kemei katika hiyo golden deal ya Ekesa. Pia Kemei akakufia pale. Kwa hivyo watu wanataka wareflect waangalie vile Ruto alikuwa na nguvu. In fact, saa nyingine najiulizanga Uhuru wakati anaenda ngambo kama president wa Kenya, ile swali kwanza aulizwi Kenya umewacha ikiwa namna gani? Anaulizwa, Mr. President, how do you handle corruption in your country? And your deputy president is the chief priest of corruption. Hiyo ndio kitu anaulizwa. How are you going to do about it? How are you going to go about it? Because your deputy is the main actor in terms of corruption. Kwa sababu Ruto alikuwa amenyakua shamba ya Mukesh, Ruto alikuwa amenyakua Lang'ata Primary School. Hiyo ndio nataka kukumbusha Ruto mahali mambo yake yalianza. Kwa sababu wakati uko na power, angekuwa ni mwizi wa zamani na aache wizi. Vile Songo alikuwa atatuambia yeye aliiba zamani na ameacha wizi. Lakini Ruto bado aliendelea na kutaka kuiba, na kwa maoni yangu vile nasema ni lazima president awe ameulizwa hiyo maswali ya deputy wake. Lazima akienda kila mahali anaulizwa, how are you going to deal with your deputy who is corrupt in Kenya?
The people of Kenya have been seeing a mysterious white truck, a white lorry, being escorted by police officers, and people are asking themselves, like, what are they carrying inside this truck? What is the agenda, or what is the project? Take a look. So tell me in the comments down below what you think is being carried inside this truck. People of Kenya have been comparing the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, and the current president of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto. And people are asking themselves, would you rather vote for a drunkard or vote for a born-again Christian? Take a look at what our brother had to say about this.
Guys, mimi nimeokoka. Lakini 2027
Mtu yote atakuja na Bwana asifiwe, huyo siwezi kumwamini. Mtu yote atakuja kuniambia mwadhani ya gosho, huyo siwezi amini hata kidogo. 2027 tunachagua mlevi. Hatutachagua mtu wa kanisa tena. Kama watu wa kanisa hata hawezi sameana, fadhali mlevi at least wangekuwa unachapa chupa mbili, mnasahau mambo ingine. Tu wa kanisa bure.
Churches have been a playing field for politicians for so many years. And many of these politicians, they put millions of shillings into those churches. The pastors accept them. The men of God accept those millions. But yet when you look around those counties, those places, those areas, there's no single development. God's projects are in high numbers. Just listen to this.
Siku ile alikuwa anakuja kwa hizo kanisa zenyu, anawatolea mchango. Mbona siku hiyo mko mnakataa hiyo pesa, mnasema imeibiwa? Saa hii ndio mmejua imeibiwa, saa hii majenzi wameenda kwa barabara ndio mmejua hiyo pesa mlipewa imeibiwa. Si mchukue hiyo pesa mrudishe State House basi. Kama mmekasirika sana na mnaona for sure alikosea juu mnatoa statements kama mmekunja mpaka mmeleta hizi nyama huku mbele ni vile mmekasirika. Si basi mkasirike kabisa mrudishe hizo pesa State House. Na muite TV tuone mkirudisha. Sincerely speaking, when young people are looking at us, and especially for us, men and women of the cloth, so we are called, the clergy, munakula na mtu, anakuita kwake, munakula, munakunywa, na munaomba pamoja. Alafu munasimama huku nje, munatoa statements, na ni mtu mlikuwa munakula na yeye. As in for sure, mimi yenyewe, ningekuwa prezi, pia mimi ningefika mwisho. Ningeshangaa mazeni, ilikuwa nakula na nani hawa? Ulikuwa nakula na manyoka, si watu. Mtu mnakula na yeye, mnaomba na yeye, mnakunywa na yeye, alafu anarudi na kutolea ma statement. Na sasa hiyo umemdunga maka ya macho. Sincerely speaking, wacheni tuokoke. Kama for sure umesimama na mtu, simama na yeye. A brother loves at all times. Yeah. And a brother is born for the days of adversity. And yes, iron sharpens iron. So you challenge each other behind the scenes. But usikuje kuanika mtu mmekula na yeye, mmekunywa na yeye na mkaomba na yeye mbele za Mungu na mtu aseme nimemuita nyoka. In fact, tuache maneno turudi kwa neno. Na ndasoma leo lugha zote mbili, ya Kizungu na Kiswahili.
How easy is it for the citizens, for the people of Kenya, for the locals, for the mwananchi to recall their member of parliament, their MP or their senator? How easy is it? Senator Kajwang proposes amendment of law to make it easier for the citizens. But will this really work under this corrupt regime? Listen to this.
A president or a deputy, it takes only 45 senators to remove it. And yet we, the members of parliament, we have written laws that make it impossible for us to be removed from office. It is my intention to bring an amendment, and it is not a constitutional amendment, it is a simple statutory amendment to the Elections Act. If today you want to recall your member of parliament, you cannot recall him until he is convicted by a court of law. And after conviction by a court of law, you must get signatures of 30% of voters. And after getting signatures of 30% of voters, there must be a referendum on the recall, which 50% of elected voters must participate. The threshold is higher than amending the constitution. The threshold for recalling a member of parliament or a senator is higher than changing the constitution of Kenya. That threshold is inconsistent with the constitution. It violates Article 99 of the Constitution of Kenya. And if the deputy president is removed from office, and that is an instrument that is available to us, we must reflect. We must also make it possible for citizens to recall their members of parliament without undue bureaucracy and undue obstacles.
So Kenyans, do you think if this law is implemented, will it make a difference in this country? Making it easier to recall your MPs and senators? Do you think it will make a difference? Tell us in the comments down below.
A president or a deputy, it takes only 45 senators to remove it. And yet we, the members of parliament, we have written laws that make it impossible for us to be removed from office.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Nuru Okanga promised riches
unipatie account nitakuweka hiyo pesa,
to police court collecting bribes.
Sitasimama maovu ya kitawala.
Is there extrajudicial killings in Kenya?
there will be no extrajudicial killings in the government of Kenya.
Gen Z evangelism in Nairobi City.
In the name of Jesus, we have to call you all the amazing names, oh God, that you are in the name of Jesus.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Mtukufu Lais, kikosi inachopita mbele yako hapa Bungoma Stadium ni kikosi cha Premier League, Manchester United na Arsenal. A few days ago, the President of Kenya, President William Ruto, he was in Bungoma and he promised the people of Bungoma County that he is going to build and allocate millions or billions to build an international stadium. And this is what the President had to say about this.
Sasa mtakuwa na international stadium hapa. Mechi ile inachezewa any part ile ya Arsenal ama Manchester United wanaweza kuja kucheza hapa. Ninasikia speaker ni fan wa Arsenal na hao wengine ni fan wa hiyo ingine. So msiniulize mimi ni wa kundi gani. Wacha ni sawa sawa. So hiyo stadium tutakamilisha.
So Kenyans, do you think that this is a story that will come true, a dream that will come true, or do you think this is just stories of Jaba? Even the Kalenjin people are not happy with their own son, and this is what this man had to say all the way from the Kalenjin community. Listen to this.
Yes, Kalenjin tufunge mdomo. Hii mdomo tufunge. Meno iko nje. Kwanza Wanandi sana. Meno tu nje. Hey, Ruta na nyone emet. Emet ni nyone. Atara Ruta ni nyone emet kitu gani? Emet kitu gani na unahangaika. Unaishi nyumba ya matope na tunaambia ati sijui Ruto ni wetu, sijui ni nyone emet. Wewe ni takataka sana. Wewe ni humbwa sana. Tumia akili yako my friend. William Ruto hakuna kenye atakusaidia. In fact, William Ruto anaanga hata interest na Wakalenjin. Nothing. Afadhali Moi mara 20. Angalia kaunti kama Baringo County. Baringo County hakuna industry, hakuna factory, vijana wanalewa, takataka yote ni kama tu Nandi. Na hapo ndipo serikali imekuwa kutoka kitambo sana. Wacha niwaambie, serikali imekuwa Baringo for 24 years. Kalenjin mnadhania mtapata nini ambaye hamkupata enzi ya Moi? Hakuna kitu ambaye Kalenjin mtapata. Kama hamkupata enzi ya Moi hakuna, kwa sababu saa hizi term limit ni kidogo. Hata Ruto anaweza kutoka 2027. You never know. It is not sure bet. Wengine wanasema hakuna mwenye atatoa Ruto, sijui ataiba. Ataiba kitu gani? Hajaribu haibe. Devolution itakuwa katika Kenya hii. Tutafanya maandamano na tutachoma hii Kenya yote iishi na tuanze kujenga upya.
I believe many of you know that politicians, they go to the church and give out millions and millions of shillings. But yet, have you seen the conditions of our schools? Have you seen how our children are studying? Take a look at this video of this young Kenyan, this young Gen Z who decided to inject and show us this church that was allocated 30 million, but even has not yet been finished. The money has been stolen, in short. Take a look.
In a church, it's Bituka SDA church. Hii kanisa ilichangiwa over 30 million plus amount of money back in before August 2022, before the August election. So over kitu kama 30 million plus ilichangiwa hapa. So nimekuja kuonyesha cause when this building was starting, kulikuwa na story imetokeanga that the money may get lost over 20 million. Even it was not 20 million, over 29 million. So kama baki na mita moja ya kujenga nao kanisa. So me, I just assumed this was a big project, because most of the prominent people knew about it. That is Dr. Fred Matiang'i. Dr. Fred Matiang'i was here with his chopper. At that time was the CS for security, internal security. Honorable Simbarati, that time was the MP for, I don't know, in Nairobi. The current MP, Anthony Kibagendi, was here. The former MP for this area, the current Senator Umaima, was here, was the one doing that fundraising. But when you look at the church, look at it. You can check out of from 2022, August 2022, it's almost 2 years down the line, but wameanza kwa pillars bana.
And talking more about stories ajaba, a few days ago at Oga Obina's live show, Oscar Sudi and Nuru Okanga were present, and Oscar Sudi promised Nuru Okanga some professional treatment, like a house and some money, not just small money, but big money, some millions of cash. But do you think that Nuru Okanga received this money till date? Take a look at what Oscar Sudi promised Nuru Okanga.
Nataka 1.3 million. Nitafungua account.
Niko nayo account.
Unipatie account, nitakuwekea hiyo pesa.
Niko na account.
Sio sahihi. Sikuwekea sahihi, nitakuwekea kata. Lakini kenye nimekutafutia, fanya hivi. Enda tafuta nyumba hii ya affordable housing. Hii inajengwa hii sahihi. Tafuta nyumba bedroom ngapi?
3.
Na nataka uende Kibera ama Mukuru kwa Jenga ama somewhere. Tafuta nyumba bedroom ngapi?
3.
Hiyo mimi nitakununulia kama nimenunulia watoto. Na uanze sasa maisha uendelee.
Sasa hizi zijaisha.
Wow. Now we are talking. Now tumeanza kuongea sasa.
Ndio waje hii kusema unajua 350 million.
Now we are talking. Unanunuliwa nyumba 3 bedroom. Self contained. Unanunuliwa toto.
Unajua kila kitu hiyo
inakuanga wapi?
Si utafute wewe sasa wewe.
Unaonanga wanafungua nyumba kiko all over the country. Nyumba hata Kakamega ililonjiwa. Hakuna penye hiyo nyumba affordable housing haijalonjiwa.
It's only a few months or a few years to election season here in Kenya in 2027. And at that time, we urge Kenyans, I urge you to vote wisely. Take a look at this comedy skit where it shows you how Kenyans they vote during election seasons. Take a look.
So hapa niko na corruption na accountability.
Kuchagua ni wewe. Kuchagua ni wewe. Aya, mnachagua gani hapa?
Mimi niko chagua hii. Accountability mimi niko chagua hii.
Uko na hakika? Aya, sawa, wekelea kura yako.
A few moments later.
Kumbuka siri ni yako. Kura ni yako. Umesema siri ni yako. Pia hapa wewe fungua. Haya, sawa.
Mimi
na nilikuwa nimewawarn.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
And we are still right at Paje, Zanzibar, Tanzania, East Africa, and right at Hanoi,
Hanoi restaurant, cafe restaurant, and we're going to be trying out some famous Vietnamese soup here. You know, are you ready to try the soup?
My first time when I'm trying this soup. This is the question, or?
I said, like, are you ready to try out the soup?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay.
I want to try this. Soup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's so delicious, and also like they've put like different spices, like which it makes it even more unique, you know. Delicious. So, are you enjoying your Vietnamese soup?
Thank you so much. I don't understand.
No, it's okay. No worries. Hakuna matata.
Pole pole.
Pole pole.
There's no justice in this country. There's no justice for the people in this country. The justice system in this country is broken. We cannot persevere. We cannot go like this. We must fight until the very end. I'm ready to die for Africa. Africa has suffered for so long. And I want that. We are brothers. Release our brothers. Release our brothers. Where is your Pyagi?
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Albis Deli.
Let me repeat. For the avoidance of doubt, there will be no extrajudicial killings in my administration. That chapter we have closed. That is not my words, but the President of Kenya, President William Ruto's words. Kenyans, do you think this is true? Do you think that there are no extrajudicial killings in our land, in our country? Take a look at what the President had to say about this.
Officers that you've appointed, how do you explain that? And what is the agenda of the government moving forward to ensure that there will be no such kind of activities?
Let me repeat, for the avoidance of doubt, there will be no extrajudicial killings in the government of Kenya under my administration. Yeah, that is a chapter we must close and weld and bold and put it behind us. The police, I have sat down with the command of the police from the IG downwards, and we have agreed that they will operate within the law.
Do you think Kenyans, our brothers and sisters, are incapable of running an international airport? Take a look at this video of Odash showing us how Kenyans are running an airport in Qatar called Hamad International Airport.
So, welcome to Hamad International Airport. An airport that is operated by Kenyans and almost entirely run by Kenyans. You can't walk, I think, 2 meters in this airport without actually meeting or bumping into a Kenyan airport worker. But somehow, someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of operating an airport. Well, look, this airport even has trees. Right, this airport even has trees around it. But someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of running an airport. Right? Adani must go. Adani must go. Ruto and his impunity must stop. Please don't be cheated that Kenyans are not capable of running or managing great things.
As you can see, Kenyans are doing a better job than the Adani group. You can see like Kenyans are maintaining the Qatar Hamad International Airport even better than the airport that is in our own country in Kenya, JKIA. Adani, bring back our airport and go home. It's simple as that.
Right, this airport even has trees around it. But someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of running an airport. Right? Adani must go.
A few days ago, our president, His Excellency, he launched a railway line in Ngong a few days ago, but currently when you go there, it is nowhere to be seen. It is just bare land. Mdomo tamutamu, sindio? Take a look at this video.
Mdomo tamutamu, leri imeanza, kazi imeanza, ndio hiyo leri yenye inaelekea Nairobi, Ndio hiyo, si mnaiona? Ndio hiyo. Kazi imeanza. Kenya tunasonga mbele. Mdomo tam tam. Jiwe ndio imebaki hapa. Look at this. Same story. Even the mental hospital, which is past those hills, a similar stone was left like this one. Nothing there. Actually, that one for the hospital has already been vandalized also. This is Ngong. This is the place where you are shown that the works have started, but as you can see, there is no single rail, not even a meter.
So Kenyans, do you want to know, also learn how to collect bribes? I want to give you a free lesson on how to be corrupt in this country. Take a look at this video of our officers, our lovely, handsome and beautiful officers who are captured collecting bribe from the Kikuyu police station. Take a look. If you're a Gen Z out there, you deserve respect. You deserve to be saluted because the Gen Zs have brought a significant change in this country. The political landscape, the political arena, the political playing field has changed because of the pressure and the injection from the Gen Z. And also, like, the Gen Zs are also very spiritual. And I want to show you guys of this video of this Gen Z's evangelism in Nairobi CBD. Take a look.
We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. Indeed, wonderful. You are worthy. You are worthy to be worshipped. You are worthy to be glorified. There is no other God apart from you. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy, oh God, to be worshipped. You are worthy to be glorified, oh God, in the name of Jesus.
Why would you be angry? Because a young man has decided he can go around the country noting out the bad projects, the white elephants, poorly implemented projects, the waste of public finances? Why would you be angry as a Kenyan? Why would you even insult the young man when he says, I want to go to this place and find out if this project was implemented? If your public funds were used well, if what was launched was actually done, why would you be angry? You must be the biggest fool, bloody fool.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
coming for you.
From Kenyan Gen Z inspire Liberians
Liberia's Parliament House has been set on fire
to Ministry of Health scandal.
You must be stupid to sign something you don't know.
Is this the country you want? Sex workers protests.
I'm a sex worker activist. Na sisi ma sex worker.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm also today, and my name is Elvis Derry. We all know that Kenyans are feared all over the world when it comes to online war. And recently, the Kenyan online army, they decided to go and send greetings to African presidents. And just listen to what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about this incident.
This is for entertainment purposes only. So now Kenya's online army has managed to locate the numbers of every African president and wanasalimiwa wakiambiwa why they should not select Baba to be the next African Union. Wow, Kenyans imagine it too much. Oh my God. And there's this MP who came out and did an interview, I think Caleb or Misi or something like that, yeah? One of Baba's diehards, and he was saying that Rao has never ever been this unpopular in all his handshakes, in all his betrayals. I think joining Nabi was the ultimate betrayal, and it will be hard for him to come back from that one.
Kenyans are undefeated. I salute you, Kenyans. Like, Kenyans have inspired the Gen Zs all over the world, from Nigeria to Bangladesh, and now Liberia. They decided to occupy and even going ahead to burn the parliament building. Just take a look. So if you ask yourselves, why did the Liberian Gen Zs burn down their parliament? Here is why. Listen to this.
Liberia's Parliament House has been set on fire following a protest that has been going on for 2 days. Apparently, this is the second time the Parliament building has caught fire in 1 week. This protest started on Tuesday, 17th December by opposition against efforts to remove Parliament Speaker, who is currently facing corruption allegations. It appears that the Speaker is a member of the opposition. Protesters are also demanding the resignation of the President. Authorities are yet to confirm the cause of the fire, but local reports indicate that suspects were arrested near the building when the fire broke out. So far, no connection has been made yet between the protest and the fire. Let me know your thoughts on this.
Viva comrades, viva! Viva Kenyans, viva! Viva Gen Z, viva! Like, you guys are just the best. Like, you have changed the political arena, not only in Kenya, not only in Africa, but the whole world. Like, people are following Kenya's footsteps. Like, you people are just on a different level, man. Like, I salute you, Kenyans. Instead of the government creating job opportunities for our people, they're busy looting and also busy focusing on shenanigans, nonsense like vaccinating the cows so that the cows can stop fatting. Can you imagine that? Our people from Turkana are being exported to Isili daily and left there to live under inhumane conditions in the streets, tamarking and looking for jobs. Like, what a sad state to live in. Just take a look at this story.
So mi nilikuwa shughuli zangu nikapatana na hawa wasichana wamekaa hapa kuchunguza vizuri, kumbe ni wale wanaitwa Kamarajong, ni Turukana tribe. Hawa wanaletangwa Nairobi, mostly huwa wanadozi nje, yani kulala nje, wanakuanga mtaa Isili, huwa wanafanyia wa Somali kazi. Na job yao yenye wanafanya ni kupanguza nyumba, kuangalia watoto, kazi za usafi. Kulingana vile nimefanya uchunguzi nikasikia kuna mtu mwenye huwa anawaleta, anakula ile yenye anakula, anawaleta, then wakifika hapa ni kuhaso tu sasa kungana na maisha yao, wajue venye watasurvive. Na hivyo ndio iko kwa hii street ya Isili. Jione.
Niambie nitakufanyia. Nafanyanga hizo. Na ku-advertise.
Angry Isiolo youths, Isiolo Gen Zs, they decided to inject. While the governor was busy yapping on the podium, they went on to cut the wires on the speakers, and it went silent. And the governor could not address the nation anymore. Like, just take a look at how the Isiolo youths, Isiolo Gen Zs injected that day. Take a look.
Function ya governor imeisha, na imeisha kwa sababu wasichana na vijana Isiolo wako na hasira sana na governor. Wamekatakata waya yote, governor hakuna kitu anaongea. Ile kitu aliandikiwa pia alishindwa kuongea, watu wakakasirika, wakakata waya yote. Hali ni kama hii, Waislamu tuombee mtu.
Amazing, amazing. Isiolo youths, Isiolo Gen Zs, keep on injecting. Continue injecting without intimidation. Nobody should stop you or make you think otherwise, that you should not fight for better and good governance in Isiolo. I salute you, my comrades and Gen Zs. Keep on injecting. And I have a question for you Kenyans. Is the president being lied to, or is he the liar? Or even worse, is he the one who is controlling or in charge of this country? Let's listen to what Honorable Babu Owino had to say about this.
Hapa nchini kuna shida kubwa sana. Kwanza niliona ya kwamba rais alikuwa anasema ya kwamba inflation rate iko at around 2.8%. Kitu ya kwanza, inflation is the rate at which prices of goods and services increase with time. Therefore, prices zikiwa juu, inamaanisha there will be high cost of living. Cost of living, gharama ya maisha itakuwa juu. Kwa hivyo rais either alikuwa anatudanganya ama alikuwa anadanganywa. Kwa vile sasa inatuonyesha kwamba rais hayuko in charge of this country because ajui chenye anasema. Anatudanganya wazi.
So Kenyans, give us your honest opinion in the comments down below. Do you think that the president of Kenya is actually running this country, managing this country? Or do you think that the people who are surrounding him are the ones who are lying to him? Or do you think that the president is the master manipulator, the master liar? Just give us your opinion, your honest opinion in the comments down below.
Hapa nchini kuna shida kubwa sana. Kwanza niliona ya kwamba rais alikuwa anasema ya kwamba inflation rate iko at around 2.8%.
I want to take you all to Kwale County, where a family lost their loved one and they were supposed to go and bury their loved one. But how the body was being transported, very sad. And even the road that the body was being transported on, very sad state of affairs. Like Fatuma Mohamed Achani, Kwale County Governor, like what the hell are you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, just take a look at this. Man, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is so sad, man. Like, you might find out that millions has been allocated to build that road, but yet even a shilling, even a coin has not been used or even spent to building that road. Now look at how their loved one is being transported. What a sad state of affairs. And that's not all Kenyans. Even in Nairobi County, Nairobi City, the capital city of Kenya, when you go to Ruai, Sir Henry Road was allocated 137 million shillings. But all that money was misused. And the governor of Nairobi, Governor Sakaja, has not said anything about it. Keoti Sonko went there in Ruai to go and show people what corruption really looks like. And just take a look at what he had to say.
So good afternoon, guys. Today I'm here at Ruai on Dramval Sir Henry Road. So this road was commissioned by the government of Nairobi, by the governor, anaitwa Johnson Sakaja, and it was allocated 137 million. So leo morning I saw someone posted on social media that this road it is in a very bad state, and so nimejaribu kufika hapa, and so I've actually found that the road is badly constructed. In fact, the contract was given to a person called this company naitwa Altan Enterprises Limited, yeah. But now they were here some 5 months ago in the India, and then they left. So you can see how the road in Accra, the state here, there is Kipita. And so this road, 137 million. The contractor currently is not on the side. Inafaana venye iko hivi, and then you say Sakaja is working in Nairobi. It's making Nairobi works. Is this how Nairobi works?
Kenyans, so do you see where the mutu wetu mentality is taking us in this country? Taking us to nowhere. Let us all be flexible. Be a people where you can vote for any tribe. Doesn't matter which tribe they come from, as long as they're doing the right work. Because at the end of the day, if you still support your people, your own person from your tribe, and even they're not even helping you in your own counties, in your own constituencies, it is the people who will suffer. The Kenyan people will suffer. It is you and me who is going to suffer in this country. Let us stop all this tribal mindset, this mutu wetu mentality that the person who should take this seat is supposed to be on our tribe. Even if they are bad or good, even if they are going to help us or not, they are supposed to be from our tribe. Let us stop all that nonsense, Kenyans. Let us save this country. Let us come together as one people. Vote wisely. Recently, the governors were very reluctant to sign the Chief and Shah agreement after they went on to question the transparency of this agreement with the Ministry of Health. And do you know what the president said? Kasongo said that you must be stupid to sign a deal or an agreement that you don't know. And do you know why the governors were very reluctant? Just listen to what Kelly had to say.
Ni aje wase, you must be stupid to sign something you don't know. Na hizo si word zangu. That's President Ruto dismissing governors when they questioned the transparency of the Shah agreement with the Ministry of Health. And why are the governors uneasy about this deal? 3 reasons. They don't know who the supplier is, yet they're being asked to sign on to leasing medical equipment. They don't know when these equipments will actually be delivered, even after payments begin. And 3, and most importantly, they don't know the total cost of the equipments they are leasing. And instead of answers, all they get is a payment schedule showing 60 to 80% of Shah funds will allegedly go directly to mysterious suppliers. So what does this actually mean to ordinary Kenyans? For example, an MRI scan, Shah covers 11,000. Vendor anapewa ngapi? 9,900. Leaving the county hospital with just 1,100 Kenya shillings. In some instances, supplier anachukua even more than what Shah covers. For example, the PC ligament or AC ligament repair, Shah covers 280,000, but the supplier atapewa 340,000. That's almost more than 60,000. And for life-saving procedures like thoracic aortic repair, the vendor or supplier pockets the entire 1.12 million Kenya shillings covered by Shah, leaving the county hospital with how much? Zero sufuri nakwambia. Imagine, nothing. So with hospitals left broke, they are forced to raise their services. Do waweze kusurvive? Na nani anaumia, if you might guess, or might ask yourself? Ordinary Kenyans, already crushed by overtaxation and inflation. So I say, we fought before and won. Tumeangusha Adani, tukaangusha finance bill, sembuse hii sijui shift angasha. Let's demand a return to the working and proven NHIF system before billions disappear into thin air. Cause manze, onge honesty, onge transparency, onge accountability with this government.
Yo, Kenyans, even the sex workers are not safe in this country. They're not safe under Kasongo. The sex workers, they went to protest and demand for their rights because they're also being discriminated in their field. Just listen to one of the sex workers, what he had to say.
Okay, the name I go by Ismail, but I'm well known by Benita. I'm a sex worker activist. Na sisi ma sex worker, I will include myself. Tumekuwa tukiuliwa. Wanawake wanauliwa huku nje. Tukienda kwa police station anasema huyo ni malaya. Malaya ndiye anafaa kuuliwa. That is the question. Being a sex worker, it's a death sentence in Kenya. Mama yangu saizi akikuja akuwe ni sex worker, anafaa kuuliwa. That is the question that we have been posing. Na leo tuko kwa streets kwa sababu sisi sex workers ndio tunauliwa. Ukipatikana usiku na maskari wanakushika, unaenda unaitishwa 2000. Instead of them protecting you, wanakuitisha 2000 ati kwa sababu uko kwa street. Uko kwa street kwa sababu unataka kulisha familia yako. They are all singles lady. Haya, unapata ukienda kwa police station, ukiwa wewe ni sex workers, hauwezi pata rights yako anywhere in Kenya. Na I'm here to emphasize with all women, mama mboga, mama uji wote, tukujeni to condemn this. Si kwa sababu mimi ndio sex workers, nikimbia kwa barabara nikisema ninauliwa. Hapana, sisi wote tunauliwa kama wanawake. Na hiyo ndio nimesimama hapa nikicondemn this. Nikisema sisi sex workers ndio tunakuwa discriminated na wanaume hao wenyewe ndio wanakuja kutuua. Unapata dira imekupigia simu, unaibiwa paka simu yako, unaibiwa paka pesa. Na uko kwa street, ukienda kwa nini wanakwambia sasa jueni sex workers tutaenda tukuwekee changa. Tukuwekee changa, tukuseme wewe ulikuwa unauza changa. Siku anauza changa, nilikuwa kwa street. Mbona mnanitisha 2000? Where is the justice in Kenya? That is the question.
Someone wants to speak. Sawa, tumaliza.
Leta hii auja hapa.
Unataka kuongea?
Mimi sinaongea Kizungu.
Songa tu hapo.
Yo, Kenyans, I have a lot of questions to ask, but I think I'll save my questions for another day. But I personally believe that each and every Kenyans, they deserve to be treated equally and fairly, including the sex workers.
Tumekuwa tukiuliwa. Wanawake wanauliwa huku nje. Tukienda kwa police station anasema huyo ni malaya. Malaya ndiye anafaa kuuliwa. That is the question. Being a sex worker, it's a death sentence in Kenya.
I personally think that the parliament should be dissolved. Listen to what this young Gen Z had to say, teaching Kenyans and teaching the people on step by step on how to dissolve the parliament. So Kenyans, Gen Zs, comrades, listen, open your ears and your eyes and watch this video.
Githurai wanamaliza watu in the middle of the night, wanakujadi kwa mlango yako sindo, walizima internet, X information haikuwa na circulate, but we know what's happening sindo, waligiuza home ya defenseless Kenyans war zone sindo. So bro, leo acha ni kuintroduce to ki Molotov cocktail sindo, kitu ilishindia Spanish War 1936, kitu yenye Ukraine wanatumia sai kuangusha matank. Hii kitu ni very simple sindo, ina consist mambo matatu: casing, wick na combustible liquid. For casing, as long as chopo unatumia iko strong enough to stay intact ukishikilia and iko fragile enough ku break immediately ukirusha, then you're good. So sana chupa za pombe sindo. For hiyo combustible liquid, pombe itabantu vizuri sindo, but lazima ikuwe proof high kidogo. Unaweza tumia kivodka hivi, but it's better ukitumia something stronger. Hiyo wick ni ya kuwasha. Unaweza tumia cloth yote ya kawaida. Unaikata tu, as long as it's not synthetic. So unaweka liquid yako karibu 3/4 ya chupa. Half moja ya wick unaeka ndani na shike hiyo liquid. Unaweza funga cloth ingine kwa neck kama weke tape. Just extra safety. Hii end ya wick haifai kwa more than 5 cm ndo. Then utai wet na hiyo liquid kidogo, uiwashe and immediately unaacha ifly. Kitu important, chupa kuvunjika ndio inafanya moto ianze. Si hiyo moto kutoka hapa iende all the way hadi kwa hiyo liquid. Initial damage ya kimolotov si mob, lakini hiyo kitu haizimi, ndio maana inaangusha hadi matank, si ndio? All in all, to lose focus. huyu jamaa lazima aende and ataandika hizo bill kwa kutia seli yake, si ndio?
Kenyans, I want to leave you guys with this one question. Do you trust your president? Do you trust that the president is working for this country? Do you trust that the president is taking this country to the next level? Do you? The InfoTrack survey says that only 1% of Kenyans trust their president. Just listen to what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only. So can you imagine? A recent survey that has just been completed has shown only 1% of Kenyans trust Nabi. First of all, who is that 1%? Who is that? Is that his family? Is that Charlene? Is that Evangelist for State House? Hey, they had have said 100%, 1% still. But yo, this guy is getting sleepless nights. Because now, internationally, they know this is like a vote of no confidence. I don't think there's any president who has tried to stay in power when only 1% of his population trust him. And by the way, I was hearing he hates with a passion his latest nickname, Kasongo. They tried to even reverse psychology with guys by saying Kasongo delivers, and Kenyans went ham. But 1%.
Say no to police state. 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 We are not afraid. This government will fall. This system will fall. Colonialism will end. Colonialism must end. We will not allow ourselves to be They are all the fathers of God. We are powerful. We are
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
From Morara Kebaso angry.
The governors who are stealing from you, they are from your tribe.
To Mzungu injecting.
The president of Kenya is nothing more than an imperial lackey.
Have you paid rent? I beg your pardon.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Before I start today's episode, just watch this video.
Mmependa hii barabara? Mmependa? Afande mmependa? Acha niulize afande swali. Afande umeongeza mshahara kwetu. Unaongeza mshahara kweli? Naona penye barabara inakaa na anatenga. Apande.
While I was watching this video, I was very speechless. Like, just look at how that road is poorly managed. But yet, millions and billions is disappearing every day. Every day, Kenyans. Every single day. In Embakasi East, the residents decided to inject. William Ruto went to visit them and talk to them, but the residents couldn't want to hear anything from him. Just see and hear how the residents were injecting. Viva comrades, viva! Take a look.
Hinga yuko hapa na tumekubaliana vijana 18,000 saizi, lakini tutaongeza vijana mpaka wafike vijana 1000. Ruto wango!
I almost took a wank while watching this video. Like, people are injecting everywhere. People are pushing to end bad governance in this country. Amazing. Karen Nyamu, a Kenyan politician, she was kicked out of her house after she failed to pay the rent. Just take a look. These are the same politicians who will be flaunting on us online how they're living lavish lives, how they're living very expensive lives. But even if you go to their constituencies, they're not doing anything for the people. But yet, they cannot afford to pay their rent.
My lord, I wonder. Yeah? My lord, I wonder. Yeah?
Inject party leader Morara Kebaso Sr., who is also known for his Vampire Diaries episodes. But he was shocked that some people are watching his Vampire Diaries is just like another movie. And people are not actually, some people, not everybody, but some people are not taking it seriously. Like, just watch what Morara Kebaso had to say about this.
Why do you watch the Vampire Diaries? Is it an entertainment joint? You don't watch the Vampire Diaries for entertainment. The Vampire Diaries is to provoke you to take action about your nation. It is to provoke you to think of change and think of a better Kenya. The governors who are stealing from you, they are from your tribe. Mbona hawajawaonea huruma? Kwa nini hawajasema mimi ni governor wa hii county, mimi ni Mkikuyu kama hao Wakikuyu wenye naongoza sitawaibia? Why?
While billions, taxpayers' money is being stolen, disappearing every day in front of our eyes, Visoi Ward residents were also met with another rude disappointment, where the governor launched dry taps.
7 kilometers. Alafu nakuja 7 kilometers na maji. Hiyo nayo itakuja kama kilomita ngapi? Kama 3 sasa ndio hapa. Sasa unafungua kwako nyumbani. Hebu tufungue na wewe.
Ewe Mungu, situache sisi peke yetu, watu maskini hatuna nguvu. Mungu simama na sisi.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Visoi Ward residents have been scammed.
Ewe Mungu, situache sisi peke yetu, watu maskini hatuna nguvu. Mungu simama na sisi.
So Kenyans, I have a very specific question for you. Do you think that if funds were properly managed in Kenya, that Kenya would eliminate the need of external borrowing? The Treasury CS, John Buddy, said that 2 billion shillings is being lost every day to daily theft, to daily public funds theft. Just take a look.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there. Because when we invest it in Kenya, it will be more visible. You also bring money from Tanzania, some of it by road, na magari. Mnapitia, mnakuja hapa Kenya, you start constructing buildings around here. That is what we do. So, if we are stealing 2 billion per day, Assuming we reduce the theft, we don't want to stop it. We just say, okay, if you have been stealing 1,000, please steal only 500 shillings. If you have been stealing 100,000, steal 50,000. If there could be that, I don't know whether to call it conscious decision, but if there could be such a decision, ridiculous as it sounds, we would be saving 1 billion shilling per day, which would accumulate to 365 billion shillings. That is more than the external borrowing.
So is your pressure increasing or decreasing? If your pressure is not increasing, that means that you are definitely cooperating with the criminals. Listen to what this man from Bunge la Wananchi had to say.
Wewe Mheshimiwa Ruto, wewe Mheshimiwa Ruto, nilikupigia kura mimi. Mimi nilikupigia kura mimi, nikiongea kutoka hapa Bunge la Wananchi, mimi binafsi nikajitolea muhanga mimi kupigia kampeni wewe, mimi binafsi nikijua na nikiamini mambo yako na akili zako na misimamo yako na polisi zako. Lakini leo mwisho wa kuisha umetusaliti, unatuletea takataka impeachment zenye haziko kwa agenda yako. Wewe President Ruto, wewe ningetaka kuambia Gachagua mahali popote alipo asiwe na wasiwasi. Hii tunajua yote ni siasa, ni siasa. Ruto, wewe tunakujua sahii umefanya safari 66 plus kuendelea huko juu. Umenunua Boeing 6. Umepeleka tenda kwa Adani ya kuprint pesa ya Kenya. Umepeleka tenda kwa Adani ya kununua airport zetu. Umepeleka tenda zote za share huko kwa Adani. Wewe ni mwizi, ghasia, takataka hii.
Even the tourists and foreigners are currently tired of the current regime. They're tired of being taken advantage of. They're tired of the corruption that is taking place in this country. Listen to what this man had to say about the nuisance that is taking place in the current government.
From the streets in Nairobi to Port-au-Prince to Harlem in the USA, it's the same struggle, and it's the same imperialist enemy who lies to us, from Ukraine to Palestine to Haiti. How can these criminal imperialists claim to be broke when it comes to all of our needs in the belly of the beast, but they can send 150 billion of our taxpayer dollars? The president of Kenya is nothing more than an imperial lackey, stooge, and sellout. U.S. puppet. U.S. puppet. In the streets of Nairobi, we tell you that you should be ashamed.
Death to Zionism, death.
Death to Zionism, death. Death to Zionism, death. Death to Zionism, death.
A director and home security consultant at Kinsight Security, Paulo Kimani, he came out to address and talk to the youths of Kenya, and listen to what he had to say.
My youths, na mavijana, by vijana actually I mean, it's a unisex word for both females and males. And by youth I mean anybody who's born between 1994 and 2024. I believe ninyi mko below 30 years. So listen, sijui kama nyinyi notice, but personally I have, that between ile time nilikuwa mtoi, time tulikuwa watoi, time tulikuwa naendesha mataya za gari na za pikipiki na za baiskeli, time tulikuwa vipi. Na hii time sasa mimi nimegrow, in fact sasa mimi ni muda mtu nina watoi. The political scene has remained unchanged. Wale walikuwa pale ile time wako hapa bado. I don't know what they are doing. But what they have actually been doing, waki-interchange hizi position. Wa left anakuja right, wa right anakuja left, wakati kati anaingia chini, wa chini anaingia left, wa left anaingia huko, anaingia juu. But they have been there and they have created their own blanket of political elites. Na wakagawana Kenya. Huyu ana represent Mrima, huyu ana represent sijui Kambani, huyu ana represent sijui Luo. And Kenyans for some reason went on with that unquestionably. Now listen, the reason I'm addressing youths is because I know you guys are smart. You know, sisi ni wase tumesoma, sisi ni wase tuko na madegree, sisi ni wase madiploma, sisi ni tumemaliza form 4. We are people who can make decisions based on our own analysis and observation, rather than making decisions based on what we have heard, like our parents used to. Sisi ni wase wa smart. And let me just say this. I was say these old bastards, kina Wetangu na kina DVD, kina Kalonzo, all of them, there is nothing they are going to change that they did not change when they were in government. Nothing.
What Paulo Kimani has said is actually very true. I approve his message. The problem with our people, our own people, the residents, the citizens, we elect the same leaders. We vote for the same leaders. We campaign for the same leaders every election season. For what? And yet they're not doing anything. No progress, no development in our country. And of course, in Africa. Just take a look at this video.
One of Africa's biggest cancers is that Africans, for whatever reason, seem insistent on electing leaders who've built nothing and then wonder why they build nothing. You've built nothing. You've created nothing. But for your words and political oratory, your ability to hold a tune and sing a verse, your ability to fill a stadium with poor people on the promise of a food hamper and a t-shirt. And then we vote for you. And we wonder why you don't know how to build roads or houses or balance a budget or just make sure that crime and law and order is in place. We elect clowns and then give them the seat of the headmaster's office.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From our brother Henry joining university, to the villager 254 revealing the hard truth.
The government of Kenya is giving the land to JKA for 30 years.
Who is Gautam Adani?
The Indian national is 62 years old and has a net worth of $81.2 billion US.
Mass protests at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. And I'm your host of today. My name is Elvis Derry. Many of you are familiar with the Adani Group. And before we start this episode of today, let us first know who Adani is.
The Indian national is 62 years old and has a net worth of $81.2 billion as of September 9th, 2024, according to Forbes. The figure places him among the world's 25 richest people. He is the chairperson of Adani Group, which has interests in ports, airports, power generation, and green energy. Adani Group began operations in 1988 as a commodities trading company. It thereafter expanded through acquisitions. Adani is India's biggest airport operator. He also controls India's largest port called Mundra Port in Adani's home state of Gujarat. He also owns Abbott Point, a coal mining project in Australia said to be one of the largest globally. In 2022, Adani became India's second largest cement producer after acquiring a Swiss cement manufacturer in India.
Before the protest started, Henry the whistleblower took to the streets to protest against the Adani Group and against them taking over the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Take a look.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani? Ameuza Muhindi. Yaani Muhindi gani? Sijui kwa Muhindi, lakini huyu Ruto lazima aende nyumbani. Aende kalale. Moja hajauza airport. Kile hajauza airport. Nani? Huyu hajauza airport. Kwani yeye anakwenda kuuza airport hapa? Yeye nani? Hatutaki. So sasa tunaelekea airport. Tunaelekea airport pale. Sawa. Sasa tunaelekea airport. Arudie airport hapa.
Journalists were heading to the airport to cover the protest that was about to start at 12 midnight, but they were not allowed to get inside the airport.
So this is the situation, guys. We have been stopped at the JKIA. We can't go access to do our work to report on that. What's your name, sir? So they're stopping media from covering the situation at the JKIA simply because of we are going to report on the situation, how people are stranded at the JKIA, and this is the current situation. Yeah, it's crazy. Now the government doesn't want the public to know what's happening at the JKIA.
While the journalists were still negotiating their entry inside the airport, the workers were already conducting their demonstrations. So the government decided to deploy National Youth Service to take over, but which they failed miserably. There were long lines at the airport, travelers waiting anxiously to reach their destinations. Take a look at some of these video clips which was filmed by Larry Mado.
So airlines are rushing to get the flights to leave JKIA before midnight, because at midnight everything shuts down. The staff say they want a total shutdown. And that means even flights cannot land and take off because members of the Kenya Aviation Workers Union, includes air traffic controllers, just every single aspect of the airport run by Kenya Airport Authority staff will not go on as they oppose the plan to transfer the operation of the airport to the Indian firm known as Adani.
This is insane.
Yes, let it be known this is insane.
This is mad. We? Naomba kupita tafadhali. Ati? Piti sana. Piti sana.
Some travelers even gave up and they wanted to go back home, but they were locked inside the airport. Like Mary Mariga, which she tweeted on X and said that, "Can someone rescue us inside JKIA Terminal 1C? We need to go and sleep. We have been locked from outside for 1.5 hours and no one is saying anything. Even Embakasi East Constituency Member of Parliament Babu Owino was not happy with the Adani Group, and this is what he had to say.
Alafu mtu anatoka kule India anakuja hapa kufanya biashara Kenya. Fanya biashara India kwanza. Hapa Kenya wacha wa Kenya wafanye biashara yao hapa Kenya. Na ukitaka kuinvest Kenya, kuja ununue shamba ujenge airport yako kama Adani. Sio iko sawa? Yes. Na uajiri wa Kenya hapo. Si ati kukuja kuchukua airport ya wananchi. Kenyans only need 238 billion for the expansion of an airport. Hiyo 238 billion yezi shinda serikali ya Kenya to expand its own airport na kuongeza jobs hapa ndani. The moment tumekubalia Adani kuchukua airport yetu, tuta lose kazi. Pesa itatoka Kenya kuenda nje. Na hiyo in economics ya ikubaliki hata kidogo. Inaitwa foreign absorption. Hiyo haiwezi grow nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo Adani tunakuona kabisa. JKIA is my constituency. And we are not going to allow you and President Ruto kuwa na utu.
A reformer and Red Party of Africa leader Clinton Mariara Ndege had to send this message to the airport workers. Listen to this.
Kwa wafanyikazi wa JKIA, let me tell you the truth. You are going to be jobless soon after Adani takes over JKIA. So saa hii mkikubali hao wasee wachukue hiyo airport, mwanze kutafuta ma-CV zenu na passport, tuende kutafuta kazi pale Saudi Arabia. So you must stand strong against this Adani. We are all supporting you as Kenyans. Thank you.
While Kenyans were holding peaceful demonstrations at the airport, a Kenyan senator all the way from Mombasa County was complaining that he couldn't take his brother abroad for medical treatment. Listen to what he had to say.
Ulikuwa ukisafiri? Asante, nilikuwa nasafiri kwenda Mumbai kumpeleka ndugu yangu kwa check up ya moyo. Na tulikuwa tuondoke alfajiri na ndege ya saa 12. But unfortunately kutoka hiyo time mpaka sasa bado tuko hapa. Na huu mgomo ulianza saa 6 usiku usiku wa leo.
I will also like to show you a video clip of JKIA staff members mobilizing to make history. Take a look.
Sasa tusikizane tafadhali. Nataka tuelewane. Ninyi ambao unaenda nyumbani sasa, hakikisha kesho asubuhi ninyi nyote mko hapa. Yes. Asubuhi na mapema. Lazima wakati historia itaandikwa miaka mingine, sema jina langu liwe kwenye wale walitetea uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Usiwe nyumbani eti unaangalia kwa televisheni. Tuko pamoja?
Many patriotic Kenyans wanted to go and join the protest at the airport, but they were met with heavy security and tear gas. Even they couldn't board buses and roads were blocked. Moving on to the next video. While Kenyans were being tear gas and blocked in Nairobi CBD, at the airport, GSU officers were deployed. Our Kenyan hero, Henry, who protested against the Adani Group taking over the airport. Later on, he met with Eric Omondi. After meeting Eric Omondi and redoing the protest video, he later on got an opportunity to join Ndere Vocational Training Center.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani? Ameuza Muhindi. Yaani Muhindi gani? Sijui kwa Muhindi, lakini huyu Ruto lazima aende nyumbani. Aende kalale. Hajauza airport. Hajauza airport. Nani? Hajauza airport. Kwa nini anakwenda?
Our brother Henry not only got support from Kenya but also around the world. Even the comments were very, very positive. Listen to this.
Kama kuna mtu ametetea airport ni huyu kijana. Huyu kijana abebwe na ndege, azungushwe juu, hata ninajua hata airport kukanyaga sijui kama shakanyaga. Kenya mzima huyu kijana peke yake ndiye alijua airport inauzwa na tukacheka. Juu alikuwa anasema airport imeuzwa na imeuziwa Muhindi. Hata wafanyikazi hawakokuwa wanajua, hata wasomi wenye at least wenye tunaona wako sawa hawakuwa wanajua, lakini huyu kijana alikuwa anajua. Usiwahi dharau mtu. Huyu kijana yeye peke yake ndiye alingangania airport inauzwa na akasema airport inauzwa na inauziwa Muhindi, tukacheka.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani? Ameuza Muhindi.
A patriot, a professional relator and a pan-Africanist, the Villager 254 had a disturbing message to Kenyans on why Ruto is in panic modes. Listen to what our brother the Villager 254 had to say about this.
JKIA was sold. It was not leased, it was sold. That's a done deal. Now, this is the Villager 254, Patrick. Why I believe JKIA has already been sold, and that's a gone deal. And it's a deal, that's a matter under the water. It's gone, finished. The only way the government of Kenya can redeem itself is by paying damages, because they will have to cancel this sale. This deal has to be cancelled. It doesn't matter what you call it. I am a real estate professional. I have done real estate for how many now? Full time, 15 years. But I've done it 5 years before then. Now, when you enter into a lease, the landlord retains the mother title. You write a new contract called a lease because you are not taking the property, the whole property for yourself. So you enter into a lease, and that lease is registered in the Ministry of Land. And a lease is anything that is 5 years plus 1 day. That's what the law says. Now, what is the difference between what JKIA have done and the normal leases that people have out here in Kenya? The difference is this. The government of Kenya is giving the land to JKIA for 30 years. And remember, my people, it's not only JKIA. It is even Moi, it is Eldoret, it is Isiolo, it is everywhere. Everywhere where we have airports, Adani will be running.
Let me know in the comments down below what you think about this.
And remember, my people, it's not only JKIA. It is even Moi, it is Eldoret, it is Isiolo, it is everywhere. Everywhere where we have airports, Adani will be running.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
You're welcome.
What's up, good people? Finally, I've arrived in Nairobi, Kenya, man. And today I'm going to be showing you guys how this amazing city looks like. I remember you. So guys, before you finish, continue showing you this video.
hakuna na hata kuwepo. Ati Zakayo afanye nini? Ashuke. Zakayo afanye nini? Ashuke. Ati Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go. Mwizi.
This man is awesome. Oh my God. Let's welcome Broski Albistelli.
Peaceful demonstrations are not only happening in Nairobi, but also around Kenya. Let's go all the way to Eldoret City and see how the airport, the Moi Airport staff members demonstrated. Take a look.
Bado mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano.
The Secretary General of the Central Organization of the Trade Union, Francis Atwoli, was also not left behind as he joined the staff members at the airport for peaceful demonstrations. And this is what he had to say.
Hiyo sauti imesikika. Yule aliyesikia hiyo sauti hana masikio. Kwa hivyo mimi nawaambia mngojee, tunaenda kwa mkutano na msimame hivyo. Sema ya kwamba wale shop stewards wameshikwa, waachiliwe hapa.
While peaceful protests are going on at the airport, some Adani Group members had to hide themselves like cockroaches. Meanwhile, some Kenyan delegations went all the way to India to rubber stamp the Adani deal. And this is what Dr. Mumbi Saraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only, so now family. How has the JKIA Adani deal received crazy uproar and backlash in India? Can you imagine? In India, family. Paka, the opposition leaders came out and they were like, yo, this is a bad deal for our country because it could even affect Indian-Kenyan relations. Of course, these guys are seeing these things trending globally. Adani has been trending globally because of Kenya. And they said that this would also put the lives of Indians living in Kenya at risk. It would put the businesses of Indians living in Kenya at risk because Kenyans obviously don't want it. It looks like somebody's listening to us. And the reason this is happening is because the Kenya delegation recently landed in India to quickly rubber stamp Adani. You know, the way they're trying to do everything chini ya maji. But where? Can you imagine?
Indians themselves are protesting against the Adani Group. Who are we as Kenyans to accept Adani? Take a look at this of how Indians protested against the Adani Group.
The money of the people that has been forcefully invested into the Adani Group, and now that the stocks are falling, now that there is a huge crisis, the money of the people is at stake. Apurva continues to be with...
The allegations of fraud levelled against the Adani Group caused deepening political unrest on Monday. Some of India's opposition party members were detained by police during protests, with the event stalling Parliament for a third consecutive day. Communist Party of India member John Brittas is calling for a joint Parliament committee.
I mean, we want a JPC or a Supreme Court monitored inquiry into the scandal that is Adani. Adani itself is a big scandal, and the government has to come clean on this. And this is a symbol of crony capitalism that is in demonstration now.
Not only Kenyans or the Indians protested, even the Australians protested back in 2017, and Adani was actually banned in Australia. Take a look.
Climate change protesters have scaled trees in the heart of Sydney CBD during a rally against coal giant Adani. They are...
Tuesday week, October 17th, kicking off at 6:30 at the Golf and Diggers.
Kenyans, are you aware about the evilness behind the Adani deal? Like personally, I was very shocked, and I want you guys to listen to this and listen very carefully.
Adani has presented a PIP to the Kenya Airports Authority to do what? To run the JKIA, all right? The Kenyan government will not build a new airport in the next 30 years that can compete with JKIA if Adani Airport Holdings takes over the operations of JKIA. This is according to the demand set forth by the Indian conglomerates. So the PIP says, we come, we do airport. You don't do no airport. You use airport. 30 years, no other airport. Adani will also propose amendments to Kenyan laws and change of national aviation policies to enjoy the sole mandate for running JKIA, stop competition in a bid to maximize returns. This overrides Vision 2030 that was initiated during the late Mwai Kibaki's tenure, which aimed to transform Kenya into a logistical and service hub in the region. Under these proposals, the 38 airports in Kenya will not be upgraded.
Even our Kenyan Gen Z sister was not left behind, and this is what she had to say about the Adani deal.
The rumor has it that when Adani takes over Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, all the licenses and permits will be renamed Adani Airport Holdings Limited, and JKIA will not be called Jomo Kenyatta International Airport again, but the name will be changed to Adani Holding International Airport, and Adani will operate in Kenya for 10 years tax-free.
A popular Kenyan TikToker by the name of Wazimu Mwenzenyu, also known as Ellen, revealed that the Kenyan government is full of brokers, and this is what Ellen had to say about this.
Adani JKIA deal. I think the last cabinet had brokers inside, because how would Adani want to spend 1.8 billion to upgrade and expand JKIA, while Qatar Airways in Rwanda wants to build a very good airport at the amount of 1.3 billion? Secondly, I did not see any committee that sat with the then Transport CS Kipchumba Murkomen to engage in any discussion, because he was the Transport Cabinet Secretary at that time. 1.8 billion is enough to build a new functional airport. So Adani would have come and built their own airport. They could have leased land to them. But now there is a broker in between Adani, the Cabinet Secretary then, Kipchumba Murkomen, and Nabi. I really want to know who the broker is. What shocked me more is this, that deal between JKIA and Adani will be compensated if there are interruptions from courts or parliament or protests. I have come here this morning to tell you that our parliament, our government, our cabinet is run by brokers. What wakomboka?
Many Kenyans are puzzled on how Kasamal Makore managed to enter inside the airport and take part in peaceful demonstrations against the Adani group. This is what Kasamal Makore had to say.
Lazima kuwake.
No, for sure, we are here to occupy the airport. Occupation watu wanafikiria ngani kupiga kelele. Hapana, occupation ni kuhakikisha kwamba whatever is meant to happen is not happening. Whatever is meant to happen is not happening. Hao watu wamekaa hapa kuanzia 4 a.m. They were supposed to fly out to different destinations. Wanachanga maandamano itaanza saa ngapi? Maandamano itaanza saa zile hawa sio wamekasirika mbaya sana. Like karibu hiyo things are boiling nicely.
So class, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? Take a look at some of these scenes at the airport in Nairobi of peaceful demonstrations. As you can see, things are boiling very, very nicely at the airport. And take a moment and pause this video and just read on why Kenyans should reject Adani.
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter. Jikoni itakuwa hot.
Ruto lies and all the time, and that is his nature. Nataka niwaambie hivi watu wa Kitengela, hii serikali yetu ya Kenya itabidi tusimame tuitetee, sawa sawa? Itabidi kila Mkenya atokee atetee taifa ya Kenya, na atubembelezi na atuombi ruhusa. Kenya ni home, Kenya ni home. Wametuzoea, kazi yao ni wizi bila kazi. Kazi yao si ni wizi bila kazi.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We're coming for you.
Oh, Elvis Derry. From Ghana's new president, John Mahama.
As the new president of the Republic of Ghana, history is being made once again.
To Kenya's President Ruto's arrival. Will there be change in Ghana?
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
So help me God.
Nana Akufo-Addo injected.
We're coming for you.
Allah, how are you? 87 Ghanaians. Medinde Elvis Derry, Akwaba ShowNewTrend. Recently, Ghana has been making headlines after a new president was sworn in by the name of John Mahama and a new vice president by the name of Jane Nana Opoku-Agyemang. And today I'm going to be sharing you guys what really happened during that day of the inauguration, which also took place at Ghana's capital city, Accra, at the Independence Square, which was also built by the first president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, in 1961. Before the inauguration ceremony, President-elect John Mahama went to tour in Jubilee House, even meeting the former president of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo.
Has to vacate these premises the day before, so the whole place is ready for your occupation, both here and the office. But I thought that it was important that we should do this formality for the country to see that the whole process of the transition is working according to the letter and spirit of the law, and that we're now ready for your administration to take over the affairs of the country.
Just take a look at Ghana's Vice President, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyemang, who took office on 7th January 2025 under President John Mahama, also making her the first female Vice President of Ghana, arrived at the inauguration ceremony which took place in Accra, Ghana. Take a look. After all the guests arrived at Ghana's Independence Square, it was now time to swear in the new president-elect and the new vice president-elect. Just take a look at some of these scenes on how things went down.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana. To the Republic of Ghana. As by law established. As by law established. That I will uphold. That I will uphold. The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana. The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana. And that I will preserve. And that I will preserve. Protect. And defend. The Constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
As the new president of the Republic of Ghana, history is being made once again. And it is a history worth repeating every 4 years with each newly elected president. Today, we're also making a different kind of history. One that speaks to our maturity as a democracy, a nation of citizens enfranchised with the authority at the polls to determine their political future.
Many of you have been asking, what does President John Mahama's outfit symbolize? Because there are so many symbols, different symbols, and also they have different meanings. So this picture right here, it shows you the meaning of those symbols that you see in the new president-elect's outfit. So you can freely pause the video and just take a look. The inauguration ceremony was successful, and Chale, let me tell you, many people came. People came from different parts of Ghana and different parts of the world to see, experience, and witness history being made at Ghana's Independence Square. Many prominent leaders were also there. They attended the inauguration ceremony in Ghana. Captain Ibrahim Traoré, president of the transition of Burkina Faso, was also there. Just take a look at how he arrived at Ghana's Independence Square.
After him, we have His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya.
The full meaning of Burkina Faso means strong men and women of integrity.
Burkina Faso's 36-year-old president, Ibrahim Traoré, he saw the show at the inauguration ceremony in Ghana, where he managed to pull the crowd and he was the supporters' favorite. Take a look. Kenya's President William Ruto, also known as Kasongo, famously known for abductions in East Africa, Kenya, was also not left behind after he attended Ghana's inauguration ceremony in January 7th. Take a look.
We have His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the rural boy, who is the President of the Republic of Kenya.
During the inauguration ceremony, President William Ruto was injected by Captain Ibrahim Traoré after Ibrahim Traoré urged the Kenyan president to immediately stop abducting young Gen Zs who are fighting for better governance in Kenya.
We've seen more terrible scenes where people kill their demonstrators, but they call themselves Democrats and we're called Persians. If that's democracy, I repeat, we don't want this democracy.
Before delving into the powerful speech recently delivered by Burkina Faso's revolutionary leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, it's equally critical to focus on another nation grappling with escalating political strife and societal unrest. Kenya, East Africa's economic powerhouse, finds itself in the throes of a dark chapter, marked by the unexplained disappearances of dozens of its citizens. Since June 2024, at least 82 Kenyans have vanished, with 6 cases reported in just the past 2 weeks.
It seems like during the inauguration ceremony, nobody was noticing the Kenyan president. Even one Ghanaian TikToker, he went on to compare President Ibrahim Traoré with other African presidents, including Kenyan President William Ruto. Just listen to what this Ghanaian TikToker had to say.
Difference between politicians and leaders. Politicians are liars while leaders tell the truth to their people. The example of that is that the Kenyan President William Ruto want to give the Kenyan airport to the Indian private company Adani, while you have competent Kenyans without no jobs, they can run those ones. That's why he is a liar, because he is not telling the Kenyan people the truth. And he is in fact very corrupt. If you go to Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, this man used $58 million just to build a foundation of a church. Humans, we can pray anywhere. God does not say that you need a church, in order to worship me. But this man did that while thousands of Ghanaians are suffering. If you go to Nigeria, we have Boko Haram, more than 160,000 people lost their lives. This man is not interested in that. Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This is how you know that they are politicians, greedy. They are not there for the people. This man, on the other hand, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, this man, before he will become the leader of Burkina Faso, 80% of the country were controlled by, or the territories were controlled by the terrorists in Burkina Faso. Now, they control 80% because he is a leader. He is willing to sacrifice his life for the people. These ones are playing with our lives. Difference number 2 is that politicians beg people to vote for them or to get them into office. They want their vote. They will have to beg people. On the other hand, leaders are begged by the people to go to the office to lead the people. And one example is that the next election, you will see whether Bola Ahmed Tinubu himself or his party, Nana Akufo-Addo, this man as well, William Ruto, they will be going all over Kenya to beg the people to vote for them. But Captain Ibrahim Traoré, if you go to Burkina Faso today, people of Burkina Faso are begging him to stay in power, to lead the country. This is how you know that who is doing good and who is not, and who is there for the interest of the people and who is not. So these ones are not for the interest of the people. This one is a leader.
It is quite clear that the president of the transition of Burkina Faso, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, he was the most supported leader during Ghana's inauguration ceremony. This makes him the best leader in Africa. Just listen to this.
Where did you see the rousing welcome Burkina Faso's Captain Ibrahim Traoré received during President John Mahama's inauguration on January 7th? The Burkina Faso leader, stood out as he arrived in full camouflage. The only leader allowed to carry a gun at the ceremony. Well, while most dignitaries wore suits or traditional attires, Traoré's appearance drew attention and admiration from the crowd. A very interesting moment. What do you think?
While Captain Ibrahim Traoré was getting some love and support from the people, the former president of Ghana, President Nana Akufo-Addo, was a different case. Let's take a look at how he was welcomed at the swearing-in ceremony. This clearly shows you that what the first president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, said was right. He said that Ghanaians are very patient and gentle people, but if you take them for granted, they will also take you for granted. Hey, Charlie, things are Just listen to what President-elect John Mahama had to say after he met Captain Ibrahim Traoré in Ghana.
You can also see how popular Mr. President is in Ghana. When he was introduced at the Black Star Square, he got the biggest applause. Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. Yes.
So, if you ask yourself, what is so unique about Captain Ibrahim Traoré, the president of the transition of Burkina Faso, what would you say? Just listen to this.
They try to take out Captain Traoré, people. They try to take him out. I'm scared for his safety. I'm worried. There is no way that a president should be in office for only 2 years and have 18 attempts on his life. I actually have to start asking questions about the security services in Burkina Faso. I have to start asking questions about the other Sahel Alliance countries, Mali and Niger. What are you doing to make sure that this is not happening? Because it's not happening to you people. There's a reason why this keeps happening to Captain Traoré. That's the reason why he must be protected. Because he's the driving force of what is happening with the liberation of West Africa and the Sahel region from neocolonialism. It's a fact. He's the man who's driving it with the master plan. And it rhymes. 18 times? That means that everybody's taking a shot.
Even Ghana's first daughter, Farida Mahama, she could not miss her dad's inauguration ceremony. Just take a look at this video of Sharaf and Farida Mahama arriving at Ghana's Independence Square. Take a look.
Head of State of Guinea-Bissau, His Excellency
The temperatures were rising at Ghana's Independence Square. The people of Ghana were excited to have a new leader and a new regime, even to the point where one journalist, she forgot her name on live TV.
Independence Square for the presidential inauguration and swearing in of the president-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President-elect, Jane Nana Agyemang. Thank you for watching. My name is Nanajwa.
My name is Nanajwa.
It's recorded, don't worry, it's recorded. We got,
Many celebrities were also present. One of them was Michael Blackson, a very popular comedian and actor from Ghana. Just take a look at how he was welcomed at Ghana's Independence Square.
shall submit myself
to the laws of the Republic of Ghana
to the laws of the Republic of Ghana
and suffer
the
penalty for it.
So
help me God.
So help me God.
Many leaders and presidents attended the inauguration ceremony in Ghana, like Botswana's president Duma Gideon Boko, Rwanda's president Paul Kagame, and Nigeria's president Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Nigerians, do you remember this? No matter how long you protest, we are going to remove subsidy.
No matter how long you protest, we are going to remove subsidy. That is the truth. That is the truth.
Hey, Oga, Abel, that is the truth. That is the truth. Just take a look at how Nigeria's president Bola Ahmed Tinubu was welcomed at Ghana's Independence Square. At the inauguration ceremony, things were boiling, things were getting hot, and how hot were things getting? Just take a look at this video. Ghanaians, do you understand and know how rich your country is? Like, Ghana is so rich to the point where you can actually just pick gold from the ground. Like this young man that you see here.
What years? I saw. No. What? Video.
A well-known Kenyan CNN journalist by the name of Larry Madowo, he traveled to Ghana in Ghana gold mines in the western region. He went deep in rural Ghana to report on galamsey. Take a look.
CNN crew travels to gold mines in Ghana's western region.
He's doing it.
Oh! That's crazy. Look at that.
Oh!
What you gonna do?
Hey, I'm getting down. Let's go. I got it now.
You don't trust them?
I'm getting down. I can't. Wait.
He's thinking I'm scared.
Okay, we survived.
Ghana is so blessed with abundant resources, but it is being ripped off every day. Some gold miners from Ghana, they discovered the largest gold deposit ever in the country. Take a look. So, Ghanaians, do you think the new government led by President John Mahama and Vice President Jen Nana Opoku-Agyeman, do you think that they will bring significant change in the country in terms of development, schools, roads, hospitals, and the cost of living of Ghanaian people? Do you think that they will bring change in the country? Just tell us your honest opinion in the comments down below.
You elected us to solve the problems, not to put the blame on anybody else or to shoulder you with those problems.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Francis Gaido exposing Nuruddin Haji.
You can abduct children. You can abduct our children. You can abduct us. Because who the do you think you are?
To Nuru Okanga versus Osa Sudi.
Msenge sana wewe.
Wewe ndio senge.
Usitukane rais wewe.
Wewe ndio senge bwana.
Was Senator Okiya Omtata bribed?
I was offered. How much? 10 million. They paid a deposit of 7 million to people.
Message to Kenyans.
Every time you've been told God chose a president, later, you cried.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Before we start today's episode, Kenyans, do you remember these words?
All sovereign powers belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be, underline the word in shall, mandatory, be exercised only in accordance with this constitution. The people may, optional, may, optional. That is it, Your Honor.
In simple terms, Kenyans, the Kenyan people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through the democratically elected leaders. And this statement, it is protected and supported under Article 33 of the Kenyan Constitution, freedom of expression. And even what I'm doing right now in the media, I am protected under Article 34 of the Kenyan Constitution, freedom of media. And also you as the viewer watching this video right now, you are supported and protected under Article 35 of the Kenyan Constitution, freedom and to access of information. So Kenyans, in that case, when the Gen Zs occupy the Kenyan parliament and other government offices in Nairobi and other counties in Kenya, do you think that the president of Kenya, William Ruto, should have resigned with immediate effect? Do you think that in that moment he should have stepped down from power? Listen to what Robert Alai had to say.
Sazile umevamia parliament.
Yeah.
In fact, in a good country,
yes,
rais anafaa kwa resign.
Oh. Okay.
In a good country.
Yes.
So Mheshimiwa Ruto,
so he should have gone.
He should have gone immediately.
Yeah. Walipovamia bunge.
Because unajua state house inaweza kuwa hata kwa nyumba yako.
Yeah.
Inaweza kuwa hata juu ya mti. State house can be anywhere.
Okay.
But parliament is the symbol of authority in a civilian government.
Yes.
So vile parliament ilivamiwa.
Yes.
Ilitingisa nguvu ya serikali.
Okay.
So comrades, before we continue, just take a look at this rare footage of how the Gen Zs injected exercising their constitutional rights by occupying the Kenyan parliament buildings. Take a look.
Let's go. Yo, that's shooting. That's shooting, man. That's shooting. That's shooting. Yo, that's shooting, man. That's shooting at us. That's shooting. What? Live bullets. Why not to shoot, man? Why are you shooting? Why? Yeah, Nani. Bro, they're shooting at us, man. They're fucking shooting at us, man. It's a bullet. Headshot shot.
Nadi kona damu chini. Nadi chini kona damu.
Napiga. Headshots. The camera headshots. Headshots. They've killed somebody, guys. These are headshots right here.
Blood. Damu ndio hiyo hapo.
Amazing. I salute all the Gen Zs out there. I salute parents to Gen Zs. I salute you. Like the Gen Zs occupy that day. The Gen Zs were fearless that day. The Gen Zs, they never backed down. They never gave up. And they continued fighting despite the challenges that faced them. And for those who lost their lives during that day, may their souls rest in eternal peace. And we will never stop talking about it. We will never stop being vocal about it. And we will keep on fighting till justice is served.
They're shooting at us, man. As a parliament. Where was that? So you can hear like this people are actually shooting like live bullets, man. Shooting live bullets. Don't forget.
Dear Kenyans, did you know that the Gen Zs have the power to decide on who is going to be the next president in this country? Did you know that the Gen Zs have the power to decide and even destabilize this country if they wanted to? But it seems like some politicians are taking it lightly. They are underestimating the power of the Gen Zs. They think this is a joke. The Gen Zs are just joking. Even to the point where the president of Kenya, William Ruto, he went to the public space to humiliate and to talk down on the Gen Zs. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Hawa watu ya makelele hii wanasumbua, wanapiga makelele sijui mitandao wapi. Hawa watu wako na kazi ngumu sana. Kushindana na mimi, wako na kazi ngumu. Wako na kibarua kubwa sana. Na bado mimi napanga tu kazi. Siku yenye tunaangaliana ati siasa kwa maneno. Sasa mimi nawaulize watu wa Kakamega. Hawa watu wanajua vile hii mpango ya miwa inapangwa? Wanajua? Hata wanajua Mumia siko wapi? Mumesikia wakiongea mambo ya barabara? Mumesikia wakiongea mambo ya stima? Mumesikia mkiongea chochote? Si mambo yao ni kuchora tu kwa internet na kuzunguka na fitina. Hawa watu tawanyorosha asubuhi na mapema.
So, to the Kenyan government, one thing you should know is that the Gen Zs are here to stay, and the Gen Zs are not going anywhere. Despite the torture, the killings, and the abductions of our fellow comrades, of our fellow Gen Zs, every day when you watch the news, somebody was abducted, somebody was killed, a Gen Z body was found in the mortuary. But this will not stop us. We will continue being vocal and fighting for the rights and the freedom of this country. until the day Ruto must go comes to pass. We will not stop being vocal. And let me tell you, Kenyans, since the Gen Z protests started, since the Gen Z started becoming vocal in this country, even it has forced companies to start evaluating on how they conduct their businesses. Let's listen to this.
You can know Gen Z from two things. Huh? Yeah. Number one, Gen Z are very, very vocal about their rights. They are the only Kenyans who say, my rights. My rights. Msaki wa job, anakwambia my rights. In fact, I didn't go to work today because it wasn't giving. Honestly. Yeah?
Alafu wako very expressive. One expressive ni mbaya sana.
Which is a good thing and a bad thing.
It's a good. What's bad about it?
It's a good thing because it has forced companies to reevaluate. Because this is the generation now that's checking. It's because they're finishing, they're entering union clearing, they're checking into the workforce. Yeah. And from what I've seen, it's forcing guys to reevaluate. Your design guys are like, how are we going to deal with these guys? Yeah. Right? Now, the problem is most companies have gone hard on the giving guys pizza, but la kuwapatia mshahara fiti.
Shout out to our former company.
Maze pizza
that's
instead of a good salary.
Even a bleached government spokesperson by the name of Isaac Maura, he came on to ask the Gen Zs to stop sending emails to foreign governments. But let me tell you, Kenyans, the Gen Zs injected. Recently, the Gen Zs sent thousands of emails to the Netherlands royal family, urging King William Alexander and Queen Maxima not to dare visit Kenya after these two individuals accepted President Ruto's invite. And let me tell you, Kenyans, if they dared visit Kenya, they will have seen hell on earth. It is good for them that they never came to Kenya. They never dared to visit this country. Just listen to what Isaac Maura, government spokesperson, had to say.
Kuna wachache ambao wangelipenda kuharibia hii nchi sifa kwa vizingizio kwamba hakuna usalama. Na tunaona pia Wakenya, na ningependa kuwarai Wakenya wenzangu, wengine wanaanza kuandika hizi barua huko, barua pepe, wakienda kushtumu serikali katika asasi za kimataifa. Haitokufaidi wewe Mkenya. Ni vizuri hata kama tuna tofauti zetu za hapa nchini, lakini katika kiwango cha kimataifa tuonyeshane kwamba tupo pamoja. Wengine hata wanaanza kusema kwamba wageni mashuhuri wasije kutembelea nchi hii. Itakufaidi nini wewe Mkenya kwamba unasema kwamba yani huienzi nchi yako? Hamna nchi yoyote ambayo haina tofauti zake.
Kenianen doen op social media en in de kranten daar een beroep op het koningspaar om het staatsbezoek in maart af te zeggen. Volgens hen is het bezoek aan Kenia bedoeld om het imago van president William Ruto op te poetsen. Ruto krijgt veel kritiek vanwege mensenrechten schendingen. Veel meer erover op de site en in de app.
Since the Gen Zs occupy the Kenyan parliament, it seems like the Kenyan government is scared of the Gen Zs. And currently, sources claim that the Kenyan government is trying to relocate the Kenyan parliament from Nairobi to a different county. And currently, different counties are fighting on who will host the new Kenyan parliament. Listen to what the Villager 254 had to say.
Parliament inahamishwa kutoka Nairobi, wadau. So I hear counties are fighting who will host it. Ati wanahamisha kutoka Nairobi kwa sababu ya Gen Zs. Wanaogopa mkuje kuingia huko tena. Gen Z ni kina nani? Watakomboa magari Nairobi, wataenda kwa hiyo city mumeenda. Na sasa saa hii wataingia kabisa na wataharibu kila kitu. Okay, Gen Zs, si mko na nguvu. Si mko na nguvu. What? Parliament inahamishwa. Ujisikia hiyo wewe? Bas, umejua.
So whether the government relocates the Kenyan parliament to a different county, as long as that parliament is in the Kenyan territory, let me tell you, we'll continue injecting. The people may, the people may, the people will, and the people shall. Hey!
The people may, optional, may, optional.
Even the governor of Kisumu County, he came on to stand with the Gen Zs and to stand with the victims of abductions, the victims of torture and killing. He went on to narrate his story on how he was abducted and tortured during the Moi era. Just listen to how he narrates his story.
You might be wondering why I came to stand with the victims of abductions. I want to tell you that as we were struggling for the second liberation, we were quite often abducted from our homes. They put you in a police Land Rover, they tie your eyes, put you at the back, lying on the back of the police Land Rover, and they drive you in town, sometimes around about for so many times. And finally, when they have driven you for a long time, you feel the Land Rover going down into a hole. And then it stops somewhere. When you come out, they push you in a room whose walls are black and water on the floor, and they lock you in there. That was Nyayo House. And in the morning, they will come and pick you up, take you to the 23rd floor, and you see about 8 men looking very mean, interviewing you. And they will tell you that if you don't answer our questions, we are on the 23rd floor, we'll drop you to Kenyatta Avenue, and of course you will die. So you must answer our questions. That thing can go on for weeks because we are very resilient. And then finally, you are either released or they take you to detention. This happened to me several times.
Do you remember how the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, was impeached? He was impeached in a blink of an eye. He was never even given time and space to breathe. And let me tell you, Kenyans, some senators, some members of parliament, some politicians, they were bribed up to 10 million shillings each to participate in the impeachment of the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua. Let's listen to what Senator Okiya Mtata had to say about this.
I was offered, how much? 10 million. They paid a deposit of 7 million to people and 3 million after the voting. Ukawacha 10 million. Niliwacha hiyo 10 million. Okay, ile 7. Sio 10 ni 7 plus 3. No, si 7 ni depo. Yeah, hiyo sasa ilikuwa uchukue depo na wende. And me, I say this thing, one thing I said is that an innocent man, even the devil, give him his due. The Katiba is very clear that the procedure for impeaching the president shall apply to the deputy president with the necessary amendments. And I said, we, even the National Assembly, did not get out the necessary amendments for impeaching this man.
To be honest, comrades, to be honest, Kenyans and Gen Zs at large, the only language that this government understands is violence. Violence. Violence is the language they only understand. Listen to what the member of the National Assembly of Kenya, Johana Ngeno Kipyegon, had to say.
Ati kwa sababu unapenda sisi. William Samoei Ruto, waje nikwambie, mapenzi hatutaki. Mapenzi pelekea bibi yako. Ambia William Samoei mapenzi yapelekea nani? Sisi watu ya Narok tuko na Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye ako juu. Anatuchunga na anatupenda. Juzi bibi yako alikuwa anaombaomba makanisani mpaka anapiga magoti. Hata Mwenyezi Mungu amrehemu. Akiomba leo, kesho unafanya dhambi nyingine. Akiomba kesho unafanya dhambi nyingine. Kwa nini unafanyika kazi ngumu bibi yako? Kwa nini hata wewe usihurumie bibi yako? Anakuombea kila siku. Hata mpaka mimi mwenyewe nahurumia yeye, sijui hata naambia yeye. Nilikuwa nimeandikia yeye SMS Rachel. Hii bwana yako hii, afadhali waachane na yeye mpaka kura iishe ndio mrudiane. Hii atakupeleka motoni.
We all know Musalia Mudavadi. Yeye bure shibe ako sawa. But anyway, that is a story for another day. Let us continue. The African National Coalition grassroots leaders, they have abandoned Musalia Mudavadi after he decided to merge with Ruto's party. Can you imagine that? He decided to merge with Ruto's party. This is another level of betrayal. And Kenyans, do you think that betrayers and backstabbers deserve to have any kind of power in this country?
We worked hard to build a party whose ideology and vision we believed in. We note that the top leadership of the party has allowed itself and our party to be swallowed up by our competitors. At first, we thought that we were together on a public mission. We see that this was not the case. Our brothers and sisters have allowed our party to be swallowed up without even the basic courtesy of consulting us. While we don't know where and why they have gone, we wish them well, but we want to be emphatic that we will not go with them. We refuse to be part of this journey to the unknown.
Thika Town constituency, parliamentary aspirant by the name of Francis Gaido, he came out to reveal some hidden truths about a Kenyan politician by the name of Nurdin Haji. And let me tell you Kenyans, I was shocked beyond words with what Francis Gaido had to say. Let's listen to this.
You can abduct children. You can abduct our children. You can abduct us. Because who the f do you think you are? Because you went for some crash courses. You went for some holiday tuition to study Hitler, to study Nazi era domination and subjugation of populations through intelligence tactics. Nurdin Haji, if you look at the history of his father was called Mohammed Yusuf Haji. He was a long time provincial commissioner of the Rift Valley province. If you look at the Akiumi report, if you look at the other Truth and Justice report by Justice Kriegler from South Africa, all of them mention and cite, mention adversely Nurdin Haji's father. Nurdin Haji's father was a perpetrator of war crimes and genocide, forceful eviction, internal displacement. He particularly targeted communities like Kikuyu, like Luhya, like Luo, like Kisii, forcefully evicting them from Rift Valley at the instigation of Daniel Arap Moi.
In the highest, biggest, and fastest growing economies in the world, they run their businesses 24/7, day and night, from Monday to Sunday. There's no resting. That's why they're beating us. They're showing us dust every day. And do you think that this kind of system should also be implemented in Kenya? Listen to this.
Sahi ni saa 9:30, niko Nairobi CBD. Angalia. Huku watu ambao wameamka peke yake ni wale watu wana travel. Wana biashara wamelala. Na hii ni capital city. Jeffrey Musiri ulinyima permit. Watu wa Nairobi kama mtaki kufanya biashara mpe wale watu wenye kwa jobless. Muwape hizo mabiashara zenyu. Saa 9 na bado mtu amelala kwa nyumba. Muamke muache mchezo. Watu wa Nairobi nyinyi.
Living in Kenya, you seriously need to have a PhD in self-control, anger management, and toughness. Even in the most expensive neighborhoods in Nairobi, Kilimani, the residents there are suffering and crying every day to the government because of the poor state of the roads. And yet, what is the government doing? And I'm also wondering, what is the county government of Nairobi and the Kenyan Urban Roads Authority doing to fix this issue? Take a look.
This is Kilimani, and you heard me right. Yes, this is Kilimani, and this is the sad state of roads in Kilimani right now, and it's even getting more and more worse every day. It's very unfortunate that a real estate neighborhood like Kilimani will have this kind of infrastructure. The county government of Nairobi, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, and the government as whole has failed us in Kilimani and in so many other parts of Nairobi as well. And especially unfortunate for Kilimani because Kilimani is one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Kenya. For an acre in Kilimani, you have to part ways with over 400 million. Otherwise, guys, this is my one-bedroom Airbnb in Kilimani. If you're looking for one of the best, beautiful, clean, well-finished, well-furnished Airbnbs in Kilimani, just call or contact me on this number. It's well-finished, it's very clean in a serene and clean area, far from most of the noise, but still close to all the malls, shopping centers, Chandaria and the rest. And also you get amazing view from the 13th floor. I also have 2-bedroom and a studio, so call me if you need one.
Even our own airport, our own international airport,